Outside Qingyang City, in the secluded Qingshan ditch, amidst a tumultuous era, chaos reigns, and the populace suffers. Even this remote and impoverished village, Qingshan Ditch, bears the brunt of war. With 9 out of 10 homes abandoned, and the air thick with the haunting presence of restless spirits, punctuated by intermittent cries of despair. At the foot of a desolate mountain stands a dilapidated temple. The shrine has fallen into disrepair, with crumbling walls and a courtyard overrun by weeds, towering over a person's height. Faded characters barely legible on the plaque read, "Temple of the Peaceful Lord." The earthen altar lies forlorn, devoid of offerings, and the wooden idol, once revered, now decays, threatening to collapse at any moment. Suddenly, whoosh, the idol abruptly opens its eyes. Yet, this is not a divine revelation, rather, those eyes are filled with bewilderment. What is happening? Who am I? Where am I? Li Pingyan is utterly perplexed. Moments later, fragmented and chaotic memories flood back. The Peaceful Lord. This is the name of the idol. Though referred to as a deity, it is merely a local folk god worshipped by a handful of families in this small village, a mere few hundred souls at best. More disturbingly, due to the rampant chaos of war, many young men have been conscripted, leaving the village devoid of youth, with only the elderly, women, and children remaining, vulnerable to marauding bandits and tyrannical oppressors. Gradually, belief in karmic retribution has waned, and the temple has fallen into further decline. The essence of this peaceful lord was but a flicker of spirituality born from the idol, which, due to the lack of worship, has finally been extinguished. And Li Pingyan has fortuitously traversed into this realm, inheriting the legacy of this minor folk deity. I have crossed over, but not as a person. Instead, I have become a wild god. Though being a deity feels rather exhilarating, what kind of wretched world is this? No one believes in gods anymore, let alone a wild god from a remote village. With this thought, Li Pingyan senses his very essence wavering, akin to a candle flickering in the wind, on the verge of extinguishing, dissolving into the cosmos. No, it can't be. Am I to perish right after arriving? This sensation is profoundly terrifying beyond articulation. It is akin to a solitary boat on a stormy night, tossed about by tumultuous waves, grasping for a lifeline but finding nothing to hold on to. Despair envelopes him. Fortunately, at that moment, ding! Congratulations, host. You have activated the incense and ascension system. Li Pingyan is overjoyed. At last, it's here. My golden finger has finally arrived. What functions do you possess? The incense and ascension system, as the name implies, can assist the host in achieving divine supremacy through the power of incense. Current attributes of the host are as follows. Name: Li Pingyan. Lifespan: half a day. Divine title: Peaceful Lord. Divine rank: Folk God. Cultivation: inferior domain, a 10-mile radius around Qingshan Ditch. Divine power: 0. Divine arts: none. Incense value: 0. Can be converted into divine power, enhancing cultivation upon unlocking the store. Divine arts, elixirs, magical treasures, scrolls, etc. can be purchased. Evaluation: in a world of chaos, the divine path has withered currently. There is no recognized celestial authority, hence lacking divine rank and status. The host's incense has nearly extinguished, akin to a flickering candle, poised to vanish at any moment. Task: acquire the first strand of incense. Progress: 0. 1 reward: newbie gift pack. Li Pingyan muses, so that's how it is. Ultimately, this world once had a legitimate divine system acknowledged by celestial authority. However, following the upheaval, without a unified dynasty and divine decrees, the divine path has become a mere shadow of its former self. Even the so-called wild gods lack celestial recognition, yet some still possess the incense to sustain their existence. For someone like me, once with a few hundred devotees, now diminished by death and departure, barely anyone left to worship survival, would indeed be a miracle. My remaining lifespan: only half a day. In other words, if I do not devise a plan promptly, I shall not see the dawn. I must immediately gather incense to complete the task and unlock the newbie gift pack. At the very least, I need to survive. Li Pingyan attempts to separate his spirit from the idol. The sensation is peculiar, yet having transcended humanity, he gradually masters the process. His essence slowly detaches from the statue, manifesting, albeit in a state of extreme frailty, resembling a shadow so tenuous that a gust of wind could disperse it. I might as well not be called Peaceful Lord, but rather the Void Lord. How am I to proceed? Moreover, as soon as Li Pingyan extricates himself from the idol, he perceives countless restless spirits wandering around the crumbling temple, their chilling presence sending shivers down his spine. Though they seem to fear him, they linger, as if awaiting his further weakening to feast upon him, a night of 100 ghosts, eagerly devouring divine souls. Not only the living, but even the soul of this god is sought after. Indeed, a truly spectral era. At that moment, Li Pingyan suddenly senses the presence of a living being. After becoming the Peaceful Lord, his awareness within the vicinity of the temple is remarkably acute. No detail escapes his scrutiny. He quickly spots two figures, an elderly woman supporting a frail girl, both laboriously parting the overgrown weeds as they approach the dilapidated temple. They're here. A chance. Li Pingyan feels a surge of hope. Observing the elderly woman, her hair white and face lined with wrinkles, she coughs intermittently, clearly weak from age. The girl, clad in tattered linen, is gaunt and pale, yet her large, almond-shaped eyes hold a spark of vitality. Had she been born into wealth, she would undoubtedly be strikingly beautiful. Chui Chui, cough cough. Help me kneel before the Peaceful Lord. Your father's illness. Only the Peaceful Lord can save him. Chui Chui, the slender girl, assists her mother over the threshold into the desolate temple, though she evidently harbors doubts about her mother's words. Mother, what Peaceful Lord? If there were truly a deity 3 feet above us, how could this world be overrun by wickedness, with good people receiving no reward? Look at this temple, in such ruin in this chaotic era, who still believes in such nonsense. The elderly woman, fervently kneeling, is taken aback by her daughter's words and quickly tugs at her sleeve, forcibly pulling her down beside her, both kneeling in reverence. Silence, Chui Chui. How dare you speak such words before the Peaceful Lord? This is blasphemy, a grave disrespect. Cough cough, cough cough. Chui Chui gazed at her mother, filled with both anger and anxiety, coughing incessantly, as though she might cough up blood. She hurriedly patted her mother's back gently, unable to restrain her tears, exclaiming, "Mother, your daughter understands, please, do not be angry anymore." After much effort, the elderly woman finally managed to catch her breath. She dared not linger, collapsing onto the tattered mat, trembling as she retrieved a cloth pouch from her bosom. From it, she took out the fruits she had gathered and offered them upon the earthen altar. Next, she produced several sticks of incense she had purchased, igniting them with reverence and placing them in the censer. The incense wafted gently, gradually filling the dilapidated little temple with a semblance of life. Since ancient times, offerings to the deities have included incense, flowers, lamps, water, and fruits, each holding its own merit and blessings. The elderly woman fervently prayed. Devout believer Feng Lu respectfully bows, beseeching the Great Peace Duke for guidance, seeking to dispel calamities and difficulties, and to bless my foolish husband, Feng Shanjian, with recovery from his ailments, granting peace and joy to our entire family. The young girl Chui Chui cast a glance at the dilapidated idol. Though she harbored doubts, she let out a sigh and bowed respectfully as well. In that moment, a notification echoed. Received 10 incense points from the devout believer Feng Lu. Received 1 incense point from Feng Chui Chui. Congratulations, host, for completing the first incense task and receiving a novice gift pack. Would you like to open it now? Li Pingyan felt a stir within. It seemed that the incense points were determined by the devotion of each individual. The elderly woman Feng Lu could offer him 10 points, while the young girl Feng Chui Chui, who did not truly believe in the divine, garnered a mere 1 point, despite her respectful bow. However, he had finally obtained the incense points and completed his first task. He was curious about what rewards a novice gift pack might contain. Taking a deep breath, Li Pingyan declared, "Yes, I shall open it immediately." Chapter 2. The Manifestation of Taiping Gong. Li Ping and Apos, and finally heard the gratifying sound of task completion, a soothing balm to his anxious heart. Without hesitation, he activated the novice gift pack. Instantly. Congratulations, the host and Apos. S lifespan has been extended by 3 months. Congratulations, The host has acquired 100 points of divine power. Congratulations, the host has obtained the divine technique Gazing at Qi. Congratulations, the host has acquired the divine technique Night Wandering. Congratulations, the host has obtained the divine technique Golden Light. Li Ping and Apos, S face brightened with joy. He had not anticipated such a bountiful novice gift pack. Truly, it was as if a pillow had appeared just when he needed to sleep. The extension of his lifespan by 3 months meant he could at least rest assured for a while and not fear complete dissolution. The 100 points of divine power. Upon reflection, this incense value could not be directly transformed into strength. Rather, it would first convert into divine power, enabling the manifestation of various divine abilities and techniques. With a conversion ratio of 1:1. However, the most significant aspect was the 3 divine techniques acquired. The technique Gazing at Qi allows one to perceive the fate and fortune of all beings. The color alone reveals auspicious or inauspicious signs. For instance, the aura of an ordinary person is typically a faint white, while black signifies great misfortune. Red indicates health and familial safety, yellow denotes prosperous wealth and success. And blue or purple signifies an individual of extraordinary fortune, destined for wealth or power, even the potential to dominate the world. Yet, this Gazing at Qi is not so simplistic. For example, while red is a good omen, if it appears too vibrant, it may indicate excessive yang energy, leading to potential disasters like fires or internal inflammation. The divine technique Night Wandering, as its name suggests, allows Li Ping and Apos, S primordial spirit to leave his body and roam freely within his domain after nightfall. Previously, although he could leave the statue, he was confined to the small temple and could not venture far. Even now, he remained bound to his territory, which spanned merely 10 miles around Qinshan and Apos, essentially a prison of his own making. Furthermore, he could not wander freely during the day, as it would risk damaging his spirit and hinder any recovery. The 3rd divine technique, Golden Light. This technique allows him to radiate beams of golden light, illuminating the surroundings. Many have claimed to witness deities manifesting, where the statue is enveloped in dazzling golden light, blindingly bright and commanding respect. This golden light is no ordinary illumination, it is inherently sacred, compelling the souls of mortals to bow and submit in reverence. More importantly, it possesses unimaginable deterrent and destructive power against wandering spirits and vengeful souls. To acquire 3 divine techniques at once was truly exhilarating. However, Li Ping and Apos, S brow furrowed. None of these techniques offered healing or salvation. This singular endeavor of his must be flawless. Otherwise, how could he attract more devout followers and propagate his faith? Yet, disappointingly, this novice gift pack lacked any method for exorcising ailments. Was this not a cruel trick? Li Ping and Apos, felt a surge of anger but quickly regained his composure. With a thought, he tentatively invoked the divine technique Gazing at Qi, his eyes blazing like fiery orbs as he scanned the 2 women before him. Upon his gaze, he was taken aback. It appeared that the mother and daughter were ensnared by chilling, dark energy, thick and black with a faint tinge of crimson, drifting like tendrils binding a tree, deeply entangled. Was this the ghostly energy of the underworld? Li Ping and Apos, S heart raced as he deduced the underlying truth. It became evident that Feng Shanjin was not afflicted by illness but rather tormented by wandering spirits, incessantly draining his essence and absorbing his yang energy, thus rendering him bedridden and gravely ill. Judging by the ghostly energy surrounding the 2 women, it seemed that the old man Feng would not survive for long. After a moment and Apos' contemplation, Li Ping and Apos gently performed the divine technique, and in an instant, the dilapidated statue erupted with radiant golden light, illuminating the heavens. The mother and daughter, who had been fervently praying, suddenly looked up in shock as they beheld the statue of Taiping Gong shining brilliantly, their expressions transforming dramatically. Mother, what is that? Feng Sui and Apos' face turned pale with fright. Although Feng Lu, being older, had never witnessed such a phenomenon, she too was rendered speechless. Yet, as she glanced at the incense before her, comprehension dawned upon her. Her eyes widened in astonishment, tears streaming down her weathered face. It is Taiping Gong. Taiping Gong has manifested. Sui, it is Taiping Gong who has manifested. Your father will be saved. Though Feng Sui was skeptical of deities in that moment, she could not help but believe. Seeing her mother and Apos' earnest demeanor, she hurriedly knelt down, palms pressed together in reverence, beseeching, Taiping Gong, if you truly possess divine spirit, compassionate and merciful, I implore you to save my father. I am willing to serve you faithfully in gratitude for your immense kindness." Feng Lu, overwhelmed with emotion, could not help but exclaim, "Sui, do not speak foolishly. What would Taiping Gong want with your servitude? If one is sincere, they should worship devoutly, offer tributes, and perpetually spread the benevolence of Taiping Gong." Feng Sui, not fully understanding, nodded eagerly at her mother and Appo's words. "Yes, yes. I am willing to burn incense day and night and spread the virtues of Taiping Gong." Surrounded by the golden light of the statue, Li Ping and Appo's incensed the mother and daughter and Appo's fervent prayers. Then, to their astonishment and joy, a divine light surged forth, gracefully descending onto the wild fruits they had offered. Feng Lu was overjoyed. Taiping Gong has indeed manifested. Truly, Taiping Gong has manifested. Feng Sui and Appo's eyes widened in disbelief. "Mother, could it be that Taiping Gong has blessed these fruits with golden light? If father consumes them, will he be cured?" "Certainly, it must be so," Feng Lu affirmed. The two women fell to their knees, overwhelmed with joy. After fervently bowing multiple times, Feng Lu carefully gathered the fruits, expressing her gratitude to Taiping Gong, and then respectfully retreated from the temple. Li Ping and Appo's and let out a gentle sigh of relief, observing the single point of divine power he had expended. He couldn't and Appo's help but shake his head. With only 100 points of divine power available, he must conserve his resources. This golden light technique was remarkably effective against malevolent spirits. As long as the entity tormenting Old Man Feng was not a formidable ghost, it would surely yield positive results. Nonetheless, to be safe, it would be prudent to visit in person come nightfall. After all, this was his first transaction, and Li Ping and Appo's, and was exceedingly cautious. If he could save Old Man Feng, the Feng family would undoubtedly spread the word of his miraculous deeds, reviving the incense offerings that had previously ceased. Naturally, Li Ping and Appo's and could not afford to be negligent. Seizing the opportunity before night fell, he tentatively infused 1 point of incense value into his divine power, restoring it to a full 100 points. In addition, the incense value could also be directly applied to his cultivation. However, the first upgrade required an entire 100 points, which left Li Ping and Appo's and only able to sample the possibilities. He examined his current attributes. Name, Li Ping and Appo's, and lifespan, 3 months. Title, Lord of Peace. Divine position, Wild God. Cultivation level, Unremarkable, 1/100. Domain, a radius of 10 miles around Qingshan Ao. Divine power, 100. Divine techniques, Qi observation, night travel, golden light. Incense value, 10. Task, obtain the first wisp of incense. Progress, 1/1. Reward, beginner and Appo's gift pack received. Li Ping and Appo's and finally breathed a sigh of relief. As night fell, he prepared to activate the night travel technique to visit the Old Man Feng and Appo's home. Suddenly, a jolt of alarm surged through him. Something had infiltrated his humble temple. This time, it was not a devout believer, but a genuine vengeful spirit. Li Ping and Appo's and chuckled coldly. Indeed, good horses are often ridden, and good-hearted people are easily taken advantage of. Even the benevolent gods are not spared from the audacity of malevolent spirits. As the saying goes, a new god brings 3 fires of wrath. Let this little ghost be the first to feel my ire. The moment the thought crossed his mind, he sensed that the vengeful spirit had already approached the temple door. Without hesitation, Li Ping and Appo's and summoned his divine power and unleashed the golden light technique. How daring of this wandering soul to pry into my domain. Prepare to meet your end. Chapter 3. Subduing the wrong souls to become a spirit officer. As the wandering soul crossed the threshold, it was met with the fierce gaze of the statue of Li Ping and Appo's, radiating an aura of golden light like an indignant deity. A single reprimand sent a wave of fear coursing through the soul, causing it to shriek instinctively, unleashing a chilling wail as it attempted to resist the divine power emanating from Li Ping and Appo's. And yet, how could a mere wandering spirit hope to contend with the might of a true divine being? Although merely a minor deity, Li Ping and Appo's and was still a manifestation of accumulated incense and faith, far beyond the capabilities of an ordinary, drifting ghost. His divine power was inherently effective against the malign energies of wandering spirits. In an instant, a series of hissing sounds echoed, reminiscent of scalding oil splattering onto snow. The myriad dark energies of the soul evaporated, dissipating into nothingness. The spirit and Appo's true form, ensnared within the golden light of the divine incantation, emitted a chorus of anguished cries, rapidly melting away. Great Lord of Peace, spare me. The soul pleaded. I did not mean to intrude. I am but a wandering spirit. seeking refuge in the Temple of Peace as I was on the verge of dispersing. I never intended to offend you. I beseech your forgiveness. Li Ping and Amp, oppos, and was taken aback. This wandering spirit, despite being under the influence of his golden light, had managed to endure for a moment and even speak. Its eloquence suggested a degree of education. He momentarily withdrew his divine power, remaining concealed atop the statue. Identify yourself, spirit, he commanded. The wandering soul, having already lost much of its essence, prostrated itself. Trembling as it replied, I am Feng Yuan, also known as Zishan, from the Qing Mountain Valley. I once toiled in study, hoping to rise above my station. However, I was swept into chaos, conscripted as a soldier in the turmoil surrounding Qingshu County, forced to battle various warlords. Having learned a few characters, I was unable to wield a weapon, so I was made a scribe by the county magistrate. Unfortunately, on that fateful day, bandits breached the city, slaughtering the magistrate, myself, and half the populace in a merciless massacre, leaving a scene of unspeakable horror. I perished, my spirit should have scattered. Yet, thoughts of my parents, who endured so much to raise me, filled my heart with an unquenchable resentment, driving me to return from afar with a singular obsession to see them once more. Though dead, I would have no regrets. Alas, after such arduous efforts to reach this place, I find myself utterly depleted. And upon seeing the light of the Temple of Peace, I sought merely to rest, never intending to offend you. It is indeed a grave sin. Li Ping and Amp, oppos, and could not help but feel a pang of sympathy. In these chaotic times, how could he alone be considered unfortunate? Had Feng Yuan been born in a period of peace, after years of diligent study, he could have at least secured a position as a scholar. Perhaps serving as a scribe or teaching in a private school, there would have been opportunities. But in these tumultuous times, a powerless scholar was forced onto the battlefield, only to meet a tragic end amidst the city and oppos' destruction. His filial piety transformed into a foolish longing, compelling him to wander back home. Yearning to reunite with the parents who had raised him, yet could not repay their kindness. Contemplating this, Li Ping and oppos, and felt a deep resonance within himself. However, Feng Yuan was already near the brink of dissolution, ensnared by the divine light, having lost much of his essence. How could he possibly have the strength to return home to see his parents? Even if he could, how would they perceive a wandering spirit? Seeing the silence from the Lord of Peace, Feng Yuan seemed to grasp the gravity of his situation. He understood that this yearning was but a delusion. The debt of gratitude he owed his parents was immeasurable, and though he felt utterly inadequate, he wished not to add to their sorrow by leaving them in despair. Even if just a message. Li Ping and oppos, and fathomed his thoughts. Should he inform Feng Yuan and oppos, as parents, they would undoubtedly be heartbroken. Yet if he remained silent, they would spend the rest of their lives lamenting their lost son. In this chaotic world, the plight of the living was indeed dire. Suddenly, Li Ping and oppos, and was struck by a thought, formulating a plan in his mind. Feng Zishan, your eloquence and sincere filial piety mark you as a talent among spirits. However, your essence is on the verge of dissipating, and all your earthly ties shall fade away. Feng Zishan sighed deeply, overwhelmed by despair, tears streaming down his face. But Li Ping and oppos, and interjected, I can offer you a new path. Feng Zishan paused, then his heart soared with hope. Lord of Peace, what do you mean? Would you be willing to serve as an official scribe in my realm? Li Ping and oppos, and proposed. Feng Zishan and oppos' heart stirred. He had perused many mystical texts, learning that even under the jurisdiction of the city god, there existed literary and martial officials, patrolling day and night, alongside emissaries of both light and dark. Even the spirits of renowned figures filled the ranks of the underworld, their merits profound. Though the Lord of Peace was merely a village deity, today he had revealed his power, and to follow him would be an unparalleled opportunity. Immediately, he prostrated himself repeatedly, tears flowing. Thank you, Lord of Peace. Your kindness is beyond measure. Li Ping and oppos, and was not acting impulsively. As a deity, he needed a cadre of followers, for he could not manage everything personally. Moreover, Feng Zishan, being a talent among spirits, had suffered due to his intervention. Thus, this arrangement would serve both their interests. Li Ping and oppos, and nodded, and a divine energy descended, infusing Feng Zishan and Amp, oppos' waning spirit with vitality, manifesting a faint glow. This is indeed the power of the divine. Feng Zishan exclaimed, overwhelmed with gratitude. Thank you, Lord of Peace. Li Ping and oppos, and replied calmly, as you follow me, you need not fear the dissipation of your essence. When night falls, return to inform your parents of this new path. Though you have perished, your spirit remains intact. Serving me will grant you great merit. Your parents can honor your spirit with a shrine. And as I bestow blessings upon the world, you shall attain your own divine status and be venerated by all. Feng Zishan was both astonished and elated. He had never imagined that as a mere wandering spirit, he might one day achieve divinity and be worshipped by the populace. He bowed repeatedly, overwhelmed with emotion. After bidding farewell to the Lord of Peace, he drifted away, burdened with complex thoughts. Li Ping and Oppos, and sighed. Although he had offered a solution, the pain of losing a son would undoubtedly leave Feng Zishan and Oppos, as parents heartbroken. He could only hope to provide them with some comfort. Shaking his head, he realized that he had spent precious moments on Feng Zishan and Oppos' plight, so he summoned his divine power, allowing his spirit to depart and soar towards Qing Mountain Valley. He wondered how Feng and Oppos' father was faring in his illness. This was Li Ping and Oppos' first experience of astral projection at night, a sensation that was indescribable, both peculiar and liberating, a delightful paradox that filled him with contemplation. As the guardian deity of Qing Mountain Valley, though his domain was limited to a radius of 10 miles, nothing within it escaped his discerning gaze. Before long, Li Ping and Oppos arrived at Feng Yuan and Oppos' home, poised to investigate further, when suddenly he heard two women inside the dilapidated house exclaim in alarm. Chapter 4. The Divine Power of the Golden Light Spell. Behold the tragic world. Make great aspirations. Li Ping and Oppos' spirit wandered through the night, and as he approached the home of Feng Shanggen, he suddenly heard two cries of alarm. His heart stirred, and he immediately saw a dense cloud of ink-like mist, dark with streaks of blood, suddenly soar from the roof, howling like a banshee in agony. Li Ping and Oppos quickly understood that Feng Lu and Feng Suizie had returned home and fed Feng Shanggen the wild fruit imbued with his golden divine power, delivering a severe blow to the malevolent spirit possessing him. However, this evil spirit had not yet been vanquished. It appeared to be no ordinary wraith. With a cold smirk, Li Ping and Oppos manifested in the night, raising his hands as a brilliant golden light erupted forth. The malevolent spirit, caught in a panic, had no time for fear before being enveloped by the holy radiance of the golden light spell, akin to snow melting in boiling water, vanishing in an instant. It didn't even have the chance to utter a scream. Feng Lu and her daughter, having rushed out of the house, were momentarily stunned by the sight, trembling in fear and awe, and they both fell to their knees, gazing skyward in reverent worship. It was the manifestation of the great Peace Lord, the golden light subduing demons. Truly, the great Peace Lord had revealed his divine presence. Feng Lu was overwhelmed with tears, expressing her gratitude to the great Peace Lord with utmost sincerity. Even Feng Suizie, who had previously been skeptical of the divine, was now thoroughly convinced, drenched in sweat. Praying earnestly, Li Ping and Oppos let out a long sigh of relief. The wild fruit had only cost him a mere point of divine power, but the golden light spell had consumed a full 10 points. The demise of the malevolent spirit was well-deserved. At that moment, he received notifications, harvested 5 points of incense value from the devout believer Feng Lu, harvested 5 points of incense value from the devout believer Feng Suizie. Surprised, Li Ping and Oppos realized that he could gain incense value without the need for incense offerings. However, it was still half, and the maximum he could gain from a devout believer was only 5 points. Yet, gaining another devout believer, Feng Suizie, was still a profitable endeavor. With the addition of a devout believer, Li Ping and Oppos felt his own spirit stabilize significantly. This was the power of faith. The more followers there were, the more profound his divine power became. Seeing the mother and daughter still in fervent worship, he did not linger and promptly departed. After a while, the two women returned indoors to check on Feng Shanggen. Though he had not yet fully recovered, his complexion had improved significantly, his breathing was steady, and it was evident that the root of his affliction had been eradicated. Thank you, great Peace Lord. Thank you for your protection. They resolved to return to the temple the following day to offer incense and spread the word of the great Peace Lord and Oppos' grace. Li Ping and Oppos intended to leave quietly, but was suddenly filled with curiosity and turned toward Feng Zishan and Oppos' home. At that moment, Feng Zishan and Oppos' spirit had already returned home, yet he felt an overwhelming trepidation, hesitant to inquire about the visitors. He feared that revealing his fate to his parents could lead to unforeseen consequences. Nevertheless, He knew that with the aid of the Great Peace Lord, he might have the chance to see his parents one last time. And he could not let that opportunity slip away. Having made up his mind, he approached, peering through the tattered paper of the window into the dimly lit interior. Beneath the flickering oil lamp, his parents sat in a daze, unable to utter a word, only occasionally sighing in sorrow. Observing the white hair at his father and Apo's temples, the wrinkles etched on their faces, and their increasingly stooped backs, Feng Zishan could no longer contain himself. His spirit passed through the wall, drawing closer. In that instant, a chill wind swept through, causing the oil lamp to flicker. His parents were startled and hurriedly shielded the flame. Just then, Feng and Apo's father suddenly exclaimed, "Wife, what is that?" Following his finger, Feng and Apo's mother looked to see their son and Apo's writing on the wall, rustling ominously, the ink gradually taking the shape of a human figure. Feng and Apo's mother nearly fainted in terror, but was caught by her husband. "Does that resemble our child?" Upon hearing this, her previous fear transformed into confusion. How could this be? Yet it does bear some resemblance. As the dreadful possibility dawned on them, their hearts plummeted into despair, and they trembled, nearly losing their footing. Feng Zishan desired to reveal himself, but as a spirit, he was powerless to do so. Without the sliver of divine power granted by the Great Peace Lord, he would not have dared approach the flame. With great difficulty, he managed to form a semblance of a figure from the ink on the paper, a feat made possible by the Great Peace Lord and Apo's blessing. Witnessing their shock, fear, confusion, and despair, Feng Zishan knew that if he did not speak now, he would lose the chance forever. Before his parents and Apo's astonished gazes, the ink figure knelt with a thud. They heard a voice both familiar yet strange, weeping as it spoke. "Father, mother, your son has perished." Those words pierced their hearts like 1,000 arrows. And in an instant, everything before them faded to black, rendering them deaf to all sounds. There is no greater agony in this world than for a parent with white hair to send off a child with black hair. Feng Zishan cried out, "Father, mother, please allow me to speak one last time." Yet his parents, already consumed by grief, could scarcely comprehend his words. "Oh, my poor son, the pain is unbearable." Feng Zishan, too, was at a loss for words. "Father, mother, though I have died, I have been fortunate enough to be received by the Great Peace Lord as a spirit officer, allowing me to return and see you one last time." Though they were heartbroken, upon hearing the name of the Great Peace Lord, Feng and Apo's parents were struck with profound astonishment. "Son, what did you say?" Feng Zishan recounted every detail of his demise. As he spoke of the massacre, the bloodshed, and the rivers of blood, his parents wept uncontrollably once more. But as he reached the part about the Great Peace Lord and Apo's divine intervention, which allowed him to return home for a final farewell and become a spirit officer, a glimmer of hope sparked within his despairing parents. Feng and Apo's father, a learned man, trembled as he spoke. "My son, in these chaotic times, your departure was fraught with peril. Your mother and I had little hope, never expecting it to happen so soon. We thought we would never see you again, yet here you are, granted the grace of the Great Peace Lord. Even as a spirit, you may follow him to benefit others and bless the world. That is indeed a stroke of fortune amidst misfortune. Tomorrow, your mother and I shall prepare an altar, erect a statue, and offer incense to ensure your spirit endures and ascends to divine status. As for the Great Peace Lord, we shall also offer our prayers and express our profound gratitude, spreading his benevolence far and wide. If we can rally the villagers, we will surely help rebuild the temple and restore his statue." Feng Zishan wept. "Thank you, father and mother. Though I am dead, I pledge to follow the Great Peace Lord and strive to make a mark in the spirit realm. Please continue to honor the Great Peace Lord and share his blessings with others." The child departs. Upon uttering these words, the ink on the calligraphy scroll upon the wall returned to its previous state, enveloping the entire room in a profound silence once more. Only the parents, Feng and his wife, sat there in a daze, lost in contemplation for an extended period. "My dear wife, let us together express our gratitude to the Lord of Peace." Very well, very well." Li Ping and Apo's gazed upon these poignant scenes, his heart swelling with emotion. In these chaotic times, where families are torn apart and lives are shattered beyond count, he resolved that having transcended into divinity, even as a wild deity, he must protect his domain. Once he governs vast territories, he shall transform this world, ushering in an era of peace and harmony everywhere. Chapter 5. 2 Miraculous Events. The Stirring of Qi Shan and Apo's. Before his transcendence, Li Ping and Apo's and had witnessed the inequities of life. Naturally kind-hearted and harboring a deep-seated aversion to evil, he lamented his inability to effect change. Yet now, amidst the chaos of this era, he had become a guardian deity, albeit of a humble status. At least he could begin anew, bringing prosperity to the land. In his heart, there existed no convoluted philosophies, only the simplest of truths. Good begets good, and evil begets evil. He vowed to transform this realm, restoring peace and tranquility. A sudden warmth engulfed him, as if his spirit had gained newfound stability. This was, in essence, his grand aspiration. Once he made a vow, his resolve fortified, and his spirit settled. At that moment, he received notifications, gained 5 incense points from devout follower Feng Hanlin. Gained 5 incense points from devout follower Feng Lishir. Current status. Divine power, 90 incense points, 25. Li Ping and Amp, Oppos, and nodded, expending 10 points of divine power to banish a ghost, thus acquiring 20 incense points, a most profitable endeavor. More importantly, these miraculous deeds were essential to rekindling the faith of Qingshan and Amp, Oppos, Ao in the Taiping Gong, allowing him to rise from nothing. He returned to the temple of Taiping Gong and soon sensed the lingering spirit of Feng Zishan gradually drifting back. As a deity, endowed with the art of nocturnal wanderings, Li Ping and Oppos, and was far superior to Feng Zishan. The latter, being a restless spirit, had met an untimely death, burdened by deep grievances and an unquenchable obsession, which kept him wandering aimlessly. Had it not been for Li Ping and Oppos, and granting him a fragment of divine power, Feng Zishan would have long since dissipated into nothingness. Yet, even with this divine power, Feng Zishan could not truly ascend to godhood. He could only be regarded as a semi-spirit, akin to a ghostly soldier. Nevertheless, this marked a portal into another realm. A far better fate than that of the lost souls who had perished. I pay my respects to Taiping Gong. I have met with my parents and informed them of the circumstances. I am deeply grateful for the grace of Taiping Gong, Li Ping and Oppos, and remained unseen, calmly responding, I understand. What transpired in Qingyang County that led to such devastation? Feng Zishan sighed deeply. In this world, where is there a path for the common folk? Qingyang County, in its arrogance, embroiled itself in a bloody conflict between the Marquis of Chongping and the Marquis of Wuwei. In support of the former, they recruited soldiers in droves, only to see Chongping suffer a crushing defeat. Enraged, the Marquis of Wuwei besieged the city for 3 days, resulting in a scene of carnage. Truly a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. I once sought refuge in the city goddess temple, but it had become desolate and decayed, devoid of divine protection, and ultimately, I perished at the hands of the soldiers of Wuwei. Li Ping and Oppos, and nodded. It appeared that this world once had an established pantheon of deities, with city gods, earth gods, and spirits of mountains and rivers, all acknowledged by the heavenly Tao and sanctioned by the court. Alas, something had transpired, leading to the collapse of the 3 realms and the ensuing chaos, resulting in the disappearance of these divine beings. Speaking of which, even this minor deity who had just crossed over, were it not for his arrival, where would Taiping Gong be? Suddenly, Feng Zishan and Oppos' expression turned pale as he recalled something. Taiping Gong. Although Qingshan and Oppos, Ao is a remote area unlikely to face the ravages of war, bandits have taken refuge in the deep mountains, known as Tahitian Stronghold. Their original targets were the affluent regions, but with the city now in ruins and armies invading, they will inevitably shift their focus to this impoverished land. Thus, we may soon find ourselves vulnerable to their plundering. Despite being a frail scholar, Feng Zishan had gained some insights from witnessing military campaigns. After listening, Li Ping and Amp, Oppos, and agreed that preparations must be made promptly. Otherwise, should the bandits raid, Qingshan and Amp, Oppos, Ao would be annihilated, and the faith he had just cultivated would vanish entirely. Yet, this was not a matter to be resolved overnight. The next day, Feng Shanjian awakened from a fitful sleep, as if emerging from a nightmare. In his dreams, countless lost souls had dragged him into hell, subjected to unimaginable suffering, but fortunately, a golden-armored deity descended from the heavens, vanquishing the evil spirits and rescuing him from despair. He abruptly opened his eyes, feeling not only relieved of his torment, but also invigorated, stronger than before. It was no wonder. The divine fruit he had consumed was no ordinary fare. Overjoyed, Feng Shanjian called for his wife and daughter, sharing the miraculous tale of Taiping Gong. The 2 women, astonished, listened intently. Feng Shanjian, moved to tears, expressed his gratitude for the deity and Amp, Oppos' intervention, and resolved to visit the temple to offer thanks. As they stepped outside, they noticed the villagers engaged in animated discussion. Curious, Feng Shanjin inquired and learned that the scholar Feng Zishan had returned last night, recounting his experiences with Taiping Gong, prompting a wave of astonishment across Qingshan and Appos, Ao. Upon seeing Feng Shanjin, the villagers were equally astonished. Tears streamed down his face as he shared his own miraculous deliverance, igniting a fervor throughout the community. With two miraculous events unfolding in quick succession, belief in Taiping Gong's sword, Feng Shanjin and Hanwen, two elderly men, joined forces, their tears flowing as they discussed plans to summon the village head and gather the elders to collectively pay homage to Taiping Gong. At this moment, Qingshan and Appos, Ao was already sparsely populated, with most of the remaining villagers being the elderly, weak, women, and children, no more than 30 or 40 households, totaling over 100 souls. They quickly assembled at the village head's home. The village head, namely Sifang, upon hearing the tales and the villagers' declarations of witnessing divine phenomena at the temple, was filled with astonishment and joy. In these tumultuous times, he, a mere village head, felt insignificant, akin to an ant. With the village so desolate, what could he accomplish? Each day was a struggle between size and helplessness. Now, with news of Taiping Gong's resurgence, manifesting divine power, he was elated beyond measure. Thus, Qingshan Ao had found divine protection. He promptly summoned the villagers, preparing to journey to the temple for offerings, while also investigating whether Taiping Gong had truly manifested. If so, he would spare no effort to restore the temple, reforge the deity's statue, and dedicate himself to honoring Taiping Gong. Thus, a group of villagers, led by the village head and inspired by the two elderly men, set forth toward the temple of Taiping Gong. As they traversed the rugged terrain, autumn rains began to fall, yet none turned back. Instead, upon reaching the dilapidated temple, overgrown with weeds, a wave of melancholy and shame washed over them. They had failed Taiping Gong, yet Taiping Gong had never forsaken them. Inside the desolate temple, the statue of Taiping Gong stood in disrepair, yet its divine visage remained solemn. Those compassionate eyes, piercing through the chilly autumn wind and rain, gazed tenderly upon the gathered souls, upon all of humanity. Thud, thud. One by one, the villagers knelt reverently in the rain. Chapter 6, Ascending to the 9th rank divine position. The celestial edict descends. Oh! Lord Taiping. Village chief Li Sifang knelt at the forefront, his knees sinking into the muddy ground, instantly becoming drenched with rainwater and filth. Yet he paid it no mind. Instead, his heart brimmed with profound shame. We have failed Lord Taiping. Over the years, the world has descended into chaos, and humanity has become ungrateful. We have long forgotten the Lord Taiping, who has vigilantly protected Qingshan Ao, even allowing his temple to fall into disrepair and his true form to become so dilapidated. My heart is heavy with regret. However, unexpectedly, Lord Taiping has never abandoned us. Kneeling on the ground, the many villagers gazed at the tattered statue of Lord Taiping, each feeling a deep sense of guilt, bowing their heads, too ashamed to look up. The two elderly Feng men knelt on either side of village chief Li Sifang. Feng Shanjin prayed, expressing gratitude for Lord Taiping's immense grace. Without Lord Taiping's protection, my old life would have long since been extinguished. Henceforth, my family of 3 shall burn incense night and day to thank Lord Taiping for saving our lives. Behind him, Feng Lu and his daughter, Feng Tsuitsue, also knelt devoutly, continuously offering their thanks. On the other side, Feng Zishan's father, Feng Hanwen, wept profusely. "O Lord above, my son has passed away, and my heart is broken. By the grace of Lord Taiping, my son's soul has not perished, allowing him to follow Lord Taiping, bringing blessings to the land and protection to the people. This is a stroke of fortune amidst misfortune, an unparalleled grace from Lord Taiping. Alas, thank you, Lord Taiping, for ensuring my son does not become a wandering soul, nor lose his essence, but instead can assist the divine, becoming a worthy spirit officer. What an extraordinary fortune." Feng's mother, too, wept as she offered her thanks. The other villagers followed suit, kneeling in reverence. Subsequently, one by one, they stepped forward to ignite the incense they had prepared, presenting various offerings. Those from slightly wealthier families contributed livestock, while the common folk primarily offered fruits. Soon, the temple of Lord Taiping was filled with fragrant smoke, the air thick with incense, and it had regained its former vibrancy, even more bustling than before. Received 10 incense points from devout believer Li Sifang. Received 10 incense points from devout believer Feng Shanzhen. Received 10 incense points from devout believer Feng Hanwen. At this moment, Li Pingyan found himself within the statue, his mind resonating with the sound of notifications. The previous manifestations of divine power were indeed not in vain. This time, at least 70 to 80 villagers had gathered. Although not all were as devout as these individuals, everyone was still burning incense and offering prayers, resulting in Li Pingyan receiving varying amounts of incense points. In this instance alone, he garnered over 600 incense points. This was truly a meteoric rise. At this moment, divine position, wild god cultivation, unranked territory, Qingshan AO, within a 10-mile radius divine power, 90 divine arts, prognostication, night wandering, golden light incense points, 654 ding. Congratulations. The host's incense points have exceeded 100 for the first time, granting an increase in cultivation power. Would you like to immediately consume 100 incense points to elevate your cultivation level? Li Pingyan felt a surge of excitement. Oh, I can enhance my cultivation? What more is there to discuss? Yes. In an instant, the incense points diminished by 100, and his cultivation shifted from unranked to divine position, wild god cultivation, 9th rank true god, pseudo, 110,000, divine power, 90 incense points, 554. He had ascended to the 9th rank true god. However, the term pseudo likely indicated a lack of recognition from the celestial path or the unifying quartz edict. Yet in this chaotic era, how could one possibly attain such recognition? In this vast world, all are but pseudo-gods. Li Pingyan sighed. Now, he possessed the cultivation level of a 9th rank true god, yet had not genuinely received the acknowledgement of the celestial path. Moreover, in this turbulent world, such recognition was unattainable. The celestial path and divine order had already collapsed into disorder, and there were no longer any edicts bestowing the rank of true god. Suddenly, ding! Congratulations. The host's incense points have exceeded 500 for the first time, granting access to the Divine Path Mall. Would you like to open it immediately? Li Pingyan's heart leapt with joy. The Divine Path Mall? Could this not mean he could purchase various elixirs and divine secrets in the future? He promptly consented. And instantly, a resplendent and majestic mall appeared in his mind. Within it lay an array of divine treasures, dazzling and overwhelming. Exorcism talismans, 10 incense points, affixed above the main entrance to ensure household safety and ward off malevolent spirits. Minor rejuvenation pills, 10 incense points, consuming them cures all ailments, bestowing lightness and vitality. Major rejuvenation pills, 100 incense points, capable of reviving the deceased, restoring life to those on the brink of death. Divine scripture of the divine path. A profound divine cultivation method, 1,000 incense points. After cultivation, one's divine power advances remarkably, capable of vanquishing demons and driving away evil spirits. Li Pingyan nodded in approval. These items could be deemed divine artifacts. However, upon reading further, one particular item caused his heart to tremble. Celestial Edict. 9th rank land god level. 5,000 incense points. Upon use, one can forcibly gain recognition from the celestial path, achieving the rank of 9th rank land god. Wielding supreme divine power, commanding spirits, and delivering salvation to countless beings. Li Pingyan was taken aback. Goodness gracious. This means that with this celestial edict in hand, even in a world where the celestial path has collapsed, one could still compel the celestial path to acknowledge oneself and attain the true rank of a god. This is utterly extraordinary. Yet, I find it most appealing. However, as Li Pingyan calmed down, he realized that even this celestial edict, merely for the 9th rank land god, required a staggering 5,000 incense points. The entire Qingshan AO currently totaled just over 100 individuals, even if all were devout believers. They could at most provide around 1,000 incense points in a single offering. Furthermore, daily worship could not guarantee the full 10 points of incense consistently. It seemed he indeed had a long and arduous journey ahead. Aside from the celestial edict, which he was determined to obtain, the divine scripture, divine path scripture also piqued Li Pingyan's interest immensely. Once cultivated, he could truly be considered a celestial being, wielding unparalleled divine power to exorcise demons and vanquish evil. However, it required a full 1,000 incense points. Li Pingyan looked further into the Divine Path Mall, hoping to uncover more divine treasures. Upon reaching the final page, he was utterly astonished. Celestial Edict. Incense points. Once acquired, one may establish an unparalleled celestial path, create myriad paths, and bestow blessings upon countless beings, delivering salvation to innumerable souls. Li Ping'an, the Celestial Edict. Such an item can be purchased. Obtaining this would not merely make one a god, it would render one the very embodiment of the celestial path. However, the incense value has inexplicably transformed into a jumbled mess, indicating figures of astonishing magnitude. Yet, it is best to proceed step by step. Although contemplating these matters feels incredibly distant at present, at least Li Ping'an has glimpsed a glimmer of hope for the future. He is determined to restore the celestial order of this world, to decree the multitude of gods, to sweep away chaos, and to return a clear and peaceful realm to all beings. Nevertheless, everything must commence anew. At this moment, Li Ping'an began to hear the heartfelt prayers of the devotees from the verdant hills, each offering their supplications with varying degrees of sincerity and uncertainty. Great peace, Lord. My son is battling on the front lines. I beseech you to grant him safety and a triumphant return. Great peace, Lord. I pray for favorable weather this year, that our fields may yield a bountiful harvest. Great peace, Lord. I implore you to bless me with great wealth, that I may enjoy endless riches and honor. In time, I shall surely rebuild your temple and craft your golden effigy in gratitude for your immense kindness and virtue. Li Ping'an. Being a deity is no simple endeavor. Chapter 7. A tenfold surge. A new mission. Spreading faith. Upon ascending to the 9th rank of divinity. Although he had yet to receive the edict from the heavenly Tao, Li Ping'an's own spirit had already grown more than tenfold. His spirit, now robust and stable, no longer resembled the frail flicker of a candle in the wind, on the verge of extinguishment. Furthermore, his divine authority surged dramatically, with his very presence enough to intimidate the masses, scattering the spirits of 100 ghosts and deterring malevolent forces from approaching. In numerical terms, the cap of his divine power had increased tenfold as well, from 100 to 1,000 points. Naturally, with the enhancement of his spirit, divine rank, and divine power, the potency of his divine arts also rose correspondingly. Take the golden light spell, for instance. In the past, it merely illuminated a lantern-sized area within a temple. Now, when unleashed with full force, it could illuminate an expansive radius, akin to a full moon in the night sky. Li Ping'an attentively sensed his own augmentation, feeling immensely satisfied. Beside him, the half-ghost Feng Zishan gazed at the villagers prostrating in worship, his heart awash with emotion. Among them, his own parents moved him to tears once more. Yet he felt a deep gratitude. Were it not for the presence of Taiping Gong, how could he ever have seen his birth parents again? While his heart brimmed with appreciation, he suddenly sensed an overwhelming divine presence emanating from the statue of Taiping Gong beside him, a force 10 times more formidable than before, startling Feng Zishan into retreat with palpable fear. Taiping Gong, I humbly beseech you to temper your divine might. I cannot bear it. Li Ping'an chuckled softly, realizing that the mere release of a fraction of his current aura was too much for Feng Zishan to endure. He reigned in his presence. And only then did Feng Zishan regain his composure, drenched in sweat. Though he had taken Feng Zishan under his wing, the latter was still far too weak. If he could obtain the heavenly Tao edict, becoming a recognized 9th-rank deity, he could confer titles upon his subordinates, allowing Feng Zishan to grow significantly stronger. Otherwise, without any aids to assist him, he would be a commander without troops. Listening to the villagers' prayers and supplications, Li Ping'an had his own considerations. Even as a deity, he was not omnipotent. Moreover, satisfying the wishes of all was a task even the heavenly Tao could not accomplish. While he was at the nascent stage of his divine journey and would naturally perform miracles, he could not meet every request. For instance, there was Wang Ergu, who longed for wealth and luxury yet only sought to cheat and cut corners, avoiding work. How could Li Ping'an possibly bless such a person? At that moment, a notification chimed. Congratulations, host, on ascending to the 9th-rank deity. Pseudo status. Current task update. Please respond to the prayers of 3 believers or non-believers and elevate their faith to a devout level. Task reward. 5,000 incense points. Li Ping'an's heart soared with joy. Ah, this task is perfectly timed. I was just lamenting how to swiftly acquire those 5,000 incense points. Isn't this the answer to my prayers? To fulfill the prayers of 3 individuals and transform them into devout believers. While it was for the sake of completing the task, it also served the purpose of sowing faith in the early stages. Otherwise, he could not possibly fulfill everyone's wishes. Moreover, many of their desires were beyond his current capabilities, such as ensuring the safe return of men from the battlefield. Not only did he lack such divine powers, but even if he did, his dominion only extended 10 miles, rendering him powerless to intervene. Quickly, he identified one individual. She was a woman whose husband had been conscripted, left alone to care for her child. Her infant, barely a few months old, had suddenly developed a high fever that persisted, and the village doctor was at a loss. Without hesitation, Li Pingyan exchanged for a small revitalizing pill from the market and quietly placed it into her cloth satchel. He then chose a disabled middle-aged man, not for his own sake, but for his ailing mother whose condition had worsened. Li Pingyan discreetly offered him a small revitalizing pill as well. He was well aware that presenting such miracles publicly would be more in line with divine manifestations. However, he understood human nature all too well. If he were to perform miracles out of thin air, those who did not receive divine favor would only complain about the unfairness of heaven and the gods, questioning why others' prayers were answered while theirs were not. This could ultimately turn the faith he had just begun to cultivate into a destructive fire. If, upon returning to the village, they heard of someone being blessed by the deity, they would only reflect on their own piety, wondering if they had not been devout enough or had failed in their rituals. As for the third individual, Li Pingyan was momentarily at a loss. Out of the 70 or so present, the majority were already devout believers. Those who were not either held unrealistic wishes or desired things far beyond his current divine power. Nevertheless, there was no rush. Even in the present state of Qinshandiao, there remained a small portion of potential believers. The village head, Li Sifang, worshipped for some time. And although he did not witness any miracles, he addressed the villagers. My fellow villagers, in these tumultuous times, since Taiping Gong has manifested to bless us in Qinshandiao, we must not neglect our reverence for him. I intend to reconstruct the temple for Taiping Gong and forge a new golden statue. Alas, my financial resources are limited, and I know you all are struggling as well, but without Taiping Gong, we would have no protection. Therefore, I urge those who are able to contribute monetarily or with labor. What say you? The two elders, Feng, responded first. This is a duty we cannot shirk. Many other devout believers nodded in agreement. Of course, there were still several who hesitated. Seeing 2 or 3 dozen people responding, Li Sifang felt content. He sighed, reflecting. Within 100 miles, there are 5 or 6 villages that once worshipped deities and sought blessings, yet now they lie in ruin. Only our Taiping Gong and Qinshandiao continues to manifest in this chaotic world, protecting our kin. Such grace is beyond measure. The crowd voiced their agreement. The village head then summoned everyone to return to the village to discuss the matter further, intending to rally even more villagers to respond. Feng Zishan observed this scene, feeling a mix of sorrow and joy. The manifestation of Taiping Gong was indeed the great fortune earned by Qinshandiao over centuries. Although he lacked the ability to foresee fortunes, he sensed that since Taiping Gong had shown his divine presence, the number of wandering souls and ghosts in the desolate mountain had diminished significantly. Li Pingyan calmly remarked, now that you serve as an emissary for the spirits, you must not remain idle. In these chaotic times, we face not only natural disasters and human calamities but also the turmoil of demons and malevolent spirits, with countless vengeful souls. Even in Qinshandiao, there are occasional incidents of harm caused by evil spirits. Feng Zishan nodded. He recalled how Feng Shangan had nearly lost his life due to possession by a malevolent spirit. Li Pingyan now understood that these wandering souls and ghosts were classified into different tiers. The lowest tier comprised wandering spirits, most of whom transformed into such entities shortly after death, dissipating within 2 or 3 days. The next tier, ghosts, possessed some lingering attachment, such as grievances or unfulfilled wishes. Feng Zishan himself was a vengeful spirit among these ghosts. Of a higher caliber than this are the malevolent spirits, which are of a significantly more formidable nature. These are not mere manifestations of ordinary souls after death, nor are they simply products of nature. They may arise from the demise of formidable individuals or possess a comprehension of ghostly arts, engaging in countless misdeeds and proving exceedingly troublesome. The entity that has possessed Feng Shangan is a vile spirit that devours the life essence and souls of the living. Thus, even a spell of golden light, derived from a modicum of divine power, proved ineffective against it, ultimately exhausting a full 10 points of Li Pingyan's divine energy before he could vanquish it. Li Pingyan declared, Feng Zishan, I bestow upon you a magical artifact, commanding you to expel the solitary and vengeful spirits that wander around Qinshandiao without fail. Feng Zishan promptly responded, Thank you, Lord Taiping, for your esteemed regard. I shall exert my utmost efforts. However, I am curious as to what sort of artifact you bestow upon me. Chapter 8. In the name of the Great Peace, vanquish the demons and expel the evil spirits. Li Pingyan did not harbor the expectation that a mere Feng Zishan could withstand true malevolent spirits. He was merely capable of driving away ordinary wandering souls or perhaps slightly more advanced specters. He glanced at the divine marketplace and selected a peachwood sword. embellished with runes designed to exorcise demons and banish evil, a formidable weapon against lost souls. Given its low rank, it consumed only 30 incense points. Li Pingyan acquired it and bestowed it upon Feng Zishan, who was overjoyed, taking the sword with gratitude and examining it closely, overcome with emotion. Thank you, great peace. I shall do everything in my power to repay your kindness and protect my fellow villagers, never daring to betray your grace. Li Pingyan nodded. You may go. Yes. Great peace. With the peach-with sword in hand, Feng Zishan transformed into a gust of shadowy wind and departed. Li Pingyan was not acting without purpose. Firstly, the vicinity of Qinshan Ao was rife with wandering souls and spirits, causing the villagers great distress, under such circumstances, who would sincerely believe in him. Secondly, he discovered that exorcising evil spirits was, in itself, a form of merit. For instance, after vanquishing the malevolent spirit that had possessed Feng Shangan, his own spirit had grown stronger. Though he had not realized it at the time, he now understood that it had contributed to his cultivation level. At present, he was a pseudo-ninth-rank deity, requiring a full 10,000 points of merit to ascend. Accumulating incense points alone would be arduous. Yet purging evil spirits and wandering souls could also enhance his cultivation. Why not seize the opportunity? The demons slain by Feng Zishan would naturally count towards his own merit. Li Pingyan intended to take advantage of the night to rid the world of evil and seek out suitable candidates for his tasks. Meanwhile, Feng Zishan drifted away, soon distancing himself from the Temple of the Great Peace. His heart brimmed with emotion, utterly unprepared for such fortune. To follow the Great Peace even in death and bring benefit to his community. In his previous existence as a spirit, he had traveled alongside other wandering souls and was acutely aware of the places where the miasma was densest and where the souls congregated. Gripping the peach-with sword tightly, he swiftly arrived at a gathering place of wandering souls. Most of the spirits here were of the lowest rank, merely drifting aimlessly, causing Qinshan Ao to become increasingly laden with malevolence, attracting more calamities. Without a moment's hesitation, Feng Zishan let out a fierce shout to bolster his courage. And with a swift motion of the sword, he unleashed its power. The multitude of wandering souls, unable even to scream, was instantly shattered into nothingness. Though Feng Zishan appeared frail, he had served as a soldier for several years and was not entirely devoid of experience. Witnessing the sword's formidable might, he was filled with elation, and his demeanor lightened as he began to sweep through the area with fervor. Before long, the entire swathe of wandering souls was purged, and the oppressive atmosphere dissipated, allowing a breath of vitality to permeate the surroundings. Feng Zishan rejoiced, knowing he could finally bring benefit to his family and fellow villagers. Exhausted yet undeterred, he pressed on to the next location. At Li Pingyan's end, the sound of notifications echoed intermittently. In the name of the Great Peace, your spectral minion has vanquished a wandering soul, gaining 1 point of merit. In the name of the Great Peace, your spectral minion has vanquished a ghost, gaining 3 points of merit. Li Pingyan smiled faintly. Though the merit gained was minimal, accumulation was key. At this rate, he might soon achieve another breakthrough. At that moment, in Qinshan Ao, Li Sanyang hurried back from the Great Peace Temple to tend to her gravely ill child. Having heard of the Great Peace's miraculous manifestation, her previously despairing heart began to harbor a flicker of hope. She entrusted her neighbor, Aunt Li, to care for her child as she joined the villagers in offering incense and prayers at the temple. Though she had little hope, she did not wish to let go of any potential lifeline. Aunt, how is Xiaobao? Seeing her return, Aunt Li sighed. Alas, he remains the same, burning with fever and unconscious. I fear the worst. Li Sanyang's tears streamed down her cheeks as she fell to her knees by the bed, caressing her child's feverish body, consumed by despair. Heaven, why must you be so cruel? I do not know if his father is alive or dead, and now you would take my only hope from me. Why not take me instead? I would gladly trade my life for Xiaobao's. Heaven, do you hear me? Aunt Li, unable to contain her own tears at the heart-wrenching sight, wiped her eyes repeatedly. Sanyang, please. If you continue to cry like this, who will care for Xiaobao? But Li Sanyang was inconsolable, lost in her grief. At that moment, something rolled out of the cloth bag she had been holding. Unaware amidst her sorrow, she did not notice, but Aunt Li exclaimed and quickly picked it up. What is this? Bringing it closer to her nose. She was enveloped by a fragrant scent that invigorated her spirit, causing her to widen her eyes in astonishment. Xiaobao and Apos, as mother. Stop crying. Where did you get this medicine? Li Sanyang, taken aback, rubbed her tear-stained eyes and looked questioningly at the pill in Aunt Li and Amp. Apos, as hand. I Don and Amp. Apos, Tino when it appeared. Suddenly, a thought struck her. Could it be? Aunt Li also grasped the implication, and both women gasped in unison, "The Great Peace. Has the Great Peace manifested?" Li Sanyang hurriedly took the pill, cradling it in her hands and inspecting it closely. "It cannot be mistaken. I did not have this before I went to worship the Great Peace. How could it suddenly appear upon my return? It must be a sign of the Great Peace and Apos' divine intervention." Overwhelmed, Li Sanyang trembled and dropped to her knees, repeatedly bowing in gratitude. "Thank you, Great Peace. Thank you." Aunt Li quickly interjected. "First, give the medicine to Xiao Bao. If we wait too long, it may be too late." Yes, you and Apos. Rewrite." Li Sanyang hastily placed the pill in Xiao Bao and Apos' mouth, her hands trembling so much that it took several attempts before it finally went in. But Xiao Bao remained unconscious and unable to swallow. Aunt Li rushed to fetch water, and together they performed mouth-to-mouth resuscitation. Time passed, and gradually, the medicinal effects began to take hold. The two women clenched their fists, anxious and uncertain if this glimmer of hope was real or an illusion. Li Sanyang even pinched her arm to ensure she was awake. Suddenly, a clear, melodious cry of a baby rang out, and Li Sanyang's heart soared with joy as she rushed to embrace Xiao Bao, feeling his body cooling and his complexion returning to a healthy hue. Tears of joy streamed down her face as she showered her child with kisses, her heart overflowing with relief. Aunt Li too was moved to tears. Overjoyed for the mother and child, she fell to her knees, proclaiming, "The Great Peace has truly manifested. It is a miracle." Li Sanyang also hurriedly knelt on the ground, cradling her little treasure in her arms, weeping profusely in prayer. "May the benevolence of Taiping grant my child a safe return. Such immense kindness is beyond my ability to repay. Even if it requires me to toil like a beast of burden, I could scarcely repay 1/10,000th of Taiping and Apos' grace. Henceforth, I shall burn incense daily and offer nightly prayers, never daring to forget the generosity of Taiping." At this moment, the little treasure had ceased to cry. Gazing curiously at the two kneeling women, his expression was one of confusion as he tilted his head, his large eyes inquisitively fixed on his mother, unable to comprehend why she was both weeping and smiling. Chapter 9. The more wicked the man, the more he worships the gods. Above 3 feet, there are deities. In the secluded valley of Qingshan, the disabled and limping middle-aged man, Li San, discovered a miraculous elixir in his embrace, filling his heart with immense joy. He attempted to administer it to his gravely ill mother. In no time, the frail woman, who resembled a flickering candle in the wind, astonishingly opened her eyes once more. Li San could not help but grasp her emaciated hand tightly, tears streaming down his face in a torrent of emotion. Li Ping and Apos had gained 2 more devout followers. Meanwhile, the village chief, Li Sifang, returned to Qingshan to convene the villagers regarding the reconstruction of the Taiping Gong temple. Although many responded to his call, in this impoverished land beset by turmoil, where could they possibly procure the necessary funds? Despite being the village chief, Li Sifang found himself destitute and could only sigh and shake his head. 2 elderly men, the Fengs, reminded him, "Village chief, although Qingshan is poor, it is not devoid of wealthy individuals." Li Sifang furrowed his brow. "Are you referring to Huang Yuanwei?" "Indeed. That Huang Yuanwei can indeed use his wealth to influence matters, even managing to evade conscription in Qishan County. If he were willing to provide funding, how could we not succeed in reconstructing the temple dedicated to the Taiping god?" Li Sifang and Apos' heart stirred, but he shook his head again. "Though that may be true, Huang Yuanwei is accustomed to oppressing the villagers and is notoriously stingy. Why would he part with his money?" Feng Hanan replied, "This is a different time. He may refuse to spend on ordinary mortals, but now that the Taiping god has manifested, how could Huang Yuanwei, regardless of his wealth and power, dare to disrespect a true deity? Moreover, if he contributes to the temple and Apos' reconstruction, he would undoubtedly receive the Taiping god and Apos' protection. What is not to gain?" Feng Shanjin nodded in agreement. "Village chief, although I may not have seen much of the world, I understand this principle. The more wicked a man is, the more diligently he worships the gods." Li Sifang chuckled bitterly. "That may indeed hold some truth. I shall personally pay a visit to this scoundrel, to Huang Yuanwei, and plead my case. If he can provide the funds, then everything will be straightforward." Without delay, Li Sifang made his way to Huang Yuanwei's residence. Upon seeing the imposing gate and grand architecture, he couldn't help but smirk coldly. Even in chaotic times, the wealthy still lived better than the poor. Most of the strong laborers in Qingshan had been conscripted. Yet Huang Yuanwei and Apos' family had managed to escape calamity thanks to their wealth. Together with his 2 unruly sons, they had since reigned supreme in the village. with no one daring to challenge them. Li Sifang, well aware of this reality, felt powerless and could only sigh as he knocked on the door. Shortly, a brutish servant opened it, sizing up Li Sifang with disdain. "What brings you to the Yuanys estate?" Li Sifang explained his purpose, causing the servant and Apos' expression to shift. "I have heard that the Taiping god has shown his divine presence. Is it truly so? With Feng Shanjin and Feng Hanan as witnesses." There could be no doubt. The servant, realizing the gravity of the situation, dared not speak further, even the most wicked among them, upon learning that deities exist just above their heads, would not risk showing any disrespect. "Follow me." Li Sifang waited in the grand hall for what felt like an eternity before Huang Yuanwei finally arrived. Observing the rotund figure of Huang, Li Sifang couldn't suppress his thoughts. Yet, with a request in mind, he quickly rose to his feet, bowing respectfully and stating his intentions. Huang Yuanwei, twirling 2 iron balls in his hands, squinted his sharp, willow-like eyes amidst his plump visage. "Oh, the Taiping god has manifested? Is this truly the case?" "Indeed. It is no fabrication." Huang Yuanwei's iron balls trembled slightly. "If this is true, then I, Huang Sanchan, shall certainly take it upon myself to aid in the temple's reconstruction. As for worshipping the gods, I would never fall behind." Li Sifang recalled Feng Shangen's earlier words and couldn't help but smirk inwardly. Of course. However, Huang Yuanwei continued, "But the costs for rebuilding the temple and creating a new statue are not insignificant. Even the Taiping god must show me a true manifestation before I would consider parting with my silver." Li Sifang was taken aback. "This?" Huang Yuanwei chuckled, patting Li Sifang on the shoulder as if treating him like a junior. "Village chief, fret not. Tomorrow I shall take my 2 good-for-nothing sons to the Taiping temple to pay my respects. If the Taiping god is truly divine, he will surely understand my intentions and show a sign. In that case, I shall respectfully fund the temple and Apos' reconstruction and the creation of his statue. But if not, you expect me to part with my money? That would be mere folly." Li Sifang's complexion changed dramatically. "Huang Yuanwei, how dare you utter such disrespectful words?" This. Huang Sanchan sneered. "How is that disrespectful? Am I expected to spend hundreds of taels of silver to repair a dilapidated temple without just cause? Other villages also have their deities. Am I to fund their temples as well? If you want me to spend, you must prove that the Taiping god is truly divine." Li Sifang sighed. Though the words were irreverent, he could not deny their validity. "Very well, Huang Yuanwei, you may go and pay your respects tomorrow and see what the Taiping god's wishes are." Agreed. At that moment, a figure barged into the hall, sneering coldly, and addressed Li Sifang. "Village chiefly, how have you considered the matter of acting as a matchmaker for me?" Li Sifang's expression changed. The newcomer was none other than Huang Sanchan's second son, Huang Xiaoxiang. The 2 sons of Huang Yuanwei were notorious in the village. The elder son, Huang Xiaoying, relished in bullying the weak, often leading a gang to intimidate the villagers. Meanwhile, the second son, Huang Xiaoxiang, was a notorious rake. Though he might have restrained himself somewhat previously, with most of the village's able-bodied men conscripted, he now faced no opposition from the elderly, women, and children. Huang Xiaoxing's so-called matchmaking involved his desire to take the village's most destitute orphan, Li Xiuxiu, as a concubine. He had attempted this multiple times, but she had defiantly resisted, causing considerable distress for him. Of course, he had the means to force her, but he derived pleasure from the challenge. His greatest delight lay in witnessing the suffering and despair of women, ultimately bending them to his will. Huang Yuanwei not only failed to rein in his son's wickedness but actively encouraged their excesses. Li Sifang sighed. To accept money from such a villain for the reconstruction of a temple would be to sully the divine. He shook his head. "Second young master, this old man cannot assist you in that regard. Perhaps you should seek someone more suitable." Huang Xiaoxiang exploded in rage. "Li Sifang, I address you as village chief out of respect for your age. In this Qishan, who does not know that our Wang family is the true authority? Do not mistake my kindness for weakness. I have heard you wish to reconstruct the temple and create a new statue? It's a pity that you mud-legged. Impoverished folk together wouldn't be worth much. No money? You dare to honor a deity? If you truly wish to worship the gods, you will still rely on our Huang family. Do not forget, money can indeed summon the divine. Before tomorrow arrives, if you cannot secure this marriage for me, then even you impoverished souls shall never hope to reconstruct any golden statue of the revered Taiping Gong. Do as you see fit." Li Sifang was rendered speechless. You. He turned to Huang Sanchan, who unexpectedly responded with a smile. Xiao Xiang's request is not unreasonable. After all, what is a merely Xiao compared to the entirety of the Huang family? Even the esteemed Taiping Gong himself should weigh the options, whether to depend on a destitute orphan's meager offerings or to rely on our Huang family to assist in rebuilding his temple, restoring his golden stature, and providing the finest tributes daily, complete with drums and gongs to widely proclaim his benevolence. In this transaction, which holds greater significance, he must surely comprehend. Chapter 10. The Divine Way is like the Heavenly Way. The Supreme One forgets emotion. Li Sifang left the Huang residence in a daze, wandering along the road, sighing deeply, unsure of what to do. Before he realized it, he found himself standing before Li Xiaoxiu's doorstep. A chill ran down his spine. Was he truly destined to commit such heinous acts in the name of honoring the gods? Would the deities truly protect the wicked? Li Sifang could not fathom the answer. Even if Taiping Gong were to manifest his divinity, would the Heavenly Way, which is indifferent to the plight of mortals, truly distinguish between good and evil? If there were genuine retribution for good and evil, why then did the world seem to favor the malevolent? It is not merely that the divine path is waning. Even at its zenith, the wicked thrived. The saying, those who kill and plunder are adorned with gold, while those who mend roads and bridges meet with demise, is no mere rhetoric. The divine, like the Heavenly Way, is perhaps devoid of both good and evil. Contemplating this, Li Sifang sighed and raised his hand to knock on the door, only to let it fall again. What do I, a poor old man from a remote village, dare to presume about divine beings? Yet, I am acutely aware of my own conscience. I would rather die than partake in such barbarity. Resolving firmly, he loathed his previous hesitation, slapping his own face with a resounding crack. He turned on his heel, determined to leave. Suddenly, the door behind him swung open, revealing a frail figure, trembling as she carried a bucket of water to pour out. Upon seeing Li Sifang's retreating silhouette, she called out, "Village chief?" Li Sifang was startled and turned back to see her, though slight in stature, possessing delicate features with an indomitable spirit. Indeed, it was Li Xiaoxiu. "Oh, it's you, Xiaoxiu." Noticing his evasive demeanor, she felt a twinge of suspicion. Was the village chief seeking her out for something? And no. Then, a thought struck her. With a sudden motion, she splashed the dirty water from the bucket onto the ground, setting it down, hands on her hips, and let out a cold huff. "The village chief isn't here to speak for that yellow dog, is he?" Before Li Sifang could respond, she launched into a tirade. "You tell that yellow dog. If he wishes to marry me, Li Xiaoxiu, he can wait until the sun rises from the west. I am all alone, with nothing to my name. While his family is grand and powerful, I may not be able to oppose him, but if he attempts to force me, I will not go down without a fight. Even if he drags me to his bed, I would bite my tongue and die, and before I do, I will tear off that yellow dog's ears." Li Sifang could only smile bitterly, yet he felt a surge of admiration for her. An orphan girl, growing up alone in such chaotic times, had endured unimaginable hardships. Her fiery temperament was merely a means of self-preservation, driven by a singular thought, to survive. With a sigh, Li Sifang said, "Xiaoxiu, you misunderstand. How could I advocate for that yellow dog, for the Huang family? I came to warn you, Huang Xiaoxiong may pose a threat to you tonight. You must exercise utmost caution." Xiaoxiu's expression darkened. What does he intend to do? Li Sifang proceeded to recount the past events. Xiaoxiu gave a bitter laugh. "Well, for the sake of rebuilding the temple for Taiping Gong, what does my life matter? Village chief, you must think the same, right? No, it's not just that. That yellow dog is likely correct. Taiping Gong probably thinks so too, doesn't he? Xiaoxiu, you must not speak so recklessly. You blaspheme the divine." Tears streamed down Xiaoxiu's face. "I blaspheme the divine. But what good does it do to refrain? In this vast world, who would seek justice for me? Village chief, can you?" Li Sifang fell silent. "I do not blame you. The Huang family is powerful and affluent, and the village chief has been striving to protect the village. But who will save me?" Li Sifang remained quiet for a long time. "Xiaoxiu, at this point, it may be best to sincerely pray to Taiping Gong. Perhaps there lies a glimmer of hope." Taiping Gong, Taiping Gong." Xiaoxiu wept. "Can you truly save me?" Meanwhile, at the Huang residence, Huang Sanshan paced back and forth in the great hall, his two sons looking on in confusion. "Father, why do you walk back and forth like this? Is it because of that Taiping Gong matter?" The elder son, Huang Xiaoying, scoffed. "I have never believed in ghosts or gods. Even if they exist, what can they do to me? In this world, the strong prey upon the weak. Even deities must favor the powerful." Huang Sanshan glanced at him. "You make a fair point, my son, but the matter of spirits is not to be taken lightly. We, father and sons, are considered wealthy in this remote area. We are akin to local emperors, who would dare to provoke us, even within 100 miles. Yet, if there truly are deities, who knows what they might look like? The younger son, Huang Shaoxiong, frowned. Father, are you suggesting we should really rebuild the temple? Bow down to some god like those foolish commoners? Huang Sanshan replied, if there are no deities, we lose little by doing so. But if there are, then we could ensure our family's prosperity for generations to come. Wouldn't that be a fortunate outcome? This gamble is a surefire win. The two sons exchanged glances. Father speaks wisely. Should we not go tomorrow to pay our respects? No need to wait until tomorrow. We can worship at home tonight. I wish to see if Taiping Gong truly has any power. After concluding their discussion, the three of them set up an altar at home, arranging flowers, incense, fruits, and the finest offerings, gathering 30 to 40 servants from the estate, all of whom bowed down in prayer. Huang Sanshan knelt, and then half raised himself to pray. Most esteemed Taiping Gong, if you truly have divine presence, I beseech you to bless the Huang family with continued prosperity for generations, forever enjoying wealth and honor. Should my prayers be answered, I, Huang Sanshan, along with my 2 sons and 38 members of the household, shall offer daily incense and sacrifices, rebuild your temple, and forge a golden statue to repay your great kindness and virtue. Among the crowd, some were sincere, others skeptical, and some outright disbelievers. Yet they all joined Huang Sanshan in worship. At that moment, within the temple of Taiping Gong, Li Pinggan received 2 offerings of prayer as night fell. One came from the Huang residence, a grand ceremony with high-quality offerings and a multitude of participants. Just from this single event, even outside the temple, Li Pinggan amassed over 100 points of incense value. Even he could not help but feel stirred. The Huang family was indeed formidable. If he could win them over, it would be akin to dominating half of Qingshan Ao. Not to mention, they would assist in rebuilding the temple and forging a golden statue. However, just then, Li Pinggan received yet another faint and sorrowful prayer. The young girl, Li Xiuxiu, had lost her mother at a tender age and her father shortly thereafter, leading to a life of solitude and struggle amidst the chaos of the world. Relying solely on her own hands for sustenance, she fought for survival without the support of heaven or earth. In the grand scheme of fate, life and death are predestined, and wealth and honor are dictated by the heavens. Should the girl perish, she would have no grounds to blame the heavens or the earth, merely reuniting with her parents in the earth below. Yet, the tyrannical Yellow family, notorious for their oppression of the good-hearted, had a particularly vile second son who, like a beast in human guise, committed acts of unspeakable depravity. The girl would rather meet her end than endure his humiliation. In her earnestness, she called upon the deity Taiping Gong, fully aware of her insincerity, for she had never truly worshipped him before. This last-minute plea was born out of sheer desperation. She sought nothing more than a clear conscience, even if it meant death, praying that Taiping Gong would grant her a clean departure from this world. Should such a blessing be bestowed upon her, she vowed to toil endlessly in gratitude for the great kindness and virtue of Taiping Gong. As she spoke, 2 streams of tears cascaded down her cheeks, and she prostrated herself in fervent prayer upon the ground. Upon hearing her heartfelt supplication, Li Pinggan was moved deeply. While Li Xiuxiu was undeniably a pitiable soul, aiding her would merely add another devout believer to the fold. Conversely, aiding the Yellow family, despite their malevolence, would fortify and amplify his own faith. Is the divine path truly as immutable as the path of destiny? Does the highest realm truly abandon all emotions? Chapter 11. May peace reign in this world. Justice prevail. Li Pinggan was acutely aware that the decision he was about to make would profoundly influence and alter the course of his entire future. Should he become a cold, unfeeling deity, detached from the world, or should he, in alignment with the grand aspiration he had vowed, ensure that kindness was rewarded and malevolence punished in this realm? In truth, Li Pinggan had already reached a resolution deep within his heart. This resolution was not a spur-of-the-moment decision but had long resided within him. At that moment, a ghostly figure drifted into view, appearing remarkably frail. It was Feng Zishan, returning from his ghost exorcising endeavors. Clearly exhausted, he struggled to return. Li Pinggan extended a hand, unleashing a surge of divine power, which instantly coalesced Feng Zishan's spirit, restoring his strength. Feng Zishan hurried back to the Temple of Peace, kneeling before Li Pinggan in gratitude. Thank you, Lord of Peace. I am but a humble servant, nearly unable to return. Observing Feng Zishan's state, Li Pinggan understood that he had overexerted himself. After all, in just one night, he had likely expelled hundreds of wandering souls. Li Pinggan's own cultivation had increased significantly as well. He couldn't help but chuckle. Feng Zishan, my order to you to exorcise spirits was not a task to be undertaken lightly. There was no need for such bravado. Feng Zishan replied with a wry smile. How could I, as a mere mortal, dare to not exert my utmost effort in fulfilling the command of the Lord of Peace? Moreover, exorcising spirits and vanquishing evil is a noble endeavor that benefits the community. How could I be negligent? Li Ping'an nodded. While Feng Zishan may have been somewhat naive, he indeed possessed a pure heart. Well done. Feng Zishan rejoiced. To receive a word of praise from the Lord of Peace is a blessing beyond measure. Though Feng Zishan had aided in the exorcism, he too had gained merit, earning partial divine status through Li Ping'an's power, thereby enhancing his own spiritual cultivation. Suddenly, Feng Zishan hesitated, as if grappling with his words. What is it you wish to say? Li Ping'an inquired. Feng Zishan continued. I respectfully report to the Lord of Peace that upon my return, I witnessed the Huang family mobilizing forces. Young Master Huang Shaoxiong led a group of thugs, seemingly intent on committing some nefarious act. I wonder what the Lord of Peace intends to do? Li Ping'an's heart stirred. It appeared Huang Shaoxiong had commenced his plans. He had made his decision, yet he heard Feng Zishan ask, What do you think? Feng Zishan hastily replied, How could I presume to speculate on the divine intentions of the Lord of Peace? I have heard that the heavenly way is constant, indifferent to the rise of Yao or the fall of Jie. As a deity, the Lord of Peace must surely adhere to this principle, existing beyond emotions of love or hate. Li Ping'an smirked slightly. Did you speak out of turn? Is that truly what you believe? Feng Zishan forced a bitter smile. Though I have been sheltered by the Lord of Peace, I am merely a fledgling spirit, still clinging to human principles, naturally hoping that the heavens have eyes, that the divine is just, rewarding the virtuous and punishing the wicked. However, Li Ping'an interjected sternly, however, in your view, the heavenly path is inferior to the human way. Feng Zishan shuddered in fear. I dare not. There is nothing to fear. This is your true belief. Li Ping'an asserted. Whether human or ghost, one must heed their true heart. How could I do otherwise? The ancient way has long since fallen into decay. Now, as the heavenly order crumbles and chaos reigns in the three realms, I, in the name of the Lord of Peace, shall reconstruct the great path, reshape the world, and recreate the cosmos. From this day forth, my will shall be the heavenly will, my path shall be the heavenly path. I choose to embrace goodness. Feng Zishan stood in stunned silence, then his heart surged with fervor, collapsing to the ground in reverence, tears streaming down his face. I vow to follow the Lord of Peace to the ends of the earth, even at the cost of my own destruction. Let us reshape the world and recreate the cosmos. May peace reign in this world, and justice prevail. Thus, Li Ping'an firmly established his great aspiration, solidifying his resolve and spirit, vowing never to waver again. From that moment, Feng Zishan also pledged his unwavering allegiance to the Lord of Peace, ready to sacrifice everything. What shall we do about today's events, Lord of Peace? Feng Zishan inquired. Li Ping'an responded, You may command the wandering souls to thwart Huang family's malevolent actions. Do not concern yourself with anything else. Overjoyed, Feng Zishan exclaimed, Yes, Lord of Peace. Having regained his strength, he took his leave, wielding a peachwood sword to rally the wandering souls against Huang Shaoxiong's wrongdoing. At that moment, Li Ping'an felt a warmth envelop him. Congratulations, host, on making a life and death decision, choosing the new divine path of justice, reshaping the world, and recreating the cosmos. The host's choice aligns with their great aspiration, resonating with the will of heaven and the hearts of the people, earning additional rewards. The banner of rewarding good and punishing evil. Li Ping'an's heart stirred. His recent choice indeed held the key to shaping the future. He had unexpectedly received an additional reward. The divine artifact. The banner of rewarding good and punishing evil. It could gather the hearts of the people, directing them towards goodness and punishing the wicked. Once activated, it would unify all, amplifying their collective strength immensely. Li Ping'an smiled faintly. This was not merely a tool for today, but would undoubtedly serve him well in his quest to dominate the world and restore order. He grasped the banner of rewarding good and punishing evil, his spirit departing, activating divine powers to traverse the night, vanishing from the Temple of Peace. Meanwhile, Huang Shaoxiong, reveling in the obscured night, led a band of ruffians towards the secluded home of Li Xiuxiu, envisioning her delicate beauty and fiery spirit. The thought of her being subdued beneath him brought forth a lewd grin. Move faster. If you delay my affairs, none of you will have a good end. Huang Shaoxing barked, striding ahead. Suddenly, the night sky darkened ominously, shrouding the already dim moonlight in an inky veil. The world was engulfed in utter darkness, where one could not see their own hand. An autumn breeze sent shivers through everyone, as if they had plunged into an icy abyss, chilling to the bone, penetrating their very souls. Huang Shaoxing trembled. What is happening? One of his henchmen stuttered, "Young master, something feels off. It suddenly feels so ghostly. So cold." Recalling the legends of the Lord of Peace, Huang Xiaoxiong's heart quaked, his face paling. "Don't frighten yourselves. What ghosts are gods? If they truly existed, would we still be here today? In this valley, we are the ones who command fear." Despite his bravado, his lackeys were already petrified, shivering uncontrollably, too terrified to advance. Enraged, Huang Xiaoxiong was about to unleash his fury when his vision was obscured by a multitude of ghastly figures, twisted and terrifying, reaching out towards him. "Ah!" he screamed in terror, instantly so frightened that he lost control of his bladder. Chapter 12. Justice Prevails in the End. Feng Zishan had long been aware of the Huang family's numerous misdeeds and was determined not to show them any mercy. He summoned a horde of restless spirits, their presence overwhelming and ominous, manifesting a scene reminiscent of a hellish realm, as they blocked Huang Xiaoxiong's path. The sycophants, each guilty of heinous acts, were filled with deep-seated fear of the supernatural. Having heard whispers of Taiping Gong's divine intervention, they were already consumed by anxiety. When confronted by the vengeful spirits, they were utterly terrified, their souls nearly escaping their bodies. Although Huang Xiaoxiong attempted to bolster his courage, the terrifying sensation of numerous wandering souls passing through him was beyond description, causing him to lose control of his bodily functions in sheer fright. In a fit of rage against this villain, Feng Zishan thrust his Peachwood talisman sword downwards with force. With a sickening sound, it pierced Huang Xiaoxiong's chest. Yet, despite Huang Xiaoxiong's wickedness, he was still a living man. The Peachwood sword, effective against malevolent spirits and demons, proved futile against the living. Although it had penetrated his body, it was to no avail. Feng Zishan let out a cold, contemptuous laugh and unleashed a relentless swarm of vengeful spirits, gnawing at Huang Xiaoxiong's soul. Huang Xiaoxiong collapsed to the ground with a thud, his eyes, once filled with life, now vacuous and increasingly devoid of expression in an indescribable terror. Meanwhile, within the Huang household, Huang Sanshan sensed a foreboding omen upon hearing of his second son's late-night escapade. He had spent the evening paying homage to Taiping Gong, but had seen no sign of favor, leaving him in a state of uncertainty. Either Taiping Gong was powerless, or perhaps he had chosen not to protect his family. As the hours passed with no sign of his son's return, he roused his eldest son, Huang Xiaoying. The two, accompanied by a group of remaining henchmen, set forth towards the direction of Li Xiuxiu's residence. He could easily surmise his second son's destination. The night was thick with darkness as Huang Sanshan and his entourage, torches in hand, advanced with a growing sense of dread gnawing at them. Their ominous feelings intensified as they arrived at a desolate area. Finally discovering the fate of Huang Xiaoxiong and his companions, Huang Sanshan, his rotund figure striding forward, was met with the sight of his second son lying motionless on the ground, having lost control of his bodily functions and utterly lifeless. My son, my son!" Huang Xiaoying gasped in horror, rushing over, only to find that while his brother still drew breath, his eyes were rolled back, revealing only the whites, filled with an empty, bewildered gaze. He had lost all semblance of sanity. "Father, what has happened?" Huang Sanshan, overcome with grief, could not hear Huang Xiaoying and Appo's desperate questions. Huang Xiaoying quickly dispatched someone to check on the other servants, only to find them in a similar state, helpless, their spirits diminished, reduced to mere shells of their former selves. The henchmen, terrified and bewildered, gasped in shock. It is Taiping Gong. Taiping Gong has manifested," someone cried. "The second young master, having committed many sins, has finally met his retribution at the hands of Taiping Gong. Have mercy, Taiping Gong. I was merely confused in a moment of folly. Taiping Gong. I was forced by the wicked Huang family." With that, the henchmen fell to their knees, repeatedly bowing and pleading for mercy. Feng Zishan, observing this scene, felt a measure of satisfaction. Regrettably, after having terrified Huang Xiaoxing to the point of madness, he found himself drained once more. Though he longed to confront the true instigator, Huang Sanshan, he found himself powerless. Nevertheless, witnessing the anguish of the father, whose son had succumbed to madness, brought him a degree of satisfaction. It was worth noting that this father and son duo had wrought havoc upon countless families, tearing them apart, abducting numerous innocent women, and causing the demise of many good souls. Such a fate was indeed well-deserved. Time passed, and Huang Sanshan clenched his fists tightly. "Everyone, stand up. What nonsense is this about gods and spirits? I do not believe in such things. Whoever is responsible for my son's plight, I shall seek vengeance and restore justice. You all will join me in demolishing the temple of Taiping Gong, shattering his idol. I shall see how brazen he dares to be." The henchman, rendered speechless, hesitated, not one daring to move. Huang Sanshan sneered, So, you all fear Taiping Gong. In that case, let us first abduct Li Xiuxiu. Let us slay her to accompany my son. The henchmen exchanged glances, knowing they could not defile the temple. But the act of abducting a woman was something they were all too familiar with. Huang Shaoying coldly remarked, "Father is right. Let us seize Li Xiuxiu to avenge my brother." With a unified shout to bolster their courage, they charged towards Li Xiuxiu and Appo's home. However, upon arriving at her doorstep, they were met with a group of people already guarding the entrance. At the forefront stood the village chief, Li Sifang. Huang Sanshan erupted in fury. "Li Sifang, do you dare to rebel?" Li Sifang replied coldly, "Huang Sanshan, I am the village chief of Qishan Ao. You are nothing but a ruthless beast in human guise. If you and your son wish to abduct Li Xiuxiu, you must first step over our dead bodies." The crowd rallied behind him, their voices rising in unison. Filled with righteous indignation, Li Xiuxiu did not shy away. Standing beside Li Sifang, she boldly shouted, "Where is that Huang dog?" Huang Sanshan, infuriated by her reference to Huang Shaoxiang, raged, "It is you, you vixen, who has seduced my son. You have brought about his madness. Today, I will take your life as a sacrifice for my son." Li Xiuxiu, Li Sifang, and the villagers were momentarily taken aback, then erupted in laughter. Taiping Gong. Surely, it is Taiping Gong who has intervened. Justice has been served. Thank you, Taiping Gong, for advocating on our behalf. Li Xiuxiu laughed heartily. Well said. It is a fitting end for that wicked Huang dog. Tears streamed down her face as she rejoiced. Thank you, Taiping Gong, for answering my prayers. She knelt, her tears flowing as she offered her gratitude. Huang Sanshan, seething with rage, clenched his fists and gritted his teeth. He struck a henchman across the face with a resounding slap. What are you all waiting for? Do you really believe that worshipping Taiping Gong will save you now? Whatever gods there may be, we have no retreat left. Slay these people. Even if Taiping Gong exists, without their faith, he holds no power. Upon hearing this, the henchmen realized their own misdeeds left them no room for mercy. If they were to kill these devotees of Taiping Gong, they might find a sliver of hope for survival. Thus, under Huang Shaoying's command, the wicked servants raised their weapons in a furious roar and charged towards the elderly, women, and children of Qishan Ao. Chapter 13. The Banner of Justice. A testament worthy of divine protection. At this moment, Feng Zishan had also caught up. Yet he found himself powerless. As he gazed at the bloodthirsty henchmen, who were so consumed by rage that they disregarded the possibility of the divine intervention of Taiping Gong, he felt a profound despair. They were intent on committing heinous acts, wanting to eradicate their target completely. This brutal scene filled Feng Zishan with both shock and anger. Yet he was utterly helpless, consumed by anxiety and desperation. The wicked servants of the Huang family were all in their prime, robust and accustomed to bullying others. Who could possibly stand against them? Conversely, the villagers defending Li Xiuxiu were merely the old, weak, and women left after the strong had been conscripted. Even with their numbers doubled, they could not withstand such bullies. Li Xiuxiu, though immensely grateful, could not help but weep at the stark disparity. She sincerely knelt and pleaded, "O Taiping Gong, I, a humble woman, am grateful for your divine aid. However, I beseech you now, please save us. Save these impoverished and helpless villagers." Li Sifang and the others were filled with trepidation. Despite their preparations, they knew their chances were slim. Feng Zishan could not suppress his cries. "Taiping Gong, save us." Among the crowd were his elderly father, Feng Hanwen, and another old man, Feng Shanzhen. Additionally, there was the disabled middle-aged man, Li San, who, despite his condition, clutched a cane and was determined to fight, along with Li Sanyang, who stood protectively in front of Li Xiuxiu. There was no doubt that they were all responding to the divine will of Taiping Gong. Li Sifang realized that they had no choice but to fight with all their might. Gritting his teeth, he shouted and swung the stick in his hand fiercely towards the sword wielded by Huang Shaoying. Bang! Huang Shaoying sneered as he heard a sound of shattering. He assumed it was Li Sifang's stick that had broken, but the next moment, clang! A crisp sound rang out as his precious sword shattered and fell to the ground. What? Li Sifang was dumbfounded. Not only did his stick not break Huang Shaoying and Appo's sword, but how could he possess such strength to counter the notorious fighter Huang Shaoying? At that moment, Li Xiuxiu suddenly exclaimed, "Village chief, what banner do you hold in your hands?" Li Sifang was taken aback, then looked at the weapon he was tightly gripping. It was no ordinary stick, but a grand banner fluttering in the wind. This is... Everyone was stunned, but soon they comprehended what had transpired. It was Taiping Gong. Taiping Gong had manifested. That banner. Surely it was a treasure bestowed upon them by Taiping Gong. Feng Zishan was filled with astonishment and joy, immediately kneeling on the ground. Thank you, Taiping Gong. Thank you. Taiping Gong. Li Sifang's mouth fell open, and finally, a blazing fire ignited in his eyes. Good. O Taiping Gong. Since you have granted us such a divine artifact, it must be for us to vanquish evildoers and uphold justice. With a mighty sweep, Li Sifang waved the flag in his grasp. In that instant, not only did he feel a surge of power, but all those charging alongside him experienced an exponential increase in strength. On the other side, Huang Xiaoying and his cohorts stood dumbstruck, astonished by this miraculous sight. Their hearts were already gripped by fear. Who dared to continue fighting? Li Sifang roared, bringing the flagstaff crashing down. Huang Xiaoying hastily raised his broken sword to defend. But with a clang, the sword shattered once more, and he was forcefully repelled. What? Huang Xiaoying was utterly astonished. Known for his valor, how could he be repeatedly knocked back by such a frail old man? This was beyond explanation. With the thought of his brother's grim fate, Huang Xiaoying could no longer contain his fear and fled, abandoning his broken sword. The other henchmen, already unable to withstand the sudden surge of strength from the villagers, were scattered, crying out in despair. Witnessing Huang Xiaoying and Apos as retreat, they too fled in all directions. Li Xiuxiu, clutching a wooden stick, positioned herself to intercept Huang Xiaoying. This strike was for all the suffering villagers. Bang! Her usual ferocity was amplified, and she swung down fiercely, striking Huang Xiaoying and Apos' forehead, causing him to bleed profusely and scream as he fled in panic. The most bewildered of all was Huang Sanshan. He gazed at the fluttering banner, as if witnessing the divine power of Taiping Gong, his body trembling uncontrollably. My lord, do not stand there dazed, flee. A henchman urgently tugged at his sleeve. But Huang Sanshan seemed paralyzed with fear, utterly motionless. The henchman stomped his foot and fled. Li Sifang waved the flag and commanded, do not let Huang Sanshan escape. Hearing this, Huang Sanshan awoke from his stupor and attempted to run. Suddenly, bang! His knee buckled under the force of a blow, and he fell to the ground. He cried out in agony, turning to see it was the lame man, Li San. Li San, how dare you? Li San's eyes brimmed with tears. Silence. This leg was broken by your hand, Huang Sanshan. Today, under the divine intervention of Taiping Gong, I have received the elixir that saved my mother's life. From this day forth, my life belongs to Taiping Gong. I cannot forget that Taiping Gong has sent this miraculous banner to protect us in our quest for justice. Today, I shall avenge my past. And for all the oppressed by your Huang family and Qishan and Apos, I will exact vengeance. Bang! Another loud sound echoed as the cane struck Huang Sanshan and Apos' head. Huang Sanshan covered his head, his mind buzzing, and finally, his vision darkened as he lost consciousness. In that final moment, he regretted his actions. Had he known, he would have personally gone to the Taiping Gong temple to offer prayers, lest he be outsmarted by these commoners. Even at this moment, he understood nothing. Li Sifang, tears streaming down his face, watched as everyone united to defeat Huang and Apos as henchmen, sending them fleeing in all directions. They had effectively shattered the Huang family and Apos as stronghold. He counted the captives, including Huang Santian, Huang Xiaoying, and nearly all the wicked henchmen. Unfortunately, only Huang Xiaoying managed to escape. But he alone posed no threat. Li Sifang trembled, his body shaking, yet he raised the banner high. Let us go. We shall dismantle the Huang family estate. In the name of Taiping Gong, we uphold justice. Excellent. At that moment, Li Pingyan silently observed the scene, a slight smile gracing his lips. Divine love extends to all, yet humanity must also strive for its own salvation. Had it not been for Li Sifang rallying the villagers to aid Li Xiuxiu today, this battle would not have concluded so effortlessly. Li Sifang and the others have proven themselves worthy of the protection of Taiping Gong. At this moment, congratulations to the host for completing the task, responding to the prayers of 3 believers or non-believers, thereby elevating their faith to a state of fervent devotion. Congratulations to the host for receiving a reward of 5,000 incense points. Chapter 14. Achieving the divine position of the just God. The mandate of heaven in hand. Li Pingyan gazed contentedly at the unfolding scenes. Suddenly, a thought struck him. He had already received the system's reward. The task was complete. Having answered the prayers of at least 3 devotees and elevated their faith to a state of fervor. In truth, Li Pingyan had exceeded the task's requirements. Not only Li Sanyang, Li San, and Li Xiuxiu, but also at least another 6 or 7 individuals had transcended from ordinary believers to a state of deep devotion during this battle. Thus, the reward was rightfully his, a staggering 5,000 incense points. At this moment, Li Pingyan had expended 30 points of incense value on a peachwood talisman. Yet he had accrued a couple of hundred points overnight, in addition to over 100 points of cultivation from Feng Zishan's expulsion of wandering souls. A gentle smile graced Li Pingyan's face as he returned to the Taiping Gong temple, resettling himself before his divine statue to check his current attributes. Divine position, Wild God cultivation level, 9th rank just God pseudo, 235 10,000, divine power, 90 incense value, 5,684. Li Pingyan was overjoyed. 5,000 points of incense value in his possession. Without hesitation, he chose to purchase the coveted treasure from the marketplace. The Mandate of Heaven. 9th rank land god level. In an instant, a Mandate of Heaven materialized, merging seamlessly with Li Pingyan's divine soul. At that moment, he felt as though he had become one with the natural order of heaven and earth. Thump, 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 thump. He seemed to hear the resonances of all things in existence, the high heavens, the vast earth, the autumn breeze, the nightfall voices of people, barking dogs, chirping insects, singing birds. Everything felt within his grasp, clear and perceptive. Moreover, fine, nearly invisible golden threads appeared in his hands, seemingly connecting him to all the myriad phenomena within his domain. The multitude of believers, wielding absolute authority. Boom, boom. Suddenly, a thunderous roar echoed through the autumn night. Li Pingyan understood that this was the natural reverberation from heaven and earth in response to his forceful acquisition of divine recognition. If the celestial order was shattered, how could he still obtain its acknowledgement? It was akin to a dynasty collapsing, only for Li Pingyan to establish a new court. He rose up, declaring himself king. Though merely a humble 9th rank land god, he was nonetheless the herald of a renewed celestial beginning. From this moment forth, Li Pingyan was no longer a wild god or a pseudo-god, but rather a true just god. Ecstatic, Li Pingyan once again examined his attributes. Name, Li Pingyan. Lifespan, 3.5 years. Honorific title, Taiping Gong. Divine position, land just god. Cultivation level, 9th rank just god. 235 10,000, domain, a radius of 50 miles around Qingshan AO. Divine power, 9,500, incense value, 684. This acquisition of the Mandate of Heaven not only elevated him to the status of a 9th rank land just god, but also extended his lifespan by 3 years, increasing his divine power cap from 100 to 500. Furthermore, his domain expanded fivefold, encompassing a radius of 50 miles around Qingshan AO. Previously, while possessing the night roaming god technique, he could only wander within a 10-mile radius, unable to venture beyond even the boundaries of his village. But now, he could greatly expand his territory. A genuine golden light radiated from Li Pingyan, embodying the majesty of a true god. Ordinary wandering souls, malevolent spirits, and wicked demons trembled at his presence, not daring to approach, let alone gaze upon him. At this moment, Feng Zishan seemed to sense something extraordinary and hurried back to the Taiping Gong temple. Even before nearing the temple, he perceived the magnificent, vast, and sacred golden radiance, an overwhelming aura that deterred him from looking directly. What could that be? The power of Taiping Gong had surged tremendously. Surprised yet delighted, Feng Zishan steadied himself against the intense aura as he entered the temple and prostrated himself on the ground. Congratulations on your immense increase in divine power, Taiping Gong. Li Pingyan, satisfied, smiled gently. You have performed admirably. That peachwood talisman is now a reward for you. Moreover, I have gained the Mandate of Heaven, attained the status of 9th rank land just god, and possess the qualification to command the underworld. From this day forth, I appoint you as the ghost exorcising scribe, to follow me and carry out my will. With a single command, the Mandate of Heaven, now integrated with him, erupted in radiant golden light. In an instant, it enveloped Feng Zishan, imbuing him with the will of heaven and Li Pingyan's divine intent, completely transforming him and granting him a rebirth. Overjoyed, he marveled at his transformation. No longer a mere wandering soul, he had evolved into an entity radiating a faint, tangible light. His soul had coalesced exponentially, now imbued with a hint of the divine aura belonging to Taiping Gong. From this moment, he could effortlessly vanquish ordinary wandering souls without the need for the peachwood talisman. Even vengeful spirits could be easily dispelled. Wielding the peachwood talisman, he could contend with malevolent ghosts. Feng Zishan knelt, expressing his gratitude. Thank you, Taiping Gong, for your grace. I will devote myself wholeheartedly to assist you. Li Pingyan nodded. You may go. The events of this night in Qingshan AO are not yet concluded. Keep a watchful eye, and be prepared to respond to any changes. Yes, Taiping Gong. Feng Zishan replied promptly. Li Pingyan then departed once more, embarking on a night journey to lands previously unreachable. As the land just god of a 50-mile radius, he held absolute dominion over this territory. He finally transcended the boundaries of Qingshanao. Previously, reaching the edges of his domain felt akin to encountering an invisible barrier, an air wall that prevented passage. But now, he moved freely. Li Pingyan quickly made his way downhill. Nearby, Qingshanao was situated on a hillside, with several small villages within the 50-mile radius. The closest were Li Family Village and Lu Family Village, both of which were more prosperous than Qingshanao, boasting a larger population. Yet neither village had its own deity to worship. Li Pingyan mused, the next step would be to incorporate these villages into his faith. However, in the distance, 3 or 4 villages previously had their own deities. Their name was Lady of the White Water. This deity evolved from a river of white water flowing down from the mountains, representing a folk belief. Yet, like Taiping Gong, she had long lost her followers and faded away during the chaos of the world. Nevertheless, upon reaching this vicinity, Li Pingyan unexpectedly overheard some peculiar tales. I heard that Taiping Gong of Qingshanao has awakened. Indeed, I have heard as well. He has manifested multiple times, causing quite a stir throughout Qingshanao and alarming the surrounding villages. Could this be related to the resurgence of the Lady of the White Water? In matters pertaining to the divine, how could a humble commoner such as myself possess any knowledge? Nonetheless, it is undeniable that in our villages of Henin, Heong, and Hejian, we all pay homage to the Lady of the White Water. Should she truly manifest her grace, we would, like the Qingshan ditch, be blessed with a guardian deity, a most wondrous blessing indeed. Indeed, let us hasten to offer our respects. Li Pingyan felt a tremor within his heart. In these tumultuous times, where the divine order has crumbled, he could surmise that many deities have not perished, but still exist in this realm. However, what are the odds of the gods revered in 2 small villages within a 50-mile radius experiencing death and resurrection in succession? It is simply inconceivable. He, Li Pingyan, having traversed through time and taken the position of the deity of Taiping, could not fathom how the Lady of the White Water could have died and then returned to manifest her spirit. Li Pingyan understood that there must be some hidden machinations at play. Now, as the rightful deity of the land within a 50-mile radius, he would not rest idly by. Resolutely, he decided to follow the 2 villagers to the temple of the Lady of the White Water to investigate further. Chapter 15. The Duel Against the Enigmatic Demon Fox. The Divine Presence of the True Deity. The Bai Shui Nyang Temple, situated at the foothills, stands as a testament to the communal effort of 3 villages along the Bai River. Regrettably, it has succumbed to decay, much like the Taiping Temple that Li Pingyan is familiar with. However, during his nocturnal excursion, Li Pingyan discovered a surprising vitality within the Bai Shui Nyang Temple. Numerous devotees had gathered to pay homage, each bearing offerings of incense and candles, demonstrating a profound reverence. Yet, Li Pingyan could not sense the authentic divine energy emanating from the temple. A flicker of doubt crossed Li Pingyan's mind as he activated his mystical abilities. Gazing into the ethereal, in an instant, his eyes sparkled like lightning, radiating golden light that enveloped the 3 realms. After his ascension to the rank of the 9-tiered land deity and receiving the heavenly mandate, Li Pingyan's divine powers surged exponentially. Moreover, this was indeed the domain of his own jurisdiction, where the efficacy of his divine arts was magnified manifold. He cast a glance at the Bai Shui Nyang Temple and noted that the central idol remained a mere clay and wood sculpture, devoid of any vigor, let alone divine presence. Yet, nearby, a faint bluish-green luminescence flickered ominously. It appeared both eerie and sinister. With a cold smirk, Li Pingyan formulated a plan. So it was. Without hesitation, he advanced into the Bai Shui Nyang Temple, his divine essence soaring as he entered its sacred space. Instantly, although the many worshippers could not perceive the unfolding events, the idol's eyes suddenly widened in shock, as if a celestial being had descended, radiating an awe-inspiring and commanding presence. The malevolent entity within shrieked, its entire form tumbling away from the idol, trembling in sheer terror. Li Pingyan had already discerned that this was a nefarious spirit attempting to harness the temple's incense offerings for its own ascension. His gaze revealed that the bluish-green aura was indeed the hallmark of such malevolence. As he descended, the overwhelming majesty of the 9-tiered deity compelled the demon to abandon its guise and unveil its true form. To his astonishment, it was a white fox. Its fur as smooth as silk and as white as snow, with a long, graceful tail, yet its eyes glimmered with an unsettling bluish-green light. Li Pingyan scoffed, "Audacious demon fox! How dare you usurp the idol, masquerading under divine pretense to amass incense offerings from the people? Truly, you are oblivious to your impending doom." Throughout history, countless such beings have masqueraded as deities, coercing the populace into worship. They not only siphoned offerings but also compelled the innocent to sacrifice their children or young maidens for their vile purposes, wreaking havoc on countless lives. These entities never bestowed protection. Instead, they threatened calamity, floods, tempests, and other disasters should their demands for reverence go unheeded. Though the white fox quivered in fear before Li Ping'an's divine aura, it remained unrepentant. Who are you, wretched spirit? In these chaotic times, where is the true deity? Are you not merely another charlatan like myself, feigning divinity to deceive for your own gain? Li Ping'an retorted coldly, you are blind. I am the nine-tiered land deity of these verdant hills and flowing waters. You, a mere demon fox, dared to conjure illusions within my domain? You seek death. Without further ado, he summoned the golden light spell, which erupted in brilliance, casting a radiant glow over the entire temple, illuminating it as if it were midday. The villagers within the Bai Shui Nyang temple, witnessing the divine radiance and the subsequent fall of the white fox from behind the idol, were frozen in shock. Many fled in terror, while others hastily knelt, bowing in reverence. Enveloped in the golden light, the white fox was momentarily paralyzed with dread. She hastily summoned her demon powers, transforming into ethereal green lights in a futile attempt to withstand Li Ping'an's spell. Yet, her efforts were utterly inadequate before his might. In the blink of an eye, her defenses crumbled like dried leaves, utterly obliterated by the force of Li Ping'an's golden light spell. With a resounding crash, the white fox was hurled against the temple wall, nearly causing the structure to collapse. Blood trickled from her mouth, her eyes wide with terror, yet she remained defiant. Unleashing a siren call of enchantment, were she to ensnare a mere mortal, they would be plunged into a hallucinatory abyss, beset by nightmarish visions or indulgent fantasies, unable to extricate themselves from the grip of despair. However, before a true deity like Li Ping'an, such tricks were nothing short of self-degradation, petty parlor tricks. Do you dare to flaunt them before me? Li Ping'an's divine aura remained impervious to her beguiling attempts, and once more, the golden light surged forth, transforming into a mighty hand that ensnared the white fox within its grasp. With a pitiful wail, she realized she had encountered a true deity, her spirit shattered with fear. Divine One, please spare me. This wretched creature was blind to your might and has trespassed against your divine authority, an unforgivable sin. Yet, I beseech you to show mercy, for I have never committed heinous acts against heaven and earth. I am willing to serve as your humble servant, atone for my transgressions, and do whatever you command. Li Ping'an chuckled coldly, you claim to have never wronged heaven and earth? The white fox stammered, and no, I have not. O Divine One, your powers are boundless and can discern the truth. The villagers know I merely sought to pilfer some incense offerings and harbored no ill intent. Li Ping'an, having discerned the truth in her words through his gaze, acknowledged, very well, I shall grant you a chance. He summoned a binding rope from the divine marketplace, spinning 100 incense points, and with a thought, it ensnared the white fox, the other end held firmly in his grasp. The binding rope soon vanished from sight. Yet the white fox felt her fate now rested in the hands of the deity. With a resigned sigh, she prostrated herself, submitting entirely to her fate. Speak of your origins. Li Ping'an commanded sternly. Should there be even a hint of falsehood, your soul shall be shattered. The white fox trembled. Yes, Divine One. I am but a white fox from the depths of these verdant mountains, having endured countless ages to attain a sliver of sentience. I wished only to cultivate in solitude, uninvolved in worldly affairs. However, a mountain deity emerged from the depths, commanding wandering souls and numerous demons, oppressing us mercilessly. I, in my desperation, fled here. It was due to that mountain deity's actions that I sought to emulate him, seeking to cultivate through the offerings of mortals. Yet I never intended to offend a true god. Li Ping'an's interest piqued? A mountain deity? What does this being look like? The white fox replied earnestly. I dare not conceal the truth from you, Divine One. This so-called mountain deity is likely just another demon that has attained some form of spirit, occupying the mountain temple and deceiving the people, entirely unlike you, a being of true divine power. It is merely due to his formidable demonic power that the lesser demons stand no chance against him. Thus, Chapter 16, Subduing the White Fox, Leaving Divine Marks. The Spread of Faith. Li Ping'an nodded. In this chaotic era, the deities of mountains, rivers, land, and city gods had largely perished into oblivion. Instead, it was these malignant spirits that thrived, occupying temples and claiming divinity for themselves. Truly, a tumultuous world. Li Ping'an understood that the mountain deity in the depths of the Green Mountains would inevitably come into conflict with him, thus retaining this white fox held some merit. White fox, I am the true deity of this land. If you sincerely pledge your allegiance and atone for your sins, I may spare your life. Should you harbor even a trace of treachery, I shall ensure your utter destruction. The white fox hurriedly bowed in submission. This humble spirit dares not. Very well. Then accompany me back. Yes, revered deity. Just as Li Ping'an was about to depart, He noticed the villagers in the Bai Yang temple fervently worshipping, stirring a flicker of emotion within him. Golden light shimmered, revealing a line of divine words upon the statue and tablet of Bai Yang. Malignant spirits deceive the masses, masquerading as deities. Peace descends, and the world is illuminated. Subsequently, he led the subdued white fox towards his temple. Upon seeing the golden inscription, the white fox finally comprehended. So, the revered deity is indeed Taiping Gong. I had heard of his divine manifestation in the Qingshan Ao, but I thought. She dared not continue, and Li Pingyan understood her implication. She believed herself to be like her, a mere spirit masquerading under the guise of divinity. The white fox hastily exclaimed, "To follow the revered deity is the greatest fortune of my 3 lifetimes." Li Pingyan transformed into a beam of golden light and swiftly ascended. In the Bai Yang temple, the villagers, hearing an unusual silence, cautiously raised their gazes. They beheld the lines of golden characters upon the statue of Bai Yang. Malignant spirits deceive the masses, masquerading as deities. Peace descends, and the world is illuminated. Among them, those who could read recited the words, unable to suppress their astonishment. "Old Wang, you're illiterate. What do these divine words signify?" Old Wang trembled as he replied, "This is dire." "No, it is a good omen." The crowd erupted in confusion. Is it dire or a good omen? Old Wang hurriedly shook his head. Originally a dire situation, but it seems it may not be so bad now. These golden characters were not inscribed by Bai Yang, but rather Taiping Gong's divine manifestation. Taiping Gong? Is he the deity originally venerated in Qingshan Ao? Indeed. The divine mark he left signifies that the Bai Yang we worshipped was merely a malignant spirit in disguise, deceiving us for offerings. While Taiping Gong has just manifested to vanquish the evil, the crowd was left dumbfounded. So, the resplendent golden light we witnessed was indeed Taiping Gong subduing the malign spirits? Precisely. In an instant, the villagers prostrated themselves once more, fervently bowing in gratitude. Their faith in Bai Yang had long waned. Merely a remnant of the white fox's enchantments that led them to believe in her revival. Now, upon learning of her deception, they naturally felt disillusioned. Yet with the news of Taiping Gong's divine intervention, it transformed into a joyous occasion. In these turbulent times, having a deity's protection is a monumental blessing. As for which deity it is, what difference does it make? Whoever can provide refuge is the one true God. Soon, news of Taiping Gong's manifestation and his vanquishing of evil spread swiftly among the 3 villages of Heyin, Heyang, and Hejian. On the other side, having returned to the Taiping Gong temple, the white fox cautiously surveyed her surroundings, sighing inwardly. This powerful deity was indeed formidable. Yet the temple lay in ruins. It is truly a tumultuous era. Even deities find it challenging to thrive. This she dared not voice. Shortly thereafter, Feng Zishan also drifted back, and upon encountering the white fox, they both recoiled in surprise. Is this a ghost? What kind of creature is this? Li Pingyan responded nonchalantly. This is my appointed spirit officer, Feng Zishan, tasked with driving away malevolent spirits. A fox spirit? Feng Zishan was taken aback. In such a short time, Taiping Gong has already subdued a fox spirit? Truly remarkable. Li Pingyan continued, let us set aside such matters. What news regarding the Huang family? Feng Zishan quickly replied, reporting to Taiping Gong, I have returned to inform you. Huang Shaoxiong has lost his sanity, and Huang Sanshan has been captured alive. But Huang Xiaoying has fled and is currently untraceable. Village Chief Li Sifang, holding the sacred banner bestowed by Taiping Gong, led the villagers into the Huang estate. Where those remaining have either fled or been captured, it is now under our control. The Huang estate is virtually defunct. The village chief is currently deliberating with the others about using the Huang family's wealth to renovate the temple for Taiping Gong and forge a new golden statue. The remainder will be distributed among the villagers. What are Taiping Gong's thoughts on this? Li Pingyan replied, excellent. Feng Zishan realized that this matter had reached its conclusion. With deep emotion, he remarked, for years, the Huang family has oppressed the common folk, and now, with Taiping Gong's assistance, they finally receive their just deserts. Truly, retribution is swift. Though I am but a spirit, I am still a citizen of Qingshan Ao, and I humbly thank Taiping Gong for his immense grace. The white fox was equally astonished. She thought to herself, Taiping Gong is indeed performing acts of redistributing wealth and upholding justice. In this chaotic era, even in times of prosperity, such benevolence is rare among deities. At this moment, her curiosity towards Taiping Gong blossomed, coupled with profound admiration. Ultimately, The white fox was merely a lowly spirit who had just barely transcended the realm of beasts, capable of speech and possessing some intelligence, yet still quite naive and innocent. True deities are categorized into 9 ranks and 18 tiers. Similarly, in this realm, demons and spirits also follow a hierarchy. Among humans, there are practitioners of the Tao and martial arts, all within the 9 ranks. Among spirits, the lowest are wandering souls, with 9 ranks for ghosts, 8 for malevolent spirits, and 7 for vengeful spirits. Among the demon kin, the lowest are beastly demons, with 9 ranks for minor demons, 8 for major demons, and 7 for spirit demons. As for true deities, the lowest are wild deities, with 9 ranks for land deities, 8 for wandering deities, and 7 for city guardians. Of course, despite all being ranked from 1 to 9, practitioners of the Tao, martial artists, and spirits can never be compared to true divine beings. Li Pingyan, though merely of the 9th rank, is an unparalleled true deity in this world. His divine might is formidable and boundless. To vanquish an 8-rank demon or spirit is as easy as plucking a flower. Even 7-rank spirit demons or vengeful spirits are utterly insignificant before him. At this moment, Li Pingyan suddenly felt a surge of emotion, a smile illuminating his face. His incense value had risen once more to 1,000 points. Undoubtedly, this was due to the worship and prayers from the citizens of Qingshan for their recent victory over the Huang estate, combined with the divine marks left within the Bai Shui Nyang temple, garnering him new followers. Previously, Li Pingyan had expended 5,000 incense points to acquire the Heavenly Tao Edict, ascending to the rank of 9th grade land deity. The other grand reward he coveted was the profound divine technique. Yushinjing. Li Pingyan, at present, relies solely on the incense itself, augmented by system rewards, to enhance his cultivation and acquire divine techniques. Yet, he does not truly comprehend the essence of genuine spiritual cultivation. However, if he were to possess the sacred scriptures of divine mastery, he would undoubtedly soar to unprecedented heights. Without a moment's hesitation, Li Pingyan promptly opted to make the purchase. Instantly, an intricate and profound compendium of divine methodologies surged into his mind in its entirety. Chapter 17, Entering Dreams, Daytime Wandering, Divine Descent, the Divine Scripture, and 3 Supreme Techniques. Li Pingyan devoted a full 1,000 points of incense value to exchange for the Divine Scripture. Instantly, his mind was inundated with profound and intricate verses. For an ordinary mortal, even the sheer volume of this information might have been enough to shatter one's consciousness. Fortunately, Li Pingyan was no mere mortal. He was a divine being recognized by the Heavenly Tao as a 9th-rank true God. Before long, he grasped the profound mysteries contained within the divine scripture. Thus it was revealed. The path of divine cultivation still fundamentally relies on the power of faith and incense. Yet, the application of this incense energy and faith power is both intricate and complex, posing considerable challenges. Li Pingyan's rapid ascent, although aided by the system, was also due to the collection of belief power in the divine realm, which, once unleashed, would surge forth with remarkable speed. However, this also harbors potential risks. For instance, if the incense energy is mixed and impure, with both devout and indifferent believers, the belief power becomes chaotic. Additionally, if the prayers of each follower are not fulfilled, their faith may diminish, and fulfilling all requests is not only impossible, but may also forcibly entangle one in more karmic consequences. Such factors could significantly affect divine cultivation. Intricately interwoven and exceedingly complex. However, with the divine scripture in hand, Li Pingyan felt as if he wielded a sharp blade, slicing through the tangled threads of confusion and transforming them into divine techniques and powers of his own. This sensation resembled the practice of a technique that absorbs the inner strength of others. Indeed, one's internal prowess advances rapidly, but the conflicting energies may leave substantial hidden dangers. Yet, once one masters the muscle transformation scripture, all such dangers can be dispelled, perfectly controlling these energies, which then all seamlessly integrate into one's own internal power. After diligent practice, Li Pingyan swiftly reached the threshold of mastery. At this point, he truly comprehended the essence of the divine path, divine power, and divine techniques. For instance, a golden light spell capable of vanquishing evil spirits. Previously, Li Pingyan required 10 points of divine power to invoke it. Now, he needed merely 5 points to effortlessly annihilate foes, and the potency of the golden light spell surpassed that of the previous invocation by several magnitudes. This is the marvel of the scripture. Furthermore, the divine scripture recorded 3 entirely new divine techniques attainable upon ascending to the 9th rank true God. The first technique, daytime wandering. This allows the divine soul to exit the body during daylight, roaming freely within one's jurisdiction, no longer confined to the nocturnal hours. The second technique, divine descent. This enables instantaneous movement between all one's temples, allowing one to appear at any divine statue without consuming any time. The third technique, entering dreams. This grants the ability to enter the dreams of others with one's divine soul, retaining divine power and techniques even within the dream realm. However, caution is necessary when entering the dreams of those whose cultivation surpasses one's own, as it may lead to backlash. Li Pingyan was elated. The divine scripture was indeed worth the investment of 1,000 points of incense value. Not only did it deepen his understanding of the divine path tenfold, but it also bestowed upon him 3 divine techniques. Daytime wandering. Henceforth, he could finally act freely during the day, as a dignified true God. He no longer needed to drift like a wandering spirit under the cover of night. Divine descent. This allowed him to instantaneously traverse between all his temples and statues, essentially granting him several lives, and as his domain expanded, he could manage various locations at will. Naturally, this would require the construction of additional temples to be truly effective. Entering dreams. This enabled him to enter the dreams of others at will, allowing for the enlightening of followers, gathering intelligence, and intimidating foes. Countless marvelous applications. He surveyed his surroundings, noticing that the white fox spirit was asleep, providing an opportunity for experimentation. The white fox, having already suffered injuries from their previous duel, was now exhausted from the recent upheaval. Li Pingyan had been engrossed in his cultivation and had neglected her, allowing her to fall into a deep slumber. Li Pingyan sought to test the entering dreams technique, while also wishing to investigate the mountain deity's true nature through her dreams. What she had spoken of, and what he might witness firsthand in her dream, would certainly be 2 entirely different matters. With this thought, Li Pingyan concentrated his mind, instantly transforming into a beam of pure light, as his divine soul entered the white fox and Apo's dream. In an instant, Li Pingyan had departed from the realm of reality. Before him lay a deep mountainous region, shrouded in a hazy mist that permeated the air. Whether it was the essence of the dream or a miasma inherent to the mountain's depths remained uncertain. In her dream form, the white fox twitched her ears and shrank her body, seemingly fearful, yet she could not resist following the other beings toward the mountain deity's temple. Most of the creatures here were not even considered demon beasts. They were merely ordinary wolves, tigers, and leopards. Occasionally, some demon beasts appeared, yet they lacked awareness, instinctively fearing the mountain deity's imposing aura, yielding to its summons. However, some lesser spirits had developed sentience, some even exceeding the white fox in capability. Li Pingyan followed the white fox as she progressed deeper, gradually arriving at a spacious valley. Ahead, a grand temple abruptly came into view. Li Pingyan furrowed his brow. In such chaotic times, a temple of this magnitude still stood intact, emanating an overwhelming aura of divine might. This mountain deity appeared far from benign. However, the white fox was correct. This mountain deity did not exude the dignified presence of a true god, but rather radiated a twisted and sinister aura. Indeed, it seemed immensely powerful. If it were a demon, it would at least be a 7th-rank demon spirit, or perhaps even higher. Demon spirits can transform into human forms and are considered elite among demons. As for a 6th rank, that would be a genuine demon general, sufficiently powerful to dominate a region, commanding thousands of lesser demons and asserting sovereignty over vast territories. At that moment, the white fox had already followed the other creatures into the temple, respectfully bowing before the statue. Li Pingyan turned his gaze towards the statue. In that instant, a violent and overwhelming aura erupted from the mountain deity's statue, surging towards Li Pingyan. Instantly, all the demons and creatures, including the white fox, were drenched in sweat, their faces pale with terror. Li Pingyan's expression shifted. Could it be that in the white fox's dream, such formidable power exists? Was the mountain deity merely a figment of the white fox's imagination, or could this deity convey its might through the dream? Regardless of the truth, this mountain deity was far more terrifying than he had anticipated. However, Li Pingyan scoffed. As a celestial true god, how could he harbor any fear? He immediately activated the divine scripture, unleashing a golden light spell whose power had surged exponentially. In an instant, the golden light enveloped the entire valley, soaring into the heavens, dispersing the pervasive miasma. The mountain deity's statue trembled, its brows furrowing in response. With a deafening roar, the mountain deity's statue shattered into pieces. Subsequently, the entire temple crumbled under the overwhelming might of Li Pingyan's divine power, collapsing into ruin. In that moment, both the white fox and countless spirits and beasts were left in shock, gazing at Li Pingyan with a mix of awe and terror, bowing and prostrating themselves before him. It was also at this instant that the white fox abruptly awakened from her dream. Sweat streamed down, soaking my smooth and supple fur. What is happening? In the dream I just experienced, the divine power of the great deity, Taiping Gong, utterly crushed that mountain god, not only demolishing the statue, but also the very temple dedicated to him. In that fleeting moment, the white fox was completely subdued by Li Pingyan. Although it occurred within the realm of dreams, it indelibly etched the invincible belief in the great deity, Taiping Gong, deep within her soul. Li Pingyan and Apos, divine essence was also restored to its rightful place. While he had shattered the statue and temple of the mountain god, he did not underestimate his opponent. The power possessed by this demon was exceedingly peculiar and surely formidable to contend with. Nevertheless, through the dream-invoking divine technique, he had gained considerable insight into his adversary. Knowing oneself and one's opponent ensures victory in every battle. At this moment, dawn broke in the east. Outside the Taiping Gong temple, the village elder Li Sifang led nearly all the residents of Qingshanao village in a grand procession, collectively offering incense and worship. Today, they would finally embark on the reconstruction of the temple and the forging of a new statue. Chapter 18. The reconstruction of the temple. The forging of the golden body. The surge of divine power. As dawn broke over the eastern horizon, the vibrant echoes of last night's revelry faded, ushering in a new day in the tranquil Qingshan Diao. Li Pingyan, having just awakened from his slumber, sensed a multitude of villagers making their way towards the Taiping temple. Leading the procession was the village head, Li Sifang. Feng Zishan exclaimed joyously, "The Taiping Lord. The villagers have arrived. It seems the matter has been resolved, and they surely come to express their gratitude for the Lord's benevolence." With the wealth acquired from the Huang family, today was the day to restore the temple and its idol. Li Pingyan nodded in acknowledgement, while the white fox appeared somewhat flustered. "Divine One, how should this humble spirit comport itself?" Li Pingyan replied with calm assurance. "You may conceal your form for the time being." "Yes, Divine One." The white fox promptly vanished from sight, taking refuge in a corner. At that moment, village head Li Sifang boldly entered the temple, brandishing a flag that symbolized the reward for virtue and punishment for vice. Upon witnessing the dilapidated state of the Taiping temple and the disarray of its idol, he was overcome with emotion, tears streaming down his face. "Taiping Lord, your feeble devotee has come to pay homage." As these words left his lips, all the villagers behind him shared in his sentiment. Many recalled the immense grace of the Taiping Lord, yet they had collectively forgotten him in times past, feeling both shame and gratitude. Li Sifang planted the reward and punishment flag atop the earthen altar and then knelt down, prostrating himself. The villagers, moved by the occasion, presented an array of offerings. With the recent defeat of the Huang family, their wealth had increased significantly, and thus the offerings became more lavish: pork, beef, lamb, fresh flowers, candles, and premium incense were all laid before the altar, creating a scene of vibrant devotion that far surpassed previous years. The villagers bowed in sincere reverence, lighting incense and praying earnestly. Received 10 points of incense value from the devout believer Li Sifang. Received 10 points of incense value from the devout believer Li Sanyang. Received 10 points of incense value from the devout believer Li Xiuxiu. Received 10 points of incense value from the devout believer Li San. From this single ceremony of worship, Li Ping and Apos instantly accumulated an impressive 700 to 800 points of incense value. However, he soon noticed that while many devotees were indeed sincere, their incense values fell short of the full 10 points. After some contemplation, he deduced that the recent surge in worship had exhausted their capacity to offer maximum incense value, as faith, after all, is a finite resource. Li Pingyan resolved to establish a regular schedule for worship, suggesting that the villagers gather to pay their respects on the 1st and 15th of each month. Among those who wept the most were the 3 individuals he had previously aided. The limping Li San lamented, "The Taiping Lord saved my mother's life. From this point onward, my life belongs to the Taiping Lord." Not only that, but the Lord's protection had empowered Li San to avenge the blood feud with Huang Sanshan. A grace too great to repay. Li Sanyang wept fervently, "Had it not been for the divine intervention of the Taiping Lord, my child would surely have." She vowed to light incense daily and worship every night, never daring to forget the Lord's life-saving grace. Li Xiuxiu, with her delicate and resolute features, was uncharacteristically found in tears. "If not for the Taiping Lord's protection, I would have met a fate worse than death. Death is not the horror. I could not bear to fall into the hands of that Huang dog, enduring humiliation until the end. Thanks to the Taiping Lord's divine aid. Along with the village head and our kin, we have vanquished the Huang family and settled this grudge. Otherwise, neither I nor the entire Qing Shandu would be here today." From this day forth, she vowed to serve wholeheartedly, without complaint. Feng Zishan, moved by their heartfelt declarations, could not help but shed tears. Even the hidden white fox was touched, its heart aching, eyes glistening with emotion. Li Pingyan beheld this poignant scene, allowing a rare smile to grace his features. Since becoming the Taiping Lord, he had wrestled with the duality of his nature as both human and divine. Yet, the path he sought was one of harmony between heaven and humanity, to ensure peace across the world, where goodness is rewarded and evil punished. This, indeed, is the most fundamental wish of the common folk. Thus, Li Pingyan did not lose sight of his true self. At long last, he felt he had done well thus far. At that moment, village head Li Sifeng respectfully stated, "Now that the Taiping Lord has favored us, we have defeated the Huang family. The wealth acquired was originally from the people. Thus, many villagers have agreed to use it to restore the temple and the idol, returning the remainder to the community. This decision reflects our humble gratitude." The villagers nodded in agreement. With a single command from the village head, they set to work. Among them were skilled masons and laborers who discussed the plans, while the elderly, the weak, and the women began clearing the overgrown weeds and dismantling the crumbling bricks. The reconstruction commenced without delay. This endeavor took a considerable span of half a month. Finally, the day of completion arrived, and the newly rebuilt Taiping Temple was more than 10 times larger than before. Grand and imposing, it exuded a sense of the sacred and the majestic. With red walls and white tiles, it stood solemn and dignified, featuring 3 portals leading in different directions, allowing all devotees to come forth and offer incense. These paths not only connected to Qing Shandu but also to the nearby Li village and Lu village, as well as the 3 villages of Heyin, Heyang, and Hejian at the foot of the mountain. This foresight was not only a testament to the village head's consideration but also aligned with Li Pingyan's own vision. He had instructed Feng Zishan to convey his intentions to the villagers. Now, Feng Zishan was a duly appointed divine spirit. Having gained a true lineage and the ability to cultivate a modicum of divine power, no longer merely a wandering ghost, he revealed a faint glow that enveloped his figure, eliciting deep emotions from his parents and profound reverence from the villagers. Everyone understood that while Feng Zishan had passed on, he now served as an esteemed assistant to the Taiping Lord. Who would dare show him disrespect? Feng Zishan not only conveyed the need to reconstruct the temple but also announced the new tradition of concentrated worship on the 1st and 15th of each month. Naturally, the villagers adhered to this decree with great respect. The white fox, observing this scene, felt a pang of envy. Feng Zishan, once a mere wandering spirit, had now become a prominent figure under the Taiping Lord. Would such a day ever come for it? Following the reconstruction, not only was the Taiping Temple grand and imposing, but the golden statue of the Taiping Lord shimmered brilliantly, radiating divine authority. Of course, Li Pingyan emphasized that it was not necessary to squander wealth on gold and silver. What mattered most was sincere devotion and heartfelt offerings, thereby keeping expenses modest. Today, the Taiping Temple stood resplendent, embodying the solemnity of the divine. Li Pingyan, not driven by vanity, understood that the temple and the idol represented the prosperity of his divine path and the sincerity of his followers, making their restoration imperative. Once the reconstruction was completed, Li Pingyan's divine essence stabilized, his divine authority, power, and skills surged dramatically, propelling him to new heights of spiritual attainment. On the day of the temple's completion and the consecration of the golden idol, Li Sifeng, the village chief, gathered all the villagers in preparation for an extravagant ceremony of worship. Suddenly, emissaries from several neighboring villages within a 100-mile radius began to arrive, eager to partake in the festivities. Li Pingyan smiled faintly, realizing that the time had come to expand the faith of Taiping Gong. This time, he resolved to convert all the villagers from these 5 or 6 surrounding villages into devoted followers. Chapter 19. The Pleas of Other Villages. The white fox takes responsibility and earns merit. Those who arrived were representatives from several neighboring villages within a radius of several dozen to over 100 miles, including Li Family Village and Lu Family Village near the mountainside, as well as the villagers from Heyin, Heyang, and Hejian by the riverside. The village chief, Li Sifang, was well aware of their intentions. With a faint smile, he greeted the representatives from the other villages with a slight bow. Have you all come to pay your respects to the newly renovated Taiping Palace? The village chiefs exchanged glances, and an awkward silence ensued. Li Family Village and Lu Family Village had never been particularly devout. While they had not faced the embarrassment of changing dynasties, their previous indifference to worship was now apparent. Upon hearing of the miraculous manifestations of the Taiping Lord, their sudden interest felt somewhat opportunistic. As for the three villages of Heyin, Heyang, and Hejian, it was evident they sought to abandon their old beliefs. Unlike Qingshan Ao, which had witnessed multiple divine interventions from the Taiping Lord, these other villages approached with a sense of trepidation. Li Liuha, the village chief of Li Family Village, who was of the same clan as Li Sifang, cleared his throat and spoke first. Brother, it is somewhat embarrassing to admit that our Li Family Village has long been neighbors with Qingshan Ao, with intermarriages over generations. Although occasional disputes arose, they never hindered the camaraderie among our people. However, we have never worshipped deities before and previously regarded Qingshan Ao's practices with skepticism. Yet, in these chaotic times, hearing of the Taiping Lord's numerous miracles has sparked both curiosity and envy in us. Is it true that the Taiping Lord has indeed manifested? His use of brother was an attempt to draw closer. Li Sifang snorted. At this point, is there still room for doubt? You may not have witnessed it firsthand, but I have genuinely received the blessings of the Taiping Lord. If it weren't for his divine intervention, I would have perished the night I confronted Huang Sanshan. It was the Taiping Lord who bestowed the sacred banner, allowing me and my fellow villagers to gain strength and defeat the entire Huang family. Without such divine aid, how could we, the frail and elderly, stand against the formidable henchmen of the Huang family? Moreover, the Taiping Lord's manifestations have not been infrequent. He aided brother Feng Shanjin in expelling a malevolent spirit and cured the young son of Li Sanyang and her 80-year-old mother. He even intervened when Huang Shaoxiong attempted to forcibly marry Li Xiuxiu. Do I really need to elaborate on these countless miracles and merits to you? The village chief of Lu Family Village interjected. Li Village Chief, why the anger? We are here with good intentions. If the Taiping Lord truly manifests, we of Lu Family Village would be willing to build a temple and create a statue in his honor. In these tumultuous times, who does not seek protection? Li Sifang, feeling somewhat empathetic, calmed down. He had always been of good temperament, but could not tolerate doubts cast upon the Taiping Lord. After hearing Lu Village Chief's words, he sighed. You speak wisely. Ultimately, we are all suffering together. Our able-bodied men have been conscripted, leaving behind only the elderly, women, and children. With bandits causing havoc and spirits roaming, without divine protection, it is indeed unbearable. Lu Village Chief replied, Indeed. Every family has its own hardships. Though Qingshan Ao is impoverished, its location amidst the mountains allows for some arable land. In contrast, we of Li Family Village and Lu Family Village rely heavily on hunting. Yet, in recent years, we have faced relentless attacks from wild beasts, wolves, leopards, and tigers, resulting in the loss of livestock and lives. If it were merely ordinary beasts, we could withstand them. However, true monsters have invaded, leaving us utterly powerless. If the Taiping Lord could offer us protection, who among us would not be grateful and sincerely worship him? Li Family Village Chief added, Indeed. Moreover, in recent years, both villages have suffered from rampant plagues affecting both livestock and people, leading to severe casualties. Listening to their grievances, Li Ping'an felt a stirring within. Wild beasts, monster invasions, and rampant plagues. This was no mere coincidence. He glanced at the white fox and inquired, Are you aware of this matter? The white fox sighed. My lord, this issue is undoubtedly related to the mountain deity. His tyranny in the depths of the mountains has driven even the wild beasts and monsters to flee, causing them to invade the villages. As for the plague, it likely spread from those creatures. Li Ping'an nodded. Very well, then I entrust you with this matter. If you succeed, not only will I absolve you of your deception, but I can also grant you a place to serve alongside me. The white fox was overjoyed. Thank you, my lord. I shall exert every effort and will not fail your trust. Feng Zishan snorted, clearly harboring no fondness for the fox. It was understandable as a scholar. He had read many tales of fox spirits that brought calamity upon humans, particularly targeting those of scholarly pursuits. The white fox glanced at him with a bitter smile, feeling helpless, though she had cultivated for years and was a legitimate minor spirit. Feng Zishan had been bestowed with the power of a half-deity by the Taiping Lord, possessing true divine strength. In fact, according to the established hierarchy of deities, Li Pingyan was classified as a true god, while Feng Zishan held a position akin to that of a semi-divine being, although he seemed inferior to the white fox. In the realm of divine authority, no mere spirit could compare, now wielding a peachwood sword. With the merit of exorcism and the divine power granted by the Taiping Lord, Feng Zishan's strength was not to be underestimated. Furthermore, within the newly constructed Taiping Palace, he had his own altar, albeit small, which signified he had a true divine status. Henceforth, Feng Zishan could exorcise evil spirits and gain merit to advance his cultivation, a fact that left the white fox envious. Determined not to be outdone, the white fox leaped from the corner behind the statue and stood before the crowd. Speaking with human words, by the decree of the Taiping Lord, the matters of Li family village and Lu family village are entrusted to this minor spirit. Her proclamation sent a shockwave through the gathered crowd, leaving them wide-eyed and terrified. There is a monster. It's a fox spirit. The fox spirit can speak. Run. Chapter 20. The Tears of Lady Whitewater. If the gods possess emotions, then they too shall age. The white fox, witnessing the terrified crowd scatter in all directions, was instantly filled with indignation. What are you afraid of? I am but a humble demon, dispatched by the esteemed Lord Taiping. She intended to declare her identity. However, in reality, she was merely a sinner seeking redemption, devoid of any genuine status. Thus, she could only clear her throat and declare, I am an envoy sent by Lord Taiping to resolve this matter. Otherwise, if I were indeed a malevolent fox demon, would Lord Taiping allow such a creature to behave so audaciously before his sacred statue? The crowd paused, nodding in agreement. Indeed, if it were a wicked demon bold enough to appear in the temple of Lord Taiping, it would be akin to courting death, would it not? Li Pingyan, observing the chaotic scene, could not help but chuckle. Feng Zishan, a sister. Feng Zishan hesitated, reluctant to intervene, yet daunted by the prospect of refusal. Ultimately, he revealed his true form, enveloped in a radiant light, his spirit flickering in and out of sight. Dear villagers, there is no need for fear. This fox demon indeed carries the command of Lord Taiping to address the situation. The village heads from Li village, and Lu village may accompany her. Only then did the crowd begin to believe, for with Feng Zishan and Apos, S divine manifestation, the inhabitants of Li and Lu villages were already rendered speechless. How could they doubt now? Is that the spirit of the deceased scholar from Qingshan Ao? It is said he was sheltered by Lord Taiping and became a ghostly official in the underworld. Though he has perished, his spirit endures, and he may yet enjoy the incense offerings and divine status, possibly even ascending to true godhood in the future. To their astonishment, such wondrous tales were indeed true. Both village heads from Lu and Li were left agape, first a fox demon, and now a divine spirit. They could no longer afford to disbelieve. They exchanged glances, bewildered, yet soon regained composure, bowing respectfully. If that is so, we are most grateful for the immense grace of Lord Taiping, and our thanks to this. Ahem, fox immortal. Feng Zishan smiled nonchalantly. I'm a ghostly scribe under Lord Taiping, surnamed Feng. You may address me as Scribe Feng. The two village heads dared not show any disrespect, promptly expressing their gratitude. Thank you, Scribe Feng. Feng Zishan frowned slightly, about to correct them, but the title Scribe Feng brought him a sense of contentment. After all, what a scholar seeks is but a name of renown. The two village heads then turned to the white fox, who stood like a maiden. We also extend our gratitude to this esteemed fox immortal. The white fox, initially incensed, begrudgingly acknowledged Feng Zishan's intervention, which had garnered the trust of the crowd, making her even more vexed. However, upon hearing the term fox immortal, her heart swelled with joy, sweeter than honey, and her fox-like eyes narrowed in delight, clearly relishing the title. Despite her efforts to conceal her happiness, her twitching fox ears betrayed her. Ahem. Very well. Since it is the decree of Lord Taiping, this humble demon, this fox immortal shall accompany you to witness what manner of beast dares to wreak havoc on Lord Taiping's territory. In her moment of bravado, she momentarily forgot that she too was a creature of mischief, inadvertently condemning herself. Li Pingyan and Feng Zishan exchanged amused glances at her spirited demeanor. The two village heads, though bewildered by the peculiar turn of events, followed the white fox. At that moment, the three village heads of Baishuehe approached. Ahem. Do the three of you wish to pay respects to Lord Taiping as well? Forgive my bluntness, but what of Lady Whitewater? The three heads exchanged glances. Li Sifang understood that the three villages were not entirely harmonious, situated at the foot of the mountains where the Baishui River split into two tributaries, with one village to the south, another to the north, and the third nestled between them. The disputes over irrigation often led to conflicts, particularly during droughts when the river became a lifeline. The three villages frequently clashed over water rights, escalating to violent confrontations. Li Pingyan recognized such occurrences were common in ancient times. The faith in Lady Whitewater had arisen partly to mitigate these disputes. Since her emergence, whenever the villages required water, they would gather at her temple to burn incense, offer prayers, and consult the divine for guidance, significantly reducing their quarrels. However, as chaos engulfed the land and divine beliefs waned, faith in Lady Whitewater faded. Moreover, the conscription of able-bodied men had left the villages devoid of strength, leaving only the elderly, weak, and women to struggle for survival, thus intensifying conflicts. The village head of Heyong village smiled bitterly. What Li village head said is true. With Lady Whitewater, the three villages could coexist peacefully, yet now she has, alas, recently. Upon hearing that Lady Whitewater had reappeared, the villagers rejoiced, only to discover their hopes were in vain. However, during that time, they uncovered the divine signs left by Lord Taiping. Li Sifang was unaware of this, and his expression shifted. Oh, such a thing occurred? It is said that Lord Taiping inscribed golden characters upon the altar of Lady Whitewater, declaring her revival to be merely the work of malevolent spirits. He has intervened to vanquish the wicked, a sight witnessed by us all. Li Sifang glanced at the other two heads, who silently nodded in affirmation. He then smiled. I see. Since it is Lord Taiping's will, there is no more to discuss. I speak plainly. Lady Whitewater's spirit may have perished. Should you choose to shift your devotion to Lord Taiping, I believe he would not decline. The three heads were overjoyed. If so, it would indeed be a blessing for all villagers. However, they wondered if all villagers would wholeheartedly accept this change. For some still harbored faith in Lady Whitewater. Moreover, altering one's belief midstream was no simple task. Feng Zishan remarked, for Lord Taiping, gaining more followers is undoubtedly a boon, yet, these people once revered Lady Whitewater. I wonder how a sudden shift in faith might affect them? In truth, Li Pingyan was uncertain about the specifics, but at this juncture, how many truly devout followers of Lady Whitewater remained? He was indifferent to the matter. Nevertheless, he found the prospect of absorbing the incense offerings of another deity intriguing. He had not considered this previously, but now he was eager to explore the possibility. Thus, he instructed Feng Zishan, accompany those three village heads to investigate whether remnants of faith in Lady Whitewater persist among the villagers. Yes, Lord Taiping. Feng Zishan promptly complied, departing with the three village heads, much like the white fox. As for Li Pingyan, he had already received thousands of incense points. The ceremony to reconstruct the temple and forge a golden statue had been completed, and all that remained was the spontaneous worship organized by the villagers of Qinshan Ao. He did not linger any longer and made his way toward the temple of Lady Whitewater. Soon, he arrived at the temple of Lady Whitewater, situated at the heart of the three villages. Gazing at the dilapidated shrine and the worn statue, Li Pingyan felt a wave of emotion surge within him. The divine realm mirrors the path of the heavens. Even though it is revered as a deity, it cannot withstand the relentless passage of time and the cyclical nature of cause and effect. Once flourishing with fervent devotion, it now lies in decay, akin to withered weeds. A sense of melancholy unexpectedly welled up within Li Pingyan's heart. At that moment, he was astonished to discover that two streams of tears had mysteriously trickled down from the corners of the statue of the Whitewater Goddess. Chapter 21. A New Mission. 500 followers. Li Pingyan was taken aback, his expression shifting slightly. Was that a tear? As his spirit reached out, he sensed an indescribable sorrow. He recalled a philosopher from his past life who once proclaimed, God is dead. This sentiment resonated eerily with the current state of the world. In this realm, the celestial order has withered, divine paths have crumbled, the three realms have been inverted, and humanity is in chaos. Even the orthodox deities, revered in the heavens, have either perished or been obliterated. Not to mention the likes of Lady Baishui, a mere local deity of a desolate village. Through his spiritual probing, Li Pingyan felt the profoundly diminished will of Lady Baishui. What she possessed could hardly be called will. It was merely a flicker of spiritual essence. Originally, Lady Baishui was a minor deity, born from the faith of the people in three villages, hardly worthy of rank. With the absence of worshippers, her essence naturally faded into oblivion. Yet, even the lowly ant clings to life. How could a mere wisp of divine essence not strive to survive? Despite knowing her inevitable demise and the certainty of her extinction, Lady Baishui was unable to suppress her overwhelming sorrow. Li Ping sighed inwardly. Nevertheless, he did not hesitate, for this was an immutable rule of existence. Ultimately, Lady Bai Shui was already dead. He spoke, though you have dissipated. So long as I bear your name in my memory, you have not been entirely erased from this world. One day, when I possess the power to reshape heaven and earth, to restore the celestial order, as long as you exist in my recollection, there will remain a chance for your revival. The last remnants of Lady Bai Shui's essence were filled with profound gratitude as she nodded slightly. Li Ping'an continued. On that day, I shall decree you as the deity of the great river. The essence of Lady Bai Shui bowed gracefully, and her tears finally vanished. Thus, Lady Bai Shui completely faded away. Li Ping'an felt neither joy nor sorrow. He had spoken, and he would undoubtedly fulfill his promise. However, for now, he extended his spirit and absorbed all that remained of Lady Bai Shui's divine cultivation. The incense and divine power had naturally dissipated, yet her former cultivation still lingered. From this moment forth, Lady Bai Shui was no more, and the deity of peace took her place in the hearts of the people. Li Ping'an examined the remnants of Lady Bai Shui's realm, and it granted him a significant boost of 1,000 points in cultivation. Current attributes: divine position, earthly deity. Cultivation level, 9th rank deity, 1852 10,000. Territory, a radius of 50 miles around Qinshan Hollow. Divine power, 214 500. Incense value, 984. Divine techniques, night roaming. Prognostication, golden light. Dream infiltration, day roaming. Divine descent, divine arts. True scripture of divine mastery, mastery achieved. Number of followers, 134. Devout followers, 121. Current task, increase the number of followers to 500. With at least 300 being devout. Task reward, 8,000 points in cultivation. Current status, incomplete. Li Ping'an was momentarily stunned, noticing several new elements on his attributes panel. Aside from the divine techniques and arts, the most conspicuous addition was the follower count, 134 followers, including 121 devout ones. A new task had been issued, requiring him to increase the follower count to 500, with no fewer than 300 being devout. Calculating in his mind, Li Ping'an realized that if he could attract the villagers from Li Family Village, and Bai Shui River, completing this task would be effortless. The task reward was a staggering 8,000 points in cultivation. Currently, his cultivation advancement relied on practicing the true scripture of divine mastery, exorcising wandering spirits and ghosts to accumulate merit, and responding to the prayers of his followers. If he added these 8,000 points, he could break through to the 8th rank deity. Li Ping'an was resolute in his pursuit. He wondered if the little fox spirit and Feng Zishan would be able to complete the task. He decided not to involve himself directly. Otherwise, he would merely be a laborer rather than a deity. He assigned tasks to the White Fox and Feng Zishan, both to utilize their strengths and to further promote his divine influence. At that moment, the White Fox was hurrying along with the two village heads to inspect the village. This was her chance to redeem herself, and she dared not delay. Hurry, hurry. Can you afford to delay the great matters of the deity of peace? The two village heads exchanged glances, amused. Wait, Fox Immortal, where are you going? The White Fox huffed, of course. I am going to investigate where the monsters have invaded. Where have the recent monster attacks occurred? Village head Li Liuha interjected. It's at Li Daqing's house in our village. He was once a renowned hunter in the area, capable and skilled even in his old age. Although he is now older, he is still sharp, having hunted all manner of game, even tigers and foxes. At this point, he abruptly fell silent. The White Fox, aware of his unspoken thoughts, did not take offense. You mean foxes, right? What is there to fear in saying so? This world operates on the principle of survival of the fittest. Aside from the deity of peace, who would be fair and just, rewarding good and punishing evil? Moreover, humans hunt foxes, and foxes may also prey on humans. There is nothing to discuss. But rest assured, I have never harmed a soul. Li Liuha sighed in relief. Indeed, Fox Immortal, you follow the deity of peace and would never commit such heinous acts. He cleared his throat. Where was I? The White Fox impatiently interjected. Li Daqing. Yes, Li Daqing, though he is aging, he remains quite capable. A few days ago, he returned with a bountiful catch, but that very night, strange events occurred. The White Fox inquired, did he perish? Not at all. However, all of his game mysteriously vanished, and all his hunting tools have disappeared as well. Even more horrifying, his hunting dogs were found dead, gruesomely mutilated, with blood everywhere. The White Fox furrowed her brow. That is indeed peculiar. If the monster is so vicious, seeking revenge on Li Daqing, why not simply kill him outright? Li Liuha explained. The monster left a blood-written note, demanding he kill a certain number of creatures in exchange for sparing his life, or else it would take matters into its own hands, making him feel the pain of losing his kin. The white fox paused. So, it is a vengeful monster. Did it specify a deadline? Li Liuha chuckled bitterly. Tomorrow is the final deadline. The white fox pondered. Then take me to Li Daqing's house. Yes. In no time. The white fox followed the two village heads to the home of hunter Li Daqing. At that moment, he was wielding a hatchet, carving a wooden stick, seemingly preparing a trap or hunting tool. Clearly, he had no intention of sitting idly by. The white fox nodded, about to speak, when Li Daqing's expression abruptly changed, and he swung the hatchet toward her. Undoubtedly, he mistook the white fox for the monster. It was understandable. He was already on edge. And upon seeing a white fox standing upright and speaking, he instinctively reacted in defense. The white fox silently cursed, immediately channeling its demonic power, transforming into a spectral paw of the fox spirit, and forcefully sent Li Dahai flying. Li Liuha hurriedly exclaimed, Dahai, do not act recklessly. This fox fairy is not a monster, but a messenger of the great Taiping Gong. She has come to rescue you. As Li Dahai was hurled through the air, nearly spitting out a mouthful of blood, upon hearing the words of the village chief, he not only showed no signs of restraint but instead spat out a bloody gob. Bah! What messenger of Taiping Gong? She is clearly a demon fox. I have hunted all my life, and even if I must perish, I shall fight these monsters to the bitter end. With a furious roar, he once again brandished his axe and charged forward fiercely. Chapter 22. The 8th Rank Great Demon. The Crimson Flame Demon Whip. The white fox, filled with both astonishment and fury, hastily summoned her demonic power once more, pushing Li Dahai away yet again. However, Li Dahai's obstinate and irritable nature compelled him to rise repeatedly, insisting on continuing the battle against this demon fox. In a moment of desperation, the white fox unleashed her innate divine ability, Charm. In an instant, her emerald green pupils narrowed, transforming into feline-like slits, as beams of green light emanated forth, enveloping Li Dahai and seizing control over his mind. With a thud, Li Dahai stood motionless, his hatchet clattering to the ground. The village elder and onlooking villagers sighed in relief, yet a profound sense of awe, even revulsion, began to brew within them towards the white fox. They thought, of a different kind, their hearts must be different. Moreover, witnessing the fox and Apos' sorcery firsthand, manipulating a human, left them all deeply unsettled. The white fox perceived their thoughts but remained indifferent. Her sole aim was to fulfill the edict of Taiping Gong. Everything else was inconsequential. Ignoring the dazed Li Dahai, she began to survey her surroundings like a hound, sniffing here and there, attuned to the lingering scent of blood and demonic aura. Her brow furrowed deeper. Li Liuha inquired, Dear Fox Immortal, have you made any discoveries? The white fox replied, This demon is exceedingly formidable, undoubtedly at least an 8th rank great demon. Li Liuha and the others, unfamiliar with the term 8th rank great demon, cautiously asked, Ahem, might I inquire what rank you are, dear Fox Immortal? Is it possible for you to subdue this demon? The white fox hesitated. I am. Hush. Li Liuha quickly realized he had offended the Fox Immortal and fell silent, not daring to speak further. The white fox sniffed again, sensing the potent demonic energy lingering at the scene, her expression growing increasingly grim. Although merely a white fox, her furrowed brow rendered her appearance somewhat comical to the onlookers. This is dire. Taiping Gong has entrusted me with a task for the first time. Yet this demon is exceptionally strong. I, a mere minor demon. No, Fox Immortal, fear I may not be his match. What am I to do? Though eager to prove herself, she understood the importance of her own safety. Recklessly stepping forward could spell her doom. Thus, she cleared her throat and announced, I have grasped the general situation. You all look after this reckless man. I shall consult Taiping Gong and devise a plan. The crowd responded eagerly, understood. The white fox hastily returned to the temple of Taiping Gong to report the matter. Taiping Gong, this demon is at least an 8th rank great demon. I fear a minor demon, may not stand a chance against him. Li Ping and Apos, and felt a flicker of concern stir within him. An 8th rank great demon was indeed a thorny issue. While it would not pose a challenge for him to intervene, he was preoccupied with cultivating his power, spreading faith, and safeguarding against the formidable mountain deity lurking in the depths. Furthermore, he aimed to test the loyalty and capabilities of this white fox. Thus, Li Ping gently extended a thread of divine power into the white fox, instantly amplifying her own demonic strength and bestowing upon her a fragment of divine essence capable of restraining other demons. Subsequently, he spent 100 incense points from the divine marketplace to procure a specialized artifact for combating demons, known as the Crimson Flame Demon Whip, by channeling magical energy. This artifact could unleash purifying crimson flames, inflicting excruciating burns upon demons, piercing deep into their very souls. The white fox was overjoyed, filled with gratitude towards Li Pingyan, bowing repeatedly in reverence. At that moment, her pristine, snow-white form shimmered with golden radiance, appearing less demonic and more divine. Proudly, the white fox thought to herself. Having envied Feng Zishan, she had finally achieved her own evolution. Though it seemed that Taiping Gong intended this gift to be temporary, her ability to retain it would depend on her performance. The white fox promptly declared, "Thank you, Taiping Gong. Rest assured, I shall ensure that demon is reduced to ashes. The villagers of Lu Family Village and Li Family Village shall extol your virtues, sincerely devoting themselves to your worship." Li Pingyan nodded. "Very well, go forth." Yes. Returning to Li Family Village, the white fox was no longer the same as before. She radiated divine light, adorned with a faint golden aura that captivated even those villagers who had previously feared and loathed demons. Indeed, this was a true divine envoy of Taiping Gong. Such magnificence. This was no mere demon fox, but a genuine fox immortal. Truly, Taiping Gong is a divine being. Our Li Family Village is saved. Hearing the villagers' murmurs of admiration, the white fox felt a surge of pride. At that moment, Li Dehai regained consciousness. Upon seeing the white fox, he was momentarily taken aback. Humans are, after all, visual creatures. The former demonic appearance of the white fox had transformed into one of sanctity. Even Li Dehai refrained from acting impulsively. It was not merely visual. The white fox had genuinely acquired a thread of Li Ping and Apos, divine power, an aura of celestial majesty that, though incomprehensible to the villagers, quelled their fears. Li Dehai spoke gravely. "The demon's deadline is tomorrow, meaning he may very well arrive tonight." Despite his complex emotions, Li Dehai nodded. "Indeed, however, he is warned that if I do not take a life, he will do so himself. Therefore, it is possible he may not target me directly, but rather pose a threat to the entire village and all its denizens. I had intended to set traps at the village entrance, fortifying defenses, to protect my fellow villagers at all costs, even if it meant sacrificing my own life. But," the white fox interjected, "oh, do you know from where he will come?" A trace of pride graced Li Dehai's face. "I cannot speak for others, but regardless of how great this demon may be, since he is already slaughtered within my home, tracking him should not prove difficult. His entrance into the village is through the small path at the western village leading deep into the mountains. There is no mistake." Such confidence and pride stemmed from Li Dehai being the finest hunter of Li Family Village. The white fox felt a surge of delight. "Excellent. Though you are merely immortal, you do indeed possess some skill. This saves me the effort of scouting. In that case, I shall personally guard the small path at the village's western entrance tonight. As for all of you, remain vigilant and do not let your guard down." Li Liuhe quickly responded, "I have already informed all villagers to fortify their homes, and those able to leave have done so temporarily." The white fox nodded. Just as she was about to turn away, Li Dehai suddenly exclaimed, "If you are going, I shall accompany you." The white fox frowned. You, a mere mortal, no matter how skilled, are only suited to deal with birds and beasts. This is a genuine demon, an 8th-rank great demon. Would you not be courting death?" Li Dehai strapped on the tools he had meticulously crafted over the past few days, a machete, a spear, a bow and arrows, and ropes, clenching his fists tightly. "I, Li Dehai, am a man of simple nature, lacking an understanding of profound principles, yet he has slain De Huang, who had loyally followed me throughout my life, enduring hardship without complaint. I shall confront him with all my might." Chapter 23. The White Fox Displays Its Might. The Divine Messenger beneath the seat of Taiping. The white fox gazed at the indignant Li Dehai, her heart tinged with perplexity. She turned to him and inquired, "You harbor such animosity towards this monster because it took the life of your hunting dog?" "My hunting dog?" Li Dehai coldly shook his head. "In my lifetime, my parents passed away early. I never married, nor do I have children. My temper is fiery, and I have few friends. Only De Huang has been my sole companion. You dare call him my hunting dog? In my heart, he is already half my life. The monster that killed De Huang has effectively claimed half of my existence. How could I not fight him to the death?" The white fox was momentarily taken aback, then bitterly smiled. "In this light, you share quite a resemblance with that monster. He despises you for having slain numerous prey, perhaps even some of his kin, while you are enraged by his taking of your De Huang. Li Dezai was momentarily stunned, initially incensed at the suggestion of his similarity to the monster. He pondered her words and found merit in them. Humph, I care not for such musings. I shall seek vengeance for De Huang. Though the white fox had not transformed. A hint of a smile graced her lips. Let us proceed. Li Dezai unexpectedly felt a trace of allure emanating from her. A demon fox, smiling so sweetly? It left this rough man momentarily entranced. Indeed, a monster is a monster. He thought so, yet could not help but follow her. The two village elders, witnessing this, hastened to organize the villagers to evacuate, just in case. They then contacted those within the village who were barely capable of fighting, preparing to unite in aid. As they reached the western path of Li's village, night had descended heavily, the sky resembling a dark shroud, with clouds obscuring the already dim crescent moon. Enveloping the world in darkness, Li Dezai followed the white fox along the path, feeling an absurd sensation arise within him. Having hunted all his life, he was now to fight alongside a demon fox? However, recalling the gruesome demise of De Huang, he firmly gripped the axe in his hand. At the entrance of a narrow path leading into the deep mountains, the white fox crouched down, emanating a faint, luminous glow that remained visible even in the dark. Embodying a beauty that was both sacred and otherworldly, Li Dezai busied himself laying traps on the ground, pits, poison daggers, snares, all manner of devices. The white fox chuckled softly. Do you truly believe these trinkets could ensnare a great demon? Li Dezai replied indifferently, whether they catch it or not, I shall set them. Besides, who can say if it is only the great demon you speak of? What if there are other lesser demons or fierce beasts lurking? The white fox nodded. That is indeed a valid point. She felt an overwhelming sense of confidence, fully aware of her current strength. Time passed, and the clouds parted slightly, revealing a sliver of the new moon, casting more light upon the land. At that moment, the white fox's nose twitched slightly, her ears perked up. It's coming. Li Dezai felt an intense surge of tension and excitement, the grip on his axe creaking under pressure. In the next instant, roar. A thunderous sound erupted from the dense thicket, and a massive shadow sprang forth, its eyes shimmering with an eerie blue-green glow in the night, striking terror into the heart. Li Dezai's expression shifted. It was a wolf of formidable size, akin to that of a tiger. He had hunted all his life, and had never encountered such a colossal wolf. This black wolf demon had evidently sensed the presence of the white fox and Li Dezai. Leaping onto a massive stone at the path's entrance, coldly regarding the white fox. Indeed, it is you. I caught your scent from afar. The white fox smirked. A hint of allure in her smile. Black wolf, my intuition was correct. Only you could butcher a dog with such cruelty. Fox spirit? The black wolf's voice was sharp, akin to a knife slicing through the throat, causing discomfort to any who heard it. When did you become a fox spirit? A mere ninth-grade demon. Do you truly believe yourself worthy of such titles? You fled from the mountain deity only to follow some wild god, Taiping, in this backwater land? Such a disgrace. Such degradation. The white fox smiled. Black wolf, are you not also a fugitive from the mountain deity? We are the same. Bah. At least I know I am a demon. What are you now? He was an 8th-grade demon, and, facing a minor figure like the white fox, he would have typically pounced without hesitation. However, the faint golden light enveloping her caused him to hesitate. The white fox declared, Listen well. I am now the divine messenger beneath the seat of Taiping, sent to capture you, the demon. The black wolf was momentarily taken aback, then burst into wild laughter. Taiping? Divine messenger? Ha ha ha, I see you have lost your mind. You escaped from the mountain deity only to chase after some rural god? The mountain deity, though ruthless, possesses vast powers. What is this Taiping you speak of? The white fox, incensed by his derision of Taiping, retorted fiercely, Silence. Taiping is not someone you can blaspheme. You seek death. The black wolf sneered. Very well. I shall see how a mere 9th-grade demon dares to contend with me, an 8th-grade demon. In that instant, Li Dezai witnessed an extraordinary scene unfold. Having hunted all his life, his eyes were sharp. No prey could evade his gaze. Yet now, the black wolf and the white fox transformed into an inkwash painting. One black, one white, their movements appearing slow yet were in fact breathtakingly swift, leaving long trails of afterimages in the night. Li Dezai, who had sworn vengeance for De Huang, felt a tremor within him. This battle between demons was truly beyond the realm of mortals. Boom. The two demons clashed with increasing speed, appearing to Li Dezai as two bolts of lightning, one black, one white, colliding violently, erupting in a cacophony of sound and brilliance, like a fireworks display. The demonic energy surged and exploded, creating dazzling flames. The black wolf demon grew increasingly alarmed. What is happening? You are but a 9th-grade demon. How can you possess such power to contend with me? The white fox smiled sweetly. Fool, I have already informed you. I am now the divine messenger beneath Taiping, no longer a mere demon, but an existence imbued with divine power. To oppose me is to blind oneself to the truth. The Black Wolf, taken aback, realized that while the White Fox's innate demonic power did not match his own, the faint golden light surrounding her harbored a terrifying force that suppressed his own, granting her the strength to overwhelm others of the same realm. Even when faced with oneself, a distinguished figure among the 8th-rank demons can certainly stand toe-to-toe, refusing to cower. The Black Wolf demon erupted with fury, letting out a thunderous roar as it unleashed its full power, the demonic energy reaching its zenith. With a ferocious swipe of its claws, it tore through the air, leaving deep gashes upon the earth. Boom, boom. The overwhelming force compelled Li Dahai to instinctively retreat. Yet, the petite white fox, seemingly delicate and fragile before the Black Wolf demon, stood resolute against the onslaught, bravely confronting the tempestuous assault. Simultaneously, within her fox paw, a vibrant crimson whip materialized, infused with demonic energy, igniting into a blazing inferno. The flames blazed like a radiant sun, the whip transformed into a fire dragon, instantly illuminating the night, morphing into a wild vine that fiercely lashed out towards the Black Wolf demon, delivering a punishing strike. Behold, the divine artifact bestowed by the Celestial Emperor, the Crimson Flame Demon Whip. Chapter 24, Li Dahai Seeks Vengeance. The Beast Arise. The White Fox finally unleashed her ultimate trump card, the demon-subduing artifact bestowed by the Great Peace Lord, the Crimson Flame Demon Whip. In an instant, fiery tendrils entwined around the whip, erupting like fireworks as they struck fiercely against the Black Wolf demon. Crack! A resounding crack echoed as the intense flames detonated, leaving behind burning gorges across the Black Wolf's body, spreading mercilessly and inflicting excruciating pain. The Black Wolf demon let out a piercing scream, feeling as though the very bones were being seared, penetrating deep into its lungs and soul. The Crimson Flame Demon Whip was no ordinary artifact. It contained a trace of divine power, making it exceptionally effective against these demonic creatures. Once touched, it unleashed a terrifying force that was substantial and indelible. The Black Wolf demon had intended to unleash its full strength, but under the brutal strike of the White Fox's divine artifact, it was instantly hurled away with a heart-wrenching cry. The White Fox was equally startled. She raised the Crimson Flame Demon Whip, her eyes wide with astonishment and delight. Truly, the Great Peace Lord was formidable. The artifact he casually bestowed was astonishingly powerful. Even an 8th-rank demon could hardly withstand it. Originally, the White Fox had only a trace of divine power, sufficient to contend with an 8th-rank demon. Winning was nearly impossible. However, with the divine artifact, the Crimson Flame Demon Whip, the tides of battle had dramatically shifted. A triumphant smile emerged on the White Fox's face. With a swift motion, she cracked the whip through the air, producing a series of sharp cracks, causing the very atmosphere to tremble with explosive resonance as flames erupted. The Black Wolf demon realized too late, disregarding the searing pain still coursing through its body, and let out a wild shriek, attempting to flee. The White Fox scoffed. At this point, you still wish to escape. Accept your fate. With a fierce shake of her paw, the Crimson Flame Demon Whip extended in the wind, tripling in length. With a whoosh, it lashed out like a fiery tongue, instantly wrapping around the Black Wolf demon's waist, the intense flames penetrating deeply. The Black Wolf demon screamed once more, abruptly pulled back by the White Fox, crashing violently to the ground. Spare me, White Fox, we are comrades in adversity. No, wait, revered Fox Immortal, spare me. Li Dahai gazed at this scene, astounded. The Black Wolf demon had been subdued by this seemingly small White Fox. No, it was not her strength, but the might of the Great Peace Lord behind her. From their conversation, he learned that the Black Wolf was an 8th-rank demon, while the White Fox was merely a 9th-rank minor demon. Her victory was entirely due to the divine power and artifact granted by the Great Peace Lord. At this moment, Li Dahai could not help but tremble with excitement. Indeed, there are deities just above us. Alas, had the Li family village worshipped the Great Peace Lord. With his protection, what demons would dare to cause trouble? If that were the case, De Huang would not have met such a tragic end. Tears streamed down Li Dahai's face. The White Fox chuckled. Rest assured, your life or death shall be determined by the Great Peace Lord. I will not kill you. However, torment is inevitable. She knew that aside from the Crimson Flame Demon Whip, she was no match for the Black Wolf, and thus did not dare to release him. Consequently, the Black Wolf demon could only endure the relentless searing flames. Li Dahai stepped forward, tightly gripping his machete. The Black Wolf demon, who had previously dismissed this mere mortal, now revealed a flicker of fear in its eyes. What are you going to do? Li Dehai thrust the blade fiercely, piercing the black wolf's abdomen. Though brutal, it hardly breached its defenses, merely drawing a trickle of blood, furrowing his brow. He twisted the blade with all his might, causing more blood to spurt forth. Although he understood that even the divine artifact could not slay the black wolf. His own attack was almost negligible, yet he could not relent. This strike was for the sake of avenging De Huang, though the black wolf demon was in agony. It sneered, "A mere mortal's machete. Do you think you can kill me? Dream on. You, the hunter, have slain countless creatures in the mountains and killed many of my kin. It is regrettable that I did not kill you first. Just like that dog." Li Dehai retorted coldly, "And what of it? You, black wolf demon, have you grown this large by grazing? How many lives have you taken? How much flesh have you consumed? Can you even count them?" The black wolf fell silent, rendered speechless. The white fox laughed heartily. "Black wolf, I never imagined you would be outmatched by a mere human hunter. You even dare to speak of karma?" Li Dehai scoffed. "What I do is merely to survive, in this world, even in times of peace. It is no different from your slaughter of humans. You are stronger than me, and I bear no grievances if you consume me to survive. But you should not feign righteousness. Having killed my De Huang, I will naturally seek vengeance." The black wolf demon was momentarily at a loss for words. The white fox remarked, "Li Dehai, you are surprisingly formidable." The black wolf sneered, "Do not revel in triumph. I have already summoned my pack of wolves and tigers. This time, I will settle the score with you despicable humans." Li Dehai's expression changed. The white fox furrowed her brow slightly, her nose twitching. "He speaks the truth. Many ferocious beasts are approaching from the Li family village and even Lu family village. Although they were not demons, merely wild beasts. Their sheer numbers could pose a significant challenge. Black Wolf, did you not wish for me to spare your life? Why not command your minions to retreat?" The black wolf let out a grim laugh. "It is too late. I have given them a death order that none shall halt their advance." Furious, the white fox contemplated striking him down but hesitated. "Li Dehai, you must immediately inform both villages to prepare for battle. I will take this black wolf to see the great peace lord and seek his judgment." At this moment, Li Dehai was entirely convinced. All right. In the great peace lord's temple, Li Pingyan was deep in meditation. However, as a fully realized deity, he held dominion over a 50-mile radius, and naught could escape his divine perception. Soon, he observed the white fox escorting the black wolf demon back to the temple. Just as the white fox prepared to report, Li Pingyan interjected, "No need for words. I am already aware. This black wolf demon shall be dealt with by me. You must swiftly assist the villagers in defending against the beasts. Should you succeed in protecting the village without loss of life, I shall reward you generously." The white fox beamed with joy. "Rest assured, esteemed deity, this minor demon shall give her all to ensure not a single villager is harmed." She immediately scampered away. The black wolf demon, filled with terror, cautiously lifted his gaze. Before him stood an imposing and magnificent divine statue, exuding an overwhelming and authoritative aura that struck him like the weight of an entire Mount Tai, rendering him utterly motionless, even his breath stilled. He fell to his knees with a thud, pleading, "Spare me, O divine being." Chapter 25. Upgrading the Marketplace. The Great Demon Dan. The Chuexies Sword. Li Pingyan did not engage in futile discussions. To him, reasoning was utterly inconsequential. The notions of survival of the fittest and the idea of kinship held no significance in his eyes. This was his territory. If external foes invaded, disturbing the villagers and harming innocent lives, and he, the guardian deity, could not protect them, then what kind of deity was he? If one dared to invade, one must be prepared for death. After death, one could then expound upon their so-called reasoning. In an instant, Li Pingyan invoked the dream entry technique, plunging into the dream of the black wolf demon. With his mastery of the divine scriptures reaching fruition, his divine cultivation had significantly advanced, and his dream entry technique had attained a high level of proficiency, allowing him to enter dreams without waiting for beings to fall asleep. As long as their cultivation fell short of his, he could forcibly initiate the dream entry. Li Pingyan immediately glimpsed a multitude of scenes deep within the mountains. It was evident that this black wolf demon held a position far superior to that of the white fox, having once served in proximity to the mountain god, thus acquiring a deeper understanding of the enemy's intricacies. At last, Li Pingyan, through the black wolf demon's dream, beheld the so-called mountain god. In that fleeting moment, their visions collided violently. Boom! The clash of divine wills. Li Pingyan felt a jolt within his heart, sensing an extraordinarily peculiar sensation within this force. The power of the mountain god was indeed bizarre and twisted. However, it did not resemble demonic or magical energy. Instead, it contained a trace of divine power. What could this mean? Could it be that he had truly usurped the name of the mountain god, garnering the belief power of these demonic entities? What a strange phenomenon this was. It was not that demons and monsters could not share belief power, but rather that to usurp the name of the mountain god without possessing genuine divine status, it was fundamentally impossible to collect such faith. To absorb it recklessly would lead to one's own downfall. Yet, this mountain god had genuinely cultivated divine power. Truly a miracle. In that very instant, the will of the mountain god attempted to retaliate. Li Pingyan let out a cold laugh, unleashing his divine might, effortlessly obliterating it. However, upon exiting the dream, he discovered that the black wolf demon had met an untimely demise. Clearly, it had succumbed to the overwhelming force of their divine confrontation, resulting in its soul being obliterated within the dream realm. Li Pingyan chuckled wryly. Just then, Host has acquired the corpse of the 8th grade great demon black wolf. Would you like to activate the trade exchange function? Li Pingyan's heart stirred. Trade exchange? This divine marketplace possessed such new features and gameplay? He glanced over and realized that one could directly exchange acquired wealth and treasures for various goods. However, one could only exchange and not directly convert them into incense value. Li Pingyan tested the waters. This 8th grade black wolf demon could be exchanged for a great demon dan, which, when consumed, granted a certain probability for a demon to ascend to the 8th grade great demon realm. Furthermore, it could be exchanged for the Chuexia's sword, an 8th grade artifact imbued with a trace of thunderous energy, particularly effective against demons and malevolent entities. Li Pingyan smiled slightly, naturally opting for the exchange. Of course, having slain the 8th grade great demon, he also gained merit cultivation, a substantial increase of 1,000 points. Current attributes: divine position, land deity. Cultivation, 9th grade true god 2,987 10,000. Territory, a radius of 50 miles around Qingshan Ditch. Divine power, 314,500. Incense value, 1154. Divine arts, night travel, gazing at Qi. Golden light, dream entry, day travel. Divine descent, divine techniques, divine scriptures, mastered. Number of followers, 142. Devout followers, 129. His cultivation was nearing 3,000. And both divine power and incense value, as well as the number of followers, had increased. Li Pingyan chuckled. It seemed that not only the white fox, but also Feng Zishan was diligently spreading his faith. This pair, one human and one fox, not only demonstrated their loyalty but also, due to mutual disdain, fostered competition, thereby enhancing their efficiency. If they successfully completed their tasks upon returning, rewards could be anticipated. Should this human and fox fulfill their missions, nearly all the surrounding villages could be converted into followers, completing his system's task of merit. At that point, he could directly advance to the 8th grade true god. If that were to occur, rewarding them would be a given. At this very moment, the white fox was darting through the night like a streak of white lightning. Li Dehan had already informed the 2 village heads. Fortunately, they had been on guard, instructing the elderly, weak, and children to evacuate, while those with combat capability formed patrol teams. Upon receiving Li Dehan's notification, the 2 village heads were overjoyed. For the supreme deity had manifested, dispatching the divine envoy, the Fox Immortal, to vanquish the wicked black wolf demon, a tremendous blessing indeed. However, they soon realized that to truly survive this calamity, they must endure the onslaught of numerous ferocious beasts. Thankfully, these beasts emerged from the depths of the mountains, with only 3 or 4 entrances leading into the village. Li Dehan took the lead with a team of warriors, while each village had commanded their own group, leaving the remaining defense to a butcher from Lu family village, ensuring all passages were secure. The white fox, having witnessed Li Dehan's prowess and knowing he was well prepared, had set traps at the entrances, rendering the situation relatively secure. Thus, she immediately sped towards the other entrances. At this moment, many ferocious beasts had already charged ahead, engaging in battle with the villagers. With a fierce roar, the white fox soared into action, unleashing her demonic power in a mighty surge, instantly creating a powerful shockwave that sent the frontline beasts flying. She descended like a divine weapon, wielding the burning demon whip, unleashing crackling flames that morphed into fire tongues, fire dragons, and firebirds, hurtling towards the throngs of beasts. Though she might be slightly inferior in cultivation compared to the black wolf demon, these ordinary beasts were no match for her. With her initial strike, she obliterated 2 or 3 of them, leaving the villagers of Li family village utterly astonished. Their hearts brimmed with immense reverence and gratitude towards the supreme deity. Yet, the white fox felt a twinge of anxiety, despite her might. She was ultimately but one being, a single demon. If she could not swiftly resolve this onslaught, The other entrances would inevitably suffer casualties. She had promised the supreme deity. With these thoughts weighing heavily on her, she let out a furious roar, pushing her demonic power to its utmost limits, charging forth to confront the beasts. After dispatching this wave, she disregarded her severely depleted energy and dashed towards another entrance. However, even so, by the time she arrived at Lu family village, her heart sank. Despite having exerted herself to the fullest, slaying countless beasts, she had lost considerable time at Li family village. She could only wonder if Lu family village had already suffered casualties. The white fox was filled with trepidation and guilt. Even if just one person had fallen, it would be a failure to uphold her promise. How would she face the supreme deity then? However, when she anxiously arrived at Lu family village, she was suddenly struck by the sight of countless villagers united in their efforts to fend off the tide of beasts, their numbers exceeding her expectations by more than double. Then, a realization dawned upon the white fox as she recognized those familiar figures: Li Sifang, Feng Shangyan, Feng Hanwen, Li San, and even the spirited Li Xiuxiu were among them. Undoubtedly, these were the villagers from Qingshan Ao come to lend their aid. A warmth surged within the white fox's heart. Thank you, Taiping Gong. How wonderful! How wonderful! Upon spotting the figure of the white fox, Li Sifang was equally astonished and exclaimed loudly, "The divine envoy of Taiping Gong. The fox spirit has arrived." Instantly, the entrance of Lu family village erupted in jubilant cheers from the villagers. The white fox was overwhelmed with emotions. Never before had she experienced such a heartfelt welcome, genuine admiration, and gratitude. All of this was a blessing from Taiping Gong. Chapter 26. The Demon Slayer. The Fox Demon by Xiaoqi. At long last, the white fox has arrived, and with the assistance of the villagers from Qingshan Ao, the ferocious beasts that invaded Lu family village have been thoroughly vanquished. Of course, most of these beasts fell to the prowess of the white fox herself. Moreover, Li Sifang had visited the temple to beseech the deity Taiping Gong, and upon receiving permission, he summoned the flag of virtue and vice, which significantly amplified the strength of their forces, enabling them to easily counter the beast horde. In the aftermath of this fierce battle, the entrances to both Li family village and Lu family village resembled a horrific scene of carnage, a veritable mountain of corpses and rivers of blood. Though the bodies were those of wild beasts, the overwhelming stench of blood was enough to make one retch. Such a potent aura of bloodshed would inevitably attract even more wild beasts to invade. Thus, Li Sifang and the village leader of Lu family village deliberated on leaving a portion of the villagers to handle the battlefield, whether to remove the bodies, bury them, or incinerate them, in an effort to erase all traces of the gruesome conflict. Each entrance dispatched individuals for this purpose. At this moment, the white fox, drenched in blood, appeared before them. Her once smooth, satin-like fur, as white as snow, was now marred by the gruesome stains of battle, presenting a shocking sight. Yet, a smile graced her lips. Li Sifang and the village leader of Lu family village approached to express their gratitude. "We thank you, esteemed Fox Immortal, for eradicating the evil and defending us against the onslaught of beasts. Without your intervention, both Lu family village and Li family village, as well as our Qingshan Ao, would likely have suffered grievous losses." The white fox beamed at their praise, reveling in the acknowledgement. After all, she was not of the human race and had not learned the art of humility or social niceties. Cough, although your words hold truth. The credit truly belongs to Taiping Gong. Had it not been for the divine power and treasures bestowed upon me by him, I would not have been able to defeat the Black Wolf demon, let alone survive to slay these beasts. Li Sifang and the village leader exchanged glances, both filled with immense gratitude, and bowed in the direction of the Taiping Gong temple. "Thank you, Taiping Gong." The village leader led the villagers, each kneeling in sincere worship. "From this day forth, all villagers of Lu family village shall honor and revere the deity of Taiping Gong. We shall never forget your great benevolence." The villagers echoed their sentiments. "We thank Taiping Gong." The white fox observed this scene, feeling exhausted and drained of her demonic energy, yet her heart swelled with pride and satisfaction. Meanwhile, within the Taiping Gong temple, Li Ping'an received a prompt from the system. "Congratulations, the host has gained 212 new followers, among which 183 are devout followers. Congratulations. The host has received a total of 1142 incense points from Lu family village's newly added followers." Li Ping'an opened his eyes, a slight smile gracing his lips as he nodded. His current attributes were as follows: divine position, earth deity; cultivation, 9 rank deity, 2,987 10,000. Territory, a radius of 50 miles around Qingshan Ao. Divine power, 314 500. Incense points, 2424. Divine arts, night travel, chi observation, golden light, dream entry, day travel, divine descent, divine techniques, true scripture of the deity, mastery, number of followers, 354, devout followers, 312, in just one night. Li Family Village and Lu Family Village had gained over 200 new followers, bringing the total to 354, not far from the target of 500. With the three villages along the Bai Shui River boasting numerous inhabitants, absorbing their faith would undoubtedly be an effortless task. At this moment, the white fox returned. Bloody yet triumphant. I report back to the deity. The little demon has fulfilled her mission. The black wolf demon and the invading beast horde have been repelled. While there were injuries among the villagers of Li Family Village and Lu Family Village, fortunately, no lives were lost. However, this victory is not solely due to the little demon. It is thanks to the divine power and treasures granted by Taiping Gong, as well as the support of the villagers of Qingshan Ao under the protection of the sacred flag. Li Ping'an noted her panting breaths and exhausted demeanor, recognizing her earnest efforts, and nodded in approval. Indeed, by Shaoqi, in light of your contributions this evening, I shall absolve you of the transgression of deceiving the villagers in the name of the divine to collect incense. Furthermore, I bestow upon you the title of Demon Slayer, and you shall follow my guidance henceforth, receiving the crimson flame whip for your service. The white fox was overjoyed. Finally, after such a night of perilous struggle, her efforts had not been in vain. She was no longer merely a demon but had become a true emissary of the divine. The title of Fox Immortal would henceforth be well-deserved. Thank you, Taiping Gong. I vow to dedicate myself fully and not disappoint your grace. Li Ping'an nodded. Just then, Feng Zishan returned. Witnessing the scene, he couldn't help but let out a quiet sigh. The white fox glanced at him with a triumphant smile, then suddenly recalled something and inquired eagerly, "May I ask, esteemed Taiping Gong, how does my status as a demon slayer compare to that of his exorcism talisman?" Li Ping'an chuckled softly. "They are of equal rank." The white fox let out an "oh," casting a triumphant look at Feng Zishan. Feng Zishan smiled wryly. But having heard of the white fox's brave defense against the wolf demon horde and the protection of Li Family Village and Lu Family Village, he had come to see her in a new light. Li Ping'an asked, "By Shaoqi, do you have a name?" The white fox scratched her head. I do not. I only remember having many brothers and sisters, and I am the seventh among them." Li Ping'an nodded. "Then you shall take Bai as your surname, and I shall bestow upon you the name Bai Shaoqi." The white fox was elated. "Thank you, Taiping Gong, for the name. From now on, I shall be known as Bai Shaoqi." Looking at her innocent and carefree demeanor, it was difficult to associate her with a fox demon. She resembled more of a beloved pet cat. Feng Zishan smiled wryly and reported, "Taiping Gong, I have been tasked to investigate the three villages along the Bai Shui River and discovered that the majority of villagers have long since abandoned their faith. The incense offerings to the Bai Shui goddess have dwindled significantly. Recently, however, this Bai Shaoqi has deceived some of the elderly in the villages into believing that the Bai Shui goddess has manifested, prompting them to worship her. They later discovered the divine signs left by Taiping Gong, and thus their faith has shifted towards you. Currently, the villagers of the three villages hold a wait-and-see attitude, envious of the protection bestowed upon Qingshan Ao by Taiping Gong, yet many remain hesitant as they have not witnessed your divine manifestations. Overall, the villagers are on the brink of embracing faith in Taiping Gong, becoming devout followers, and their relationship with the Bai Shui goddess is negligible. Rather, it hinges on whether you can display divine miracles to win their hearts." Li Ping'an nodded in acknowledgement. Feng Zishan, having experience as a military scribe, performed admirably in his investigative duties. "Well done. Based on your observations, what kind of divine miracles do you believe the inhabitants of those three villages yearn for? How can we cultivate their faith in this deity?" Feng Zishan hastily remarked, "I have come to report this matter. From my observations, the villagers of the three hamlets share a singular concern that troubles them greatly. If this issue can be resolved, the inhabitants within 100 miles will undoubtedly pledge their allegiance to the great peaceful Lord." Oh, what does this matter? Chapter 27, The Divine Art of Descent. The Great Peace Lord truly manifested. Feng Zishan remarked, "At its core, this issue revolves around the irrigation of the Bai Shui River. This matter has long been the greatest source of discord among the three villages. Since the emergence of the Bai Shui goddess years ago, her purpose was to resolve this conflict. Yet, after countless generations, the faith in her has withered, and the discord persists, even intensifying." He sighed. "For the able-bodied laborers in the village have all been conscripted, leaving only the elderly, the weak, and women. who have no means of survival except for their meager plots of land. Furthermore, the area near Qingshan has always been deficient in rainfall, heavily relying on the water from the Baishui River, which has led to frequent disputes among the three villages over the years. Li Ping'an nodded. He had been aware of this situation beforehand. Calmly, he addressed Feng Zishan. How do you propose we resolve this matter? Feng Zishan hastily replied. This issue is both simple and complex. Ultimately, it boils down to the lack of a decisive figure among the three villages. In the past, they relied on the Baishui goddess for divination to determine the water supply, but with her absence, disputes have naturally arisen. If the villagers were to place their faith in the Great Peace Lord, with his guidance, these conflicts could surely be resolved. Bai Xiaoqi, the White Fox, interjected. You make it sound easy, but the crux of the problem is that they do not currently worship the Great Peace Lord. To gain their faith, we must first resolve the water disputes, yet to resolve those disputes, they must believe in the Great Peace Lord. Ah, you are caught in a paradox. Bai Xiaoqi and Feng Zishan had always been at odds. With her newfound status as a demon-slaying envoy, she felt liberated to speak her mind. However, Feng Zishan simply smiled. The words of the demon-slaying envoy hold some truth. Bai Xiaoqi was momentarily taken aback by his non-confrontational response, which only fueled her frustration. Li Ping'an pondered for a moment. This matter could be easily resolved. Feng Zishan, with autumn approaching, it is the season for planting winter wheat, and irrigation will soon be essential. The three villages will undoubtedly face further disputes. You need only gather them at the Baishui goddess temple, and the deity will take care of the rest. Feng Zishan beamed. The Great Peace Lord speaks wisely. They are already embroiled in conflict without any decisive action. I shall attend to this matter at once. He promptly turned and departed. The demon fox Bai Xiaoqi watched his departing figure, shaking her head. Ah, for a divine being. His task seems rather simple. Li Ping'an chuckled softly. The demon fox had fought valiantly throughout the night, and witnessing Feng Zishan's tasks sparked a sense of imbalance within her. Yet, she knew that had she been assigned Feng Zishan's duties, she might not have performed them any better. Meanwhile, dawn broke. The villagers of Li Family Village and Lu Family Village, who had battled throughout the night, were still busy. Many were clearing the aftermath, while others patrolled, fearing further beastly attacks. The village heads of Li and Lu, along with Li Dahai, the butcher Lu Da, and others, were convening to discuss the events of the previous night. Both villages felt immense gratitude towards the Great Peace Lord, especially for the divine envoy, the Fox Spirit, who had valiantly defended them against the beastly onslaught, a sight that left the villagers both awestruck and thankful. All of this was thanks to the Great Peace Lord. Had it not been for him, the two villages would have surely been drenched in blood. Li Dahai nodded in agreement. That divine envoy. Alas, I, a brash man, was initially disrespectful towards him, even resorting to violence. I feel deeply ashamed. Fortunately, the divine envoy and the Great Peace Lord are magnanimous and do not hold grudges. The village head of Li Family Village chuckled. Indeed. How could the Great Peace Lord hold such matters against you? But Dahai, you fought bravely last night to protect the village, making you a significant contributor as well. Li Dahai shook his head. Were it not for the Great Peace Lord, that Black Wolf demon would have ravaged the entire village. I witnessed the fierce battle between the divine envoy and the Black Wolf demon. It was beyond human capability. Even with my years of hunting experience, my strength and skills pale in comparison to such divine power. Li Sifong laughed heartily. Among the common folk, your name, Li Dahai, is well known in Qingshan Ao, but in comparison to the divine envoy, it is clear that you fall short. The butcher Lu Da from Lu Family Village sighed. What a pity that I did not witness it. Li Dahai chuckled. There will be opportunities in the future. From now on, we shall all be followers of the Great Peace Lord. Everyone fell silent for a moment before nodding in agreement. Li Liuha, the village head of Li Family Village, spoke up. Cousin, we also intend to build a temple for the Great Peace Lord to enshrine his statue. Would that be acceptable? Lu Qingfeng, the village head of Lu Family Village, nodded eagerly. We feel the same way. Li Sifong replied. This is undoubtedly a good deed. However, in these troubled times, with the village in poverty, is it truly necessary to undertake such an endeavor? I believe we should consult the Great Peace Lord before making a final decision. He has never wished for us to expend excessive resources. For worship is rooted in sincerity, not material wealth. Li Liuha and Lu Qingfeng exchanged glances. While that may be true, it is also the heartfelt desire of all the villagers. We must have a place to express our sentiments. Li Sifeng laughed. Well, why not visit the Great Peace Lord together and see what he thinks? That sounds wonderful. Let us go. The group promptly made their way towards the temple of the Great Peace Lord. Meanwhile, in the 3 villages along the Baishui River, Feng Zishan had gathered the village heads and some elders and influential figures at the Baishui goddess temple. As they beheld Feng Zishan, a spectral figure radiating divine light beside the statue of the Baishui goddess, an absurd feeling arose in their hearts. Yet, no one dared to voice any objections. Even amidst the long-standing discord among the 3 villages, they remained silent, scarcely daring to breathe. Feng Zishan smiled reassuringly. There is no need for concern, esteemed villagers. I am Feng Yuan, known as Zishan, a scribe of the Great Peace Lord, hailing from Qingshan Ao. Though separated by realms, I am not a stranger to you. His words instantly eased their tension, for Feng Zishan was a learned man, and even as a spirit, he evoked a sense of familiarity. Li Pingyan continued, I understand that you have been in constant contention over the water supply of the Baishui River. However, times have changed. Though the Baishui goddess is no longer with us, the Great Peace Lord has manifested to protect all villagers within 100 miles. The villages of Heiyin, Heyong, and Hejian are no exception. If you harbor doubts, you may worship here and express your grievances, awaiting the Great Peace Lord's judgment. The villagers exchanged glances, and the 3 village heads stepped forward, eager to test the waters after having previously visited the Great Peace Lord's temple. They declared in unison, Great Peace Lord, we beseech you. The 3 villages have contended fiercely over the water source of the Baishui River. If the revered Taiping Gong could grant us guidance in resolving this matter, we would be eternally grateful. Just as the words left my lips, suddenly, the statue of the Baishui goddess erupted with radiant beams of golden light, soaring majestically into the heavens. In an instant, all present were left astounded, their expressions frozen in awe, and one by one, they fell prostrate to the ground. Taiping Gong has indeed manifested his divine presence. Chapter 28. Casting the sacred cup to inquire the heavens, summoning the winds, and calling the rain. At this moment, not only were the villagers taken aback, but even Feng Zishan was startled. He was aware that deities could freely descend and traverse between their temples and effigies, a phenomenon that was not particularly novel. However, the pressing question was, this was the temple of the Lady of the White Water. Before him stood the statue of the Lady of the White Water. Why, then, could the venerable Taiping Gong also appear in an instant? What Feng Zishan did not know was that the last remnants of the divine power and will of the Lady of the White Water had been entirely devoured by Li Pingyan. She had long since been obliterated, and the once fervent devotion towards the lady had now transformed into a part of Li Pingyan himself. In other words, both the temple of the Lady of the White Water and her statue could only be regarded as a mere branch of Li Pingyan's divine path. He could invoke divine arts at any moment and summon the divine presence in an instant. The entire temple of the Lady of the White Water saw the villagers from 3 villages kneeling in reverence. Although Feng Zishan was somewhat astonished, he hastily prostrated himself, declaring, We humbly welcome the descent of Taiping Gong. The crowd echoed in unison, We humbly welcome the descent of Taiping Gong. Li Pingyan cast a calm gaze upon the scene. On the simple altar of the Lady of the White Water lay a rudimentary map, accompanied by a pair of divination cups used for inquiring the heavens. Li Pingyan understood that these cups, also known as the sacred cups, were specifically designed for divine inquiry during worship. One side represented yin, while the other represented yang, capable of discerning fortune and misfortune, clarifying right and wrong, and revealing the future. Of course, if the deity being worshipped was unresponsive or indifferent to the supplicant's pleas, the outcome derived from the cups would be utterly meaningless. Most individuals merely obtained random results. With the blessing of the Lady of the White Water, the cups had once held some semblance of efficacy. However, since faith in the lady had dwindled, even the 3 villages could only glean absurd and incoherent results from this method, failing to reach a consensus. Li Pingyan spoke with composure, Feng Zishan. Instruct them to cast the cups. I shall render the judgment. Yes, Taiping Gong. Feng Zishan promptly conveyed the decree of Taiping Gong. Thus, after 3 village heads respectfully bowed once more, they finally took hold of the long dusty cups. Referring to the simple map, the trio began to deliberate on each contentious point. The cups had yin and yang sides. The convex side represented yin, while the flat side represented yang. Naturally, if both cups displayed the convex side, it was deemed a yin cup. If both showed the flat side, it was a yang cup. A pair comprising one yin and one yang was called the sacred cup. The yin cup, also known as the angry cup, indicated disapproval from the deity, suggesting that any attempts to proceed would result in misfortune or even dire calamity. The yang cup, often referred to as the smiling cup, did not imply approval from the deity but rather indicated a lack of opinion or unclear guidance, permitting a recasting for further inquiry. Only the sacred cup, displaying one yin and one yang, signified the deity's strong endorsement, representing a most favorable omen. The Whitewater River, having descended from the verdant mountains, split into two tributaries, with one village situated to the south, another to the north, and the last nestled between the two streams. Thus, nearly every stretch of river became a source of contention. The three village heads sought Taiping Gong's guidance regarding each disputed area, rendering judgments based on the indications of the cups, which were, in essence, Taiping Gong's decrees. Li Pingyan did not hesitate to provide his determinations. His judgments were not arbitrary, but were made through a comprehensive assessment of the specific circumstances of the three villages and the conditions of the Whitewater River. Li Pingyan Dapos, and, at present, was truly a ninth-grade land deity. The entirety of the surrounding 50 miles fell under his dominion. Within this territory, every inch, every foot, every blade of grass, and every tree was under his control. It could be said that the flow of the river, the volume of water available for irrigation, and the most equitable distribution of resources were all matters easily within his grasp. Each of his judgments was impeccably precise, devoid of any flaw. This left the three village heads drenched in perspiration, while all the villagers, elders, and responsible individuals were astounded, exclaiming in awe at the divine manifestation. After all, in the years prior, their inquiries into the heavens had yielded nothing but a tangled mess of absurdities, devoid of any semblance of logic. Yet now, Taiping Gong's determinations were exact to a shocking degree. Each resolution struck perfectly at the core of the villagers' deepest convictions, embodying what they deemed to be the most equitable and just. However, in face-to-face negotiations, each individual would naturally strive to secure as much as possible, leading to inevitable disputes. Yet now, Taiping Gong had straightforwardly articulated their respective boundaries, exposing them without reservation, causing everyone to break into a cold sweat, deeply shaken. Li Pingyan observed the villagers' perspiration and felt a sense of reflection. The will of heaven reflects the will of the people. The path of humanity aligns with the path of divinity. His judgments, although rooted in his divine power, ultimately stemmed from an understanding of human nature. Without this, he could not have truly garnered the hearts of those present. As the sacred cups were cast and every disputed area was resolved with unparalleled precision under Taiping Gong's divine influence, the three village heads exchanged glances, each drenched in sweat. Filled with utmost admiration for Taiping Gong, they collectively knelt, reverently proclaiming, "We thank Taiping Gong." Indeed, Taiping Gong possesses divine foresight, and is just as the heavens. Feng Zishan, too, was filled with admiration. Truly, Taiping Gong's understanding of this land and grasp of human sentiment is flawless, beyond reproach. Henceforth, the three villages would surely refrain from any further disputes. At this moment, all present in the temple were utterly convinced, filled with awe and trepidation. Yet, Li Pingyan was not content with this alone. He addressed Feng Zishan, saying, "Inform them that as long as they sincerely worship Taiping Gong, not only will matters concerning the distribution of water from the Whitewater River be trivial, but I can also command the winds and summon the rains, wielding the power to control thunder and lightning with ease. Henceforth, they need not fear floods or droughts. As long as they remain devout, I shall safeguard this land, ensuring prosperous seasons year after year." Feng Zishan was left astounded. To summon the winds and rains, to command thunder and lightning. If they remained devout to Taiping Gong, they could ensure the prosperity of this land for years to come. What tremendous power was this? He hurriedly acquiesced, sharing Taiping Gong's message with the villagers of all three villages. Instantly, all were moved to their core, overwhelmed with excitement, and prostrated themselves in gratitude. The three village heads led by example, humbly bowing in utmost sincerity. "Taiping Gong, with your boundless powers and great compassion, henceforth, our villages of Heyin, and Hejian shall devoutly worship you, offering incense and prayers daily, never daring to show the slightest negligence. We beseech Taiping Gong to bless this land with favorable winds and abundant rains." Chapter 29, Ascension to the 8th Rank Divine Position. Celestial Phenomena. A warm welcome to the Great Peace Lord. Feng Zishan was profoundly impressed. From that moment onward, the inhabitants of the three villages, Heyin, Heong, and Hejian, were completely subjugated by the Great Peace Lord. Moreover, it was likely that from then on, they would be exceedingly respectful and devout. for the villagers and farmers who relied on agriculture for sustenance. The phrase favorable winds and abundant rain signified life itself. To this end, they would even sacrifice young boys and girls, strong men and beautiful women, lured by certain malevolent spirits in their offerings and tributes. Not to mention, all the great peace lords sought was their unwavering faith. The village leaders, elders, and prominent figures of the three villages were all in tears, their faces wet with sorrow. If the great peace lord could ensure favorable weather, what disputes would remain among us? We are all subjects under the protection of the great peace lord. Everyone was filled with deep sentiment, reflecting on the past intrigues and rivalries, feeling an overwhelming sense of nostalgia. However, from that moment onward, those memories would become mere dust in the annals of history. With this thought, they reverently prostrated themselves once more. We three villages shall unite our efforts to construct a temple for the great peace lord, transforming the shrine of the white water goddess into that of the great peace lord. Indeed, we of Haeong shall not lag behind. We of Aegean shall do the same. Feng Zishan smiled gently at the fervent expressions of the crowd. The great peace lord truly commanded eternal reverence. Li Ping sensed that matters here had concluded and, feeling a slight stir within, spoke. Feng Zishan, the next affairs are entrusted to you. Yes, great peace lord. In an instant, Li Ping activated his divine powers. And in a flash, he found himself back in his own temple at Qingshanao. This sensation was beyond description, as if he existed simultaneously in two realms, merely shifting his perspective. Upon returning to the temple, he observed the village chief Li Sifang and others from Lijiazwang and Lujiakan entering in grand procession. They sought to build a temple and create divine statues for themselves in their respective villages. After contemplation, Li Ping decided to decline their request, as Lijiazwang and Lujiakan had recently suffered from a beast attack and were not prosperous due to a previous plague. As the guardian deity of this land, his foremost duty was to protect the area, rather than solely pursuing personal gain. To do otherwise would betray his own heart and the grand aspirations he had vowed when becoming a righteous deity. Therefore, Li Ping instructed the fox spirit by Xiaoqi, informed them that the two villages need only to cast a single statue. In these trying times, there is no need to squander resources on multiple temples. If they wish to pay homage, they may come to the temple at Qingshanao on the 1st and 15th of each month. Bai Xiaoqi, momentarily taken aback, soon grasped the great peace lord's intent and felt a stirring in her heart. Truly, the great peace lord is a benevolent deity. Filled with emotion, she conveyed his edict. The villagers, upon hearing this, were deeply moved, and the village heads of Lijiazwang and Lijiakan, Li Dahai and Luda, among others, expressed their utmost reverence for the great peace lord, bowing in gratitude. Ultimately, they adhered to the great peace lord's decree, opting to cast a single statue rather than constructing a temple. Li Ping further commanded by Xiaoqi to retrieve the small rejuvenation elixir to heal those villagers bedridden by the plague, while also imparting knowledge on how to prevent its further spread. The gratitude of the people was boundless. In the days that followed, the residents of Lijiazwang, Lijiakan, Heian, Haeong, and Hejian, within a 100-mile radius, nearly all became devoted followers of Li Ping. Bai Xiaoqi tirelessly traveled, delivering miraculous remedies to those afflicted by the plague. The image of the white fox spirit, carrying elixirs and dashing about, became a legendary sight in the hearts of the villagers of Lijiazwang and Lijiakan. As they erected the statue for the great peace lord, they also fashioned one for the demon slayer, the white fox spirit, much to Bai Xiaoqi's delight and excitement. From that day forth, she officially became a part of the divine hierarchy, able to accrue merit, gather faith, and elevate her own cultivation. This was a far cry from her previous secretive masquerade under the guise of divinity. She was filled with reflections on her journey, fleeing from the depths of the mountains, escaping the tyrannical grip of the mountain deity, never imagining she would one day be honored as a divine messenger, revered and worshipped by so many. All of this was a gift from the great peace lord. The only aspect that stirred her discontent was the fact that alongside the statue of the great peace lord, a statue of Feng Zishan was also being erected. Although she was ultimately esteemed, it still irked her slightly. Nevertheless, within Lijiazwang and Lijiakan, her reputation and prestige undoubtedly surpassed that of Feng Zishan. Of course, within the rebuilt temple of the three villages along the White Water River, Feng Zishan's status would still exceed that of the fox spirit by Xiaoqi. Presently, Li Ping could effortlessly transition between the three statues and invoke divine descent at will, encompassing the temple at Qingshanao, the three villages along the White Water River, and the statues at Lijiazwang and Lijiakan. This afforded him the ability to maintain a contingency in the face of any crisis and to respond swiftly should any village find itself in peril. On the day when the temple of the three villages along the Whitewater River was completed, and the statues at Lijiazwang and Lijiakan were also finished. It was the first day of the month. The 6 villages, filled with countless citizens, gathered at the temple and statues, sincerely and devoutly offering incense and prayers. At that moment, Li Pingyan finally received the notification of task completion. Congratulations, host, on completing the system task. The number of followers has surpassed 500. With devout followers exceeding 300. Congratulations, host, on receiving a task reward of 8,000 cultivation points. Congratulations, host, for meeting the qualifications for divine rank promotion. Would you like to ascend to the 8th rank immediately? With a deep breath, Li Pingyan finally exhaled in relief. At last, he could ascend to the 8th rank. He declared resolutely, yes, ascend at once. In that instant, a profound rumble echoed. It felt as if the heavens and earth were in turmoil, the sun and moon changing hues. A series of celestial phenomena erupted within a 100-mile radius. Radiant beams of light illuminated the sky, and auspicious colors danced through the air, as the temples and statues in those 3 regions erupted with divine splendor. All who beheld such wonders were filled with awe and delight, their faith in the great peace Lord deepening further. In that moment, Li Pingyan truly ascended to the 8th rank divine position. The journey to this elevation had indeed been arduous. Yet, the rewards of this cultivation elevation were astonishingly rich. All the toil had not been in vain. Li Pingyan smiled faintly. View current attributes. Chapter 30 Divine Arts. Summoning wind and rain. Commanding thunder and lightning. With great divine power. With a decree from Li Pingyan, his attributes appeared before him. Divine rank. Wandering deity. Cultivation level. 8th rank true deity. Pseudo. 13584. 100000. Domain. A radius of 200 miles around Qingshan Ao. Divine power. 514. 1000. Incense value. 14521. Divine arts. Night wander. Gazing at Qi. Golden light. Entering dreams. Day wander. Divine descent. Divine techniques. True scripture of divine mastery. Comprehensive integration. Number of followers. 628. Devout followers 591. The 8th rank wandering deity rank. The domain expanded from a 50-mile radius to a full 200 miles. The upper limit of divine power increased to 1,000 points. The incense value exceeded 14,000. The number of followers surpassed 600, with devoted followers nearing 600. However, there remained a slight blemish. The term pseudo still lingered after the 8th rank true deity title, indicating that to gain the heavenly recognition of an 8th rank true deity, he still needed to purchase the heavenly decree, the true 8th rank wandering deity rank. Upon glancing, he noted that this decree required a staggering 20,000 points of incense value. To put it into perspective, the heavenly decree for the 9th rank land deity only required 5,000 points of incense value. Fortunately, he currently possessed around 14 to 15,000, and at the latest, he would soon surpass 20,000. Moreover, the requirements for advancing to the next tier, the 7th rank deity rank, had skyrocketed tenfold. The prerequisite cultivation skyrocketed from 10,000 to a staggering 100,000. If this trend continued, the required cultivation points might soon exceed 100 million, or even more. But that was a concern for another day. Li Pingyan's most delightful acquisition was the fact that after ascending to the 8th rank wandering deity, he had also gained 3 new divine arts. Summoning wind, calling rain, commanding thunder. As the names implied, from this moment on, within his domain, Li Pingyan could expend divine power to summon winds and rains, and wield the power of thunder. This also fulfilled the promise he once made to the villagers of the 3 villages by the Baishui River. As long as he was present, he could ensure that the region enjoyed favorable weather year after year. Now, he truly possessed such divine prowess. The divine art of summoning wind allows the summoning of winds from the heavens, ranging from a gentle breeze to a raging tempest. The specific power and range depend on his cultivation level and the divine power expended. The divine art of calling rain enables him to summon the moisture of the heavens, transforming the waters of rivers and lakes into rain clouds that descend upon the earth as rain. With power and range similarly determined by his cultivation level and divine power consumption, commanding thunder allows him to summon the power of lightning from the heavens, control bolts of lightning, and wield thunder, capable of shattering mountains and incinerating ancient trees, as well as sweeping away malevolent spirits and demons, vanquishing evil with ease. Indeed, at this moment, Li Pingyan could freely conjure storms and summon lightning within his domain, vanquishing demons and cleansing malevolence. If his previous divine arts as a 9th rank land deity seemed trivial, now he truly possessed the attributes worthy of reverence and worship from all. Summoning wind and rain, commanding thunder and lightning. These were powers that only true deities could wield in the hearts of all ancient peoples. Furthermore, after ascending to the 8th rank wandering deity, Li Pingyan acquired a unique ability. He could temporarily detach his divine essence from his domain and roam within its confines. Moreover, in other realms, he could still utilize his divine power and arts, albeit with diminished effectiveness, approximately 3 to 4/10 of his full capabilities. This range now extended to 100 miles. Li Pingyan was thoroughly satisfied. The term wandering and wandering deity originally referred to the distinction between daytime and nighttime deities, who could traverse the mortal realm at any hour to oversee good and evil, rewarding virtue and punishing vice. However, with the collapse of the divine order, these rules no longer applied. Yet, this wandering still signified greater freedom and enhanced authority. Li Pingyan sensed the unprecedented strength of his divine essence at this moment, and couldn't help but smile in contentment. If he accumulated enough incense value to obtain the heavenly decree, achieving the true 8th rank wandering deity rank, both his divine power and cultivation would undoubtedly grow immensely. Li Pingyan was in no rush. Additionally, his true scripture of divine mastery advanced from the entry level to the realm of comprehensive integration. From this point onward, the consumption of divine power and the potency of his divine arts would significantly amplify. Moreover, Li Pingyan discovered new information at the very end of his attribute panel. Number of followers, 628. Devout followers, 591. Number of servants, none servants. Li Pingyan's heart stirred as new intelligence about the divine system emerged. Servants are beings that transcend followers, even devout followers. In simpler terms, they are messengers of the deity, tasked with spreading the faith of the divine and executing the divine's will. Unlike Feng Zishan and Bai Shaoqi, servants are not as subordinates, nor do they belong to the hierarchical ranks of the divine system. They remain followers, human beings. However, they may receive some divine power and authority bestowed by the deity, allowing them to act on the deity's behalf in the mortal realm. Li Pingyan's mind raced. This was closely related to a matter he had been contemplating. He had never worried about the propagation of faith in these villages. It was merely a matter of time. His current concerns primarily revolved around 3 issues. The first was the bandits Feng Zishan had mentioned, a terrifying force known as the Tahitian Stronghold. The second was the mountain god whom Bai Shaoqi had once been forced to follow. The third was the potential for chaos, hatred, and conflict that could erupt in this tumultuous era. Of course, the last issue might not arise in the short term. However, the first 2 required preparation. The mountain god was an entity he needed to confront. His subordinates, including other monsters and beasts, would require his followers to deal with them. As for the Tahitian stronghold, they might invade and plunder his domain. Feng Zishan and Bai Shaoqi could still cultivate, maintaining their self-defense and combat abilities. However, most of these villagers were defenseless, predominantly consisting of the elderly, women, and children. Thus, Li Pingyan had long intended to enable them to cultivate, to at least possess the ability for self-protection. Now, this task could fall to his servants. Li Pingyan's divine essence traversed between 3 statues, manifesting his 8th rank wandering deity rank and utilizing the greatly enhanced true scripture of divine mastery to execute divine arts far beyond his previous capabilities. Gazing at Qi, he aimed to select the most suitable candidates among his devout followers to become his servants. More importantly, they must be able to truly cultivate and lead others in shared training. This necessitates exceptionally high standards. One must possess not only innate talent but also fortune, destiny, blessings, and fate. Li Pingyan's gaze gradually settled upon several individuals. Chapter 31. Selecting 4 followers. The fortunate one shall act on my behalf. The paths of cultivation for humanity are distinctly different from the divine path of Li Pingyan, the ghostly way of Feng Zishan, and the demonic route of Bai Shaoqi. In these tumultuous times, the number of cultivators is not insignificant. Among them, the 2 most prevalent paths are martial arts and celestial arts. However, as Li Pingyan is aware, there is no true celestial path in this world. What is referred to as such is more akin to the principles of Tao. Martial arts, naturally, have the largest following, with practitioners scattered across the court, the military, the rivers and lakes, and various martial arts schools. Nonetheless, the majority of these practitioners are of mediocre skill. The genuine martial arts techniques are primarily held by powerful factions. Of course, Li Pingyan has the option to exchange for these techniques through the system's marketplace. With his mastery of the art of divination, Li Pingyan swiftly surveyed the area within 100 miles, capturing the essence of all the believers in his gaze. Yet, the majority of the auras he observed were ordinary white, often flickering and faint, indicating a lack of vitality. This was to be expected, as the remaining inhabitants of these villages were predominantly the elderly, women, and children, and thus their fortunes were not particularly robust. Among those with a red aura, indicating good health and a modicum of cultivation potential, there were merely one or two. However, Li Pingyan did identify several promising candidates, their auras vibrant and conspicuously yellow, akin to banners fluttering in the wind. The first was Li Dahuai from Li family village, a remarkable hunter renowned within 100 miles. Though aging, his extensive combat experience and keen perception rendered him an exceptional candidate for martial cultivation, adept in both melee combat with his axe and spear, and skilled in archery. The second was Lu Da, the butcher from Lu family village. His lifetime of slaughtering livestock had endowed him with formidable physical strength, making him a daunting presence, capable of fending off several assailants. If he were to cultivate his skills further, he would undoubtedly excel in close-quarters combat on the battlefield. The third was Lin Xiufeng from Heong village, once a ruffian known for rallying friends and engaging in brawls. However, after an encounter with a divine manifestation in Qingshanao, he experienced a profound transformation, abandoning his wayward ways. He had proven his mettle in a battle against a horde of beasts, single-handedly dispatching many with his fists, earning him a reputation. These individuals had narrowly escaped conscription for various reasons. Li Dahuai sought to avoid a feudal demise and hid within the mountains. Lu Da, despite his wealth, was provoked into a confrontation with an envoy from Qingyang County, and Lin Xiufeng was simply too unruly for the conscription officers to approach. Li Pingyan smiled, recognizing these men as excellent candidates for martial training. However, the fourth candidate took him by surprise. It was Li Xiuxiu from Qingshanao, the strong-willed young woman who had nearly been abducted by Huang Shaoxiang. To his astonishment, she too exuded a brilliant yellow aura, even more concentrated than the others, suggesting her future fortune might surpass theirs. Li Pingyan's interest was piqued as he observed her closely, realizing she possessed the innate talent for cultivating the Tao. It is well known that while martial skills are easily acquired, celestial arts are rare treasures. A master of Tao can surpass numerous martial experts. Elated, Li Pingyan marveled at the abundance of gifted individuals in this small mountain village, ideal for his first group of followers. Selecting the most suitable followers, however, is no simple task. They must possess unwavering devotion, which is not a challenge given the faith of these believers. They must also have considerable fortune, identifiable by a yellow aura. Lastly, they must possess innate talent, which is the most difficult criterion to meet. Remarkably, all four candidates perfectly align with these requirements, truly a blessing. At that moment, Li Pingyan felt a sudden jolt within him. He was about to retract his divination technique when he noticed an individual among the ordinary folk whose fate was exceptionally auspicious, promising a remarkable future. Intrigued, he scrutinized further and was astonished to find a small infant, exuding an aura of green, tinged with a hint of purple, an unmistakable sign of extraordinary potential, albeit faint. To his surprise, this infant was none other than the child of Li Sanyang, the very child he had saved from the brink of death when she implored him for miraculous aid. Just a few months old, this infant exuded an aura of incredible fortune. Li Pingyan was taken aback, pondering the significance of this child's fate. Was it destiny or divine will? After a moment's reflection, he relayed his observations to Feng Zishan and Bai Xiaoqi. The two acknowledged his commands and proceeded to announce the decree of the Taiping Gong to the villagers of Qingshanao, Li family village, Lu family village, and the shores of the Baishui River. The Taiping Gong proclaimed, from among the devout believers, he shall select the most loyal followers to convey his divine will, spread faith, lead the populace, and restore order to the world. Each follower will embody the will of the Taiping Gong on earth, tasked with executing justice in his name. Upon hearing these words, the villagers were filled with fervent excitement. To be a follower of the Taiping Gong was akin to being a messenger of the divine. Naturally, everyone was eager, hoping to be chosen for such a noble honor. Subsequently, Feng Zishan and Bai Xiaoqi revealed the first batch of chosen followers, from Li family village, Li Dahuai. Instantly, the village erupted in uproar, and Li Dahuai was momentarily stunned before bursting into joyous exclamations of gratitude toward the Taiping Gong, pledging his unwavering obedience. From Lu family village, Lu Da, the butcher erupted into laughter, exclaiming his thanks to the Taiping Gong. From Heong village, Lin Xiufeng, his name sparked murmurs of surprise among the villagers, as he had only recently turned over a new leaf. Nevertheless, Lin Xiufeng, overwhelmed with joy, knelt in gratitude, vowing to honor the Taiping Gong's trust. Finally, Feng Zishan continued, from Qingshanao, Li Xiuxiu. At that moment, all eyes turned to her, and she herself was taken aback, incredulously pointing at herself. Feng Zishan confirmed with a smile, "Indeed, it is you." Overjoyed, Li Xiuxiu hurriedly knelt, expressing her profound gratitude to the Taiping Gong. However, the young lady is uncertain whether she can shoulder such a great responsibility. Feng Zishan replied, "Since it is the decree of Taiping Gong to choose you as a follower, there must be profound significance behind it. Why should you belittle yourself?" Li Xiuxiu, overwhelmed with joy, wept tears of gratitude, exclaiming, "Thank you, Taiping Gong." Feng Zishan and Bai Xiaoqi remarked, "Those chosen as followers shall receive martial arts techniques and mystical scriptures bestowed by Taiping Gong. You may cultivate according to these texts." Instantly, the four followers, Li Dahai, Lu Da, Lin Xiufeng, and Li Xiuxiu, were taken aback, their hearts swelling with gratitude as they knelt in reverence, expressing their thanks for Taiping Gong's benevolence. The four of them were filled with immense joy and anticipation, pondering what remarkable techniques and scriptures Taiping Gong would bestow upon them. Chapter 32. Composing the Taiping Scripture. The Taiping Army's resounding rise. Li Pingyan meticulously selected the most suitable martial arts manuals for the first four chosen disciples. He bestowed upon Li Dahai a scroll of martial arts titled Fei Shi Lu Yunju, Flying Arrow Flowing Cloud Technique. This is a specialized manual for the cultivation of archery, classified as a lower-grade Xian-level technique, already regarded as exceptionally formidable. Upon mastering it, arrows would fly true, piercing targets from 100 paces away, capable of breaching enemy formations from several dozen paces as easily as plucking a flower. This practice not only encompasses archery, but also includes complementary skills in body movement, footwork, arm strength, and eyesight, making it a flawless technique. Li Dahai, overwhelmed with joy, knelt in gratitude for the benevolence of the Taiping Lord. Similarly, Lu Da received a lower-grade Xian-level martial arts manual named Jianyou Dao Fa, ox-slicing blade technique. As the name suggests, once mastered, this technique allows one to move seamlessly through barriers, as if traversing an uninhabited realm, with unstoppable force. Lin Xiufeng was granted a set of lower-grade Xian-level fist techniques titled Feng Lei Zhen Tian Quan, Thunderous Wind Fist. The three were naturally elated, overflowing with gratitude. Li Pingyan gifted Li Xiuxiu a volume of the Taiping Scripture, 5 Elements Edition. This was not a manual available in the divine marketplace, but one that Li Pingyan had personally compiled after extensive research on the most suitable 5 elements techniques for her. This endeavor was of great significance. Li Pingyan aimed to use the Taiping Scripture as one of the foundational doctrines to lead his followers in the future to contend for dominance and restore peace to the world. Therefore, this was a labor of love, meticulously crafted, containing the most potent and effective 5 elements techniques, suitable for rapid mastery by the faithful. During Zhang Jiao's uprising, he had acquired the Taiping essentials from the immortal Nanhua, which granted him numerous divine abilities, allowing him to swiftly gather followers and ignite a conflagration of rebellion. Li Pingyan's aspirations were akin. However, he sought to be not Zhang Jiao, but the immortal Nanhua. Li Xiuxiu was taken aback and overjoyed upon receiving this volume of the Taiping Scripture, yet she faced one dilemma: she could not read. Naturally, this was not surprising, as in such chaotic times, in impoverished regions, educated individuals like Feng Zishan were exceedingly rare. Hunters like Li Dahai and butchers like Lu Da were considered relatively well-off and had learned some characters due to their occupations, but most others were illiterate. Moreover, Li Xiuxiu was an orphan. However, Li Pingyan directly infused the secrets of the Taiping Scripture into her mind, enabling her to grasp the profound truths within. This, of course, required innate talent, and Li Xiuxiu possessed such gifts. The 4 disciples, bestowed with the martial arts teachings from the Taiping Lord, were filled with excitement and reverence as they prostrated themselves in gratitude. Yet, Li Pingyan did not confine his teachings to them alone. Through Feng Zishan and Bai Xiaoqi, he imparted suitable martial arts to the common villagers, not withholding higher-level techniques, but recognizing their limitations in mastering them. These martial arts could strengthen the elderly, women, and children, prolonging their lives, and those with even a modicum of talent could significantly enhance their strength and cultivation. Li Pingyan observed these scenes, envisioning that, given time, the followers within his domain would become capable of self-defense and grow strong enough to form a formidable force. Furthermore, he specially blessed the son of Li Sanyang, the only child with auspicious purple energy. He bestowed a fragment of his divine power upon the boy and, through Feng Zishan, made known to all that this child was under the protection of the Taiping Lord. Instantly, all followers regarded this child with newfound reverence. Li Sanyang was exceedingly grateful, both astonished and elated, expressing her deep appreciation for the Taiping Lord. She beseeched him to name the child, as his father had been conscripted before his birth and was likely no longer alive, leaving no name chosen. Previously, Li Sanyang had merely called him by his milk name, Xiaobao. Li Pingyan granted him the name Li Changsheng, Li Long Life. Henceforth, this child, Li Changsheng, became the most cherished and cared for divine child within 100 miles. From that moment, within the verdant mountains, all engaged in martial practice, diligently honing their skills. Unwilling to disappoint the grace of the Taiping Lord, the four disciples committed themselves to relentless training, gradually acquiring increasingly formidable powers. The 6 villages united under the name of the Taiping Lord, working together as one, forming an unbreakable bond, and their influence steadily grew. Under Li Pingyan's leadership, these 6 villages established a martial force to protect the common folk, naming themselves the Taiping Army. Though their numbers were modest, around 100, their unity and martial arts prowess rendered them a force to be reckoned with. Each of the 4 disciples led their respective teams, utilizing their unique strengths. Li Dahai commanded a group of skilled hunters, training talents adept at reconnaissance, traps, and hunting, excelling in both close combat and ranged archery. Lu De led a team renowned for their strength, ideal for charging into battle, representing the backbone of the formation. Lin Xiufeng's team combined strength with skill, excelling in guerrilla tactics, agile and adaptable, akin to a surprise strike force. Lastly, Li Xiuxiu led a team focused on the arts, though they were few in number. They were indispensable, gradually developing unique abilities under her guidance. Li Pingyan dispatched Bai Xiaoqi to instruct Li Xiuxiu and her team, helping them gradually comprehend the foundational techniques within the Taiping Scripture, 5 Elements edition. Naturally, Li Xiuxiu emerged as the most exceptional among them. She swiftly progressed to an advanced level, particularly excelling in the wind and fire evasion techniques, capable of conjuring sandstorms and wielding flames, displaying remarkable prowess. While her skills paled in comparison to Li Pingyan's ability to summon wind and rain, they nonetheless provided her with a solid foundation. Additionally, Li Pingyan initiated the establishment of schools in Qingshan Township, teaching children to read and write, recognizing them as the hope for the future. Feng Zishan's father, Feng Hanwen, among others, became beloved teachers at the school. Li Pingyan indeed honored his promise, ensuring that within 100 miles of Qingshan Township, the weather remained favorable, dispelling evil spirits and demonic entities. Internally, under divine protection, the community thrived in peace and prosperity. With everyone engaged in both education and martial training, Qingshan Township flourished. Advancing rapidly, in no time, it evolved into an increasingly formidable force. Li Pingyan soon amassed sufficient incense value to purchase the long-desired heavenly Tao edict, achieving the esteemed rank of an 8th-grade deity. He could not help but be filled with anticipation once he ascended to the status of an 8th-grade deity. How dramatically would his cultivation and divine power advance? Chapter 33. The 8th-rank Wanderer Deity. Bestowed as an 8th-rank functionary, Li Pingyan swiftly amassed sufficient incense value and finally acquired the decree of the 8th-rank Wanderer Deity. Consequently, as the heavens and earth transformed, an extraordinary phenomenon unfolded. Li Pingyan fully integrated this decree with his divine soul. In an instant, an unprecedented surge of power erupted, and it felt as though he could see through the entirety of the world, his vision extending hundreds of miles away. Not only could he perceive his own dominion, but even beyond its boundaries, Li Pingyan could see with remarkable clarity. The power recognized by the heavenly path allowed him to instantly sense that his cultivation level, combat strength, divine power, and spiritual prowess had escalated exponentially. Throughout the entire Qingshan Township, the 6 villages and 3 temples simultaneously radiated brilliance, with auspicious purple energy rising, celestial flowers cascading, and golden lotuses bursting forth from the earth. This spectacle left all the faithful in awe, their astonishment palpable as they lit incense and offered prayers. Feng Zishan and Bai Xiaoqi's expressions also shifted dramatically. They immediately sensed the exaltation of the Taiping Lord's divine status, his divine power soaring to an unparalleled new realm. Once the dust settled, Li Pingyan took a deep breath, a smile gracing his lips. Current attributes: divine position, wanderer deity. Cultivation level: 8th rank true deity 19511 100000. Dominion: Qingshan AO, encompassing a radius of 300 miles. Divine power: 1145 2000. Incense value: 452. Divine arts: night wander. Gazing at Qi. Golden light. Entering dreams. Day wander. Divine descent. Summoning wind. Calling rain. Commanding thunder. Divine techniques: Yushin Jinjing, comprehensive understanding. Taiping Jinjing, pinnacle mastery. Number of followers: 815. Devout followers: 792. Number of subordinates: for subordinate deity, 8th rank functionary, 04. Li Pingyan felt a stirring within. The pseudonym following the 8th rank true deity had vanished. He had genuinely attained recognition as a true deity by the heavenly path. His cultivation had surged to nearly 20,000. His dominion expanded by an additional 100 miles, now encompassing a full 300 miles. The upper limit of his divine power had also increased by 500 points, reaching 2,000. The number of followers had reached 815, effectively covering the entire Qingshan township and its 6 villages. With 4 subordinates, each had advanced in their cultivation. Moreover, in addition to the Yushin Jinjing, the divine techniques now included the Taiping Jinjing, which he had authored, laying the foundation for his future conquest of the realms and the establishment of order. At the end of the panel, an option for selecting subordinates appeared, indicating his subordinates: Feng Zishan and Bai Xiaoqi. Now that he was an 8th rank wanderer deity, the subordinates he could bestow could also attain the rank of 8th rank functionary. The 9th rank was designated as clerks, while the 8th rank was termed functionaries. Currently, he could appoint a maximum of 4 8th rank functionaries, but all positions remained vacant. As both Feng Zishan and Bai Xiaoqi were still only 9th rank clerks, Li Ping and oppose, and did not hesitate, preparing to bestow ranks upon the two. After all, they had demonstrated their loyalty and capability over the recent days. Feng Zishan had been with him since the inception of his mission to spread faith, driving away malevolent spirits and safeguarding the region. He had diligently thwarted Huang Shaoxiong during the confrontation with Huang Yuanwei, successfully completing the task. The subsequent resolution of the dispute in the Baishui 3 villages was also executed splendidly. As for Bai Xiaoqi, although she had initially misused the divine name and committed transgressions, she had since atoned for her past misdeeds, earning redemption through her valor. She had slain the Black Wolf demon and tirelessly battled across multiple fronts, repelling the invading beast tide and protecting Li Village and Lu Village. Furthermore, she had tirelessly sought medicinal herbs, healed the sick, eradicated plagues, and garnered the love and admiration of all the townsfolk. Thus, on this day, Li Ping and oppose, and officially conferred upon the two the rank of 8th rank functionaries. Feng Zishan: as the Taiping Lord, I hereby promote you to 8th rank subordinate deity, granting you the position of functionary for exorcising spirits. Bai Xiaoqi: I similarly bestow upon you the rank of 8th rank subordinate deity, granting you the position of functionary for slaying demons. Upon hearing this, both exchanged glances, their joy overwhelming, and they knelt in gratitude. Thank you, Taiping Lord. We shall serve with utmost dedication, never daring to disappoint your grace. Li Ping and oppose, and nodded, then presented the rewards he had exchanged in the divine marketplace after slaying the Black Wolf demon. Bai Xiaoqi: this 8th rank demon core is granted to you. Consuming it will enhance your cultivation, allowing you to aspire to become an 8th rank demon. With the rank of 8th rank subordinate deity I bestowed in the magical artifact, the Crimson Flame Demon Whip, even a 7th rank demon spirit will not stand a chance against you. Bai Xiaoqi and oppose, S eyes widened in astonishment as she gazed at the descending demon core, overwhelmed with joy and gratitude. She clasped it close to her chest and prostrated on the ground, kneeling in gratitude for the great benevolence of the Taiping Lord. I shall never forget this for all eternity. Li Pingyan acknowledged her gratitude and added, Feng Zishan, I bestow upon you this 8th rank artifact, the Quelling Evil Sword. Its power far exceeds that of the Peachwood Sword by many multiples. Wielding this sword, you can exorcise spirits, vanquish evil, slay demons, and maintain peace in the realm. Feng Zishan trembled, kneeling in reverence as he beheld the sword imbued with the essence of heavenly thunder, a talisman against all malevolent entities. Overwhelmed with gratitude, he bowed deeply. Thank you for your grace, Taiping Lord. From this moment forward, both were unwavering in their commitment, serving the Taiping Lord without the slightest neglect. However, with Li Pingyan's capacity to appoint 4 eighth-rank functionaries and only 2 subordinates at present, it seemed time to expand his ranks further. This was indeed an opportune moment. Li Pingyan's dominion now extended to a full 300 miles. As an 8th-rank wanderer deity, he could traverse an additional 200 miles beyond his dominion. In essence, he could now roam freely across a span of 500 miles. This territory encompassed the depths of Qishan, approaching the realm of the bandit stronghold known as the Black Heaven Fortress to the west, and the location of the mountain deity from which Bai Shaoqi had fled to the south. As for the northeast, apart from other villages, he was nearing the vicinity of Qingshan County Town. Within his dominion, the populace of Qingshan Township had nearly all become his devoted followers, and his influence was steadily growing. Yet, Li Pingyan had no intention of provoking the Black Heaven Fortress or the so-called mountain deity. His current interests lay in the northeast direction. There, he would find more common folk waiting for him to cultivate and expand the faith, drawing in additional followers. Furthermore, he was intrigued by the chaos that plagued the world beyond. To restore order, one must first comprehend the nature of the turmoil. Qingshan County Town became his initial target. According to Feng Zishan, this area had once belonged to the Great Jin dynasty, though the imperial court had long since collapsed, with various lords embroiled in conflict and demons rampant, transforming the land into a veritable hell on earth. In the city of Qingyang, embroiled in the conflict between 2 feudal lords, it suffered a devastating sacking following its defeat, resulting in the demise of Feng Zishan in that tragic encounter. The 2 lords were known as the Marquis of Chongping and the Marquis of Wuwei. Qingyang County had allied with the Marquis of Chongping. While the brutal sacking was inflicted by the Marquis of Wuwei, Li Pingyan took measures to manage affairs within his jurisdiction, preparing to explore the world beyond the mountains. Chapter 34. The Deceit of the Demon Path. In times of chaos, demons run amok. In the city of Qingyang, approximately 500 miles from Qingshan Township, Li Pingyan could venture forth, yet he had already reached the limits of his range, unable to journey any further. Moreover, he might not be able to explore the entirety of the city. Nevertheless, this endeavor was merely a test for Li Pingyan, and he did not require any definitive results. Accompanied by Feng Zishan and the fox demon Bai Shaoqi, they proceeded northeastward. Within the jurisdiction, there were 6 village heads and 4 attendants overseeing matters, rendering ordinary demons and bandits utterly powerless. Furthermore, Li Pingyan possessed keen insight into everything within his domain and could return at any moment using divine descent techniques. Thus he had no cause for concern regarding unforeseen changes. Upon departing from Qingshan Township and following the Baishui River downstream, they soon arrived at another location, Baishe Town. Situated between Qingshan and Qingyang City, it lay within a vast plain, with expansive fields and orderly houses. In times of prosperity, this would undoubtedly be fertile land. Alas, amidst the turmoil of war, the call for conscription had reached even here, leaving the elderly, women, and children to toil in the fields. While much arable land had been left fallow, those remaining, the frail and the aged, were compelled to labor tirelessly for survival. Observing the fields, where aged elders, emaciated children, and bent women toiled, Feng Zishan could not help but sigh, lamenting the villagers' plight. They must surely yearn for the protection of a divine being like the Taiping Gong. Li Pingyan remained silent. In that moment, he was enveloped in divine radiance, his golden form shining brilliantly. Even Feng Zishan and Bai Shaoqi, though close at hand, could not discern his true visage, nor did they dare to meet his gaze directly. Yet, Li Pingyan understood that mere reliance on his own protection, no matter how potent, could not suffice. The true imperative was to bring an end to this chaotic era and restore peace to the realm. It was essential to stabilize the 3 worlds, rehabilitate the divine path, and establish order between good and evil, ensuring the constancy of celestial principles. This was his grand aspiration. However, Feng Zishan's words held truth. This was indeed the foundation for his next step in cultivating faith. The number of followers within his current jurisdiction had reached its zenith. To expand further, he must extend his reach. Theoretically, this region also fell within Li Pingyan's domain, albeit at its periphery. Yet, the villagers here were not yet followers of the Taiping Gong. As Li Pingyan pondered, suddenly, those elderly, weak, and women laboring in the fields were struck by astonishment, halting their tasks, and one by one, they knelt upon the ground. Both Feng Zishan and Bai Shaoqi were taken aback, exchanging bewildered glances. Bai Shaoqi inquired, "What are they doing? Have they discovered the arrival of the Taiping Gong and begun to worship him?" Feng Zishan shook his head. "That cannot be. They cannot see the Taiping Gong, and besides, the common folk here may not even know his esteemed name. Li Pingyan had already sensed something amiss, a faint smile of disdain appearing at the corners of his mouth. In the next moment, a cacophony of gongs and drums erupted, and a grand procession made its way along the field path. This sudden display of revelry in an otherwise desolate environment left Feng Zishan and Bai Shaoqi even more astonished. They beheld rows of villagers lining the path, fervently kneeling in reverence, while the newcomers, akin to stars surrounding the moon, were encircled by dozens of townsfolk, celebrating with great fanfare. At the center of this commotion sat a middle-aged man resembling a Taoist priest, slightly closing his eyes, basking in the adulation of the crowd. He appeared to be in his 40s, with a few strands of beard and slender eyebrows. At first glance, he bore an air of ethereal grace, yet upon closer inspection, he revealed a rather furtive demeanor. Clad in an ornate Taoist robe and wielding a whisk, he sat with an air of arrogance, flanked by 7 or 8 young acolytes who followed him with utmost reverence, not daring to look up. The immortal master has arrived. Quick, kneel and worship. Immortal master, please ensure my son returns safely. We will repay your kindness with our utmost devotion. Immortal master, may you bless us with favorable weather and bountiful harvests, allowing our families to survive. Please, immortal master, grant healing to my ailing mother. Feng Zishan and Bai Shaoqi exchanged troubled glances. Immortal master? What manner of being is this? This spectacle surpasses even that of the Taiping Gong. Bai Shaoqi scoffed. What sort of immortal master is he? I see little power. He is likely just a novice dabbling in some trivial illusions, brazenly deceiving these people. Feng Zishan, however, remained cautious. While the villagers had yet to embrace the Taiping Gong, this was still his jurisdiction, and he could not turn a blind eye. Should they investigate whether this priest possessed genuine abilities or was merely a charlatan preying upon the people's hearts? Li Pingyan nodded in agreement. Feng Zishan promptly stated, "Yes, I shall investigate further." He stealthily approached, concealing his presence to discern the true nature of this priest. At that moment, the priest found himself encircled, unable to depart. Observing the throngs of people kneeling and beseeching him, he felt both triumphant and somewhat impatient. Enough, enough, he commanded, and the crowd fell silent, prostrating themselves, not daring to utter another word. The priest, reveling in his success, cleared his throat and declared, "Since I, the immortal master, have come to this place, it is only fitting that I relieve your burdens and safeguard the people. I have heard your prayers, and as heaven is merciful, I cannot turn a blind eye. However," he continued, "to fulfill your wishes is no simple matter. Even I must expend vast amounts of spiritual power." The villagers eagerly responded, "Immortal master, your compassion is boundless. We shall forever remember your great kindness." The priest scoffed. "What good is merely remembering kindness? Those who wish for their desires to be granted must come to my abode and present offerings. Only then can I assist you. Do not think that I am greedy for wealth. I am doing this for your sake, as I must pray to the celestial beings and make offerings. Otherwise, with so many suffering souls in the world, why should the divine prioritize you?" Immediately, a villager nodded, exclaiming, "The immortal master speaks wisely. To receive blessings, one must demonstrate sincerity. O esteemed master of the celestial realm, I humbly offer all the 2 taels of silver earned from this year's harvest, beseeching your divine protection over my son who is embroiled in the tumult of battle, that he may return safely. I would even be willing to sacrifice our old ox, a cherished member of my household, as an offering to you, praying for the swift recovery of my ailing mother. Alas, I am but a feeble old man, possessing naught but my very life, yet I would willingly toil like a beast of burden and gratitude to you, simply asking for the safety and well-being of my family." However, to my astonishment, the celestial master let out a chilling laugh, gazing upon the frail, coughing elder and remarked, "Who claims you possess nothing? Do you not have a daughter, merely 16 years of age, in the bloom of her youth? If you are willing to present her to me, I shall ensure your family as tranquility. Otherwise, humph." Upon hearing these words, the old man's countenance turned ashen, his eyes wide with disbelief. "O celestial master, this is utterly unthinkable." The celestial master retorted with a sneer, "What? Do you not see the honor in offering your daughter to me? It is not merely to serve me, but to serve a true deity. What a blessing that would be. You, old man, ought not to be so ungrateful. If you provoke my ire, and in turn, the wrath of the divine, do not think for a moment that it would only be your family that suffers. The entire town of Baishir would face divine retribution, reduced to mere dust." The old man trembled with fear, nearly collapsing to the ground. The surrounding townsfolk, upon hearing this, began to urge him fervently. "He Lao-san, do not be so foolish. Quickly comply with the celestial master's command and offer your daughter," they implored. Indeed, it is a fortune accrued over generations. Can you truly consider it a disgrace? He Lao-san, do not let your selfishness bring calamity upon us all. For if the celestial master and the divine are angered, your sins will be insurmountable, and no amount of atonement will suffice. Chapter 35. Is human nature innately good or evil? The divine's duty lies solely in education. Upon hearing the sorcerer's outrageous proposition for the old man to sacrifice his own daughter, Feng Zishan's countenance darkened, overtaken by fury. Yet, as he listened to the townsfolk echoing their agreement, he could not suppress a deep sigh. However, he found himself at a loss for words. Perhaps he had been fortunate enough to receive the protection of the benevolent deity, becoming a minor official in the underworld, benefiting his community through good deeds. Yet, had he merely been an ordinary commoner, might he not have been driven to act similarly to those villagers? In such turbulent times, in the quest for self-preservation and divine favor to protect their families, who could truly remain untainted? At that moment, Li Ping'an and Bai Shaoqi also overheard the conversation. Bai Shaoqi was already seething with rage. What manner of sorcerer was this? Forcing others to sell their children as offerings. Even the mountain gods would only oppress minor spirits. They would never stoop to such vile acts. Shouldn't the benevolent deity intervene? This little spirit could take matters into her own hands and vanquish this rogue. Li Ping'an replied calmly, dealing with a mere sorcerer is indeed simple. However, altering the perceptions of the villagers is a far more daunting task. What are your thoughts? Feng Zishan sighed. You speak true. In chaotic times, human life is as insignificant as grass, let alone anything else. After the massacre in Qingyang County, with nearly every home deserted, the surrounding villages are in utter despair. This has provided an opening for these charlatans, who prey on the people's yearning for safety and family well-being. They exploit this vulnerability, employing a few tricks to deceive the populace into believing them to be celestial beings or deities. Coupled with coercion and temptation, soon the entire village, the whole town, has become their devoted followers, commanding both wind and rain. Just like this old man, even if he were reluctant to offer his daughter to this sorcerer, the villagers would still deem him selfish and force him to comply. Bai Shaoqi huffed, I see these villagers are not virtuous either. They pressure others to sacrifice their daughters for their own safety. Feng Zishan shook his head. One cannot speak so harshly. Humanity has always been thus, even in prosperous times. They would go to great lengths to protect themselves and their families. How much more so in such chaotic times? Their words may be despicable, yet they are victims ensnared in deception. Bai Shaoqi retorted angrily, do you truly believe these commoners are good people? Feng Zishan replied, they are neither purely good nor purely evil. They are simply ordinary people. Bai Shaoqi was momentarily at a loss for words, but still scoffed. If ordinary people possess such moral failings, then your kind hardly seems superior to us spirits. Feng Zishan managed a wry smile. I never claimed superiority. The essence of existence boils down to the intrinsic struggle between life and death. Whether human or spirit, none can escape the cycle of fate. For instance, Bai Shaoqi, had you remained deep in the mountains under the mountain god's command, if he demanded your sacrifice, threatening to punish all spirits otherwise, do you think the other spirits would not incite you to comply? Bai Shaoqi was momentarily stunned, then blurted in anger, "Pa, I would never offer myself." Li Ping'an smiled gently. Their discourse revealed that there was no definitive right or wrong. The world is not merely black and white. Though he had transcended to become a deity, he was originally human himself. He understood these truths all too well. Whether human nature is innately good or evil is inconsequential. What truly matters is guidance and education. As the rightful deity of this land, his duty was encapsulated in the 4 words: reward the good and punish the wicked. Thus, Li Ping'an stated, you two need not debate further. You may handle this matter in your own ways. Feng Zishan and Bai Shaoqi exchanged glances. Yes, benevolent deity. They each departed, yet neither rushed to act. Even Bai Shaoqi, gradually maturing in her understanding, recognized that since the benevolent deity refrained from direct action, allowing them to resolve it in their own manner was a test of their capabilities. She certainly did not wish to falter. She aimed to execute her task to perfection. Feng Zishan contemplated deeply. Since the benevolent deity had said this, it was clear that the task was not merely to eradicate the sorcerer. More importantly, it was to win back the hearts of the misled villagers, guiding them back to the righteous path. This, he realized, was the crux of the benevolent deity's intentions. Thus, Feng Zishan resolved not to engage the sorcerer directly but to utilize his strengths to investigate the fundamental circumstances of the villagers in Baisha town. He soon vanished from Li Ping'an's sight. Meanwhile, Bai Shaoqi pondered for a long while before deciding to quietly follow the beleaguered He Lao-san. who had been coerced by both the sorcerer and the villagers, back to his home. He loused and trembled, his spirit seemingly detached, moving like a soulless automaton. His legs, already unsteady, felt as if they were burdened by lead, dragging heavily along the ground. For the first time, he wished his home were infinitely distant, preferably unreachable. Yet, upon raising his gaze, he beheld the all-too-familiar dilapidated wooden door. His eyes grew increasingly murky. He could not fathom how to return home. How to face his daughter? How could one tell their own flesh and blood that they were to be sold to another? Such words seemed unutterable, especially for a father. But what recourse did he have? This was the decree of the celestial master, the will of the divine. How could he resist? Moreover, even if he wished to defy it, the other villagers were filled with righteous indignation, as if he would be struck down by thunder should he fail to comply. In his despair, he loused and staggered to the doorway, raising his hand only to let it fall again. Just then, the wooden door creaked open, and a timid gaze peered outside. Upon recognizing him, the expression shifted to one of joy. "Father, you're back." This was He Laosan's daughter, He Shaoqing. As she called out, she suddenly noticed her father and Apos' unsettling demeanor, as if he had aged a decade in his brief absence. "Father, what's wrong? Has something happened?" He Laosan attempted to speak, yet his lips felt parched and stuck together. Bai Shaoqi observed this scene, a cold smile forming within her heart. She wondered how He Laosan would handle it. Should he truly offer his daughter to the sorcerer, this fox spirit would dispose of him as well. No. If Feng Zishan and Lord Taiping were to witness this, they might consider me exceedingly reckless. In the present day, Bai Shaoqi has consumed the demon pill exchanged from the Black Wolf demon and has long since transcended to the realm of an 8th-grade demon. Furthermore, having been conferred the title of 8th-grade assistant deity and demon-slaying officer by Lord Taiping, along with the merit accrued from her healing of the villagers and faithful, her cultivation has reached a level where she can effortlessly contend with the formidable 7th-grade demon spirits. Employing an illusionary technique, she concealed her form and silently trailed behind He Laosan, witnessing this poignant reunion between father and daughter. At that moment, thud, He Laosan unexpectedly knelt before his daughter, He Shaoqing. Startled, He Shaoqing hastily reached out to support her father. "Father, what are you doing?" Yet, He Laosan remained prostrate, weeping uncontrollably as he lamented, "My daughter, I am so sorry. That esteemed immortal, he demands that I offer you to him as a sacrifice." In an instant, it felt as though 5 thunderclaps had struck overhead. He Shaoqing's vision darkened, rendering her unable to see anything. Chapter 36, Bai Shaoqi's Scheme. Substituting the pillar. Upon hearing her father's words, He Shaoqing's vision blurred, and she nearly collapsed to the ground. Father, what are you saying?" He Laosan stubbornly refused to rise, trembling as he lay on the ground. "Yes, it is my inadequacy. When the esteemed immortal arrived, I thought of your 2 brothers still fighting outside, their fates uncertain. Thus, I prayed for the immortal's protection, hoping our family could remain safe. Yet, to my astonishment, he demanded that I offer you to him." He Shaoqing, in a daze, momentarily forgot to support her father and sank to the ground beside him. She had succumbed to utter despair. "Father, I have heard that the esteemed immortal has done such things before in Heishui town, demanding the citizens to offer their daughters. In the end, those daughters vanished without a trace. He claimed they were offered to the divine, serving the deities above, but who truly knows? Perhaps they were simply." He Laosan hurriedly covered her mouth. "Hush, child. Do not speak such reckless words. The esteemed immortal is immensely powerful. If he hears you, we will have no hope left." He Shaoqing managed a bitter smile. "Is it possible for me to survive now? Child, I cannot fathom a way out. I can only submit to the immortal's orders. Alas, it seems you and I must part ways forever. You must live on, father." He Laosan wept uncontrollably. "If your 2 brothers are lost, if you leave too, what purpose is there for me to live? I prayed for the immortal to protect our family, yet now it seems we are doomed. What good is such protection?" He Shaoqing was taken aback. "Father, how can you speak such nonsense?" She was not only surprised by her father and Apos' sudden outburst against the immortal, but also by the fact that He Laosan, known for his honesty and often mocked as an Apos, He Laoshi and Apos, had never displayed such anger before. Yet today, he dared to speak against that lofty figure, the one whom all revered and feared. He Laosan clenched his fists, trembling as he stood up, then helped his daughter to her feet. "Child, I have lived my life in humility, looked down upon by others, but I shall not passively watch you walk to your demise. We must leave immediately. I shall not surrender you to that so-called esteemed immortal." He Xiaoqing and Amp, Oppos, tears flowed freely, yet her heart swelled with gratitude. Father, but can we truly escape? He Lao San replied defiantly, whether we can escape or not, we must try. If I were to offer you to that immortal, just like the other daughters from the villages, to die without reason, what difference would there be between us and livestock? Now, hurry and pack your belongings. We leave at once. He Xiaoqing nodded rapidly. Yes, yes. The father and daughter supported each other as they entered the wooden door, cautiously securing the latch. Bai Xiaoqi observed this scene and finally breathed a sigh of relief, a faint smile gracing her lips. What a fine He Laosher. Finally showing some backbone in a critical moment. Had I not seen this, I would have been disinclined to assist you. Of course, for He Xiaoqing's sake, she would have intervened regardless. It was merely a jest. Channeling her power, she discerned that the demon sorcerer had already prepared, dispatching several young acolytes to guard in the shadows, ensuring that He Xiaoqing and her father could not escape so easily. Bai Xiaoqi let out a cold laugh, her figure transforming into a streak of white light as she darted into He Lao San and Oppos' home. At that moment, the father and daughter were hurriedly packing their belongings. Suddenly, a flash of white light appeared, and a white fox sat upright before them, atop a simple wooden table. He Xiaoqing gasped. Father, what is that? He Lao San was equally startled. A monster, a demon. Bai Xiaoqi sighed. It is a fox spirit, not a demon. The father and daughter were further astonished. Not only a demon, but a speaking one. Bai Xiaoqi, embarrassed and enraged, retorted, I have said it is a fox spirit. You two are most disrespectful. I am an 8th grade celestial spirit within a 300-mile radius, a divine being under the command of the Great Peace Lord, a white fox spirit known as Bai Xiaoqi. The father and daughter stared, dumbfounded. Such a lengthy name. Bai Xiaoqi interjected, enough of the trivialities. I have come on the orders of the Great Peace Lord to rescue you. Do you understand? He Lao San and He Xiaoqing exchanged glances, a flicker of hope igniting within them. The Great Peace Lord. I have heard of this deity. He is the one worshipped in Qingshan Township, is he not? I have heard he has suddenly risen in prominence after many years of decline. Seeing that he recognized the name of the Great Peace Lord, Bai Xiaoqi and Oppos' mood brightened considerably. You, old man, possess some knowledge. The two immediately trembled and knelt, beseeching, Fox Spirit, we implore you to save us from this calamity. We shall serve you diligently in gratitude for your great kindness. Bai Xiaoqi nodded slightly. Very well. I have already stated that I was sent by the Great Peace Lord to save you. Why speak further? He Xiaoqing quickly inquired. Can the fox spirit protect us from here? Bai Xiaoqi shook her head. The demon sorcerer has set an ambush, instructing those young demons to guard. You cannot escape. However, why should you flee? This is your homeland, and it is the sorcerer who should be driven out. The two exchanged bittersweet smiles. If we could stay, who would wish to leave their home? But, Bai Xiaoqi's eyes sparkled with cunning as she smiled mischievously. I indeed have a plan. Oh, what plan? Before long, He Lao San, with his daughter He Xiaoqing, trembled as they stepped out of their home. However, they carried no belongings and were headed toward the sorcerer's residence. The acolytes stationed at the entrance grinned and nodded at this sight. Meanwhile, Feng Zishan arrived directly at the town's garrison. The term garrison refers to the leader of a town. In ancient times, imperial authority did not extend to the counties, and the lowest official bestowed by the court was the 9th grade county magistrate. In villages and towns, although there were village heads and town chiefs, most lacked formal authority, could be appointed or elected and govern the populace alongside local landlords and gentry. Baisher Town, once a thriving village with a considerable scale, governed 3 villages and enjoyed a bustling population, was unfortunately now in a state of decline and desolation. The town's guardian, He Wenfeng, was currently pacing back and forth, appearing quite troubled. Suddenly, a radiant golden light enveloped him, and the figure of Feng Zishan materialized before his eyes. He Wenfeng was taken aback, fear gripping him as he collapsed onto the wooden chair, stammering, Who are you? Chapter 37, The Night Parade of 100 Demons. The Mischief of the Demon Path. 2 great officials, joining forces to subdue evil. Feng Zishan radiated a luminous aura, his golden light faint yet distinct, unmistakably not the essence of an ordinary ghost. He smiled gently, addressing He Jingshou, I am Feng Zishan, an exorcist appointed by the illustrious Taiping Gong. He continued, recalling their previous encounter during the conscription in Xingyang County, I once had the pleasure of meeting you. He Wenfeng stood dumbfounded, as if confronted by a ghost. However, a sudden realization jolted him. You. You are the scribe who accompanied the magistrate of Qingyang County? How could this be? With a sigh, Feng Zishan recounted. In these tumultuous times, self-preservation is a challenge. Qingyang County suffered a tragic massacre, leaving me as a wandering spirit. Thankfully, I was taken in by Taiping Gong and now serve as an underworld official under his divine command. His narrative revealed the benevolence and compassion of Taiping Gong, casting a profound impression on He Wenfeng. He Wenfeng, though previously aware of the rumors surrounding Taiping Gong's miraculous manifestations, had not given them much thought amidst the chaos he faced. However, Feng Zishan's words struck him with astonishment. Could it be that the tales of Taiping Gong's divine interventions were indeed true? Feng Zishan asserted, Taiping Gong is a celestial deity, possessing unparalleled powers and virtues, guiding the masses and delivering salvation. His existence is genuine, devoid of any deception. He Wenfeng, overwhelmed with disbelief, inquired, then, what of the immortal master who recently arrived in Baisha town? Feng Zishan smiled knowingly. I have come precisely for that reason. He took a seat on a nearby wooden chair. Though merely a spectral being, this act of sitting was a mere formality. He Wenfeng, not daring to be remiss, respectfully occupied a lower position beside him. When questioned by Feng Zishan, he fell silent for a moment, unsure of how to articulate his thoughts. After a prolonged pause, he sighed heavily. This matter is quite lengthy. It turned out that despite the ravages of war, Baisha town had managed to sustain its population through its fertile lands, allowing the elderly, women, and children to persevere. However, one day, 100 demons paraded through the night, gathering restless spirits that tormented the townsfolk. Overnight, the villagers were besieged by these malevolent entities. Some were so frightened they fainted, others possessed by spirits fell gravely ill, and many timid souls perished from sheer terror. Following that dreadful night, Baisha town was engulfed in panic, descending into chaos. As the town's protector, He Wenfeng also encountered these apparitions, his heart filled with uncertainty. Yet, despite his position, he found himself powerless against the supernatural. Once, there had been a temple to the earth deity in Baisha town, dedicated to the 9-rank earth god under the jurisdiction of the city god shrine in Qingyang County. While it may not have been infallible, it offered some measure of protection. However, the temple had long been devoid of worshippers. In the midst of his despair, a Taoist named Zhang Tianzheng appeared, claiming the title of Master Zhang. He professed to possess formidable powers, particularly in exorcising demons and vanquishing evil. Upon hearing of the disturbances in Baisha town, he rushed to aid the suffering populace with a compassionate heart. Although He Wenfeng was skeptical, he had little choice but to place his faith in the stranger. To his astonishment, Master Zhang proved to be extraordinarily capable. After performing a ritual in public, the demons vanished, restoring tranquility to Baisha town. Consequently, the townsfolk revered him as a living deity, celebrating his presence with grand displays of reverence, drums, and fervent worship. While initially He Wenfeng found this beneficial amidst the chaos, it soon became apparent that the so-called immortal had grown tyrannical, ruling Baisha town like a despot. He demanded tribute, and anyone who dared to offend him faced dire consequences. Those who hesitated to provide him with riches were met with supposed divine retribution, suffering illness or worse, death, at the hands of vengeful spirits. Feng Zishan furrowed his brow upon hearing this. How could He Jingshou fail to see through such a charlatan? He is clearly exploiting the chaos, preying upon the innocent. The so-called night parade of demons is undoubtedly his doing. How else could it be that those who offend him are immediately beset by spirits? He Wenfeng let out a bitter laugh. Though I suspect as much. What can I do now? His power has already solidified, and what can a mere humble man achieve? In times of peace, I could report to the authorities and apprehend such a villain, or rely on the protection of the city god or the earth deity. But now, alas. Feng Zishan nodded, comprehending the situation. I am aware of the circumstances. Since Taiping Gong has issued a decree, I shall see this matter through to the end. He Wenfeng promptly knelt, sincerely expressing, if Taiping Gong can expel this demon and save the common folk, the people of Baisha town will forever be grateful and remember your kindness. Feng Zishan replied, eliminating a mere demon is not a formidable challenge. However, awakening those he has deceived may prove to be more complex. He Zhengshou, where is the so-called immortal's abode? He Wenfeng quickly responded. It is located in the former earth deity's temple. This demon has usurped the long-abandoned shrine, ruling it with impunity. Truly a desecration. Feng Zishan pondered for a moment before smiling. I understand. Please gather all the townsfolk who revere this demon outside the immortal's abode. I shall handle the rest. He Wenfeng agreed. That is not difficult. However, this demon, though wicked, possesses certain abilities. Not only can he summon the night parade of demons, but he can also manipulate the elements. Feng Zishan reassured him, "Do not worry, I am well prepared. I am no longer what I once was. In terms of the ghostly realm, I have attained the status of an 8th-grade malevolent spirit, akin to the renowned Bai Shaoqi. Furthermore, my continuous efforts in exorcising evil have rapidly enhanced my cultivation. Moreover, Feng Zishan had been granted the title of an 8th-grade official exorcist by Taiping Gong, along with a powerful artifact, the Purging Sword. Both he and Bai Shaoqi had received the teachings of the true scripture of Taiping, albeit in different forms, resulting in a significant surge in their abilities. At this moment, Feng Zishan found the demon to be no challenge at all. Meanwhile, within the immortal's abode, Zhang Tianzheng eagerly awaited the offerings for the night. It was by chance that he encountered He Xiaoqing. Although slightly frail, her delicate and elegant appearance, coupled with her gentle and yielding disposition, perfectly aligned with his inclinations. The thought of fulfilling his desires that very evening caused a ripple of excitement within him. At that moment, 2 young acolytes announced from outside, "Master, He Xiaoqing has arrived." Chapter 38. A violent confrontation with the demon Zhang Tianzheng. The might of an 8th-rank demon. At this moment, He Xiaoqing was no longer He Xiaoqing, but rather Bai Qiqi. She had devised a cunning plan for He Laosen and the father-daughter duo of He Xiaoqing to stealthily substitute identities. Disguised as He Xiaoqing, she had infiltrated the so-called Immortal Master's residence. In truth, Bai Qiqi had yet to master the art of transformation. She could only fully assume human form upon ascending to the 7th rank of demon spirit. Currently, she merely cast illusions, rendering herself as He Xiaoqing in the eyes of others. Trembling, He Laosen followed Bai Qiqi and finally stood before the esteemed Immortal Master. He quickly fell to his knees, exclaiming, "Immortal Master, Xiaoqing has been brought here." This was the phrase Bai Qiqi had instructed him to use. The Immortal Master shot him a cold glance and impatiently replied, "Very well, you may leave." With hesitance, He Laosen departed, casting a complex glance back at He Xiaoqing. However, she merely smiled, unfazed. The Immortal Master dismissed all others, stepping down from his throne, and surveyed He Xiaoqing with a satisfied nod. For reasons unknown today, He Xiaoqing bore an additional allure, her delicate features enhanced with a captivating charm that rendered him utterly entranced. "Ah, little beauty, you seem even more enticing than usual today," he remarked. With no one around, the demon revealed his true self, abandoning his pretense. Bai Qiqi responded with a playful smile. "Oh, is that so? Thank you for the compliment, Immortal Master." Her demeanor further ignited the demon's fervor, making him swallow hard. "Ah, it seems I have stumbled upon a rare gem from this remote place," he mused, previously believing that no treasures could be found in such a backwater. As he approached, unable to contain himself, Bai Qiqi playfully slapped the demon across the face. "Oh dear, Immortal Master, why so hasty?" The light slap landed on his cheek with the force of thunder, sending the demon sprawling backward, crashing into a table before landing awkwardly on the floor. You, oh dear." Zhang Tianzheng, the demon, held his reddened cheek, groaning in disbelief as he stared at the seemingly fragile He Xiaoqing, utterly baffled by the turn of events. "Oh dear, Immortal Master, what seems to be the matter?" Zhang Tianzheng hesitated, pondering. Could it be that this little beauty possesses innate strength? Perhaps her rural upbringing has endowed her with considerable might. I must have been too eager. She must have miscalculated her strength and her shyness. Yet, he could not shake the feeling that her strength was extraordinary. He forced a grimace, standing once more. "Little beauty, you certainly possess considerable strength," he remarked. "It's quite enjoyable to have such vigor. Otherwise, things would be rather dull." He lunged forward again. Bai Qiqi let out a giggle, feigning shyness as she waved her sleeve, delivering yet another slap. "Oh no, I don't want that." With a resounding crack, the slap landed squarely on Zhang Tianzheng's ear, producing a thunderous echo that momentarily disoriented him, drowning his senses in a buzzing sound, nearly causing him to faint. "Wait. This doesn't feel right." Bai Qiqi teased. "What's the matter, Immortal Master? Can you not withstand it?" Despite his attempts at self-deception, Zhang Tianzheng realized, "You are not He Xiaoqing. Who exactly are you?" Bai Qiqi simply smiled. "I am indeed He Xiaoqing." Zhang Tianzheng spat in disbelief. "Pa. With your strength, even 100 He Xiaoqings would not compare. Who dares to toy with me, the master of the way?" Bai Qiqi dropped the guise, responding with a cold sneer. "How dare you call others demons? Open your eyes and see. I am the fox spirit sent by the great peace lord to vanquish demons." Zhang Tianzheng was taken aback as He Xiaoqing transformed into a white fox, his expression shifting to one of shock. Hearing the name Great Peace Lord sent a jolt through him. Great Peace Lord. I have heard tales of his manifestations in Qinshan village. I thought them mere legends. Is it truly real? Bai Qiqi affirmed, indeed. It is the great peace lord and imp, Apos, S manifestation, and I am here to exterminate demons. With a frantic cry, Zhang Tianzheng yelled for assistance. But his usual authoritative demeanor had left his subordinates too frightened to respond. Cursing under his breath, he resorted to his own magical arts. Very well. I shall see how formidable you, a mere fox demon, truly are. In an instant, he produced a peachwood sword, chanting incantations as a surge of energy erupted, igniting flames upon the sword while it remained unscathed. With a fierce thrust, he aimed the flaming sword, showcasing his skill. However, Bai Qiqi scoffed. Such trifling techniques dare to boast before me. Without employing any magical artifacts, she unleashed her 8th-rank demon power. With a resounding boom, her form expanded immensely, resembling a divine apparition. A colossal shadow of the fox demon filled the great hall, casting a cold gaze upon the demon, its claw extending menacingly. With a swift motion, it grasped the peachwood sword, shattering it into fragments. Ah! Zhang Tianzheng gasped in horror, discarding the broken sword as he retreated hastily, his robes billowing as he attempted to conjure winds. This was one of his deceitful tricks to manipulate the populace, known as summoning the wind and rain. However, his meager skills paled in comparison to Bai Qiqi, rendering him utterly defenseless. Was this the art of summoning winds and rain? In Bai Qiqi's eyes, it was nothing more than a farce. Finally revealing her true power, the immense fox apparition surged with energy, effortlessly demolishing the wooden furniture in the hall, sending shockwaves of demonic force rippling outward. The magical powers of the two individuals clashed violently in an instant. Poof! In that fleeting moment, the sorcerer Zhang Tianzheng found his mouth, nose, eyes, and ears streaming with blood from all 7 orifices, forcefully propelled backward. He collided heavily against the wall, causing bricks and stones to collapse with a resounding crash, scattering across the ground, while his corpulent body crumpled to the floor, utterly incapacitated and motionless. Chapter 39, the true form of the demon cultivator revealed. The enlightenment of the people, with a mere flick of her wrist. Bai Qiqi incapacitated the demon cultivator Zhang Tianzheng, rendering him unconscious. She could not help but sigh. Such a meager level of cultivation dared to rampage through the countryside, oppressing the common folk, and yet managed to deceive so many. How many lives had been harmed? As she withdrew her demonic power, the enormous, ethereal figure vanished in an instant. This was a newly developed technique of Bai Qiqi, with the apparition representing what was known as a demon spirit. However, she had not yet truly attained the 7th-tier demon spirit realm, thus could not achieve complete mastery. Nevertheless, armed with the Taiping scripture bestowed by the Lord of Peace, she was capable of employing certain techniques from the demon spirit domain even within the confines of the 8th-tier demon realm. With such prowess, even those of the demon spirit realm posed no threat to her, let alone a mere demon cultivator like Zhang Tianzheng. At that moment, the fierce sounds of battle had finally drawn the attention of Zhang Tianzhen's subordinates, who arrived one after another to find a white fox observing with cold indifference, while their master lay on the ground, blood streaming from his 7 orifices. In an instant, these lackeys were left speechless, their faces filled with righteous indignation as they charged towards Bai Qiqi with furious shouts. With a cold laugh, Bai Qiqi remarked, "Ignorance of death is indeed a folly." As her demonic power surged, she transformed into a whirlwind that effortlessly sent them flying. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of several young disciples colliding echoed, leaving them all dazed. Just then, a commotion erupted outside the gates of the Celestial Master's residence. Bai Qiqi frowned, channeling her demonic energy to sense the situation, and suddenly understood, letting out a soft huff. Outside, Feng Zishan and He Wenfeng, accompanied by a multitude of self-proclaimed followers, had arrived. Naturally, He Wenfeng continued to masquerade under the pretense of paying homage to the Celestial Master. This charade was essential to gather such a large following. However, upon reaching the entrance, they were met with disturbances from within, leaving them puzzled. The followers, trembling with trepidation, dared not speak, kneeling in place with utmost reverence as they awaited further developments. Meanwhile, Feng Zishan floated into the celestial residence, casting a glance at the chaos strewn about and the furious Bai Qiqi. "Have you dealt with everything?" he inquired, with her fox-like paws crossed defiantly before her. Bai Qiqi replied with dissatisfaction, "The Lord of Peace instructed us to handle matters in our own way, yet I have already taken care of this demon cultivator. Why have you suddenly appeared? Are you attempting to claim credit?" Feng Zishan chuckled, "Though we may not see eye to eye, we are both serving the Lord of Peace. I have no intention of usurping your accomplishments. In truth, I anticipated your course of action, which is why I coordinated my efforts accordingly. Oh? Bai Shaoqi raised an eyebrow. How did you foresee my actions? Feng Zishan sighed. The Lord of Peace instructed us to proceed in our own manner. It was not difficult to deduce that you would directly confront the demon cultivator with force. Such a conclusion requires little thought. Bai Shaoqi was rendered speechless. Was her usual approach truly so simplistic and blunt? Was it that easy to predict? Yet, even if that were the case, he could not have guessed that this fox spirit had transformed into Shaoqing's likeness to toy with the demon cultivator before striking him down. Feng Zishan said nothing further. In reality, he too had surmised this, not due to exceptional insight, but rather because he had read extensively. Many tales and folklore often feature such plots where a victim transforms to deceive and teach a lesson to demons. A trope not unfamiliar to him. Regrettably, no matter how clever Bai Shaoqi was, she remained but a fox and was unaware of such nuances. He did not reveal this, simply smiling. Oh, that I did not foresee. It appears you are indeed quite astute. Pride swelled within Bai Shaoqi. You do possess some knowledge. But why have you brought all these people here? You claim to be assisting me. How so? Feng Zishan explained. The Lord of Peace's intentions are clear. Eliminating this demon cultivator is simple, yet the crux lies in enabling the common folk to recognize the truth, to unveil his true nature on their own. It is equally essential that they comprehend the Lord of Peace acts on behalf of justice, guiding them to worship him. Bai Shaoqi nodded. This I understand. While your beating of the demon cultivator is undoubtedly satisfying, what will the common folk perceive should he be slain before them? Bai Shaoqi paused. If the demon cultivator were to suddenly vanish, the people would likely assume he had simply wandered off. Then, what do you propose we do? She inquired. Feng Zishan smiled. Of course, we must compel them to confess their own sins. A sudden realization dawned upon Bai Shaoqi. I see now. That is why you gathered them beforehand. Well done, you truly have some wit, understanding how to cooperate with my actions. Feng Zishan merely smiled. After discussing their plan, Feng Zishan roused the severely injured Zhang Tianzhang and bound him along with his other so-called accomplices before finally opening the Celestial Master's gates. The multitude of followers, eager to pay their respects, bowed profusely upon hearing the doors creak open, only to be met with an unsettling silence. It wasn't until one cautiously lifted their gaze that they were met with a scene that left them utterly astounded. The exalted Celestial Master, along with other celestial beings, was bound tightly, resembling sacrificial offerings, in a state of utter disarray, a sight too pitiful to behold. In that moment, all those who had come to worship were left dumbfounded. Celestial Master, what has happened to you? At this juncture, although the demon cultivator had been awakened by Feng Zishan, he was already ensnared by Bai Shaoqi's illusionary arts, trapped within a phantasm, completely at her mercy. Bai Shaoqi compelled him to confess all his transgressions. With vacant eyes, Zhang Tianzhang began to murmur. My real name is Zhang San, a ruffian from Qingyang County. One day, I encountered a Taoist who was using his powers to harm others. In a moment of inspiration, I assisted him, earning his favor. Later, I became his disciple, learning a few spells, after which I abandoned my master to roam and deceive, adopting the name Zhang Tianzhang, calling myself the Celestial Master. I also took in other ruffians as disciples to conspire in my deceit. Previously, in Heishui Town, I exploited my title as Celestial Master to command spirits, terrorizing the populace, instilling fear in their hearts, only to later present myself as their savior, thus earning their worship and admiration. Hence, I became the living deity of Heishui Town, wielding power as I pleased, punishing those who offended me, and fulfilling my desires without restraint. However, Heishui Town offered little profit, so I ventured to Baisher Town, employing the same tactics, first inciting malevolent spirits to harm, then reappearing as the savior, instilling fear and gratitude among the townsfolk, thus allowing me to act with impunity. Above the law, he spoke clearly and in detail, leaving all the villagers and those so-called believers utterly astonished, their mouths agape in shock. Meanwhile, hidden behind, Feng Zishan and Bai Qiqi exchanged a glance and shared a faint smile. Chapter 40. The Wrath of Heaven. Annihilation of the Soul. The divine punishment of Lord Taiping. What? The immortal, the master of immortals, is actually a fraud. How could this be? Why has he admitted to such things himself? I cannot believe it. How could the master of immortals be a deceiver? I witnessed him summon winds and rain, banish malevolent spirits. Fool, do you still not comprehend? Those evil spirits were released by him to wreak havoc. He first unleashed the malevolent spirits upon us, only to later emerge as the savior, all to deceive us common folk. So that is the truth. This sorcerer is truly heartless. My elderly mother was terrified by those evil spirits and fell gravely ill, and she has yet to fully recover. My young son suffered similarly. I once believed him to be an immortal, but it turns out he is the true culprit. We have all fallen prey to this sorcerer's wicked schemes." He Wenfeng gazed at the unfolding scene and finally let out a sigh of relief, although he had long known Zhang Tian to be a fraud. His humble status rendered him powerless against this sorcerer. Now, however, justice was manifest, and retribution was at hand. He cleared his throat and deliberately inquired, "Sorcerer, so you have been deceiving the populace all along, shamelessly manipulating evil spirits to harm the innocent, all under the guise of the master of immortals, exploiting the common folk, causing untold suffering. What punishment do you deserve?" Zhang Tian, in a daze, stammered, I deserve 100 deaths. Please spare my life." "Spare your life? You must ask these villagers if they are willing." The villagers erupted in fury. "Kill him! Kill him!" However, He Wenfeng silenced the crowd and continued, "Since you have deceived the masses, why do you suddenly confess your sins today? Speak." Zhang Tian quickly answered, I was forced." "No, it is. It is Lord Taiping who has manifested, sending down a messenger to uncover this matter and expose my wicked deeds. Thus He Wenfeng furrowed his brow. "Oh, Lord Taiping. Could it be the revered deity from Qinshan village who frequently manifests?" Zhang Tian hurriedly affirmed, "Yes, indeed." He Wenfeng exclaimed, "So it is. I have heard that a true deity has awakened in Qinshan village, known as Lord Taiping, who has repeatedly manifested, protecting the villagers, vanquishing demons, healing the sick, and safeguarding the entire Qinshan region with unparalleled merit. I did not foresee that his grace would also extend to our Baisher town." He fell to his knees, earnestly praying, "May Lord Taiping's divine presence assist Baisher town in uncovering this sorcerer's schemes, driving away evil, and protecting the people. On behalf of all villagers, I express our profound gratitude." The other villagers gasped in astonishment. "So it is Lord Taiping's manifestation. I have heard of Lord Taiping. Unlike this sorcerer, he is a genuine deity. He had merely been silent during the chaos, but he has now awakened, having saved countless villagers." "Is that so?" "Indeed. My aunt married into Heong village, and they recently built a temple for Lord Taiping, reconstructing his golden statue. He has blessed them with bountiful harvests and even established a school, with messengers teaching the villagers martial arts to collectively fend off demons. Such immeasurable virtue." Upon hearing this, the villagers were filled with envy and gratitude. Reflecting upon it, even if the sorcerer were genuine, so what? Even if he possessed true power, he only brings harm, abducting women, and those who defy him are tormented by evil spirits, meeting untimely deaths. Even if he were truly a god, he is but an evil god, a demon. Look at the deity they revere, Lord Taiping, who embodies genuine virtue, always prioritizing the welfare of the villagers. Instantly, the villagers fell to their knees in reverence. "Thank you, Lord Taiping. We pray for Lord Taiping's protection over Baisher town. We are eternally grateful for the immense grace and virtue of Lord Taiping." From this day forth, the villagers vowed to only worship Lord Taiping. Bai Xiaoqi and Feng Zishan, seeing their objective accomplished, emerged from the shadows without hesitation. The villagers were taken aback. "What is that?" Feng Zishan smiled slightly. "I am the spirit summoning servant of Lord Taiping, Feng Yuan Zishan, originally from Qingshan Ao. After perishing on the battlefield, I was fortunate to be taken in by Lord Taiping, and now serve as his messenger." Bai Xiaoqi proudly declared, "I, the fox spirit, am the demon-slaying servant of Lord Taiping, Bai Xiaoqi. Ahem, I do not indulge in excessive talk. In short, this sorcerer has been defeated by me, and you no longer need to be deceived or bullied by him." Though one is a ghost and the other a spirit, both radiated a brilliant light, and it was clear they were extraordinary. The villagers immediately began to worship them. Just then, He Laosan and He Xiaoqing arrived late, kneeling before them. "Thank you, esteemed fox spirit, for your rescue. Thank you, Lord Taiping, for your protection. Had it not been for your blessings, we would have surely perished." Tears streamed down their faces, resonating with the other villagers. Those who had once fervently worshipped the sorcerer, even aiding him in his wickedness, were now filled with shame, unable to lift their heads from the ground. Bai Xiaoqi chuckled, "Rise, you need not thank me. If you must express gratitude, direct it towards Lord Taiping. This fox spirit merely acts upon his wishes." The crowd continued to fervently worship Lord Taiping. Suddenly, within the former land god temple, the statue of the land deity stirred, emanating a dazzling brilliance. "What is that? The land deity has manifested?" "No, this is." Bai Xiaoqi and Feng Zishan quickly realized and respectfully knelt. "We welcome the descent of Lord Taiping." The crowd soon understood that it was not the land deity but the arrival of Lord Taiping. Instantly, they fell into deeper reverence. At this moment, the sorcerer had returned to normal, yet upon witnessing the divine manifestation, he was paralyzed with fear, kneeling to the ground, unable to raise his head. Li Pingyan, having infused his spirit into the statue of the land deity in Baisha Town, nodded slightly to Bai Xiaoqi and Feng Zishan. You both have done well. Great rewards await you. The two rejoiced. Thank you, Lord Taiping. As for this sorcerer, having committed heinous crimes, there is nothing more to say. The sorcerer Zhang Tian, trembling in fear, crawled forward, pleading, Lord Taiping, please spare my life. I was momentarily bewitched by spirits, which led to my foolish deeds. Considering I have practiced some form of the way, I implore you to spare my wretched life. Feng Zishan scoffed. If you know of the way, you should understand the principle of retribution for good and evil. Now that you realize your mistakes, why did you not consider this before? Li Pingyan replied indifferently, he does not regret his actions. He merely fears for his life. Without further ado, this deity adheres to a singular principle. Good begets good, and evil begets evil. With a single thought, suddenly, rumble, rumble, boom. A ferocious thunderbolt descended from the heavens, striking mercilessly upon Zhang Tianzhang and his so-called disciples. In an instant, the acrid scent of charred remains filled the air. And these malevolent beings were reduced to nothing more than ashen remnants, their bones utterly obliterated. Chapter 41. Without thunderous means. Do not act with the heart of a bodhisattva. In an instant, Li Pingyan unleashed his divine technique to command thunder, and boundless lightning descended, instantly reducing the demon Zhang Tianzhang and his wicked followers to mere charred remains. As the wind swept through, they transformed completely into dust, leaving no trace of their existence. The onlookers beheld this scene, their hearts filled with awe. Good deeds are rewarded, while evil deeds meet their retribution. The wicked, having filled their malice to the brim, are struck down by the heavens. This embodies the most fundamental values held deep within everyone's hearts. Yet, in these chaotic times, few still uphold such beliefs. However, now that the great Peace Duke has descended to manifest his divinity, he has revived these most primitive and natural principles of celestial, terrestrial, and humane justice. In that moment, all present bowed in reverence, sincerely proclaiming, we thank the great Peace Duke. He has aided us in unmasking the true nature of the demon, punishing evil and promoting good, wielding immense power and boundless virtue. From this day forth, we shall faithfully revere the great Peace Duke, forever grateful for his great kindness. Feng Zishan and Bai Qiao also felt a stirring in their hearts. They had never witnessed the great Peace Duke in action before. Although this was merely a preliminary display of his might, the sheer ferocity of his thunderous strikes was truly terrifying. Such violent and colossal lightning, if unleashed upon them, would obliterate even those 10 or 100 times stronger in an instant. From that moment on, both men regarded the great Peace Duke with profound respect and awe. Meanwhile, the town guard He Wenfeng wept bitterly. As a mere mortal, I have failed the common people. I knew well of the demon's mischief, yet felt powerless to act, allowing him to rampage unchallenged. I am deeply ashamed. I kneel to implore the great Peace Duke for punishment. Li Pingyan replied calmly, as the guardian of a town. You have indeed sinned by allowing the demon to wreak havoc. However, I do not seek to punish you. Instead, I charge you with the duty of spreading enlightenment, guiding the people to avoid falling into the demon's traps. Furthermore, you must travel to Heishui Town to reveal the demon's true nature and expose his wickedness. He Wenfeng hurriedly wept. Thank you, great Peace Duke. I shall earnestly comply. He vowed not only to uphold the truth in Baisha Town but also in Heishui Town, pledging to exert every effort to proclaim the great Peace Duke's boundless compassion and virtue. Li Pingyan nodded. He did not wish to elaborate further, simply conveying his message to Feng Zishan and Bai Qiao for the benefit of all. Feng Zishan then stated, the common folk of Baisha Town may have been deceived by the demon, yet there are undoubtedly those who have taken advantage of the situation to oppress the good, playing both sides. The great Peace Duke values justice and retribution. Do not assume that all blame lies with the demon, allowing yourselves to evade responsibility. I will work alongside the town guard to investigate these matters, ensuring a fair resolution. Of course, if you truly seek to repent, you may come to this land temple to atone for your transgressions, and the great Peace Duke will render a fair judgment. From this day forth, this land temple shall transform into the new temple of the great Peace Duke. The local earth deity, who has long been absent, was merely a 9th-tier spirit, whereas the great Peace Duke is an 8th-tier deity, recognized even by the heavenly order, governing a radius of several hundred miles, responsible for judging the karma of all believers. Should anyone dare to challenge this, they may find out firsthand the consequences of their actions. Feng Zishan's words carried both grace and authority. Originally a humble scholar, he had spent his life studying the classics, believing humanity to be inherently good. However, after being forced into military service, witnessing the horrors of war, and experiencing true life and death, he was no longer the naive scholar he once was. Moreover, having been granted the Great Peace Duke's grace and appointed as a ghostly officer, he understood the importance of diligence, dedicating himself to the welfare of the people. Yet even he recognized that mere blessings would not suffice to educate the townsfolk, steering them towards goodness. Not all demons are evil, and not all humans are virtuous. Just yesterday, those fervent followers of the demon Zhang Tianzheng, forsaking righteousness and morality, had coerced He Laosan into sacrificing his own daughter. These individuals, while misled, were not irredeemably wicked, existing in a gray area. Without punishment, they would lean further towards malevolence. He would forever remember the Great Peace Duke's admonition, without thunderous means. Do not act with the heart of a bodhisattva. Upon hearing Feng Zishan's words, the townsfolk, burdened by guilt, lowered their heads, unwilling to meet his gaze. Yet, some remorseful individuals quickly approached He Laosan and his daughter to apologize. He Laosan, lacking strong opinions, accepted their apologies hastily, while He Shaoqing found it more difficult to forgive. But Xiao comforted He Shaoqing and proclaimed loudly, "The Great Peace Duke has already bestowed his grace upon you, helping to expel the demon and restore justice to Baishur town. Those who are virtuous shall surely receive their rewards. If anyone feels remorse, they may come to this new temple of the Great Peace Duke to atone. However, for those who remain obstinate, I can only say, bear the consequences of your actions." With a blend of gentleness and firmness, they soon won over all the villagers. The victims, the enlightened, and those who were merely deceived expressed their gratitude, pledging their devotion to the Great Peace Duke. As for the others, those who sought to take advantage of the situation, Feng Zishan intended to investigate alongside He Wenfeng, observing the outcomes. Li Pingyan, while in Baishur town, had no desire to intervene excessively. This was not due to laziness, but because the seeds of enlightenment had already been sown in the mountains and countryside. Henceforth, he need not involve himself in every matter, otherwise, the authority of his divine being would wane, and without authority, there could be no faith. Furthermore, he aimed to train Bai Qiao and Feng Zishan, as they would be the primary force in spreading the faith in the future. In this moment, Li Ping and opposed, and chose not to concern himself with their ongoing affairs, instead focusing on sensing the residual will within the land temple. Unlike the goddess of Baishui River, who was merely a product of local folk beliefs, the land deity here was a genuine divine being. In prosperous times, land deities were integral to the divine hierarchy. Yet, the goddess of Baishui River, and even the Great Peace Duke himself, were merely viewed as unrecognized cult figures. But what of the present? Even a genuine ninth-tier divine being, the land deity of Baishur town, had long since been obliterated and vanished without a trace. This realization filled Li Ping and Apos, and with profound melancholy and endless reflections. As his thoughts wandered, the celestial edict once bestowed upon the former ninth-tier land deity fell into his hands. Of course, this edict could only be considered a defective relic, a damaged version. Firstly, the old celestial order had already crumbled. Secondly, the local land deity had been annihilated. Thirdly, even though he, as the newly recognized 8th-tier deity, could bestow a 9th-tier title, it would require a significant expenditure of his divine power to restore it. However, with this fragmentary decree of the heavenly Tao in hand, the pursuit of divinity will undoubtedly require significantly fewer resources and efforts. Chapter 42. The 7th-rank magical artifact, the Nether Tower. New task, subdue 4 assistant officials. In theory, Li Pingyan is now capable of bestowing titles of the 9th-rank land deity upon himself. However, this does not align with the principles of the heavenly Tao. To draw an analogy, if the heavenly Tao were functioning normally, it would be akin to a monarchy where, despite being an 8th-rank official, one cannot directly appoint a 9th rank. Instead, one must recommend candidates to the court and obtain its approval. It is not merely a matter of higher rank granting direct authority. However, the current era is markedly different. The court has long since collapsed, and the recognition bestowed upon him by the heavenly Tao represents an entirely new paradigm, existing solely within his own framework. Thus, he can indeed issue titles to subordinates, albeit only within his jurisdiction. Upon reviewing his circumstances, Li Pingyan discovered that to appoint a 9th-rank land deity, he would still need to expend 5 10,000 points of incense value to purchase the heavenly Tao edict, along with sacrificing some of his divine power. Fortunately, with the incomplete version of the heavenly Tao edict from Baisher Town, he now only needs to expend some divine power to restore it and align it with his own recognition, saving him a significant amount of incense value. At this moment, Li Ping and Amp oppose and had yet to identify a candidate for the land deity position. Just then, a notification chimed. Congratulations, host. The number of followers has surpassed 1,000. Current follower count, 124, with 992 being devout followers. Congratulations, host. You have gained an increase in cultivation of 10,000 points. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the 7th rank magical artifact, the Nether Tower, capable of sealing wandering souls and transforming them into divine spectral soldiers, significantly enhancing their power for your command. Li Ping and oppose and felt a surge of excitement. His follower count had finally exceeded 1,000. However, the proportion of devout followers had decreased, likely due to the recent acquisition of followers from Baisher Town, who, unlike those from Qingshan Township, were not as fervently devoted. Nevertheless, this was not an immediate concern. After surpassing the 1,000 mark, his cultivation experienced a substantial increase of 10,000 points. Additionally, he unexpectedly received the 7th rank magical artifact, the Nether Tower, which was a delightful surprise. After all, acquiring a 7th rank artifact through incense value would typically cost several thousand, if not tens of thousands. Upon inspection, he found that the Nether Tower was not a tool for practitioners of ghostly or demonic arts to manipulate spirits for nefarious purposes. Instead, it belongs to the realm of divine artifacts. The distinction lies in the fact that the Nether Tower can bestow a fragment of divine power upon these wandering souls, allowing them to become enduring specters, eligible to be formally recruited as divine soldiers. In essence, one type represents bandits and brigands, while the other epitomizes a legitimate army, entirely incomparable. More importantly, those who exploit wandering souls for their own ends ultimately see them dissipate into nothingness. In contrast, once Li Ping and oppose and attains the position of a 7th rank city god, he will possess the supreme authority to establish a minor netherworld. Consequently, these lost souls will find stability within this minor realm, no longer drifting aimlessly. Li Ping'an was aware that before the collapse of the divine order, the minor netherworld created by the city god served as a temporary holding place for deceased souls. After the city god discerned the moral implications of their lives, the judges would send them to the true realm of the afterlife. Yet, both the city god and the netherworld have long since disintegrated. However, should Li Ping'an ascend to the position of city god, he could re-establish the minor netherworld, temporarily housing these spectral soldiers until he could significantly enhance his cultivation and ultimately revive the netherworld, allowing these souls to reincarnate. In summary, while malevolent forces view spirits merely as expendable resources for their wrongful deeds, resulting in their eventual annihilation, Li Ping'an's use of the Nether Tower to refine them effectively grants them a structured existence. Not only will they endure, but they will also acquire a measure of divine power, becoming true spectral soldiers under his command. More importantly, he will one day ensure their refuge in the netherworld, enabling their eventual rebirth as humans. He nodded slightly, feeling quite satisfied. Previously, when encountering wandering souls, he would merely disperse them or eradicate malevolent spirits. Now, he could integrate them into his own strength. At that moment, Li Ping'an noticed that the system's tasks had been updated once more. System task: please subdue 4 assistant officials of the 8th rank to fill the maximum subordinate capacity of your divine rank. Task reward: 30,000 points of cultivation. Additionally, a mysterious random grand prize. Li Ping'an's heart stirred. The new task required him to gather 4 8th rank officials, which posed a considerable challenge. Currently, he only had 2 officials, Bai Xiaoqi and Feng Zishan, both of whom had been with him since the beginning. Finding new candidates would not be an easy task. Feng Zishan is a ghost, while Bai Xiaoqi is a demon, and ordinary humans cannot directly become officials. The term official refers specifically to the role of the spectral officer, which is inherently not meant for the living. For instance, in Pu Songling's Strange Stories from a Chinese Studio, the first tale involves a scholar who participates in a civil examination in a dream, eventually being appointed as a city god. Yet he laments his obligation to care for his elderly mother, requesting a delay in his duties. The presiding judge, who is a folk deity, checks the ledger of life and death and discovers that the scholar's mother has 9 years of life remaining. Thus, he permits the scholar to return and care for her for 9 years before taking office. When the scholar's mother eventually passes away, he too dies shortly thereafter, and others witness him riding a magnificent steed to his new position. Li Pingyan understood that this story parallels the current flourishing era of the divine. During that time, it was indeed possible to attain the city god position through examination. Naturally, the competition was fierce. Only those with talent, virtue, and a lifelong commitment to righteousness were deemed worthy. Crucially, for the scholar to assume his position, it signified his death. Only the deceased can have their souls elevated to become deities, assuming various divine ranks. The living can only serve as followers, messengers, attendants, or devotees. Thus, Li Pingyan recognized that subduing the remaining 2 officials would not be a simple endeavor. Much of it would rely on fortuitous opportunities and the whims of fate. At this juncture, the news of Taiping Gong's intervention to subdue the demonic forces and rescue the common people had spread throughout Baisher town, creating considerable waves of gratitude. Despite the dwindling population of the 3 villages in Baisher town, there remained several hundred individuals who fervently expressed their appreciation. Consequently, the number of Li Pingyan's followers continued to rise. Meanwhile, He Wenfeng dutifully kept his promise, personally leading the elders to the neighboring Heishui town to spread the word, thereby dispelling the superstitions that had plagued the town due to the demonic forces. The townsfolk awakened to the truth, yet were filled with indignation and sorrow, lamenting their failure to discern the truth sooner and regretting not having embraced Taiping Gong's teachings earlier, which had led to much suffering at the hands of the demons. Although Heishui town may not rival Baisher town in size, it still boasts a population of 400 to 500 residents. Gradually, the locals began to appreciate the benevolence of Taiping Gong, and the faith surrounding his worship began to flourish. Consequently, all 3 townships in the southwestern region of Qingyang County, Qingshan Township, Baisher Town, and Heishui Town, have now become devoted followers of Taiping Gong, their devotion growing ever more fervent. At long last, Li Pingyan has resolved to journey to Qingyang County to conduct an investigation. Chapter 43, The Hell on Earth, Qingyang City. Gathering the Yin soldiers in the underworld tower, Li Pingyan lingered in Baisher town for a period, primarily to solidify his cultivation and stabilize the faith of the newly acquired followers from the 2 towns. Each day, the number of his devotees grew, and the ordinary believers gradually evolved into devout followers. Feng Zishan and Bai Xiaoqi were both busily engaged in their respective tasks. Bai Xiaoqi ventured to Heishui town to propagate the benevolent faith of Taiping Gong. Although she retained a somewhat innocent and naive disposition, she had matured considerably and performed admirably. Meanwhile, Feng Zishan remained in Baisher town, collaborating with He Wenfeng to resolve prior matters. Those who had conspired to harm others during the turmoil caused by the demons received their comeuppance, and the injured citizens were compensated. Gradually, the entire Baisher town united in their gratitude towards Taiping Gong, feeling an overwhelming sense of appreciation. He Wenfeng and the villagers initially intended to construct a temple for Taiping Gong, but Li Pingyan declined their proposal. He instructed Feng Zishan to merely restore the original Earth God shrine. Feng Zishan complied, dismantling and burning the plaque of the immortal Master's residence, restoring the shrine to its former glory. However, a new inscription was added to the Earth God's tablet, under the 8-rank wandering deity, Taiping Gong. Baisher Town S 9-rank Earth God. This way, the villagers could worship both Taiping Gong and the Earth God, though both now pointed solely to Li Pingyan. Once all was settled, Li Pingyan led Feng Zishan and Bai Xiaoqi back towards Qingyang County. Upon returning, Feng Zishan was filled with a torrent of emotions. The last time he had been here, he was forcibly conscripted into a chaotic army, and by a stroke of luck, his education allowed him to serve as a scribe under the county magistrate, thus escaping the brutalities of war. Alas, he could not evade the eventual fate of being swept away in the massacre of the city. Reflecting on his tragic death and the horrific scenes of the city's slaughter, which resembled a hell on earth, even now, Feng Zishan felt a chill of fear. Bai Xiaoqi, aware of his past, chose not to comment. Li Pingyan too bore a heavy heart, uncertain of what Qingyang County had become after the massacre. Upon reaching the county, before even entering the city, they beheld the walls marred by the scars of war. Bloodstains had turned black, remnants of shattered walls were everywhere. and siege equipment lay strewn across the ground. Many bodies had been cleared, yet the stench lingered. Nonetheless, soldiers still guarded the city gates, indicating a semblance of order amidst the chaos. Feng Zishan furrowed his brow, observing the soldiers and Appo's uniforms. They belonged to the Marquis of Wuwei. It appears they stationed troops here after the massacre. Bai Xiaoqi scoffed. After such slaughter, how many lives remain? Why maintain this garrison? Feng Zishan shook his head. Even in ruin, each city held its value. If neglected, it could fall under enemy control. Moreover, resources like water, wealth, grain, and even surviving inhabitants remained nearby, which could prove significant in due time. Li Pingyan took a brief glance, sensing the overwhelming resentment and ghostly presence that enveloped Qingyang City, which had descended into a veritable purgatory. The horrific scenes, in this chaotic world, seemed but a mere glimpse of the larger calamity. Having been born and raised in a prosperous era, he had witnessed injustices but had never encountered such brutal warfare. He sighed deeply, shaking his head. Feng Zishan, being a spirit himself, could also perceive the lingering souls. He gazed at the restless phantoms and could not help but recite solemnly, "Souls, return, to behold your homeland." Regrettably, the chance to return home and see loved ones was exceedingly rare. If not for the grace of Taiping Gong, Feng Zishan himself would have long since been lost. His essence extinguished before reaching Qinshan Ao. Still burdened by deep resentment, these wandering souls had no hope of redemption. Li Pingyan remained silent, summoning the underworld tower. It instantly expanded to become a colossal black pagoda, adorned with numerous runes and seals, and containing layers of smaller spaces capable of housing thousands of ghosts. In an instant, the underworld tower radiated an infinite black light, exuding a chilling aura akin to a vortex that devoured all, drawing in the wandering souls. These souls seemed to sense something. As if the world was a sea of suffering, after lingering for so long, they finally glimpsed land and islands, rushing eagerly towards the underworld tower. Feng Zishan and Bai Xiaoqi exchanged astonished glances. Taiping Gong, this is... Li Pingyan replied calmly, the underworld tower can gather these lost souls, transforming them into divine soldiers for my command. I can grant them undying spirits and a modicum of divine power, enabling them to serve me in battles, sweeping away the wicked. Once I establish the netherworld and recreate the underworld, they shall have the opportunity for reincarnation. Both were taken aback, filled with awe. Feng Zishan nodded in admiration. These souls are trapped in this hell on earth. Being sheltered by Taiping Gong is a tremendous blessing. Moreover, the promise of reincarnation is a rare gift. As fellow spirits, Bai Xiaoqi bowed deeply, expressing her respect for Taiping Gong. Li Pingyan collected the wandering souls outside the city, drawing them into the underworld tower. This single act had gathered 400 to 500 souls. Once infused with divine power, they would find peace within, no longer wandering aimlessly, but elevated to the status of divine soldiers. Let us proceed, Li Pingyan said, gazing at the radiant underworld tower with a sigh, leading the way into Qingyang City. The others followed closely. Upon entering the city, the oppressive atmosphere of ghostly energy surged forth, suffocating them with the sin of death. Yet, amidst this despair, some living souls remained. A portion were survivors of the massacre, while others were likely relocated by the Marquis of Wuwei to sustain the area. Many soldiers moved about like soulless husks, devoid of life or hope. Ultimately, many of these soldiers had been forcibly conscripted. Discerning the willing from the unwilling was a challenge in itself. Feng Zishan and Bai Xiaoqi fell silent, feeling as though they had stepped into a realm of spirits, surrounded by desolation and despair. Taiping Gong, where shall we go first? Li Pingyan did not hesitate. To the City God Temple. Chapter 44, The Seven-Rank City God. The True Divine Duel. Li Pingyan's greatest desire was to visit the City God Temple. Although it was merely a county town, Qingyang County was not insignificant. During the time when the Divine Way had not yet collapsed, the City God here held the prestigious title of a true seven-rank deity. A seven-rank deity. The City God of a county was equivalent to a legitimate and formidable deity. Just as there is a saying in the court that the emperor's authority does not extend to the counties, the same applies to the divine system. Only at the level of the city god could one be deemed a guardian spirit, commanding a radius of hundreds of miles, a dignified seven-rank deity, overseeing the 8-rank and 9-rank wandering spirits and land gods, governing the lives and deaths, karmas, virtues, and vices of the populace. Under the command of the county city god, there indeed existed a small underworld of its own, complete with judges, messengers of death, and various spirits, functioning much like a miniature court. Yet, these were far beyond the capabilities of the original 8-rank and 9-rank deities. However, at this moment, As Li Pingyan and his companions arrived at the dilapidated city god temple, they could not help but feel a surge of emotions upon witnessing the scene before them. This place had long since become a near-desolate ruin. The temple had completely collapsed, shattered and fragmented. Even the statue of the city god, the tablet, the earthen altar, and the incense offerings had fallen into disarray, devoid of any semblance of the original solemnity and sanctity. More terrifying still, a massacre had once occurred here, with blackened bloodstains marking the ground and a faint, putrid odor lingering in the air. Feng Zishan remained silent for a long while before pointing to a corner, saying, "Taiping Gong. It was there that I was killed." He had once thought the city god would offer some protection, but alas. Bai Xiaoqi scoffed, gazing at the utterly ruined temple and statue. The city god? He himself is a mud Buddha crossing a river, unable to protect himself. How could he possibly offer you any divine power? Feng Zishan nodded in agreement. Indeed. Yet, Li Pingyan was attuned to the residual divine will that lingered in this place. Unlike the wild gods such as Lady Bai Shui or the 9-rank land god of Baishir Town, the city god of Qingyang County was genuinely a 7-rank deity. Even though the temple lay in ruins and the statue was damaged, the remnants of divine will remained potent. After all, despite such a tragic end and tumultuous times, not everyone had ceased to venerate the city god. The concept of the city god continued to flourish, unlike figures such as Taiping Gong and Lady Bai Shui. Thus, at the moment Li Pingyan sensed the presence of the city god, a similar force appeared to awaken abruptly, surging toward him. Oh, Li Pingyan snorted, unperturbed. He suddenly unleashed his own ferocious divine authority, overwhelming the encroaching force with an unspoken pressure and roar that suppressed all traces of it. Feng Zishan and Bai Xiaoqi were taken aback. Taiping Gong. What is that? Li Pingyan replied calmly, the unwilling remnants of the city goddess divine will. Feng Zishan was astonished. Such a powerful aura still exists. If it weren't for Taiping Gong, we would likely be unable to withstand it. Bai Xiaoqi chuckled coldly. Now the aura is indeed formidable, but didn't it fail to protect you back then? Feng Zishan forced a bitter smile. Indeed. At that moment, the remaining divine will suddenly transformed into a humanoid figure, precisely resembling the city god, identical to the shattered statue. The figure exuded a majestic presence, its eyes seemingly capable of piercing through life and death, discerning good and evil, and perceiving the cycle of karma. Feng Zishan and Bai Xiaoqi could not help but feel a sense of reverence upon witnessing this. Bai Xiaoqi remarked, "It feels as if he is still alive." Moreover, this sensation was entirely reminiscent of the divine beings they had envisioned. Li Pingyan stated calmly, "Receiving incense offerings and devotion inherently attracts karma. If one cannot maintain their true self, they will quickly transform into the image that the populace venerates. Ultimately, only divine nature remains, devoid of individuality." Although the two listened, they did not fully comprehend. It was not that the concept was particularly esoteric, but rather that they were merely the ghostly deities sanctioned by Li Pingyan and had yet to truly grasp the essence of the divine way. Nevertheless, Li Pingyan understood. The city god of Qingyang County may have once been a person, much like a scholar appointed to the city god position through some celestial means. Yet now, he had long since lost his humanity, becoming entirely divine in essence. Of course, the divine essence was scarce, merely the remnants of will. What specter would dare to covet the city goddess position? You shall perish. The will of the city god erupted with ferocious divine power, descending upon Li Pingyan and his companions with tremendous force. His ethereal form clenched a seal in his left hand while wielding a sword in his right, exuding a fierce aura as he charged directly at Li Pingyan. The seal contained the authority recognized by the celestial order, the legitimate divine power conferred by the court, while the sword embodied his own divine cultivation and magical prowess. With both forces combined, they launched a formidable attack toward Li Pingyan. Li Pingyan scoffed. Not even needing to move, his furious divine presence instantaneously transformed into a dazzling, radiant golden light that erupted forth like a pillar propping up the heavens, fiercely counterattacking. Boom, boom, boom. The two forces collided violently, resonating with thunderous sounds. The already dilapidated city god temple was instantly reduced to ruins. Feng Zishan and Bai Xiaoqi dared not linger and swiftly retreated. This was a genuine duel of divine beings, far beyond their capability to intervene. Li Pingyan summoned his divine power, employing the two foundational methods of Yushinjing and Taiping Gong, executing the pinnacle of golden light incantation. Bolstered by the authority of the 8-rank deity conferred by the celestial order, launching a counterattack that shattered the city goddess assault into fragments. The city goddess divine will was thrown into disarray, emitting a resounding crash as it was catapulted backward, its form dissipating significantly, becoming increasingly ethereal. Who are you? Bold spirit. How dare you challenge the authority of a true deity? Li Pingyan retorted with a cold laugh. You have long since perished. Merely a remnant of will. How dare you claim to be a true deity before me? Your celestial mandate, divine authority, court decree, and imperial power have crumbled into ruin ages ago. You are but a remnant of a bygone era. Today, I shall fulfill my grand ambition to restore the celestial order and recreate the cosmos, ensuring peace and rewarding virtue while punishing vice. You, a mere remnant, dare not only to refuse allegiance but also to strike against me? Truly, you know not the meaning of life and death. The city goddess divine will seethe with fury. I am the guardian spirit of this county. What kind of demons are you to dare run amok in my temple? Li Pingyan laughed heartily. Guardian spirit? This place has been ravaged by war, smoke, and flames abound. The people suffer, and the city has been slaughtered, with corpses strewn everywhere and rivers of blood flowing. Where were you, guardian spirit, in those dire moments? Upon hearing the divine will of the city god, his complexion turned ashen, and he appeared utterly despondent, the once formidable aura surrounding his being diminished significantly. Li Pingyan opposed, and continued with a sardonic smile. You are unable to repay the grace of the heavenly way above, nor can you safeguard the common folk below. What face do you have to claim the title of the guardian city god? Chapter 45. Slay the city god. Seize the official seal. Acquire the divine weapon. Li Pingyan's words rendered the remnants of the city gods will speechless, leaving it in profound silence. Feng Zishan listened and could not help but nod in agreement. The so-called deities are meant to protect the common people. If they fail to do so, why should the populace continue to worship them? Much like a dynasty. If it oppresses its subjects, imposing heavy burdens without offering solace, it will inevitably lead to chaos and turmoil. Li Pingyan continued, in times of protecting the people, you did not show yourself at all. Yet now, when the true God descends, you choose to emerge and contest against me. What logic is this? The city god's divine will had no retort. Feng Zishan nodded once more, stating, if the city god had already perished, it would be understandable, at least during the massacre. Your absence could be excused. However, it appears you have not entirely faded away, and your will persists. Thus, it is impossible to justify your failure to protect the people on that day. Bai Shaoqi was even more direct. He is simply a bully who fears the strong and preys upon the weak. The city goddess divine will was nearly on the verge of dissolution. It let out a bitter laugh. I once protected countless people. Li Pingyan interjected. Let me explain why. It is merely because you do not wish to be completely obliterated from existence. During the massacre, had you exerted yourself to shield the people, though you might not have been able to save them all, you could have spared many lives. However, that would have drained your already limited divine power, causing you to vanish into oblivion, and thus you naturally chose not to reveal yourself. Now sensing my presence, you believe I have come to usurp your divine position and claim your worship. Naturally, you are unwilling to concede, even if it is merely a remnant of your will that seeks to contest with me. It is a lamentable overestimation of your own capabilities. Feng Zishan sighed. So it is. The instinct for survival is inherent, but if even the gods behave thus, whom can the faithful look to for salvation? Bai Shaoqi remarked, thus, my assertion holds true. He is merely a coward, afraid of the strong and greedy for life. Little did he anticipate encountering the true god, Taiping Gong. Deservedly so. Suddenly, the city god roared, I have indeed sheltered countless people. Can all my past kindness be erased? Why should I be obliterated from existence? Why must I be forgotten by all? In a moment of fury, he unleashed his power, and the official seal gleamed fiercely, crashing down upon Feng Zishan like a mountain. The treasured sword was thrust forward, a terrifying force morphing into a violent edge, striking fiercely towards Bai Shaoqi. The two were taken aback. In terms of divine rank, this city god surpassed Taiping Gong, being a 7th-ranked deity, though he had lost the recognition of the celestial order and was but a wisp of a soul. His status remained far above theirs, who were merely at the 8th rank. Yet, in that instant, Li Pingyan positioned himself before them. He did not wield any magical artifacts nor summon all his divine power. He merely channeled a portion of his strength to invoke his divine technique. Lightning manipulation. Suddenly, thunder rumbled from the clear sky. With a resounding boom, a colossal bolt of lightning, as thick as an ancient tree trunk, erupted from Li Pingyan's hand, striking directly at the city god's waning divine will. Boom, boom. In an instant, the city god was blasted apart, his form shattered into countless fragments. Utterly reduced to mere debris, Li Pingyan coldly declared, a shattered divine soul dares to be insolent before me? The era you once relied upon has long since concluded. I shall forge a new celestial order, a renewed divine path, and a fresh human realm. You are no longer a part of that world. With a thought, Li Pingon unleashed his divine power, effortlessly seizing the two artifacts from the remnants of the city goddess essence. The official seal and the treasured sword fell into his grasp. Following that, a surge of golden light enveloped him, infused with thunder, completely obliterating the remnants of the divine will, leaving no trace behind. No. His final utterance abruptly ceased, and he was utterly extinguished. Li Pingon consumed the remaining power, feeling his cultivation surge dramatically by 20,000 points. This was merely the residue of a shattered divine soul, had it been the city god at his zenith. Of course, Li Pingon would never consider consuming that. As for the two artifacts, the 7th-rank city goddess official seal represented the old celestial recognition, imperial decree, and the faith of the populace. While it could not be used directly, it could be repaired with divine power, transforming it into his own possession, thus conserving his divine energy and incense value. The other artifact, the 7th-rank yin-yang sword, possessed the power to traverse and separate the realms of yin and yang. It could vanquish demons and traitors in the mortal realm while purging malevolent spirits in the netherworld, making it an unparalleled tool for mastering the forces of both realms. In times of divine prosperity, the city god wielded this sword to maintain order between the two realms. With such formidable artifacts in his possession, Li Pingon could not help but smile, feeling immensely satisfied. Now, even as an 8th-rank deity, he would not falter in the presence of a true 7th-rank deity at their peak. Moreover, where could one find such an empowered 7th-rank deity in these tumultuous times? In this chaotic world, even a 6th-rank deity might find themselves challenged. Just then, as Li Pingon suppressed the remnants of the city goddess soul, the cataclysmic forces unleashed by their divine clash turned the surroundings into utter chaos, reverberating with explosive sounds as if the heavens and earth were tearing apart. Naturally, this commotion attracted the attention of the garrison stationed in the city. The patrolling guards, upon witnessing the upheaval, were taken aback, promptly reporting to their captain. Hearing the thunderous noise and seeing the flames, the captain hurriedly led his men to investigate. Upon witnessing the aftermath of the fierce battle within the city goddess temple, every soldier was astonished, and the captain furrowed his brow. However, in his eyes, Li Pingon and Feng Zishan were invisible. After all, one was a god, and the other a spirit. Unless they chose to reveal themselves or were perceived by someone of great power, ordinary mortals could not see them. To the onlookers, only a white fox was visible. Indeed, it was by Xiaoqi. That is a fox spirit. What is happening? Is that fox causing trouble? This is bad. It's a fox demon. The captain, drenched in sweat, found himself at a loss for what to do. By Xiaoqi scoffed, Taiping Gong. How shall we deal with these people? They do not seem virtuous. Since they are under the command of Marquis Wu Wei, they must have participated in the city's massacre. Should we simply eliminate them? Chapter 46. The Moment of Vengeance. The demon of city massacre shall meet his end. Li Pingon gazed upon the assembly before him. His first encounter with a disciplined army amidst this chaotic era. Indeed, they were remarkably different from the disorganized rabble of rural militia. Each soldier had endured rigorous training in the crucible of war, forged in the fires of battle, and likely complicit in the horrific acts of city slaughter. Observing them through the art of divination, he noted the grayish-white aura surrounding each soldier, interspersed with streaks of black and red, symbols of their past bloodshed and transgressions. Yet, despite this, their vitality surged, particularly in such numbers, their energy rising like banners in a fierce blaze, formidable enough to deter even the most fearsome spirits. Feng Zishan paled slightly, the realization dawning upon him. Only after becoming a specter did he perceive the overwhelming vitality emanating from this gathering of soldiers. Dispatching lesser beings to vanquish demons and dispel spirits was not a challenge, but confronting these soldiers, especially in large numbers, was an entirely different matter. Bai Xiaoqi exclaimed. Is that so? I, the fox immortal, feel no such trepidation. Feng Zishan chuckled ruefully. You are a fox spirit, a being of the living realm, naturally unafraid of the life force of mortals. I, however, am already a ghost of the underworld. Li Pingon nodded, his gaze falling upon the captain. A martial master of the 8th rank. The path of cultivation for humanity diverged into martial and immortal disciplines. Undoubtedly, martial practitioners were the most numerous, particularly within the military, representing the zenith of martial prowess. Like any other path, martial arts were categorized into 9 ranks, with the 9th being the lowest and the 1st the most esteemed. Those not yet initiated were referred to as martial students, while the 9th rank were martialists, the 8th rank martial masters, and the 7th rank grand martial masters. However, due to the sheer number of martial practitioners, the actual combat effectiveness at this tier was relatively modest. For instance, An 8th-rank demon like Bai Xiaoqi could easily contend with a 7th-rank Grand Martial Master. Yet, in terms of professional counters, an 8th-rank Martial Master could indeed match an 8th-rank Malevolent Spirit or even a 7th-rank Vengeful Ghost within the same rank. The hierarchy of strength among various paths is as follows. The Divine Path reigns supreme, followed by demons and monsters, then spirits and ghosts, with martial arts at the bottom. However, specific circumstances necessitate individual analysis. The reason demons and monsters surpass spirits and ghosts is that the immortal path in this realm is fundamentally a mere technique, not true cultivation, as genuine cultivation does not exist here. Ghosts, being scarce in number, often drift aimlessly without proper guidance. In stark contrast, the demon clans and the rumored demonic races possess their own legacies. The captain of the patrol, summoning his courage, coldly declared, "Escape. Are you unaware of how the general treats deserters?" The mere thought of the general's fearsome brutality sent shivers through the ranks, extinguishing any thoughts of flight. Bai Xiaoqi's eyes widened in disbelief. What manner of general could be more terrifying than I, the Fox Immortal? The captain faltered, unable to respond, but upon reflection, he recognized that such a commotion could only arise from a being far beyond his kin, leading him to shift his demeanor and bow respectfully, inquiring, "May I ask? Who might you be, esteemed one? What brings you to Qingyang City?" Bai Xiaoqi, poised to respond defiantly, suddenly remembered her subordinate status and the necessity to heed the orders of her superior. Li Pingyan replied calmly, "I have come merely to investigate. This realm lies within my jurisdiction, and while I shall eventually subdue it, there is no rush. As for these executioners of the city, their retribution shall arrive in due course." Upon hearing this, Feng Zishan was moved to tears. "Thank you, esteemed one, for administering justice." Having perished at the hands of these butchers, he harbored no affection for them. Li Pingyan continued, "You too may act independently, gathering as much information as possible. As for how to deal with the situation, the decision rests with you." The two responded eagerly, "Yes, esteemed one." Thus, not only Bai Xiaoqi but Feng Zishan too revealed their true forms, causing the soldiers to gasp in horror. What is that? A ghost. We are truly seeing a ghost." The captain was taken aback, stammering, Who are you?" Feng Zishan replied coldly, "What? Do you not recognize me?" The captain hesitated, then, upon seeing Feng Zishan and Apos' face, a thrill of recognition surged within him. You are that white-faced scholar under the command of the Qingyang County Magistrate." "Indeed," Feng Zishan affirmed, "though I did not perish at your hands. You were among the executioners of the city. Now, having ascended to divinity after my death, I shall follow the esteemed one to do good and accumulate virtue. Since we meet again, I shall not let you scoundrels go unpunished." Bai Xiaoqi, for the first time, voiced her support, exclaiming, "Well said. This time, I shall lend you my full assistance. Now is the time for vengeance." With no further ado, they surged forward, one transforming into a streak of white lightning, the other a shadowy specter, both moving with the speed of the wind and the swiftness of lightning. The captain, terrified, felt his spirit falter. Yet he understood that fleeing was futile. He bellowed, "Advance! All of you, advance!" The soldiers, initially stunned, could only muster a feeble roar as they charged toward Bai Xiaoqi and Feng Zishan. Bai Xiaoqi sneered, seeking death. In an instant, she unleashed the might of a great demon, her aura swelling and enveloping her. Suddenly, a colossal phantom of a demon erupted behind her, as if the very laws of heaven and earth had descended upon them. With a thunderous roar, her demonic and divine powers intertwined, surging forth in a cataclysmic explosion. And with a swift strike, she brought down her hand upon the foremost soldiers, who screamed in agony as they were instantly crushed into a pulp. Feng Zishan, filled with vengeful fury, showed no mercy. Drawing the 8th-rank artifact bestowed by the esteemed one, the evil sword, he unleashed it with a resounding clang, echoing like thunder. "Die!" he shouted, charging toward the captain, his sword slicing through the air like a thunderous dragon, piercing the void with a deafening crack. Though the captain was in a state of panic, his years on the battlefield kicked in, and he instinctively drew his own treasured blade, channeling his martial prowess to counterattack. He sought to turn defense into offense. With a resounding clash, their weapons met, unleashing a cascade of sparks, illuminating the battlefield with flashes of light and thunder. The captain, an 8th-rank martial master himself, was astonished to find that the once weak, unassuming scholar now possessed strength far surpassing his own. With a mighty crash, he was violently struck back. Yet the thunderous might wielded by the evil sword surged forth, striking him with an overwhelming force. The crackling lightning surged into him, leaving him dizzy and numb, and in an instant, He was violently thrown to the ground, utterly unable to rise. Feng Zishan roared, "Today, I shall avenge the countless innocent souls slaughtered in this city by your hands." Chapter 47. Total Annihilation. The chaos rages. The lords rise. Li Pingyan did not intervene in the slaughter wrought by the two. His convictions and resolve were profoundly simple: the eternal truth of retribution, good begets good, and evil begets evil. Since the army of the Marquis of Wu had committed the heinous act of city slaughter, their fate could only be dire. Was the way of heaven unjust? That was of no concern to him. At the very least, he believed that everything would receive its due recompense. He was also keenly observing the current prowess of Bai Xiaoqi and Feng Zishan, while simultaneously seeking to gauge the strength of the military amidst this turbulent era. However, the common soldiers, most of whom had barely scratched the surface of martial arts, could only be deemed martial apprentices, relying on rudimentary skills honed through military training. They were utterly insubstantial in combat. Those who had attained the threshold of martial proficiency were merely ninth-tier warriors, capable of overpowering 5 or 6 ordinary martial apprentices and serving as squad leaders. In their peak state, they could even contend against 10 foes as a sergeant. Alas, such individuals were inconsequential in the face of Bai Xiaoqi, a true demon whose power rivaled that of 7th-tier demon spirits. Bai Xiaoqi unleashed his semi-demonic essence, wielding his demonic and divine energies with grace, dispatching the soldiers with ease, as if slicing through vegetables. On the other hand, Feng Zishan's combat experience paled in comparison to Bai Xiaoqi and Amp, Oppo's. Originally a mere scholar, he had later become a ghost-slaying officer. Most of his endeavors involved routine tasks, with few instances of genuine life-and-death battles. Yet now, confronted with a profound vendetta, he exhibited the fruits of his long-term cultivation. Employing a spectral agility, he combined his ghostly and divine techniques with his 8th-tier artifact, the Chiwesh sword, which blazed with the fury of thunder, overpowering the captain of the patrol. Li Pingyan nodded slightly in acknowledgement. Even in terms of ghostly cultivation, Feng Zishan was on the verge of breaking through to the 7th-tier ghostly realm, merely a hair's breadth away. Coupled with the divine power granted by the Taiping Prince and his accumulated merits, he was more than a match for 6th-tier ghost generals. While human warriors typically held an advantage over ghostly practitioners, this captain was just an 8th-tier martial artist. Moreover, Feng Zishan was no ordinary ghostly practitioner. He was a genuine ghost deity, a bona fide 8th-tier ghost god, officially recognized by the Taiping Prince. Should Feng Zishan face an entire human battalion, invigorated by abundant yang energy, his strength would undoubtedly diminish. However, in a small skirmish or one-on-one combat, he harbored no fear of any human warrior. With a sudden, forceful strike, Feng Zishan sent the captain flying, leaving a horrific gash across his face inflicted by the Chiwesh sword, a sight both shocking and grotesque. As the captain let out a pained scream, his bloodlust surged. In his final moments, he roared with fury, drawing upon the vitality of countless slain foes to unleash a vicious counterattack with his treasured blade. "Receive my strike." The celestial wolf blade technique. Wolf Feng Slash. In an instant, the blade glinted ominously, a chilling radiance erupting as if a wolf demon bared its fangs, lunging fiercely at Feng Zishan. Bam! Lacking sufficient experience, Feng Zishan was caught off guard and sustained a wound, a gash carved into his ethereal form, releasing ghostly wisps like black smoke. This strike, imbued with martial vitality, was not something even he could entirely disregard. He felt a searing pain at the wound, and his anger intensified. "I owe my very existence to the unparalleled grace of the Taiping Prince. Not only do I have the chance to reunite with my parents, but I am also afforded the opportunity to perform good deeds and safeguard my domain. Now, I even have the chance to confront my enemies, a rare moment indeed. If I were to squander this opportunity and fall to a mere captain, how could I ever face the Taiping Prince again?" With this thought igniting his fury, Feng Zishan roared, "Die!" In that instant, the essence of his ghostly and divine powers merged flawlessly. Within the enveloping black mist, glimmers of pure light and golden radiance intertwined, coalescing into a singular force. Then, he channeled all his strength into the Chiwesh sword. Instantly, the sword surged with thunderous energy, crackling like a raging dragon, tearing through the air with a deafening roar. Boom! Boom! With a resounding blast, the thunderous dragon pierced through the captain's body, creating a gaping hole from his chest to his back. His heart shattered. He was dead beyond revival. The captain, still bewildered by the unfolding events, stared blankly at his hollow chest, only to feel the encroachment of death. Before he could even scream, his body collapsed lifelessly to the ground, the wound searing into charred remains, a sight utterly grotesque. The remaining soldiers, initially resolved to fight to the death, were paralyzed with terror upon witnessing the captain's gruesome demise. Under the relentless slaughter by Bai Xiaoqi, they lost all hope and fled in a frenzied panic. Yet, Bai Xiaoqi showed no mercy, ensuring that each met a grim fate. In mere moments, a patrol squad of over a dozen elite soldiers was completely annihilated, leaving the temple drenched in a thick atmosphere of bloodlust and death. Feng Zishan surveyed the carnage without a trace of compassion, instead recalling the harrowing scenes of the city slaughter. His loathing for these soldiers, more fearsome than bandits, burned fiercely within him. He bowed to the Taiping Prince and expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, Taiping Prince. Without your grace, how could I have harbored any hope of vengeance?" Although these men were not the direct architects of his suffering, each had played a role as the executioners of the city's massacre, and every one of them was undoubtedly deserving of death. Li Ping'an replied calmly. "And who is the true mastermind?" Feng Zishan responded. "The commander who led the siege and slaughter that day was none other than that demon-like general known as Hua Tianlang. This man is brutal and merciless, not only to his enemies and the common folk, but also to his own soldiers. The one who directly killed me was one of his lieutenants, named Huang Fiki. Of course, if we speak of the true mastermind lurking behind the scenes, it is undoubtedly the Marquis of Wu Wei himself. Without his command, even Hua Tianlang would not dare to recklessly slaughter a city." Li Ping'an nodded. "What is the strength of the Marquis of Wu Wei?" Feng Zishan elaborated. The Marquis of Wu Wei was originally a general in the peripheral regions of the Great Jin dynasty. As the imperial authority crumbled and various lords rose, he, too, refused to be overshadowed, declaring himself the Marquis of Wu Wei and governing the wild territories of the southwest, even launching offensives against the territories of the Marquis of Chongping in Xinjiang County. The war that erupted was a fierce struggle for territory, resulting in victory for the more formidable Marquis of Wu Wei. Xinjiang County was reluctantly caught in the crossfire between the two factions. The county magistrate received ultimatums from both sides, demanding that he conscript able-bodied men and personally lead troops to assist them. After much contemplation, he ultimately chose to support Duke Chongping, as he was, after all, under his command. The subsequent events are well known to Taiping Gong. Li Ping'an nodded in acknowledgement. This land was originally part of the Great Jin dynasty. How much power remains here with factions such as Duke Chongping and Duke Wu Wei? Feng Zishan sighed deeply. It is indeed countless. Moreover, it is essential to recognize that we are situated in the southwestern frontier, where the most formidable powers among the lords reside in the Central Plains, which is the true theater of the fiercest conflicts. Chapter 48. The sixth-rank Martial Master Realm. Thunder crashes and shatters the mighty wind. Feng Zishan spoke. The most formidable forces arise from several factions, one being the Shiliang army from the northwest region of Liangzhou, led by the self-proclaimed king of Shiliang. Their numbers are vast, and they are both valiant and ruthless, dominating a territory. Additionally, the three great generals originally appointed by the Great Jin dynasty have each declared themselves as kings, known as the King of the South, the King of the North, and the King of the East. Furthermore, the originally 36 prefectures have their own lords, some self-proclaiming as dukes, others as marquises, engaging in endless strife and bloodshed. In name, the Great Jin dynasty still exists. Yet the emperor has long since lost any real power, being tossed about by various factions, a truly pitiful sight. It is only now that Li Ping'an comprehends the general state of affairs in this land. He nodded and offered his praise, realizing that Feng Zishan had not wasted his time in Xinjiang City. Feng Zishan sighed. One is left with no choice. Bai Xiaoqi remarked, "I never expected that the human race is even more chaotic than our demon race. Among us demons, although there are 7 major clans and 8 great demon kings, we have not yet descended into mutual slaughter to the point of no return." Feng Zishan replied, "In terms of individual strength, demons certainly surpass humans, yet when it comes to numbers, humans are still the majority. Of course, this is only counting the intelligent demons. If we include the beastly ones, then demons would likely outnumber humans." Bai Xiaoqi had more to say, but Li Ping'an halted her. "So, is it true that Hua Tianlang is still in charge of this Xinjiang city?" Feng Zishan nodded. "The captain of the patrol is indeed his man. It shouldn't be mistaken. Hua Tianlang is a subordinate general appointed by the Marquis of Wuwei, specializing in siege and suppressing his subordinates' rebellions. He can be considered a fierce hound in his master's hand, particularly adept at biting. His martial arts cultivation is likely at least that of a 7th-rank martial master, if not the 6th-rank master realm. He is indeed formidable. Even if I wished for vengeance now, I would stand no chance against him. Li Pingyan calmly stated, the 6th-rank master realm. Is it? I understand now. The 6th-rank master realm signifies a true entry into the martial arts domain, possessing a unique understanding of martial arts, making one a prominent figure no matter where they are. Especially in the master realm, one can cultivate the internal organs, harmonizing the internal and external, with blood and energy surging like fire. Ordinary demons and malevolent spirits would dare not approach. Below the master, one may be deceived by spirits. Above the master, spirits cannot draw near. No wonder Feng Zishan said he would be no match. Li Pingyan declared, then let us meet this Hua Tianlang. Upon hearing this, Feng Zishan felt a surge of confidence and promptly replied, yes. Lord Taiping. Although Lord Taiping certainly had his intentions, his actions would help Feng Zishan seek revenge, for which he was immensely grateful. Bai Xiaoqi was also intrigued by this likely 6th-rank master human general, curious about her own capabilities against him. The brawls in the city god temple had become the talk of the town, and many other guards had gradually gathered from all directions. However, if Li Pingyan and his companions wished to remain undetected, these ordinary soldiers would have no means to uncover their presence. The Qingyang County office had now been renamed the General's Mansion. Li Pingyan glanced over and scoffed, a self-proclaimed lord from a remote area. A mere subordinate general daring to call himself a general's mansion. How audacious. Feng Zishan concurred, Lord Taiping speaks truly. Originally, a figure like the Marquis of Wuwei had no qualifications to appoint generals from afar. He hardly measures up to a left general or former general appointed by the court. Alas, in these chaotic times, propriety has fallen apart. These individuals care not for court regulations, acting solely on their whims. Bai Xiaoqi, not comprehending and disinterested in their discourse, suddenly transformed into a streak of white lightning, dashing ahead into this so-called general's mansion. Inside the mansion, Hua Tianlang, the subordinate general under the Marquis of Wuwei, was reveling in the main hall, drinking and enjoying himself. Accompanied by a few subordinates, there was even a troupe of dancers performing. Everyone laughed heartily, seeking merriment, utterly oblivious to the tragic aftermath of the recent slaughter. Observing them, one might mistakenly believe they resided in a prosperous era. Bai Xiaoqi burst in, instantly noticing the dancers. It was clear they were not there willingly. Many wore forced smiles, traces of tears in their eyes, a sight both pitiful and heart-wrenching. Hua Tianlang, indeed extraordinary, abruptly snapped back to reality, slamming his hand on the table, his eyes flashing with fury as he scanned the entrance. Who dares trespass upon the general and Apos' mansion? Everyone was taken aback. The civil officials retreated while the military personnel sprang to their feet, drawing their swords in readiness. Upon seeing the intruder, a pure white fox, everyone, including Hua Tianlang, was astonished. You are bold demon fox, daring to wreak havoc on the territory of the Marquis of Wuwei. You are courting death. Bai Xiaoqi sneered. You, a self-proclaimed lord from a borderland, a mere subordinate general, born of an age where propriety has crumbled, dare to call yourself a general's mansion? Truly shameless. Though she did not fully comprehend, she recounted the conversation between Li Pingyan and Feng Zishan, hurling insults at Hua Tianlang. Hua Tianlang was momentarily taken aback, then realized she was cursing him. Enraged, he slammed the table once more, unleashing a martial will that erupted like a raging fire. Crimson as blood, having fought on the battlefield for many years and slaughtered countless enemies, not to mention innocent civilians, his aura was thoroughly drenched in blood, deepening in hue until it was almost black. Boom! The ferocious martial will exploded forth, and Bai Xiaoqi could not help but be moved. Her fox-like pupils instantly narrowed, transforming into two fine vertical slits, clearly intimidated by the opponent's terrifying power. Seeking death, a mere demon fox dares to speak recklessly before me? You must be tired of living. Die! In that instant, he raised his right arm high, resembling a blood-colored flag, akin to a bloodied slaughtering knife. And with a sudden surge of power, he aimed a vicious slash down at the demon fox Bai Xiaoqi. He was indeed at the 6th-rank master realm. This strike was as unstoppable as a landslide. Bai Xiaoqi was greatly alarmed, realizing she was no match for him. But in that fleeting moment, boom, a thunderous roar pierced the void, erupting with a cataclysmic force. In an instant, it shattered the blade's energy completely, disintegrating into nothingness. Moreover, that rampant force remained undiminished, unrestrained, and wildly aggressive, continuing to surge toward Hua Tianlang. What power is this? Hua Tianlang was instantly struck with terror. Chapter 49, The Thunderous Annihilation of Hua Tianlang. I am the retribution of heaven and earth. Hua Tianlang was left utterly astounded, his soul shaken to its core. In that moment, with the augmentation of his martial will as a 6th-grade master, his Skywolf blade technique was ferociously formidable, capable of vanquishing even the most resilient of foes. Yet, in the blink of an eye, a terrifying bolt of lightning materialized from thin air, obliterating his entire offensive in an instant. His martial will, along with the blade and Apos' fierce energy, was rendered as fragile as dry grass, scattering like bamboo under a powerful force. More alarming still was the fact that the lightning showed no signs of dissipating or weakening. It surged relentlessly towards him. In that fleeting moment, Hua Tianlang finally showcased his years of battle-hardened experience, dramatically elevating his martial will to its utmost pinnacle. He transformed the blade energy of his Sky Wolf technique into a protective defense that enveloped him. Even so, he dared not confront it head-on and swiftly darted aside to evade. In the next instant, a resounding thunderclap erupted. The violent lightning struck. And despite Hua Tianlang and Apos' desperate attempts at defense and evasion, he was still struck by the thunder, which inflicted grievous wounds upon his body. His left arm, leg, and half his torso were charred to a cinder, flesh and blood mingled grotesquely, and a putrid stench pervaded the grand hall. Wah! Who is it? The assembled civil and military officials stared in shock, as if witnessing a ghost. The once invincible and fearsome General Hua Tianlang had been reduced to a pitiful state in mere moments, his dignity shattered, a sight too harrowing to behold. At that moment, the officials were gripped by fear, and the military leaders recoiled. Hua Tianlang, momentarily stunned, let out a heart-wrenching wail, collapsing to the ground. The acrid scent of charred flesh wafting around him. It was then that Feng Zishan revealed himself, standing alongside the fox spirit by Xiaoqi. Meanwhile, Li Ping and Apos, and remained unseen. Why you? Who are you? Hua Tianlang gritted his teeth, mustering the strength to utter these words. Feng Zishan replied coldly, Hua Tianlang, your cruelty and tyranny in besieging cities and slaughtering innocents have reached a depth of sin that is intolerable by heaven and earth. Today, the Lord of Peace descends to adjudicate good and evil, to mete out justice, and you cannot escape your doom. Cold sweat poured down Hua Tianlang's face. El Lord of Peace. Who is that? Initially intimidated by Hua Tianlang's might, Bai Xiaoqi regained her confidence upon witnessing the intervention of the Lord of Peace. Hearing Hua Tianlang's question, she scoffed, Pa? What lord can compare with the Lord of Peace? The Lord of Peace is the divine embodiment of righteousness in this realm. He has vowed for peace, ensuring that good is rewarded and evil punished. You, who only know how to slaughter and plunder, dare to equate yourselves with a true deity? Hua Tianlang was taken aback. Divine embodiment of righteousness? How can this be? In this chaotic era, the divine path has crumbled. Even the king of hell has vanished. How can a divine being manifest? Moreover, to dare appear in my territory. Feng Zishan retorted angrily. What is the Wu Wei Marquis? Just a brute fighting for power, plundering the world through violence. I, the Lord of Peace, am here to vanquish evil, uphold justice, restore the heavenly order, and recreate the cosmos. Hua Tianlang, when you slaughter the city, you should have anticipated this retribution. If only everyone could reflect on the principle of retribution before their actions, this world would have no need for chaos, and heaven would remain stable. What Feng Zishan expressed was the very vision of peace that Li Pingyan envisioned. If all men could consider the idea of retribution in their hearts before acting, they would surely refrain from malevolence and embrace virtue, leading naturally to a peaceful world. However, Hua Tianlang suddenly let out a derisive laugh, then threw his head back, laughing maniacally. Ha! What nonsense about the Lord of Peace. You specters, demons, and ghosts seek to frighten me. Hua Tianlang, do you think I am easily cowed? I have fought and killed countless foes, leaving only terror in my wake. Who has not trembled at the sound of my name? In this desolate land, even children dare not cry at night. You think mere demons can shake my resolve? Dare to strike at me? When the army of Wu Wei Marquis arrives, this land will be ground to dust. Bai Xiaoqi retorted angrily, you are truly stubborn and oblivious to your own demise. Feng Zishan took a deep breath. Lord of Peace, It seems this man is indeed beyond redemption, steeped in his wickedness. I humbly request the Lord of Peace to unleash divine punishment, to act on behalf of heaven and deliver justice for all the innocent lives he has taken." The more Hua Tianlang faced annihilation, the more frenzied he became. "Ha ha ha ha. I shall see who dares to kill me. Do not speak of being a righteous deity. Even if you were, what of it? In this chaotic world, who would believe in deities or the principle of retribution? The only trustworthy entity is the weapon in hand. Where my army marches, all yield. That is the true divine. Common folk? Justice? What a farce." The other civil and military officials began to sense the abnormality, their expressions turning to shock. Many urged, "General, matters of the divine should not be taken lightly, yet neither should they be dismissed entirely. This fox spirit or wandering soul possesses no strength to inflict such grievous harm upon you. Surely, the true power lies with the Lord of Peace behind them. Even if he is not a deity, to strike you down so severely, one should not act rashly against him." Hua Tianlang coldly declared. Before he could finish, Li Pingyan, disinterested in further discourse, raised his hand once more. Suddenly, a cataclysmic roar echoed, as a massive bolt of lightning descended from the heavens, splitting the sky asunder. Boom, boom, boom. It shattered the roof of the general's mansion into fragments and struck directly above Hua Tianlang's head. In that instant, the world was engulfed in blinding light. Thunder erupted. For a moment, all were blinded, deafened by the sound. After an indeterminate duration, the horrifying din finally surged into their ears, a cacophony that shook the very ground beneath them. When the dust settled, they beheld the scene. Hua Tianlang's body lay completely charred, reduced to a mere cinder. The flames still flickering as smoke billowed forth, the stench of burnt flesh permeating the air. In that moment, all trembled, their souls scattered. Li Pingyan calmly remarked, "If indeed the heavenly order is capricious in this chaotic world, I am the retribution of heaven and earth." Chapter 50. The Arrival of Justice in Qingyang City. The butcher of cities ultimately meets his doom. Li Pingyan's words reverberated through the grand hall like thunder, echoing in the hearts of all present, lingering long after their utterance. If indeed the natural order in this chaotic world is capricious, then I shall be the harbinger of retribution. This proclamation can be seen as Li Pingyan's testament to his divine path, a declaration of the grand ambition he has chosen to pursue. Feng Zishan and Bai Qiao looked on, feeling a mix of exhilaration and profound reflection. This is the true embodiment of the pacifier. In an instant, the entire hall of the general's mansion fell into a profound silence, an eerie stillness enveloping the space. The so-called civil and military officials stood wide-eyed, transfixed by the charred remains of Hua Tianlang, rendered mute and breathless. Could it be that there truly exists a cosmic justice, a cycle of good and evil? These individuals, who had engaged in bloodshed for years, found it hard to believe such notions. Yet, as they contemplated Hua Tianlang's fate, recalling his fervor during the massacre and his brutality in taking lives, a deep-seated fear began to brew within them, a terror that gripped their very souls. If divine retribution were indeed real, what fate awaited them? In that moment, confusion reigned. They trembled, unsure whether to resist or to surrender. If their enemy were before them, they could fight back. If it were an adversary, they could yield. But now, they faced an unseen, inscrutable divine presence. What were they to do? An elderly advisor, trembling in stature, stood up to gaze into the void where the divine figure was imagined to be, bowing deeply in reverence. "Oh, pacifier above. Hua Tianlang's barbarism and deep-seated sins have drawn forth divine punishment, a fate he rightfully deserves. Yet, how shall you judge us? We were merely following orders, driven by necessity." The others soon understood the gravity of their predicament, rising to their feet, prostrating themselves, pleading for mercy. "Oh, pacifier, we acted under duress. Spare us our lives." However, some obstinate military leaders remained defiant, refusing to bow. "You spineless cowards. At this juncture, do you believe that begging will save you? It would be wiser to rise up in rebellion. Perhaps a sliver of hope remains. What good is regret now?" Bai Chu scoffed. "Ah, how enlightening. It is only when faced with life and death that one truly reveals their character." Feng Zishan added, "Whether they plead or resist, it is merely a reflection of their awareness of impending doom. Pacifier, how shall you deal with them?" Li Pingyan replied with a calm demeanor. "Judgment is based on actions, not intentions." Feng Zishan grasped the implication immediately. Regardless of their thoughts or words, divine justice would weigh their deeds. Since they all participated in the massacre, then they all must face death. Feng Zishan nodded. "I comprehend. Execute." Bai Qiao awaited this command, and in an instant, she unleashed her half-formed spirit, a colossal spectral fox appearing amidst the desolation of the hall. She revealed her ultimate artifact, the crimson flame demon whip bestowed by the pacifier. With a fierce flick of her wrist, a resounding crack echoed as flames erupted forth, her nearing seventh-tier spirit amplifying the whip's power. In a swift motion, she ensnared the head of a defiant general, delivering a brutal strike. The eerie flames surged, merging chaotic demonic and divine energies, severing the general's head from his body with a sickening thud. By targeting the most resistant enemy first, Bai Qiao's strategy proved effective. The remaining generals turned pale, instinctively recoiling in fear. With a cold smile, Bai Qiao commanded the colossal spirit to strike, sending several leading generals flying. Most of these generals were merely 8th-tier warriors, with only 2 at the 7th tier. Faced with Bai Qiao's half-formed spirit and the fused powers of the Crimson Flame Demon Whip, they stood no chance. Meanwhile, Feng Zishan had also taken action. Without mercy towards the so-called scholars and strategists, he wielded the pacifier's bestowed quelling evil sword, swiftly reaping lives as if he were a reaper of souls. The grand hall of the general's mansion soon transformed into a scene of carnage. This intense conflict inevitably attracted the attention of the soldiers stationed outside. A multitude of patrols and guards surged towards the hall. Yet, Li Ping'an remained silent, only invoking his will. Suddenly, a tempest arose, sweeping through the hall and engulfing the entire general's estate, extending outwards for miles. Those soldiers attempting to intervene were caught in the chaos, blinded by the fierce winds, unable to enter, let alone engage in battle. At that moment, they realized the true arrival of divine intervention, capable of delivering justice. The perpetrators of the massacre would face heavenly retribution. Those involved would be judged by their actions. Irrespective of their intentions, all would pay the price. And those wishing to rescue would find all avenues blocked by the divine. As the tempest began to subside, the soldiers of the general's mansion cautiously approached, eager to uncover the truth of the events. They beheld the hall transformed into ruins. The once mighty General Hua Tianlang, the civil and military advisors, and the vice-captains had all met a gruesome end, either reduced to ashes by divine wrath or slain with severed heads and pierced hearts, their bodies strewn in a grotesque display of violence. The soldiers, terrified beyond measure, were struck with horror. Then, they noticed a dazzling golden light illuminating words in the center of the hall. The way of heaven is capricious. I am the retribution. Below was the divine seal of the pacifier. In an instant, all soldiers dropped their weapons, falling to their knees in fear, fervently bowing and prostrating. The pacifier had descended as a divine being. The horrors of Hua Tianlong's tyranny and the brutal slaughter of the city had finally met the pacifier's retribution. Indeed, in this world, justice ultimately prevails. At this moment, Li Ping'an had already departed the general's mansion, accompanied by Bai Qiao and Feng Zishan. Feng Zishan sighed deeply, expressing his gratitude to the peaceful duke for finally allowing him to exact vengeance upon his enemies and to avenge the grievances of the entire city, restoring justice to the heavens and the earth. Hua Tianlang met his demise, struck down by divine lightning. The very subordinate who had taken Feng Zishan's life, Huang Fiki, was also slain by Feng Zishan's own hand, his head severed as retribution. All those who participated in the massacre of the city, both civil and military officials, were executed on the spot without exception. This act of vengeance was truly stirring. Bai Xiaoqi remarked, "What a gratifying spectacle. It is a pity that the true instigator, Marquis Wu Wei, has yet to be dealt with." Feng Zishan replied, "That day will surely come, however." The Marquis Wu Wei was not located in this desolate state, but rather thousands of miles away in the distant Manzhou. Even if Li Ping'an wished to slay him, he could not. Such matters would have to be postponed for another time. Li Ping'an's true gains, however, extended beyond mere vengeance. He had ensnared the souls of the slain Hua Tianlang, along with numerous civil and military officials who had partaken in the massacre, capturing them within the Nether Tower. These malevolent spirits would naturally be put to use, serving him to atone for their sins. Moreover, this new batch of spectral soldiers was indeed formidable, their power magnified beyond measure compared to those previously gathered. Chapter 51. The legend of Taiping Gong spreads across the land. A spark can ignite a prairie fire. Within the depths of the Nether Tower, the souls being devoured and refined were undoubtedly among the most formidable of their kind. Leading them was Hua Tianlang, who, having just been slain and transformed into a ghost, immediately transcended to the rank of a 6th-grade ghost general. This was only to be expected, for he had once been a general of the human race, a powerful master at the 6th-grade martial realm. Even in death, he retained his overwhelming strength. His retinue included 2 7th-grade fierce ghost vice-commanders and over a dozen 8th-grade malevolent ghost captains, alongside more than 100 9th-grade ghost soldiers. Coupled with the hundreds of solitary and wild spirits Li Ping'an had gathered, the Nether Tower had effectively become a small netherworld, a formidable ghost army in its own right. Li Pingyan conveyed this to Feng Zishan, stating, "In the future, should you heed my commands, you may summon these ghostly soldiers to assist you. These malevolent beings, having committed numerous atrocities in life and now existing as spirits, ought to fight for me, battling to atone for their sins, though their guilt will never be erased." Feng Zishan replied eagerly, "Yes, thank you, Taiping Gong. Even as ghosts, these individuals should indeed bear their sins and not achieve any merits, allowing them to repay their transgressions." At that moment, Feng Zishan had finally broken through to the realm of the 7th grade Fierce Ghost, with his power stemming from the 8th grade Divine Art of Ghost Commanding. The fusion of both enhanced his combat prowess to rival that of a 6th grade Ghost General. Moreover, with divine strength at his disposal and magical artifacts in hand, Hua Tianlang had no power to resist, becoming but a pawn under his command. Bai Shaoqi felt a twinge of envy. Feng Zishan had not only broken through to a new realm, but also avenged a great wrong, acquiring an impressive cadre of ghostly generals and soldiers, propelling him to great heights. Meanwhile, she remained an 8th grade Great Demon, unable to ascend to the 7th grade Demon Spirit. Though the gap was slight, it felt insurmountable. If this continued, she might slowly fall behind Feng Zishan in combat prowess. No, she must strive harder. In the wild lands of Manzhou, the southwestern frontier of the Great Jin Dynasty, the flames of war had engulfed even this remote region. The distance from the emperor meant that battles here were often more brutal, with soldiers displaying remarkable cruelty. Massacres of cities were not uncommon. On that fateful day, in Qingyang County of the Qiming Prefecture, the general under Marquis Wu Wei, Hua Tianlang, along with dozens of civil and military officials, strategists, and soldiers, met with an untimely demise. The general's residence was struck as if by divine thunder, Hua Tianlang turning to cinders, while his subordinates met horrific ends, the scene resembling a hellish nightmare. When the rear guard arrived, they witnessed the divine signs left behind. "The heavens are capricious. I am the embodiment of retribution." Taiping Gong. In that instant, the entirety of Manzhou, particularly the regions of the wild lands, was stirred, and tales began to circulate that the heavens still upheld justice through retribution. The name of Taiping Gong swiftly spread throughout the common folk, the military, the court, and the martial world. With the sudden death of the garrison commander of Qingyang County, Marquis Chomping quickly dispatched his subordinate generals to reclaim the city, stationing troops there. However, the populace remained sparse. After the soldiers under Marquis Chomping occupied Qingyang City, they encountered the divine signs within the city god temple and the former lord's residence. Although Marquis Chomping forbade unauthorized worship, the soldiers secretly paid homage and prayed, as the name and renown of Taiping Gong had become unstoppable. At that moment, Li Pingyan and his party prepared to return. Feng Zishan inquired, "Taiping Gong, having slain Hua Tianlang and those evil men, why not remain in Qingyang City and spread your faith here? While the populace is sparse, it is still more than that of Qinshan Ao. Beyond the survivors of the massacre, there are also those who migrated from other counties due to Hua Tianlang's tyranny, making for fertile ground for development." Li Pingyan replied, "Qingyang County lies at the juncture of two states, a strategic location that is bound to attract military contention in this chaotic era. Even if I wish to settle here, it may prove unfeasible. As for the faith itself, it does not require propagation. The name of this deity will inevitably spread throughout the vicinity of Qingyang City." Feng Zishan and Bai Shaoqi nodded in agreement. Indeed, in Qingyang City, regardless of whether the commoners or soldiers were expressly forbidden from public worship, they secretly propagated the faith of Taiping Gong, which had already reached a wildfire-like momentum, impossible to contain. Bai Shaoqi scoffed, "It seems Marquis Chomping is not a good man. Taiping Gong acts on behalf of justice and has left divine signs, yet he dares to forbid the soldiers and commoners from paying homage." Feng Zishan chuckled ruefully. "From our perspective, it certainly seems that way. However, from Marquis Chomping's viewpoint, he is likely compelled by circumstance. If all his soldiers worship the deity, his authority would undoubtedly be undermined, making it difficult for him to command, unless he himself also leads in revering Taiping Gong," Bai Shaoqi declared. "Then let him believe." Feng Zishan replied, "I would gladly welcome that, but it is not a matter that can be resolved overnight. Moreover, Taiping Gong will one day vie for supremacy over the world, bringing peace to the realm. At that time, a leader will be needed to wage war and pacify the lands in the name of Taiping Gong. But that is not the present." Li Pingyan nodded as well. To realize the grand vision he sought, beyond the propagation of faith, he indeed required someone to rally the masses under his divine name. Sweeping across the world, history is replete with such examples, where many uprisings were initiated in the name of deities to recruit followers, spread faith, and unite hearts against the ruling powers. However, this necessitates exceptional talents, true children of destiny. In Li Pingyan's hands appeared a collection of spiritual pills. These were rewards he had received after slaying Hua Tianlang and others, exchanged from the Divine Path Marketplace. Among them, Hua Tianlang had exchanged for a master pill. As its name implies, upon reaching the Great Martial Master realm, consuming this spiritual pill dramatically increases the likelihood of ascending directly to master status. The two 7th-grade Great Martial Master Vice Commanders had received 2 Great Martial Master pills, while various other martial and warrior pills were plentiful. These powers could be bestowed upon his followers to expedite their cultivation and combat strength. As Li Pingyan's party made their way back, they suddenly encountered a band of highwaymen on the outskirts of Qingyang City. Chapter 52. The Old Huai Tree Becomes a Spirit, a Stubborn and Obsolete Entity. As Li Pingyan and his companions made their way back, they unexpectedly encountered a large crowd of common folk on the outskirts of Qingyang City, clamoring and agitated, seemingly intent on some purpose. Curiosity piqued within Feng Zishan and Bai Shaoqi, prompting Li Pingyan to send them to investigate. They discovered the villagers brandishing farming tools, shovels, axes, and sickles as they charged towards a colossal ancient tree. A significant number had already gathered beneath it, some even beginning to chop it down, while others dug at its roots, clearly intent on destroying this venerable tree. Feng Zishan frowned, ready to inquire, but Bai Shaoqi stopped him. In your current state, you would frighten them to death. Let me handle this. With a wry smile, Feng Zishan nodded in agreement. Bai Shaoqi transformed into the guise of a rustic woman, unadorned and clad in coarse linen. Yet her innate beauty could not be concealed, particularly her enchanting almond-shaped eyes. She approached the fervent villagers with a charming smile and inquired, "Good sirs, what is the purpose of such fervent labor? Is it not a pity to fell such a magnificent ancient tree?" The villagers, initially irritable and ready to curse, turned at the sound of her voice, captivated by her beauty. Where did this lovely maiden come from? A burly man began to scold, only to soften his tone. Bai Shaoqi chuckled lightly. I merely chanced upon this scene, and, seeing you working so hard to fell this ancient tree, became curious enough to ask. Please do not take offense. Her appearance rendered the villagers momentarily spellbound. The burly man scratched his head and laughed heartily. Ah, I see. This tree is not merely a tree, it has long been an adversary to our village. Its growth has come at the expense of our crops, robbing them of nutrients and water. Over the years, it has rendered the lands barren, leaving us to starve. We have no choice but to eliminate it to quell our grievances. Bai Shaoqi felt a pang of sympathy as she gazed upon the towering tree, which must have stood for centuries, now facing destruction at the hands of these villagers. Reflecting on her own journey, having cultivated her powers over hundreds of years, she pondered whether she would have survived without the guidance of Taiping Gong. With a sigh, she remarked, every entity possesses a spirit, and it is no small feat for a tree to reach such an age. Yet the villagers interjected, while that may be true, our plight is dire. We can scarcely survive as it is. Our crops yield nothing, and we cannot afford to concern ourselves with its fate. If it steals our food, we must take action. Bai Shaoqi found herself at a loss for words. At that moment, however, Li Ping and Amp, oppose, and felt a sudden surge of perception. His thoughts coalesced, and a beam of light shot forth, striking the trunk of the ancient tree. Bai Shaoqi and Feng Zishan heard a startling cry. Ah! Feng Zishan exclaimed in astonishment. What is that? Has the tree become a spirit? Li Ping and Amp, oppose, and remained silent, his voice low and commanding. Reveal yourself. In the next instant, a diminutive figure resembling an elderly man with a long white beard emerged from the tree, clutching an ancient wooden staff. The elder, startled by Li Ping and Amp, oppose, and Amp, oppose, as presence, began to cough and promptly bowed in reverence. I greet the divine. I was unaware of your arrival. Forgive my lack of courtesy. Feng Zishan chuckled, unable to contain himself. Elder, are you the spirit born of this ancient tree? Your life hangs by a thread, and yet you remain so nonchalant. The tree spirit sighed deeply. Might I inquire your esteemed title? Feng Zishan replied, I am a divine spirit of the 8th rank, known as Taiping Gong. The tree spirit gasped in shock. 8th rank. Taiping Gong. Cough, cough. In this age of declining divinity, there still exists a true deity among mortals. This is profoundly astonishing. Feng Zishan continued, my master, Taiping Gong, was destined to bring peace and stability to the realm, to restore the land and create harmony. But let us not dwell on that. Your existence as a spirit is one matter, but preying upon the villagers and Amp, oppose, Resources is another, leading to your current predicament. As Taiping Gong, I believe in retribution for both good and evil. Since you have sown the seeds of malice, it is only fitting that you face the consequences. The tree spirit wept bitterly, prostrating itself. I would never dare to commit wrongdoing. Quite the opposite. In these turbulent times, with war and strife, the people around Qingyang City have suffered greatly from floods and droughts, rendering the land increasingly barren. I have not plundered resources. Rather, I have used my own essence and power to nourish the fields, providing sustenance for the villagers. The group was taken aback. Feng Zishan furrowed his brow. If that is the case, then why do they? The tree spirit lamented. I have attempted to reveal myself and clarify this misunderstanding. But the villagers have already convinced themselves that I am a malevolent force. The more I manifest, the more they believe I am a monster to be vanquished. Feng Zishan paused, then sighed. It was true. The villagers and Appo's conviction transformed him into a scapegoat for their misfortunes. The more he tried to elucidate, the more fear he incited, leading them to attribute their suffering to the tree spirit. Then why persist in this? Feng Zishan questioned. The tree spirit, tears streaming down its face, recounted, years ago, the land deity of this region bestowed great kindness upon me. Without his guidance, I would remain ignorant of my own nature. I vowed to follow in the footsteps of the land deity, to protect and benefit the people. Alas, while I endure, the deity has vanished from this realm. Afterward, I could not betray my oath of gratitude, so I endeavored to safeguard this land. Yet, despite my utmost efforts, I could not grant the people a better life. Now, as they grow more desperate, they seek to take my life. I find myself powerless to resist. To do so would harm them and betray the vow I made. Thus, I can only surrender to my fate, hoping it will quell their resentment. Hearing this, Bai Xiaoqi could no longer contain her anger. You, ancient tree spirit, are indeed stubborn and inflexible. Your protection of these villagers, stemming from the land deity's benevolence, is commendable. Yet it does not justify your foolishness in allowing yourself to be destroyed. If you perish at their hands, will they not bear the burden of ingratitude? Moreover, do you truly wish to embrace such a fate? Chapter 53. The third minister is subdued. A significant advancement in cultivation. Upon hearing Bai Xiaoqi's words, the ancient locust tree spirit couldn't help but let out a sigh, tears streaming down his withered face. I am also helpless in this matter. To explain would be futile. To intervene would require the use of magic, which would not only be morally reprehensible but also betray the oath made years ago, forsaking the blessings of the earth god. In that case, it would be better to end my own life. Feng Zishan shook his head. The demon-subduing minister speaks wisely. You are indeed too obstinate. Even as a kind-hearted individual, you could inadvertently cause harm. To take your own life while allowing the innocent people to bear the consequences is hardly a righteous act. Pleased by his agreement, Bai Xiaoqi felt a swell of pride. Meanwhile, the villagers, upon witnessing Bai Xiaoqi seemingly conversing with someone unseen, were left wide-eyed and bewildered. Bai Xiaoqi paid them no mind, and both remained silent, awaiting the judgment of the Taiping Lord. This was the periphery of Heishui town, the very place where the demon Zhang Tianzheng had wreaked havoc before his deceitful journey to Baisher town. Given its remote location, he likely never lingered here. Li Pingyan could sense that the old locust tree spirit was indeed truthful. Moreover, with his level of cultivation, stopping these villagers would be an effortless task. Yet he was calmly accepting his fate. Li Pingyan spoke with composure. Though the earth god has perished, my essence remains in this world. Old locust tree, you shall henceforth follow me. I appoint you as a minister of the 8th rank, concurrently serving as the earth god of Baisher and Heishui towns. The old locust tree spirit was taken aback, unsure how to respond. This. Feng Zishan and Bai Xiaoqi exchanged smiles. Why are you not expressing your gratitude at once? This is a monumental favor from the Taiping Lord. Tears streaming down his face, the old locust tree spirit knelt, exclaiming, I humbly thank the Taiping Lord for this immense grace. What merit do I possess to receive such a great fortune? This truly overwhelms me. Feng Zishan reassured him. The Taiping Lord is always just. Since you have been appointed, you are worthy of this honor and need not belittle yourself. The old locust tree spirit stammered. Yes. Li Pingyan gestured, and divine power flowed into the tree spirit. He further bestowed upon him the authority of the 8th rank, transforming the spirit into a deity. In an instant, this being, who had cultivated for centuries, ascended to the divine realm. As the old locust tree spirit beheld the gentle glow enveloping him, he was filled with immense gratitude and emotion. Once again, I thank the Taiping Lord for your grace. I shall never forget it. Li Pingyan instructed, you too explain this matter to the citizens of Heishui town. Yes, Taiping Lord. In an instant, Bai Shaoqi revealed his true form, and Feng Zishan manifested the spirit of the ghostly deity. The villagers were understandably terrified. However, Bai Shaoqi soon chastised them. How dare you display such audacity before the Taiping Lord? Upon hearing the title Taiping Lord, the villagers trembled in shock, exchanging bewildered glances. The Taiping Lord? Could it be? Feng Zishan and the town guardian He Wenfeng had previously visited Heishui town, spreading tales of the Taiping Lord's divine presence and his vanquishing of evil spirits. Despite its remoteness, the villagers had heard of the Taiping Lord's renown. Now, witnessing the fox spirit, ghostly deity, and various officials, they were utterly astounded and immediately fell to their knees. Feng Zishan recounted the events, explaining the old locust tree spirit's virtues, leaving the villagers both astonished and filled with shame. The old locust tree spirit, inheriting the will of the earth god to protect the land and its people, had now been taken in by the Taiping Lord and appointed as the minister of the 8th rank, serving as the earth god for both Heishui and Baisha towns. From this day forth, as long as you sincerely repent and worship devoutly, the earth god will continue to protect you, and the Taiping Lord shall ensure favorable weather, peace, and prosperity. The crowd immediately knelt, bowing repeatedly. At this moment, Li Ping had successfully subdued the old locust tree spirit, raising the number of his ministers to 3. Although the task was not yet completed, it was within reach. Additionally, he resolved the issue of the vacant divine positions in the land temples of Heishui and Baisha town. Though somewhat obstinate, the old locust tree spirit was kind-hearted and thus well-suited for guardianship. With these 3 ministers, Feng Zishan, the demon-subduing minister, originally a ghost; Bai Shaoqi, the demon-slaying minister, originally a fox spirit; and the land minister, the old locust tree spirit, a magical being. He had gathered an impressive assembly of supernatural entities. Only a demon remained absent. Li Ping examined his current attributes: divine rank, wandering deity; cultivation, 8th rank, true god, 51,245 100,000. Territory, a radius of 300 miles around Qingshan AO. Divine power, 2,145 3,000. Incense value, 9214. Divine techniques, night wander, gaze upon, golden light, enter dreams, day wander, divine descent, call wind, summon rain, control thunder. Divine arts, true scripture of divine control, mastery achieved. True scripture of Taiping, peak mastery, number of followers, 2,942, devout followers, 2092, number of subordinates, for subordinate rank, 8th rank minister, 3-4, artifacts, Yomi Tower, 7th rank, Yin Yang Sword, 7th rank, County Magistrate Seal, 7th rank, Red Flame Demon Burning Whip, 8th rank. Granted to Demon Slaying Minister by Shaoqi, Evil Repelling Sword, 8th rank. Granted to Demon Subduing Minister Feng Zishan, Peachwood Sword, 9th rank. Granted to Land Minister Old Locust Tree Spirit. Current task: please subdue 4 8th rank ministers to fill the subordinate limit of your divine rank. Task reward: 30,000 points of cultivation. Additionally, a mysterious random grand prize. Task progress: not completed. Li Ping exhaled deeply. His recent expedition had indeed yielded commendable merits. Having previously ascended to 8th rank true god with nearly 20,000 points of cultivation, he then surpassed 1,000 followers, completing a system task and receiving a reward of 10,000 cultivation points. Subsequently, he slayed the corrupted 7th rank county god in Qinyang City, devouring its essence and gaining an additional 20,000 cultivation points. His total cultivation now exceeded 50,000, halfway to advancing to 7th rank true god. Moreover, his divine power limit had surpassed 3,000 points, and his incense value maintained a remarkably high level, now exceeding 9,000, nearing 10,000. The primary reason for this surge was undoubtedly the dramatic increase in followers, initially slaying the demon in Baisha town and winning over the villagers, followed by the spreading of faith to neighboring Heishui town through the efforts of guardian He Wenfeng. Later, his exploits in Qinyang City, devouring the corrupted county god and eliminating nefarious figures like Hua Tianlang, left behind numerous miracles of the Taiping Lord, spreading faith widely among the citizens of Qinyang City and the soldiers of the Marquis of Wuwei and the Marquis of Chongping. Now, the number of his followers had surpassed 2,900, teetering on the brink of 3,000, poised to break through at any moment. Naturally, this number would continue to grow exponentially. On the journey back, passing through Baisha town, the temple dedicated to the earth god, had been beautifully restored. Now, the ancient locust tree spirit assumed the position of the earth god, naturally receiving worship, which also included offerings to the revered Taiping Gong. Just as all seemed to culminate in harmony, Li Ping and Abbos, and suddenly sensed a flicker of danger and an ominous sign. Taiping Gong, what is amiss? Li Ping and Abbos, and spoke solemnly. The time has finally come. That so-called mountain god from the depths of the great mountains. Chapter 54. The Invasion of the Mountain God. The onslaught of the great black heaven stronghold. A dual crisis descends. Li Ping and Abbos, and had yet to gather his fourth aid. Yet he already sensed disturbances deep within the mountains. His territory, centered around Qingshan and Abbos, AO, spanned a radius of 300 miles. From areas populated by humanity. It encompassed 6 villages in Qingshan Township, 3 in Baisher Town, 3 in Heishui Town, and part of Qingyang City. On the other side lay the enigmatic and mysterious depths of the mountains. Qingyang City, being a remote corner of the southwestern frontier of the Great Jin Dynasty, was naturally surrounded by the vast wilderness, making the depths of the mountains scarcely trodden and shrouded in mystery. The mountain where Qingshan and Abbos, AO resided was named Qingshan, yet it was merely a minor branch in the greater mountain range. Qingyang City lay to the northeast, while the mountain god occupied the southwest. Additionally, a bandit faction known as the Great Black Heaven Stronghold lurked to the southeast. Regardless of the circumstances, Li Ping and Abbos, S territory gradually extended into the mountains. The mountain god, possessing boundless power and profound abilities, could undoubtedly sense the looming threat and might initiate an attack preemptively, a notion not beyond the realm of imagination. From Bai Xiaoqi and Abbos' dreams, it was evident that this mountain god was profoundly twisted and bizarre, ruling with absolute brutality, compelling all demons, monsters, and even the fierce beasts of the mountains to become his followers, worshipping and venerating him. However, Li Ping and Abbos understood that amassing faith from beings other than humanity was perilous. Such endeavors could easily lead to a distortion of self, risking madness or even the loss of one and Abbos' will, transforming into a mere husk. Furthermore, the entities he gathered faith from were not human, but rather demons and beasts, which posed an even greater danger. Nevertheless, it was indisputable that the mountain god was a formidable force, his cultivation unfathomable. Having once confronted him in a dream, Li Ping and Abbos recognized the extent of his strength and did not dare to underestimate him. Upon returning to Qingshan and Abbos, AO, he found himself at the very heart of his Taiping Gong temple. After meandering around, he had finally returned to his starting point. By this time, Qingshan Township had undergone significant transformations. It was not merely that the populace revered Taiping Gong. Rather, his reforms had established schools, imparted knowledge, nurtured new talents, and directly taught martial arts, enabling all citizens to cultivate. Qingshan Township had truly become a place of rapid progress and flourishing prosperity. Upon hearing of Taiping Gong and Abbos' return, the village leaders of Qingshan Township, along with his followers, hastened to pay their respects and share the latest intelligence. Li Sifeng, the village leader of Qingshan AO, spoke. Taiping Gong. There have been unusual activities deep within the mountains as of late. Your followers have matters to discuss. Stepping forward was Li Dahai, renowned as the finest hunter within a radius of hundreds of miles. After practicing the flying arrow and flowing cloud technique bestowed by Taiping Gong, he had not only mastered archery, but also gained extraordinary agility and strength, becoming a true martial arts master, having reached the 8th rank. With his archery skills, he could even slay 7th rank experts and instill caution in those of the 6th rank. Li Dahai, bow and arrow slung across his back and a machete at his waist, approached the statue of Taiping Gong and knelt, deeply bowing in reverence before speaking earnestly. Taiping Gong. I recently led a hunting party into the mountains and encountered several assaults from birds and beasts, though the scale was small and the attackers not particularly formidable. The disturbances have been incessant. Just yesterday, we faced several genuine demon beasts, led by a 7th rank great demon. In one-on-one combat, I would not fear. But this great demon was elusive, employing illusionary techniques that rendered us defenseless. Thankfully, the other follower, Miss Li Xiuxiu, arrived in time to dispel the demon and Abbos' illusions and rescue us. He cast a grateful glance at Li Xiuxiu, who responded with a bright smile. We are all children of Taiping Gong. There is no need for thanks. Besides, Uncle Li, your hunting is for the benefit of all the villagers. You consider that everyone needs to practice martial arts, and mere sustenance of coarse food will not strengthen us. Hence your diligent efforts to bring back more game. Li Dahai sighed. This is all due to Taiping Gong and Apos' grace. I merely return a fraction of what I owe. Feng Zishan and Bai Xiaoqi exchanged glances, pondering deeply. Bai Xiaoqi remarked, the ability to employ illusionary techniques allows one to become invisible and disorient opponents, leading them in circles without escape. This must be the 8th-rank deer demon, indeed a cunning creature. Feng Zishan interjected, Taiping Gong. It seems the mountain god has sensed our growing influence and can no longer remain passive, preparing to strike first. Li Ping and Apos nodded in agreement. It was only a matter of time. At that moment, another follower, Lin Xiufeng, spoke up, Taiping Gong. I have recently discovered that not only are there disturbances deep within the mountains, but the great Black Heaven stronghold also appears to be stirring. His words startled Feng Zishan and Bai Xiaoqi. Feng Zishan furrowed his brow. What? Do you have any concrete information? One mountain god is already a formidable adversary. If the great Black Heaven stronghold attacks simultaneously, Qingshan Township may endure losses even if we manage to defend ourselves. Lin Xiufeng, filled with remorse, replied, in my youth, I was a rogue, but thanks to Taiping Gong and Apos' guidance and shelter, I have diligently practiced the teachings and made progress. However, I once caused trouble in the village and became acquainted with the young master of the Huang family. The crowd stirred at the mention. The young master of the Huang family, Huang Xiaoying. On that fateful night when Qingshan and Apos' overthrew the Huang residence, all were captured except for him, who managed to escape. Lin Xiufeng, sensing their thoughts, nodded. From what I know, Huang Xiaoying had nowhere to hide and must have sought refuge in the great Black Heaven stronghold. With the downfall of the Huang family, he harbors a deep-seated grudge and would undoubtedly risk his life for revenge. It stands to reason that he has incited the great Black Heaven stronghold to attack our village. Upon hearing this, a shudder of alarm rippled through the assembly. An enigmatic mountain god, with legions of unknown demons and beasts at his command, posed a terrifying threat, promising catastrophic losses upon invasion. Now, with the additional threat of the great Black Heaven stronghold looming, the specter of impending doom felt all too real. Chapter 55. The disturbance at the great Black Heaven stronghold. Feng Zishan and Apos' countenance shifted dramatically. On the day he followed the Taiping Gong, he had previously mentioned the threat posed by the great Black Heaven stronghold. These mountain bandits, although representing the oppressed populace, had become notorious for their plundering, particularly as various county towns fell victim to their raids, resulting in the theft of substantial food and treasures. At that time, Feng Zishan believed that while the great Black Heaven stronghold typically refrained from raiding ordinary villages, should larger county towns be overtaken by military forces, or suffer the fate of being massacred, like Qingyang County, the stronghold would likely turn its sights towards smaller villages. Lin Xiufeng, do you have any concrete information? Feng Zishan inquired. Lin Xiufeng hastily replied, I have a sworn brother named Lin Hanyu. Before the Taiping Gong offered protection to Qingshan Township, he lived in dire poverty. He was skilled in martial arts and eventually sought refuge with the great Black Heaven stronghold. This information is reliably conveyed from him. Then you must utilize your sworn brother to gather more intelligence about the great Black Heaven stronghold. If they indeed plan to attack, we should prepare ourselves in advance. Surely, you would not jeopardize the safety of the entire village, or even Qingshan Township, for the sake of a single sworn brother? Feng Zishan and Apos' tone grew stern as he spoke. Lin Xiufeng responded earnestly, I would never dare. The Taiping Gong has shown me great favor. My reformation is entirely due to his grace. How could I harbor even the slightest inclination to betray him? I shall go and gather information at once. Upon finishing his words, he turned and departed. Bai Xiaoqi felt a stirring in her heart and said, Taiping Gong, I am intimately familiar with the mountain spirit and Apos' situation. Allow me to accompany the Fox Immortal to investigate further. Li Ping and Apos nodded, go ahead. At that moment, Lu Xiuxiu also spoke up, Taiping Gong. I am aware of the location where the last monster appeared. Please allow me to accompany the Fox Immortal as well. Very well, Li Ping commanded. And the two women left the Taiping Gong temple together. He then addressed Feng Zishan. Here I am. Feng Zishan replied. Quickly organize the forces within your jurisdiction and prepare for battle, Li Ping and Apos, and instructed. Understood. Feng Zishan affirmed. As everyone busied themselves, Li Ping and Apos and began to contemplate his current situation. His jurisdiction spanned 300 miles, with nearly 3,000 followers, most of whom were devout believers. In terms of numbers, this was not insignificant. However, the majority were elderly, weak, or ill, and their fighting capabilities would not improve swiftly. Although there were some scattered believers among the military, they could not simply defect and join his ranks. Feng Zishan, being an 8th grade exorcist with a 7th grade ghostly realm, wielded the evil sword and possessed powers from both the ghostly and divine realms. With the ghostly generals and spectral soldiers granted by Li Pingyan, he could easily confront a 6th grade adversary. Bai Xiaoqi was an 8th grade demon-slaying exorcist. At the pinnacle of the 8th grade great demon realm, just a step away from breaking through to the demon spirit realm. With her 8th grade red flame demon whip and dual cultivation of demon and divine powers, she could also manage a 6th grade opponent, the old locust tree spirit. While lacking a defined realm, was at least of the 7th grade level, though his abilities leaned more towards defense rather than offense. Among his 4 followers, Li Dehai was an 8th grade martial artist capable of slaying 7th grade great martial artists with his flying arrow cloud technique, and even contend with 6th grade masters. Lin Qiufeng was also an 8th grade martial artist with the thunderclap fist, able to rival 7th grade great martial artists. Luda was an 8th grade martial artist whose ox-slaying knife technique instilled fear in all close combat fighters. As for Li Xiuxiu, she had also reached the 8th grade realm. The tiered hierarchy of the celestial path is divided into 9 grades. Those uninitiated are referred to as disciples, while those of the 9th grade are called Taoists, and those of the 8th grade are known as masters. Li Xiuxiu practiced the Taiping Canon, 5 elements volume, personally written by Li Pingyan. Although she had just entered the 8th grade, she could already manipulate the 5 elements of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, capable of conjuring storms and shifting sands. Naturally, in terms of scale, she could not compare to Li Pingyan, but to ordinary people, she already appeared as a true immortal. Compared to her, the demon practitioner Zhang Tianzhang seemed utterly insignificant. While other followers had also disseminated martial arts, most only served to strengthen the body and prolong life. The actual number of individuals who could be organized into a cohesive unit in the entirety of Qingshan Township was merely around 100. Though Li Pingyan had anticipated this battle, the preparations remained insufficient. To ensure a decisive victory, he realized he must take matters into his own hands. Capture the leader before the minions. He resolved to confront the mountain spirit first, thus engaging in a true contest of kings. Meanwhile, Lin Qiufeng led 5 or 6 of his brethren, having received the Taiping Gong's decree, down the mountain to investigate the movements of the great Black Heaven stronghold. Previously, he had received a letter from his brother, which briefly mentioned Huang Xiaoying's involvement with the stronghold and her incitement for them to attack the village. He had arranged to meet Lin Hanyu in a remote village called Shanin, situated between Qingshan Township and the Great Black Heaven stronghold. Hastening in accordance with the Taiping Gong's orders, Lin Qiufeng arrived early and temporarily settled in the village's only tavern, awaiting his brother's arrival. He was enjoying drinks with several companions when, as the sun began to set, he finally spotted someone approaching. Lin Qiufeng immediately rose, his face breaking into a broad smile upon recognizing his long-lost brother. "Brother, you finally made it." Lin Hanyu, accompanied by 7 or 8 others, appeared to be faring well and rushed forward, embracing Lin Qiufeng with laughter. "Elder brother." After exchanging pleasantries, both men felt a surge of emotion from their years apart. Lin Hanyu discreetly tested his elder brother's prowess, applying a slight force, to which Lin Qiufeng merely smiled and returned the gesture, using just enough strength to cause Lin Hanyu significant discomfort. "Elder brother, take it easy." Lin Qiufeng laughed heartily. "You little rascal, daring to test your elder brother." Lin Hanyu was astonished. "Elder brother, I have garnered the favor of the stronghold's leader and have been taught several skills. I have reached the 8th grade martial artist level. It is not that I look down upon our humble surroundings, but what skill could possibly be learned from such a desolate place? Yet today, I see that your cultivation far surpasses mine. What has transpired?" Lin Qiufeng, not wishing to hide the truth, replied with respect. "This is all thanks to the grace and rewards of the Taiping Gong." Lin Hanyu was taken aback. The Taiping Gong. I recall that was the deity once worshipped at Qingshan Ao, but has it not fallen into disuse long ago? Lin Qiufeng replied solemnly, "The Taiping Gong has already been revived. Moreover, he has manifested divinely on numerous occasions, bestowing blessings upon our village. My elder brother is now highly regarded by the esteemed Taiping Gong." Having become a follower of the divine, he has been granted the profound martial art, Feng Lei Jin Tian Quan, which has propelled his cultivation to unprecedented heights, advancing at a breathtaking pace. Otherwise, I fear he would have long surpassed my abilities. Lin Hanyu was utterly astonished. Taiping Gong has manifested. A follower of the divine. The profound martial art, Feng Lei Jin Tian Quan. Chapter 56. Robbing the rich to aid the poor. The true face of the Dahe Tian stronghold. The words resonated with Lin Hanyu, leaving him utterly astonished, as if he were listening to some mythical legend. Brother, what are you saying? Lin Xiufeng smiled faintly and recounted his various experiences. Upon hearing them, Lin Hanyu was even more shocked. Is it truly possible that such events exist? I thought that in this chaotic world, gods and deities had long ceased to exist. I never imagined that such celestial beings would emerge in our very own village. Lin Xiufeng sighed. Were it not for the grace of Lord Taiping, I would still be a mere ruffian, a scoundrel. Thanks to Lord Taiping's divine intervention, I have undergone a transformation, attaining my current cultivation and becoming a follower of Lord Taiping, cherished by many. I am no longer the despised figure I once was. Lin Hanyu was filled with emotion. I never expected such a thing. In the past, I left the village in search of a way out, eventually ending up at the Dahe Tian stronghold. Though branded as a bandit, it was certainly better than waiting for death in the village. Those who were conscripted by the officials ultimately met their demise on the battlefield. However, I never anticipated that my brother would have such extraordinary experiences here. Xin-level martial arts. Only someone of the chieftain's caliber could practice such techniques. I have only managed to acquire a book on the Huang-level Black Tiger Fist. Lin Hanyu continued, astonished. Lin Xiufeng chuckled. Enough of that. Brother, in your last letter, you mentioned that the Dahe Tian stronghold had taken in Huang Shaoying and intended to attack the village. Is that true? Lin Hanyu understood that this was the reason for his brother's visit. Brother, I wonder if you will believe what I say. Although everyone views the Dahe Tian stronghold as a den of thieves and bandits, our leader, the chieftain, is not a ruthless and cruel person. He has never engaged in the wicked acts of pillaging or bullying the innocent. The reason for the notorious reputation surrounding us in the surrounding 1,000 miles is simply due to our repeated confrontations with the so-called officials and soldiers. For instance, in the Qiming prefecture, the neighboring cities of Qingyang, Baiyang, and Xi'an have been attacked by us multiple times. Naturally, they would not harbor any gratitude towards us, spreading tales of our misdeeds. However, in reality, our chieftain gathers those who are destitute and desperate. Some are fleeing from disasters, while others have been forced into banditry by the officials. Many are simply hungry and unwilling to be conscripted into the army, becoming cannon fodder without knowing how they might perish. I am one of those, he continued. Had I not fled, I might have been conscripted and met the same fate on the battlefield. But our chieftain leads us in acts of robbing the rich to aid the poor. Even in nearby villages suffering from famine, he shares the provisions seized from the officials with them. Tell me, is the Dahe Tian stronghold truly evil? Lin Xiufeng was taken aback. He had never considered the situation from this perspective. So, are you saying that the Dahe Tian stronghold is indeed a band of righteous thieves? Lin Hanyu smiled. That is not entirely incorrect. In such turbulent times, the impoverished either face oppression or must follow the chieftain's example and rise in rebellion. It could be considered a grand endeavor. Lin Xiufeng felt a surge of blood rush to his head as he slammed his fist down with a resounding thud. If that is the case, I too wish to join the Dahe Tian stronghold. But, if that is so, why does the stronghold still harbor Huang Shaoying? And why do they wish to attack the village? Lin Hanyu shook his head. Huang Shaoying did not come alone. He brought a group with him. While they may not be numerous, they are not without strength. As a show of loyalty, he also brought a considerable amount of gold, silver, and treasures. The chieftain cannot simply disregard such a sincere offer. As for his urging the chieftain to attack the village, that has never been agreed upon. However, with his wealth, he has gathered a faction within the stronghold. Seeing that the chieftain would not endorse his plans, he likely intends to act independently and seek revenge. Lin Xiufeng finally understood the situation. He sneered. So it seems Huang Shaoying is the sole instigator. Indeed, Lin Hanyu replied with a slight smile. Brother, do you think I came to deliver this message on someone else's orders? It was the chieftain himself who instructed me to inform you. The chieftain accepted Huang Shaoying's offerings, and now it would be inappropriate to confront him directly. Thus, he sent me to warn the village to be prepared. Of course, he also knows that the village may not stand a chance against Huang Shaoying, which is why he sent me with reinforcements. He gestured to the 7 or 8 men behind him. I am one of the villagers, and it is only natural for me to participate in safeguarding the village against Huang Shaoying. This is not favoritism from the chieftain or inciting discord among the brothers in the stronghold. The chieftain is quite considerate. Oh, Lin Xiufeng was taken aback. So the chieftain is indeed a person of stature. Of course, the chieftain is a formidable figure, a true hero, Lin Hanyu exclaimed. Brother, you have yet to meet him, but once you do, you will be equally impressed. We brothers were indeed naive in our youth. The chieftain's vision and aspirations far exceed our own, as he seeks to develop and expand, ensuring that more impoverished people have food to eat. Lin Xiufeng was struck by a thought. If this is the case, the chieftain must align well with Lord Taiping. Lord Taiping's grand ambition is to bring peace to the world and ensure that good deeds are rewarded and evil punished. Lin Hanyu slammed his fist on the table. Well said. Had I known of Lord Taiping's intentions earlier, I need not have left the village. Lin Xiufeng smiled gently. If it is merely Huang Shaoying, he cannot stir much trouble, not to mention Lord Taiping. Even if I were to intervene, he would long since have been outmatched. Nonetheless, I must express my gratitude to you for bringing this news and for bringing so many to help. Lin Hanyu replied, this is my village. There is no need to speak of helping or not. Moreover, if anyone deserves thanks, it is the chieftain. Lin Xiufeng laughed. Very well. If an opportunity arises to meet him, I shall express my gratitude. However, before that, brother, let us return to pay respects to Lord Taiping. Do you know that when you left, your uncle and aunt, who raised you, were deeply concerned for you? Although I often visited to care for them, I could not be there every day. Subsequently, your aunt fell gravely ill, and had it not been for Lord Taiping's miraculous remedy, who knows what would have happened? Lin Hanyu's eyes turned red, and even the burly man could not help but shed tears at that moment. In the past, my brother was indeed impulsive and reckless. In his pursuit of success, he neglected our uncle and aunt, displaying a profound lack of filial piety and righteousness. Fortunately, our elder brother has cared for us all these years. Moreover, the great Taiping Gong has shown such immense kindness and grace towards my brother, of which I was utterly unaware. How despicable of me. Elder brother, I shall return with you immediately to bow and apologize to our uncle and aunt. Together, we will visit Taiping Gong to pay our respects and express our heartfelt gratitude for his magnanimous benevolence. Chapter 57. The 7th Rank Demon Spirit. The Realm of Transformation. Terrifying Power. As Lin Xiufeng and Lin Hanyu shared their experiences from recent years, filled with nostalgia and preparing to return home to pay homage to the Great Peace Lord. On another front, the demon-slaying expert, the Fox Spirit by Xiaoqi, accompanied by the follower Li Xiuxiu of the Great Peace Lord, ventured deeper into the verdant mountains. Although they appeared as two women, one was, in truth, a fox. Li Xiuxiu intended to lead the way, but by Xiaoqi moved with such swiftness, akin to a flash of white lightning, that she quickly left her trailing behind. Were it not for Li Xiuxiu's own considerable cultivation, she might have fallen far behind. Even so, she activated the secret technique of the Great Peace Lord's true classic of peace, employing the art of wind control to her feet, allowing her to barely keep pace. Divine Master, Fox Spirit, do slow your pace. I fear I cannot keep up. Upon hearing her words, Bai Xiaoqi paused, turned, and smiled back, her fox-like eyes sparkling with cunning. I merely wished to test your abilities. To my surprise, your progress has been remarkable. You have already reached the 8th rank. The profundities of the true classic of peace are indeed extraordinary, and your mastery of wind control is quite commendable. You truly are a favored disciple of the Great Peace Lord, Bai Xiaoqi praised. Though Li Xiuxiu was known for her fiery temperament, she couldn't help but feel a tinge of shyness. Oh, I still have much to learn. Besides, apart from expressing gratitude to the Great Peace Lord, you, dear Fox Spirit, are like a mentor to me. My achievements today owe much to your guidance. Bai Xiaoqi replied with a sense of pride. That is indeed true. As they conversed, Li Xiuxiu soon pointed out, the place where we encountered that monster lies just ahead in the woods. Bai Xiaoqi nodded, dashing ahead to sniff the air, subsequently utilizing her unique powers to merge her demonic and divine energies, sensing everything around her. Indeed, this is the scent of that elk. Is it formidable? Li Xiuxiu inquired anxiously. Bai Xiaoqi declared proudly, at that time, I was merely a lowly 9th rank demon. Of course, I found it formidable, as it had already reached the 8th rank. However, I had already slain black wolf demons of the same rank long before. Now, An elk is hardly a concern for me. Li Xiuxiu let out a relieved breath, but furrowed her brow. Yet, I wonder how many such elk and black wolf demons are under the command of that mountain deity? Bai Xiaoqi shook her head. I do not know the specifics. However, under that mountain deity, there are likely at least 20 to 30 8th-rank great demons, and the number of 9th-rank lesser demons is countless. The most terrifying are the 7th-rank demon spirits. Once they reach this level, they can transform into human form, possessing their own unique spiritual powers, awakening various innate abilities, and mastering genuine demonic arts, with vast powers and boundless magic. Of course, in a one-on-one confrontation, I would not fear them. However, there are likely 7 or 8 such beings under that mountain deity's command, perhaps even more than 10. Li Xiuxiu gasped in shock. Over 10 7th-rank demon spirits. So, if the Great Peace Lord faces off against that mountain deity, we would be contending with over 10 7th-rank demon spirits, 20 to 30 8th-rank great demons, and possibly hundreds of 9th-rank lesser demons, not to mention countless ordinary beasts and ferocious creatures. Bai Xiaoqi sighed, nodding. Indeed, it is a formidable battle. Li Xiuxiu's heart raced violently. Although she had made significant progress, now an 8th-rank mage, and able to manipulate the 5 elements and summon rain due to her practice of the true classic of peace, she wondered how many others in the entire Qing Mountain region possessed such abilities. At most, there were her 4 followers and the divine masters Feng Zishan and Bai Xiaoqi. But the mountain deity commanded over 10 7th-rank spirits, 20 to 30 8th-rank demons, and hundreds of 9th-rank demons, alongside countless other beasts. How could they possibly prevail? Bai Xiaoqi, noticing her expression, could discern her thoughts and smiled reassuringly. What is there to fear? With the Great Peace Lord present, how could we possibly lose? Or do you doubt the Great Peace Lord? Li Xiuxiu's complexion changed. And no, I could never doubt the Great Peace Lord. Rather, I doubt myself. Bai Xiaoqi chuckled. Isn't that the same? Do not forget, you are a disciple personally chosen by the Great Peace Lord. How could you compare unfavorably to those myriad demons? Li Xiuxiu finally smiled. You are right. Thank you, Fox Spirit, for your guidance. The 2 women continued deeper into the heart of the Qing Mountains, where the aura of demons and miasma thickened significantly. Fortunately, both possessed magical powers, otherwise an ordinary person would scarcely endure. Suddenly, Bai Xiaoqi felt a stirring in her heart and exchanged a glance with Li Xiuxiu, who nodded subtly in acknowledgement. The 2 moved stealthily onward. Suddenly, the wind whipped through the area, as if thunder itself had erupted. Boom, boom, boom. From deep within the forest, 7 or 8 swift shadows burst forth, surrounding the 2 women from all directions, ensnaring them completely. Soon, a white tiger, exuding an air of elegance, stepped forward to join the encirclement. Among the encircling shadows were various wolves, tigers, leopards, and demons of all sizes. Bai Xiaoqi felt a jolt of recognition. Why, you are the white tiger? The white tiger glanced at her, then paused slightly, transforming into human form. He stood tall and robust, his physique resembling a mountain, with a face adorned with robust features that exuded an imposing aura, yet his eyes glimmered with a demonic light, his long white hair billowing in the wind. Li Xiuxiu gasped in astonishment. He can transform. He is a 7th-rank demon spirit. The transformed white tiger demon spirit cast a scornful glance at Li Xiuxiu, sneering. I wondered who it was. It turns out to be you, little fox. You betrayed the mountain deity and fled, causing even me to face punishment from the mountain deity. How dare you return? Li Xiuxiu's heart raced. This meant the former fox spirit was once under the jurisdiction of this white tiger demon spirit. Her betrayal had led to this white tiger's punishment. Now that they met again, he would surely not let her off lightly. True enough, the white tiger demon spirit, in a fit of rage, summoned a tempest that whipped through the forest, uprooting trees and sending debris flying. The very trunks cracked audibly, and many toppled to the ground with thunderous sounds. Li Xiuxiu was utterly shocked. Just a roar could summon such a fierce wind and break trees. Is this the terrifying power of a 7th-rank demon spirit? Chapter 58. Whirling Sands and Flying Stones. The artistry of paper soldiers. The astonishing powers of Li Xiuxiu. The formidable white tiger, a 7th-tier demon spirit, let out a thunderous roar, instantly summoning a tempest that shattered trees, sent sands and stones flying, and obscured the sky. This was the first time Li Xiuxiu encountered such a terrifying entity, leaving her momentarily dumbfounded and utterly astonished. In stark contrast, Bai Xiaoqi remained unyielding. The diminutive white fox, despite being engulfed by the raging winds, stood firm as a mountain, its soft fur gently swaying while its body remained steadfast, transforming into human form. Bai Xiaoqi furrowed her brow, revealing a hint of surprise. It seems that after your descent from the mountain, you have indeed acquired a few skills, little fox. You can actually withstand my tiger's roar. A subtle smile graced Bai Xiaoqi's lips. What tiger's roar? Is it not merely a cacophony of noise? As Feng Zishan often said, one must regard a scholar differently after a mere 3 days apart. Do you still perceive this fox spirit as the same little fox under your command? I advise you not to overestimate yourself. Otherwise, you may find yourself in dire straits, and recovery may prove impossible. The white tiger was momentarily baffled. Where on earth did you learn such human nonsense? It is utterly incomprehensible. Bai Xiaoqi, brimming with confidence, retorted, that cannot be helped. After all, despite your ability to take on human form, you remain merely an ignorant beast. Enraged, the white tiger bellowed, Fool, what do you think you are? Just a mere little fox, daring to be insolent before me. Bai Xiaoqi countered, you fail to grasp the concept of changing times and circumstances. Allow me to enlighten you. I am no longer that little fox, nor am I a creature like you. I am now a revered fox spirit, bestowed with the title of 8th-rank demon slayer by the Grand Peace Lord, adored and worshipped by countless followers. It was the Grand Peace Lord himself who granted me the name Bai Xiaoqi. The white tiger and its fellow demons were left speechless. You, what nonsense are you spouting? Bai Xiaoqi, puzzled, inquired, do you not know the illustrious name of the Grand Peace Lord? What purpose did the mountain deity have in sending you here? The demon spirit white tiger coldly replied, the mountain deity sensed a malevolent force threatening its existence, hence dispatched us to investigate for any lurking evils. Bai Xiaoqi scoffed, this is utterly absurd. The Grand Peace Lord is a divine being, while the mountain deity is nothing but a vile spirit. You dare to audaciously declare the Grand Peace Lord as a force of evil, while you yourselves are the true demons. Prepare to face the consequences. Let us engage in single combat. With those words, Bai Xiaoqi wasted no time, unleashing her formidable magical powers in a fierce assault against the demon spirit white tiger. Although she embodied a naive spirit, she was no fool, particularly when it came to combat, a natural talent. Given the overwhelming number of enemies, and despite the respectable strength of herself and Li Xiuxiu, they were undoubtedly outnumbered. The only viable strategy was to capture the leader first. The demon spirit white tiger sneered, dismissing the little fox. You think you can challenge me? Stand down, all of you. With a roar, it transformed its hands into claws, viciously tearing through the air, releasing a wave of demonic energy. Thunderous sounds echoed, as the very fabric of the void split apart, unleashing a torrent of destructive force aimed directly at Bai Xiaoqi. Bai Xiaoqi furrowed her brow. The power of a 7-tier demon spirit was indeed formidable. She dared not confront it head-on, and swiftly executed a graceful maneuver in midair, her agile form akin to a white lightning bolt, vanishing from sight. Boom! The terrifying claws of demonic energy carved deep gashes into the earth, leaving behind bottomless chasms, ripping trees apart with ease. Witnessing this, Li Xiuxiu's complexion paled. Is this the true power of a demon spirit? Bai Xiaoqi glanced back, equally astonished by the overwhelming strength of the white tiger. It was a realm of rocks and hard soil, yet under the demon spirit's might, the ground shattered effortlessly, transforming into vast ravines. In sheer strength, the white tiger indeed surpassed Bai Xiaoqi. However, with a cold huff, Bai Xiaoqi nimbly evaded the onslaught, combining her demonic and divine powers into a unique magic, erupting into a vibrant green flame. Boom! The white tiger's brow furrowed, then smirked, such trivial skills. Daring to show off before me. In an instant, it swiped down with one hand, attempting to swat the flame away. However, boom! The vibrant green fireball exploded, scattering shards not only towards the white tiger, but also towards its throng of minions. What? The demon spirit white tiger was taken aback. Although it had managed to deflect the fireball, its underlings were not so fortunate. Some with greater prowess dodged or defended, while the lesser 9-tier demons were blasted away, their fur igniting in a chorus of anguished cries. Furious, the white tiger roared, Damn you, fox spirit. You dare to toy with me? Bai Xiaoqi smiled slyly. If I say you're foolish, you truly are. After all, I am a fox. How could you believe a fox's words? Xiuxiu, attack. Li Xiuxiu, having already grasped the urgency of the situation, wasted no time. A woman of action, she was not one for rigid propriety. Now unleashing her own magical prowess, she declared, Grand Peace Scripture, whirling sands and flying stones. With a swift clap of her palms, she summoned her powers, transforming her hands into sword-like gestures and thrusting them into the void. In an instant, whoosh, a tempest erupted from the ground, morphing into a violent storm of sand and stones, blotting out the sun. The entire forest was engulfed in chaos as winds howled and countless particles of sand, dirt, wood shavings, and leaves spiraled through the air, scattering in every direction. The myriad of demons was left disoriented, stumbling in confusion, unsure of where to flee. Then, with a sharp command, Li Xiuxiu unleashed a flurry of paper figures, casting them into the air with a flourish. The magical energy surged, and with a swift incantation, the paper figures landed and took root, transforming into humanoid forms, akin to soldiers of humanity, wielding swords and rushing forth into the tempest against the demons. Bai Shaoqi couldn't help but nod in approval. Truly, the Grand Peace Scripture is remarkable, and Li Xiuxiu, chosen by the Grand Peace Lord, is indeed extraordinary. Whirling sands and flying stones. Paper soldiers. Such splendid magic. Chapter 59, Slaying the Demon Spirit. A resounding victory. Li Xiuxiu gazed through the swirling sands at the paper-cut soldiers, brandishing their swords as they charged into battle, feeling a sense of calm wash over her. The Taoist arts she had learned from the Taiping Gong, though termed the Five-Element Scroll, encompassed a vast array of mysteries, concealing countless secrets of the cosmos. Being a perceptive individual, she understood the necessity of laying a solid foundation amidst the chaos of the world, yet she recognized the immediate need to master the arts of combat. Thus, she had diligently focused on two particular techniques from the outset, the whirling sands and the paper soldiers. The whirling sands could summon fierce winds, obscuring the enemy's vision and direction, while also serving as both offensive and defensive power, allowing for a strategic retreat. It was truly a multifaceted skill. The paper soldiers, however, became her most formidable weapon. Transforming paper figurines into soldiers, she commanded a small battalion at will, undeterred by the swirling sands, thus unleashing overwhelming combat prowess in unison with the whirling sands. Of course, the paper soldiers were vulnerable to water and fire, but not all adversaries were privy to this knowledge. In an instant, taking advantage of the sandstorm, the paper soldiers surged forth against the myriad of demons. Li Xiuxiu concealed herself within the tempest, skillfully directing her troops. The demon spirit, the white tiger, was taken aback. He had never anticipated such formidable powers from two seemingly insignificant girls. Bai Shaoqi, once merely a minor 9-ranked fox spirit, had ascended to the pinnacle of the 8th rank, her powers almost on par with his, infused with an unusual strength that made her a formidable opponent. Even more infuriating was her cunning nature, devoid of any sense of martial ethics. The lowly human girl had also mastered such formidable techniques, ensnaring his demon soldiers within the chaos of the storm, rendering the battlefield a tumult of confusion. At this juncture, he resolved to swiftly eliminate the white fox before turning his wrath upon the human girl. With this thought, the white tiger let out a furious roar, revealing his spectral form. His wild demon energy coalesced into a massive illusion of a white tiger, crashing down upon Bai Shaoqi with ferocity. Bai Shaoqi smiled faintly. You think this fox spirit is incapable of summoning a spectral form? In the next moment, she unleashed her own spectral manifestation. A magnificent white fox illusion materializing in the air, standing defiantly against the white tiger's colossal form. With a swift motion, she struck out a paw, the two spectral forms colliding in a thunderous clash. Boom, boom, boom. The two great demons unleashed their full strength in a catastrophic strike, sending shockwaves that shattered the air, fracturing the ground beneath them and scattering debris far and wide. The sheer force of their powers momentarily unsettled both combatants, prompting them to retreat. The white tiger was struck with disbelief. You, merely an 8th-rank demon, how could you possibly manifest a spectral form? This is utterly impossible. Bai Shaoqi smiled with confidence. What does the Taiping Lord consider divine? The ability to turn decay into the miraculous, to transform the impossible into reality. Now, that is true divinity. As her words echoed, she pressed the attack with renewed vigor, taking advantage of the white tiger's momentary disarray to push back his spectral form. Without hesitation, she summoned her secret weapon, the 8th-rank artifact bestowed by the Taiping Lord, the Crimson Flame Demon Whip. In an instant, as the white tiger and Oppo's spectral form faltered, the whip transformed into a fiery serpent, lashing out with ferocity, ensnaring the humanoid form of the white tiger within its fiery coils. The raging flames erupted, consuming him in a cacophony of tormented screams. Bai Shaoqi understood the urgency if she did not seize this opportunity to end him. She might very well be the one to perish. Without a shred of mercy, she channeled all her power into the crimson flame demon whip. Merging her demon energy with divine force, and the flames blazed higher, morphing from a serpent into a dragon, exploding forth. Bang! The fire erupted, severing the white tiger's humanoid form at the throat with a sickening crack. The head tumbled to the ground, and the lifeless body crashed down moments later. Panting heavily, Bai Shaoqi gently patted her chest with her fox paw. That was close. Now at the pinnacle of the 8th rank, and armed with the divine power granted by the Taiping Lord alongside the crimson flame demon whip, she could easily stand against ordinary 7th-rank demon spirits. However, this white tiger was a peak existence among 7th-rank spirits. Bai Shaoqi had exerted every ounce of strength, and only through the white tiger's moment of panic could she claim this perilous victory. At this point, nearly drained of her power, she coiled the whip. Retrieving the white tiger and Appo's head and body, which had reverted to its original form, a lifeless white tiger severed in two. Turning her gaze, she found Li Xiuxiu commanding her paper soldiers, engaged in fierce combat with the remaining demon soldiers. Yet, being but a single individual, and with the odds stacked against her, she began to falter, her inexperience in real battle becoming apparent. Bai Shaoqi let out a hearty laugh, raising the white tiger and Appo's head high. Your master has been slain. Why do you persist in resistance? The remaining demons, upon beholding the severed head, were instantly consumed by terror, abandoning their skirmish and scattering in disarray. Both women sprang into action, one wielding the whip, the other commanding paper figures, capturing a demon each, while the rest either perished or fled, vanishing without a trace. They exchanged a glance, exhaling deeply, and then erupted into laughter. Li Xiuxiu playfully stuck out her tongue. That was truly frightening. Bai Shaoqi praised her. To perform so admirably in your first battle, you truly are a prodigy. The Taiping Lord did not misjudge you. Li Xiuxiu beamed with pride. I am grateful to the Taiping Lord, and to you, revered fox spirit. Bai Shaoqi remarked, it was indeed a narrow victory. Had the white tiger not underestimated us, and had we not coordinated so effectively, the outcome could have been dire. Nevertheless, we triumphed, slaying this demon spirit and capturing 2 lesser ones to report back to the Taiping Lord. He will surely glean vital information from them. Let us return. Agreed. Upon their return to the Taiping Lord and Appo's temple, they encountered Lin Xiufeng and Lin Hanyu, who were also returning. The two groups converged, collectively reporting their situation to the Taiping Lord. Nearby, other villagers, various emissaries, and Feng Zishan listened attentively. Chapter 60. The Transformation of the White Fox. Bai Shaoqi enters the spirit realm. Lin Xiufeng and Lin Hanyu, the brothers, first reported the situation from the Great Black Heaven stronghold. Upon hearing the news, everyone felt a sense of relief, realizing that it was merely Huang Xiaoying acting unilaterally, gathering a faction to attack the village. Although Huang Xiaoying was despicable, he was but one man. Even if he managed to rally a few followers with his wealth, their numbers would hardly be significant. In comparison, the entire Great Black Heaven stronghold was but a mere sprinkle of water. However, what shocked everyone even more was the revelation from Lin Hanyu that the Great Black Heaven stronghold was, in fact, a band of righteous thieves, plundering the rich to aid the poor, targeting the corrupt officials and wealthy elites to relieve the impoverished. This revelation evoked a sense of upheaval within their hearts. Feng Zishan nodded, stating that this was not surprising. Throughout history, during times of chaos, there have always been righteous armies, and it is only natural for the oppressed to rise against their oppressors. It seemed he had misunderstood the nature of the Great Black Heaven stronghold, thinking them mere bandits taking advantage of the situation, only to discover they were, in fact, altruistic brigands. Lin Hanyu knelt before the statue of the Great Peace Lord, tears streaming down his rugged face as he expressed his deep gratitude. He lamented that during his years away, he had left his uncle and aunt without anyone to care for them, apart from his elder brother. It was the Great Peace Lord's immense grace that not only safeguarded their safety, but also provided miraculous elixirs that healed his aunt's illness, saving their lives. He felt an overwhelming sense of guilt and gratitude, vowing to serve the Great Peace Lord henceforth. Seeing his fervent devotion, others nodded in agreement. The village chief sighed, stating, Hanyu, now that you understand, The benevolence of the Great Peace Lord extends beyond this. He mediated the conflicts among our 3 villages along the Baishui River, established schools for children to learn, and imparted martial arts techniques for the community's strength and safety. Henceforth, we must faithfully worship and honor the Great Peace Lord. Lin Hanyu responded, "Rest assured, village chief, my life is now dedicated to the Great Peace Lord." "Very well, go visit your uncle and aunt first. We shall inform you of any developments," said the village chief. "Yes, thank you, village chief. Thank you, Great Peace Lord." After they departed, Bai Shaoqi and Li Xiuxiu shared the intelligence they had gathered. In summary, the mountain deities sensed the growing threat posed by the Great Peace Lord, but seemed unaware of the identity of the one who threatened him. The previous beasts and the white tiger were merely forces dispatched to test their strength. Yet, despite this explanation, the others could not find joy in the news of the mountain deity's power. After all, their village was vastly inferior to the mountain deity's might, tenfold, if not 100-fold. In terms of strength, influence, and numbers, Feng Zishan furrowed his brow, concluding that the Great Black Heaven stronghold would not pose a significant threat for the time being. However, if the mountain deity launched a full-scale assault, even with the protection of the Great Peace Lord, they might still suffer heavy casualties. "Great Peace Lord, how shall we respond?" Li Pingyan replied calmly, "I understand that the powers within our current domain cannot contend with the mountain deity, as he likely commands the myriad demons and beasts of the deep mountains. Therefore, this battle is a confrontation between me and him, rather than you against those demons." Everyone was moved by this declaration. Feng Zishan asked, "Does the Great Peace Lord suggest a direct confrontation, a one-on-one duel with the mountain deity?" "Indeed," Li Pingyan confirmed. "While I have utmost faith in the Great Peace Lord, I fear the mountain deity will not be easily dealt with. Moreover, should the battle occur on our territory, it would inevitably lead to casualties. Conversely, if it takes place on his grounds, my powers may be constrained." Feng Zishan's meticulous considerations were commendable. Li Pingyan nodded. "You are correct. However, to protect everyone, this battle must erupt deep within the mountains. Thus, I shall personally venture into the depths to confront the mountain deity in a decisive battle." A wave of astonishment washed over the crowd. "Great Peace Lord, this is exceedingly perilous. The mountain deity, though a monster, commands the terrain and possesses countless minions. He is in his domain. You are but one man." "Yes, Great Peace Lord, this is far too dangerous. Allow us to accompany you. Even if we cannot provide substantial assistance, we can at least contend with the minions." Li Pingyan shook his head. "I trust in your growth and strength, but because of that, I cannot allow you to face such dire peril. You are all still seedlings, requiring more time and nourishment to flourish." Having considered all angles, Li Pingyan called out, "Bai Shaoqi, only you shall accompany me." Bai Shaoqi was taken aback and elated, immediately kneeling in gratitude. "Thank you for your trust, Great Peace Lord." Li Pingyan continued, "Feng Zishan, you and the 6 village chiefs, along with 4 followers, shall remain to protect the village, whether it be Huang Shaoying or the Great Black Heaven stronghold. If they show any signs of trouble, simply announce it before this statue, and I shall arrive as needed." Feng Zishan could only respectfully acquiesce. "Yes, Great Peace Lord." The other village chiefs and followers also accepted their orders. Time was of the essence. Li Pingyan hesitated not a moment, setting forth with Bai Shaoqi into the depths of the mountains. Before departing, he activated the ritual exchange function with the slain 7th grade spirit and all manner of 8th and 9th grade beasts in the divine marketplace, acquiring numerous treasures. Among them, the most precious was undoubtedly the 7th grade spirit elixir, which, once consumed by Bai Shaoqi, would virtually guarantee her breakthrough into the 7th grade spirit realm. With her cultivation, this advancement would enable her to easily vanquish other spirits and even stand against 6th grade demon warriors. Without delay, Li Pingyan bestowed the spirit elixir upon Bai Shaoqi. Overwhelmed with joy and trembling with excitement, she promptly ingested it. Instantly, a torrent of violent spiritual energy erupted, enveloping her entire being, lifting her off the ground and into the air. Boom, boom, boom. With each resounding roar, the small white fox spirit underwent a profound transformation, transcending, breaking through, and ascending, akin to a phoenix emerging from its ashes, reborn and renewed. In the next instant, amidst the blinding radiance, a figure emerged, pure white as snow, sacred as a deity, yet exuding an enchanting and bewitching aura. The fox spirit Bai Shaoqi had entered the 7th grade spirit realm, truly taking on human form. Her flawless, bare body appeared amidst the natural world, radiating a dual beauty of sanctity and allure. Chapter 61. The 7th rank magical artifact. The flame-slaying, demon-slaying sword. Approaching the mountain god's stronghold, Bai Xiaoqi has finally transcended into the realm of demon spirits, becoming a formidable entity within it. However, with her current cultivation, she has surpassed the mere confines of the demon spirit realm, seamlessly blending demonic and divine powers, achieving the true essence of a fox immortal, a demon god. Thus, she possesses the capability to slay a 7th-rank demon spirit, such as the white tiger, even as a mere 8th-rank demon. Now that she has just stepped into the demon spirit realm, she can indeed contend with, or even vanquish, genuine 6th-rank demon masters. Entering the realm of demon spirits is marked by 2 significant signs. The first is the awakening of the ethereal spirit manifestation, wherein one's intelligence and demonic power coalesce, forming a colossal phantom akin to the legendary manifestations of humanity, integrating offense and defense, dramatically enhancing combat prowess. This lethal skill renders the demon spirit realm an overwhelming force against lower-tier demons, resulting in domination and slaughter. The second sign is the genuine ability to transform into human form. Previously, Bai Xiaoqi could adopt a human guise, but that was merely an innate illusionary ability of the Fox Spirit clan, not a true transformation. Now, however, everything is utterly transformed. At this moment, Bai Xiaoqi has undergone a complete metamorphosis, reborn from the flames, truly becoming human. From now on, she can traverse seamlessly between her fox form and human form. Li Pinggong glanced at her. Although he himself is no longer entirely human, but rather a complex being woven from humanity and divinity, with the divine essence surpassing the human, he could not help but mildly admire her. Bai Xiaoqi, in her naked glory, radiated a holy brilliance, yet simultaneously exuded an irresistible allure, compelling one to bow before her as a deity, while simultaneously igniting a desire for conquest and possession. This intricate blend of purity and seduction, sanctity and desire, encapsulates the unique essence of Bai Xiaoqi as a fox immortal. Overjoyed, she suddenly became aware of her nudity, her cheeks flushing, enhancing her beauty. With a gentle application of her magical power, she conjured a simple white robe, a plain long dress that shrouded her flawless form, yet could not conceal her extraordinary beauty and captivating charm. Thank you, Lord Taiping. The little demon has finally entered the 7th rank of the demon spirit realm and can genuinely take human form. Li Pinggong nodded calmly. Bai Xiaoqi had long been at the pinnacle of the 8th rank demon realm, and consuming the demon spirit pill had naturally facilitated her breakthrough. He regarded it as an expected outcome. Beyond the demon spirit pill, Li Pinggong had also acquired other treasures from the marketplace, among which the most precious was a 7th rank magical artifact, the flame-slaying, demon-slaying sword. This sword inherently possesses a black flame that is particularly effective against demons. When infused with magical power, it can manifest as a black fire dragon, subduing demons and vanquishing evil, invincible in its path. Just as the power of thunder is most effective against malevolent spirits and restless ghosts, fire is the greatest fear of the demon race. Hence, most artifacts exchanged from the demon side are of the fire attribute, such as the Crimson Flame Demon Whipping Whip and the current Flame-Slaying Demon-Slaying Sword. Li Pinggong generously gifted the Flame-Slaying Demon-Slaying Sword to Bai Xiaoqi, a well-deserved reward for her slaying of the demon spirit, White Tiger, and various other demons. Overwhelmed with joy upon receiving such a treasure, Bai Xiaoqi sensed the violent demonic power within it, the black flames seemingly ready to erupt, and she immediately knelt in gratitude, expressing her heartfelt thanks. Thank you for your grace, Lord Taiping. The little demon shall serve with utmost dedication, willing to face death without hesitation. Li Pinggong nodded again. In addition, he had also exchanged for an 8th rank magical artifact, the Celestial Scale, which could significantly enhance the power of Taoist spells, intending to reward his follower Li Xiuxiu. This too was a reward she rightfully deserved. Of course, there were also various demon pills of different ranks. However, as he currently had no demon subordinates to bestow them upon, he would have to reserve them for later. At this moment, Bai Xiaoqi, having ascended to the realm of demon spirits, transformed into human form. Wielding the 8th rank Crimson Flame Demon Whipping Whip in one hand and tightly grasping the 7th rank Flame-Slaying Demon-Slaying Sword in the other, exuding an aura of grandeur and formidable power, she couldn't help but reflect with deep emotion. When she first encountered Lord Taiping, she was merely a small demon, having fled from the mountain god. Homeless and solitary. Her cultivation was at the lowest tier, merely the 9th rank, possessing only rudimentary demonic power, relying solely on trickery to survive. Yet now, she stands as a prominent figure under Lord Taiping, an 8th-rank demon slayer, having broken through to the 7th rank of the demon spirit realm, wielding 2 powerful artifacts capable of slaying 6th-rank demon masters. Had it not been for Lord Taiping's grace, how could she have dared to hope for such a day? It is worth noting that, with her current cultivation, had she remained under the mountain god, she would have been among the top ranks. Likely unmatched by any subordinate except the mountain god himself. She couldn't help but beam with pride, the delight evident on her face. Taiping Gong, observing her transformed human form, found her beauty enchanting and her innate charm captivating, yet she still retained an innocent exuberance, prompting him to smile and shake his head slightly. Lord Taiping, the mountain god's location is not far off. The little demon shall lead the way. This time, we will ensure that the mountain god pays the price. Just as Taiping Gong and Bai Xiaoqi approached the mountain goddess stronghold, on the other side, Qingshan village, particularly in Qingshan Hollow, was already prepared to welcome the approaching enemy. Feng Zishan was stationed there, aware that Lord Taiping valued him. Although Huang Xiaoying alone, along with his forces, should not pose much pressure, he remained cautious and did not let his guard down. He did not gather all his followers in one village in Qingshan Hollow, to prevent Huang Xiaoying from launching a feigned attack on one side while advancing on another village. Lu S and Li S villages were still under the command of Lu De and Li Dehai, while Lin Qiufeng guarded the 3 villages along the Baishui River. Only Lin Hanyu, who had also become a devout believer of Lord Taiping and was more familiar with Huang Xiaoying and the Great Black Heaven Bandit, was invited by Feng Zishan to Qingshan Hollow to face the enemy. He had 7 or 8 capable brothers under his command. Feng Zishan himself, alongside Li Xiuxiu, a follower in the 8th rank mage realm, ensured that they would not falter. Moreover, Lord Taiping had left behind a banner of rewards and penalties, entrusted to the village chief Li Sifeng in Qingshan Hollow. When it came to battle, this banner would greatly enhance the strength of their side, sufficient to confront any formidable adversary. However, at this very moment, Huang Xiaoying, the eldest son of the Huang family, was leading a group of about 20 to 30 robust men, all seasoned bandits from the Great Black Heaven Bandit, stealthily approaching Qingshan Hollow through a secret passage known only to the Huang family. Aware of Lord Taiping's presence, he understood that a direct assault would be futile. Thus, he opted for the clandestine route, aiming to catch Qingshan Hollow off guard. Under the cover of darkness, Huang Xiaoying stealthily led his companions through the concealed underground passage, ultimately emerging quietly from a desolate well in the back garden of the Huang residence. With a gentle wave of his hand, he ascended to the surface and cautiously guided his team towards the front courtyard. Upon arrival, they encountered another contingent of guards. The once opulent and resplendent mansion courtyard had been transformed into what he perceived as a base for the lowly and contemptible villagers, igniting a fervent rage within him. Huang Xiaoying let out a cold laugh, addressing his comrades. Brothers, regardless of age or gender, the elderly or the weak, all shall be mercilessly eliminated. Chapter 62. The Downfall of Huang Xiaoying. The strategist of Taiping. Huang Xiaoying stealthily traversed the secret passage, leading directly from the mountainside to his former residence. Accompanied by 20 or 30 bandits from the D, he stealthily advanced from the back garden of the Huang residence. As he gazed upon the villagers stationed here, a surge of bitterness welled within him. Not long ago, this territory belonged to the Huang family. The Huang family, far from being merely a small entity in Qingshan Ao, was an absolute powerhouse in Qingshan Township, commanding authority and obedience. No one dared to defy them. Had it not been for offending a powerful figure in Baiyang County, the Huang family would never have been forced to retreat to such a desolate locale. That figure was indeed beyond their reach. Yet here, they were akin to emperors, wielding dominion over land and people. Who could have foreseen that in the blink of an eye, the entire Qingshan Township would be transformed? The so-called Taiping Gong had suddenly awakened and, after revealing his divine presence, aided the villagers in launching a fierce assault against the Huang residence, culminating in its utter annihilation. Now, his father and younger brother were missing, their fates uncertain, while the people of the Huang residence faced either death or flight. The once mighty Huang family had become a mere shadow, their reputation tarnished, their home shattered. Huang Xiaoying was resolute in his intention to exact revenge upon those responsible. He had mentally prepared himself for failure, yet he was determined to kill these villagers, to avenge his father and brother. Unlike his younger brother, Huang Xiaoxiong, who indulged in frivolity and lasciviousness, Huang Shaoying was a man of valor and ferocity. He often gathered a band of ruffians to swagger about, engaging in brawls with those he deemed unworthy. Now, driven by vengeance, he cared little for his own fate. The culprits must pay with their lives. The old wretch Li Sifang and that vile woman Li Xiuxiu were the sparks that ignited this calamity. They all must die. With a commanding shout, he urged his band of marauders to charge forth, mercilessly attacking the villagers guarding the Huang residence. Death! Huang Shaoying led the charge, his blade raised high, aiming for a villager. At that very moment, the man turned abruptly, clearly on guard. Huang Shaoying was taken aback. An ominous premonition struck him. Yet he hesitated not and brought his blade crashing down. However, in the next instant, clang, his strike was met with a counterattack, and the force of his opponent surpassed his own, sending him staggering backward. Who are you? At this moment, the clouds in the night sky parted slightly, revealing a waning moon that cast a silvery glow. Huang Shaoying finally discerned the identity of the figure before him. Meanwhile, his ruffians faced a similar fate. Some reacted quickly and dodged, while others were struck down. With cries of agony. 7 or 8 bandits fell to the ground, blood pooling around them. Do you recognize me, Huang Shaoying? Huang Shaoying's expression changed dramatically. You are Lin Hanyu. Lin Hanyu laughed heartily. At last, you comprehend. Huang Shaoying and Apos, as fury ignited. You betrayed the D. You betrayed the chieftain. Lin Hanyu replied with a cold sneer. I am a native of Qingshan Township. How could I stand idly by while you lead your hired thugs to assault the village? Moreover, upon returning, I learned that Taiping Gong has always protected the villagers and once saved my uncle and aunt, who treated me like their own child. From that moment, my life belongs to Taiping Gong. Naturally, I will fight you to the bitter end. Huang Shaoying was taken aback. You have also pledged allegiance to that so-called Taiping Gong? Lin Hanyu declared firmly, Taiping Gong is worthy of the world and Apos, as faith. Huang Shaoying erupted into laughter. How absurd. You, a scoundrel who disregards the lives of villagers and your own kin, who has become a bandit, now speak of divine faith and clear grievances? Do you not find that laughable? Lin Hanyu retorted coldly, I have indeed committed wrongs, yet I harbor no regrets. Who can guarantee a life devoid of mistakes? A wayward son returning is worth more than gold. Furthermore, being labeled a bandit by the authorities does not diminish the righteousness of the D in my heart. Our chieftain is a man of great vision, robbing the rich to aid the poor, a true hero. My allegiance to him is a matter of honor. My faith in Taiping Gong is equally honorable. What is there to mock? If anything, it is you, Huang Shaoying, who has abused your family and Apos' power, flaunting your wealth, oppressing the good, committing every conceivable atrocity, and now, with a few coins, you have rallied these thugs to do your bidding, returning to the village to speak of vengeance. If I were you, I would have found a stone to end my life. Huang Shaoying roared, you seek death. The two, unable to find common ground, immediately clashed once more. Both were at the 8th rank of martial mastery, their skills and cultivation evenly matched. However, Lin Hanyu had come prepared, lying in wait for Huang Shaoying, catching his band of ruffians off guard, leading to significant casualties among their ranks. At that moment, the tide of battle was decidedly in Lin Hanyu's favor. As for why he had chosen to lay an ambush here, it was due to Li Pingyan having long been aware of the existence of the secret passage and informing everyone in advance. After all, he was the deity of this region, and no detail could escape his notice. Knowing of the secret passage's existence, he chose not to have it buried or destroyed, but to leave it intentionally, allowing Huang Shaoying to infiltrate, thus falling into Lin Hanyu's trap. Indeed, the ambush proved effective. Huang Shaoying was not afraid of Lin Hanyu alone. However, witnessing his subordinates being gradually overwhelmed, he could not help but feel a surge of panic. Just then, kill! A battle cry resounded from outside the Huang residence. Reinforcements had arrived, sending Huang Shaoying into a frenzy of fear. Leading the charge were 2 individuals he despised the most, village chief Li Sifang and the instigator Li Xiuxiu. Li Sifang wielded a banner of reward and punishment, commanding a cadre of elite fighters behind him. Meanwhile, Li Xiuxiu led a team of practitioners, though small in number. They possessed the miraculous ability to turn the tide of battle at a critical moment. Huang Shaoying bellowed, Li Sifang, you old wretch. And you, Li Xiuxiu, you vile woman. Today, even at the cost of my life, I shall avenge my father and brother by slaying you both. Before Li Sifang could utter a word, Li Xiuxiu had already let out a cold laugh and boldly stepped forward. Huang Xiaoying, your family has committed countless atrocities, and the retribution from the heavenly court is truly deserved. How dare you return after escaping with your life? You are merely ensnaring yourself, seeking your own demise, and inviting annihilation. Brother Lin, you handle those lackeys. I will take care of Huang Xiaoying. The enmity from the time I did not personally slay Huang Xiaoxiong shall now be avenged by my own hands. Chapter 63, Li Xiuxiu's Revenge. Visitors from the Black Heaven Stronghold. Li Xiuxiu navigated her way through the crowd, advancing to the forefront to confront Huang Xiaoying. Huang Xiaoying paused for a moment, incredulous. You? Humph. Do you truly believe that a mere yellow-haired girl like you can oppose me? Li Xiuxiu regarded him coldly. Huang Xiaoying, do you consider yourself something noble? You are nothing but a second-generation scion, relying on your father and Appo's wealth to bully others in this village. To put it bluntly, you are merely a pampered child, a dog empowered by its master, barking in this place. Do you think this is still the domain of the Huang family? This is a world of peace under the protection of the Almighty. We are the true masters here. You are nothing more than a stray dog. Huang Xiaoying and Appo's face flushed with fury. You insolent wretch. How dare you speak to me like that? Do you think that just because you have the Almighty and Appo's protection, you can act without restraint? You seek death. With a roar, he unleashed his full power, the might of an 8th-tier martial artist surging through his fists and feet, rushing towards Li Xiuxiu with the force of a cannonball. However, bang! Though it seemed he had struck, it felt as if he had hit nothing at all. Huh? This? Huang Xiaoying lifted his gaze, only to find a lifeless stare fixed upon him, belonging to an unexpectedly materialized figure that had shielded Li Xiuxiu from his blow. It was a paper figure. Magic sorcery. Li Xiuxiu scoffed. You narrow-minded frog at the bottom of a well, what do you know? This is a divine technique bestowed by the Almighty, and today I shall invoke his might to exact vengeance and eradicate all remnants of your Huang family. She extended her hand, and in an instant, dust and debris swirled violently. Huang Xiaoying screamed as he was engulfed in a whirlwind of sand, unable to even open his eyes. Simultaneously, a heavy fist struck him fiercely. Bang! Then came a barrage of blows, like a tempest of fists and feet, raining down relentlessly. Bang, bang, bang. Bang, bang, bang. Huang Xiaoying was both terrified and enraged, his roars and cries mingling as he struggled to escape the tempest of sand and stone, as if trapped in an endless storm that threatened to consume him completely. You wretch! You dare to face me one-on-one? Do not use such sorcery. Li Xiuxiu paid him no heed, manipulating the paper figures into fierce warriors that relentlessly assailed Huang Xiaoying. His voice quickly transformed from rage to panic, ultimately reduced to pitiful screams. Please, stop. Spare me. Li Xiuxiu, recalling the humiliation of the past and the villagers harmed by the Huang family, remained indifferent, intensifying her assault with the paper soldiers. Time passed, and Huang Xiaoying and Appo's voice grew increasingly feeble. Finally, bang! He collapsed to the ground, utterly defeated. Li Xiuxiu then dispelled her magic, the dust settling and the wind subsiding, as the crowd turned to gaze at Huang Xiaoying on the ground. In that moment, he lay in tatters, his body marred with bruises, bloodied and battered, breathing faintly. Now do you understand the power of your aunt? Li Xiuxiu sneered. Huang Xiaoying attempted to utter a response, but no sound escaped his lips. He could only breathe softly, and gradually, even that ceased. The remaining henchmen had already been captured by Lin Hanyu, his brothers, and the villagers of Qishan and Appo's, some dead, some injured, and some taken alive. As they looked upon the lifeless Huang Xiaoying, the onlookers were left in a state of shock. Upon their arrival, Huang Xiaoying had dismissed this place as a mere impoverished village filled with the weak and elderly, unworthy of a fight. Yet in truth, this village was akin to an impenetrable fortress, with every villager a warrior. What weak and frail individuals! Each one appeared as if they were celestial beings. This seemingly delicate woman had mastered the divine arts, effortlessly dispatching Huang Xiaoying with ease. What a terrifying place this is! Gazing at the deceased Huang Xiaoying, Li Xiuxiu could not help but feel a surge of emotions, tears streaming down her cheeks. If not for the Almighty, she would not have achieved her present state. She knelt gently, hands clasped, and bowed devoutly. Thank you, Almighty. The crowd followed suit, kneeling in gratitude for the Almighty and Appo's grace. Lin Hanyu observed the scene, utterly convinced of the Almighty and Appo's power. A single Li Xiuxiu could compel both him and his brothers into complete submission, let alone the Almighty himself. Lin Hanyu was fully devoted, even preparing to return to the Black Heaven stronghold to recount the Almighty's miraculous deeds and unparalleled grace. Yet just as the villagers began to breathe a sigh of relief, A villager rushed in with alarming news. A new troop was advancing along the mountain path between Qingshan Ao and Dahe Mountain. Instantly, everyone was taken aback. Lin Hanyu inquired urgently, "How many are there? What are they wearing?" The villager responded, "About 30 or 40 individuals, dressed like you, evidently from the Black Heaven stronghold. Moreover, they appear quite formidable. Many are at least as strong as you, and the leader seems particularly unfathomable." Lin Hanyu's brow furrowed. "What?" Li Xiuxiu asked anxiously. "Lin, do you know what this is about? Could it be Huang Shaoying and Apos, as reinforcements?" Lin Hanyu shook his head. "No, that's impossible. Few in the Black Heaven stronghold regard Huang Shaoying. He could only recruit these lackeys through money. Why would anyone come as reinforcements? Furthermore, they are all formidable. Even the leader is beyond my comprehension. Only a few top figures could be responsible, and they would never assist Huang Shaoying." The villagers began to murmur anxiously, a sense of unease spreading among them. Lin Hanyu raised his fist in reassurance. "Do not worry, I will investigate further to prepare us all." Li Xiuxiu nodded. "Thank you, Brother Lin." Lin Hanyu swiftly descended the mountain with his brothers. His heart was troubled, and he moved quickly, reaching the village entrance in no time. There, the newcomers were already in discussion with the guarding villagers. Lin Hanyu caught sight of the leader and was filled with both surprise and joy, slapping his thigh in disbelief. How could it be you?" Chapter 64, The Paradise on Earth. The third leader of the Great Black Heaven Band. Upon seeing the newcomer, Lin Hanyu could not contain his immense joy, exclaiming loudly as he slapped his thigh, "Third leader, how could it be you?" The man at the front, upon noticing Lin Hanyu, smiled faintly and waved in greeting. Lin Hanyu hurriedly approached to pay his respects, then turned to explain to the villagers guarding the village entrance. "This is our third leader from the Great Black Heaven Band, named Xiang Tianchong, and he is also my immediate superior. He is not a bad person." The villagers hesitated momentarily. While they might believe Lin Hanyu was not a villain, it was difficult to trust that all members of the Great Black Heaven Band were benevolent. Xiang Tianchong, appearing robust, was nonetheless astute enough to discern the villagers' apprehension. He laughed heartily. "Do not be too hard on them, my friend. After all, we are bandits, and barging in at night time naturally raises their suspicions. However, I do not intend to intrude. I merely came to inquire about how things have progressed." Lin Hanyu felt a stirring in his heart. The third leader had come for this matter? Xiang Tianchong continued, "The band leader was concerned about you being alone. It seems that Huang Shaoying is determined to return to the village for revenge, and given that the village comprises mostly the elderly, women, and children, sending just you may not suffice. If the villagers suffer harm, the blame would inevitably fall upon our band, which is why I was sent to assist you." Lin Hanyu sighed in gratitude. "Thank you, third leader. Thank you, band leader. However, the matter has already been resolved. Huang Shaoying, with his numerous crimes, has been slain by the villagers." Xiang Tianchong was taken aback. "Oh, although Huang Shaoying was no good person, he possessed considerable skill. Having already reached the 8th rank martial master level, along with a group of over 30 fierce individuals, how could he possibly be killed by the villagers of this remote place?" Lin Hanyu smiled slightly. "Third leader, you are unaware that this is no mere backwater. It is truly a paradise on earth." "A paradise on earth?" Xiang Tianchong exclaimed in astonishment, just as Lin Hanyu was about to elaborate. The village chief Li Sifang and Li Xiuxiu approached, followed closely by Feng Zishan. Lin Hanyu hastily introduced both parties. The village chief and Li Xiuxiu were equally astonished. Quickly stepping forward to say, "So it is the esteemed arrival of the third leader." Xiang Tianchong chuckled, "Please, do not be so formal. I am but a rough man. As long as you do not disdain me, that is enough." Li Sifang hurriedly replied, "Not at all, not at all." Lin Hanyu explained the purpose of Xiang Tianchong and Apos' visit, and the crowd was deeply moved. They had not anticipated that the Great Black Heaven Band would conduct themselves with such thorough consideration. It was utterly astonishing. Initially fearing a formidable enemy, they now realized the complete opposite. Li Xiuxiu sighed, "Thank you, third leader. It seems we have misunderstood the Great Black Heaven Band all these years. They are truly loyal and righteous." Xiang Tianchong glanced at Li Xiuxiu, astonished. He could discern that this seemingly frail girl possessed remarkable strength. Yet, she appeared no older than 16 or 17. Born in such a remote place, where could this formidable power originate? Not to mention, every villager appeared robust, as if they had all practiced genuine martial arts. To be honest, their training seemed far more authentic than that of the bandits. Just as he was about to inquire further, Feng Zishan finally revealed himself. bowing slightly to Xiang Tianchong with a faint smile. Thank you, third leader of the Great Black Heaven Band. Our prior misunderstanding has indeed been impolite. Xiang Tianchong and his companions were left speechless. Why you are? Lin Hanyu quickly interjected. Third leader, are you wondering why such a small village possesses such strength? This is the reason. He proceeded to recount the entire tale, and with each critical point he revealed, Xiang Tianchong and his brothers were left in awe. By the time Lin Hanyu finished, Xiang Tianchong was utterly astonished. Who would have thought that in this chaotic era, such divine miracles still existed? Moreover, protecting the villagers and ensuring that the good are rewarded while the wicked face retribution is indeed a monumental virtue. I must visit the Taiping Temple to pay my respects and express my admiration, Xiang Tianchong declared. Feng Zishan smiled. Worship comes from the heart and can be done anywhere. However, currently, the spirit of Taiping Gong is not present here. Otherwise, he would surely wish to connect with the brothers of the Great Black Heaven Band. Xiang Tianchong laughed heartily. So, Taiping Gong is not only a lofty deity but also possesses profound loyalty and righteousness. Feng Zishan affirmed. Indeed. Taiping Gong is truly unique. Even during times of divine prosperity, none have matched his perfection in both divinity and humanity. Truly, to worship him is never excessive. Xiang Tianchong sighed. Had I known there was a deity in this place, perhaps the fate of the Great Black Heaven Band would have been different. Feng Zishan, sensing that the Great Black Heaven Band had encountered some trials, refrained from pressing for details on their first meeting. He smiled. It is never too late to learn now. Xiang Tianchong understood that Feng Zishan wished for the Great Black Heaven Band to also revere Taiping Gong, yet such a significant matter could not be resolved in an instant. Even with the band leader's personal involvement, convincing the brothers and sisters of the mountain stronghold to wholeheartedly embrace a deity would be an exceptionally daunting task, unless they witnessed the miracles of Taiping Gong and his unparalleled grace. Thus, Xiang Tianchong smiled slightly. You speak the truth. Feng Zishan refrained from elaborating further and simply stated, as guests from afar, I invite the third leader and all brothers to my Qingshan ditch, where we may extend our hospitality. Very well, I humbly accept your invitation. The group erupted into hearty laughter. What had initially been an exceedingly perilous night now turned into an opportunity to forge a connection with the Great Black Heaven Band, bringing immense relief and joy to all the villagers. As they journeyed along, Xiang Tianchong observed the several villages nestled within the verdant mountains. Though there were not many young people, each exuded an extraordinary demeanor, their physiques robust, and everything was orderly and well-structured, resembling a veritable utopia. Schools were available for the children, and martial arts academies for all. It was, in fact, far superior to the Great Black Heaven Band. He could not help but sincerely exclaim, Taiping Gong is indeed all-powerful, and his benevolence is boundless. I had heard from Brother Lin Hanyu that his hometown was left with only the elderly, women, and children, impoverished and struggling to survive. Yet now, it truly resembles the paradise he described. A paradise on earth. Taiping Gong is truly deserving of the title of a genuine deity. Feng Zishan, Li Sifang, Li Xiuxiu, and all the villagers felt a swell of pride, their hearts filled with gratitude towards Taiping Gong and Appos, S unending grace. A paradise on earth. Indeed. Taiping Gong and Appos, S mission is to transform this war-torn world into a true sanctuary, a paradise on earth. Chapter 65, The Ultimate Battle Erupts. The Confrontation with the Mountain Deity. In the serene Qingshan Township, after resolving the matter with Huang Xiaoying, a bond was forged with the Dahe Tianjai. Meanwhile, Li Ping and Appos, and Bai Shaoqi had already entered the territory of the mountain deity. The closer they approached, the more they sensed an indescribable aura of terror. Even Li Ping and Appos, and had never encountered such a presence. It was not merely the usual demonic or ghostly energy, but a chaotic, twisted essence that felt akin to an alternate, extreme realm. Although Bai Shaoqi had ascended to the 7th rank of demon spirit realm and experienced a significant enhancement in her powers, having transformed into human form and becoming a notable figure among the demon race, returning to this place still sent chills down her spine. In her human form, she felt an instinctive dread, her hair standing on end, her delicate face betraying her alarm. It was not fear of the small demons, but rather the sheer terror emanating from the mountain deity, who seemed to possess an innate ability to instill fear in the demon race, making even the smallest demon feel powerless. Li Ping and Appos, and spoke calmly, It is not your fault. I too can sense this strange aura. This mountain deity is indeed extraordinary. He is neither human nor demon, nor ghost, yet he embodies a familiar essence, a sensation that straddles the line between divinity and demonic force. Bai Xiaoqi trembled at the realization. Yes, she too felt this duality. He was not of the demon race, yet at times he seemed to embody the essence of true divinity. However, compared to Li Ping and Amp, Oppos, he was steeped in malevolence and cruelty, reminiscent of legendary fiends. Li Ping nodded. In this world, evil undoubtedly exists. Yet, it is not the otherworldly demons described in ancient tales, nor is it comprised of inherently evil races. More often than not, these entities are beings of this world, twisted and altered by circumstance. As the saying goes, one can become a demon through obsession, which is precisely the case. Legends tell of many great practitioners, such as enlightened monks and adept alchemists, who, due to unforeseen events, underwent drastic changes in character, transforming into fiends. There are also those who deliberately cultivate such perverse arts, becoming known as practitioners of the demonic path. The mountain deity, without a doubt, exudes the aura of a fiend. Li Ping and Oppos, and did not dawdle. The mountain deity was undoubtedly the strongest adversary he had faced since attaining his divine status. In that moment, he took a step forward. Suddenly, the heavens and earth shifted. Violent dark winds surged around them, transforming the landscape into a desolate, twisted, and chaotic tableau. Bai Xiaoqi and Amp, Oppos' white dress was caught in the tempest, resembling a flower on the brink of wilting. Li Ping and Amp, Oppos, and felt a surge of protectiveness and unleashed a divine force, enveloping her in a radiant golden light. Bai Xiaoqi felt an overwhelming gratitude, acutely aware of the insurmountable gap between her and Li Ping and Amp, Oppos. At the same time, she sensed that the mountain deity and Oppos' terrifying prowess had multiplied since her departure. In that instant, the confrontation between Li Ping and the mountain deity promised to be unparalleled in its dreadfulness. Amidst the chaotic storm, an ominous, hoarse voice echoed. "Who dares approach?" The voice ground against Bai Xiaoqi and Amp, Oppos' very bones, as if it sought to crush the essence of all living beings. It felt akin to dull blades slicing through flesh, inducing indescribable pain and terror. Were it not for Li Ping's golden shield, Bai Xiaoqi would have surely succumbed to that voice. As a deity of righteousness, Li Ping was shielded by the heavens and his own strength, and thus he faced this malevolent presence without fear. "I am the righteous deity, Taiping Gong. Who is this evil entity that dares to intrude upon my sacred domain?" The voice fell silent, and the atmosphere was filled only with the distorted winds. After an indeterminate time, the voice erupted into maniacal laughter. "Ha ha! In this world, the celestial order has crumbled, and divine authority has withered. The concepts of righteous and evil deities have vanished. Who are you, a mere wild god, to claim righteousness? It is laughable." The laughter was laced with madness, overwhelming Bai Xiaoqi, threatening to plunge her into chaos and dizziness. Li Ping, unfazed, unleashed his divine authority, summoning a blinding golden light that illuminated the heavens and earth, transforming the realm into a radiant paradise. In an instant, the twisted, chaotic, and malevolent energies were swept away by the overwhelming brilliance, restoring clarity and purity to the world. Within the mountain deity and Amp, Oppos' domain, all demons and spirits screamed in terror, their howls echoing as they were subdued by the divine light. Even the mountain deity himself unleashed furious roars of shock, resentment, and rage. "No, this cannot be. How can a righteous deity still exist in this world? Who are you?" Li Ping and Amp, Oppos, and remained silent, seizing the moment to pinpoint the mountain deity and Amp, Oppos' true form. In an instant, he smirked and struck first, in Bai Xiaoqi and Amp, Oppos' eyes. Taiping Gong unleashed his full divine might, the golden light enveloping the heavens, transforming the realm into his divine kingdom. Then, in the next moment, he directed his true, terrifying offensive towards the mountain deity and Amp, Oppos' hiding place. Bai Xiaoqi had never truly witnessed Li Ping and Amp, Oppos, and Amp, Oppos' power unleashed in Xingyang City. Even against the remnants of the county and Oppos' spirit and the likes of Hua Tianlang, he had not utilized his true strength. Those beings were simply too weak in his eyes. Now, however, Taiping Gong was unleashing his full power. At that moment, amidst the golden light above, a formidable bolt of lightning coalesced, brilliant and thick, crackling with energy like a roaring thunder dragon, tearing through the sky and earth, hurtling towards its target with cataclysmic force. Boom! Boom! Boom. This strike was unstoppable, fierce as a landslide, capable of annihilating all in its path. Chapter 66. The True Face of the Mountain God. The chaos of gods and demons. Li Ping and Apos, and instantly perceived the location of the mountain god, and without a moment and Apos, as hesitation, summoned a furious bolt of lightning that struck down with tremendous force, as if shattering the very earth. The mountains trembled, and the heavens seemed to quake. Countless demons and monsters were immediately intimidated by Li Ping's overwhelming aura, left dumbfounded and trembling in fear. Bai Shaoqi, too, felt her hair stand on end. She could hardly fathom that the power of Taiping Gong had surged to such extraordinary heights. Boom, boom, boom. With a single strike, the entire mountain shook. From a distant place, a horrifying roar echoed, a sound reminiscent of a demon's death throes from the depths of hell, or the furious bellow of a ghost king wounded in the abyss. In the next moment, a figure burst forth from the earth, illuminated by a radiant golden light, manifesting dramatically in the sky before Li Pingyan. This figure was none other than the true form of the mountain god. Yet, as Li Pingyan gazed upon this manifestation, he could not help but furrow his brow. What manner of being was this? It was beyond description. It seemed to vaguely resemble a human form, but it was more akin to a fiery apparition, dark as ink, perpetually twisting and contorting, as if countless faces were amalgamated into one grotesque visage. Dark, eerie, absurd, terrifying. His voice seemed to arise from 1,000 souls speaking in unison, a cacophony. If one were to attempt a description, it would be akin to a monstrous force that forcibly crushed and melded 1,000 beings into a single shell. Simply gazing upon this figure invoked profound shock and an overwhelming sense of nausea and dread. Bai Shaoqi felt a conflicting urge to either worship or retch. The other demons and monsters, upon witnessing their master's true form, were struck with unparalleled awe, collapsing to the ground in worship, trembling with fear. However, the mountain god was not faring well either. His form appeared to have been cleaved in two by Li Pingyan's violent lightning, only to reform. Though his wounds had sapped his vitality, leaving many faces pale and devoid of color, emitting ghastly wails. Li Pingyan, however, showed no change in demeanor. So you are indeed a demon. Upon seeing his true form, Li Pingyan understood what he truly was. The mountain god roared in fury. Demon? Ha ha ha. How could I be a demon? Taiping Gong, what are you but a mere rural deity? Before your fall, you were nothing more than a lowly servant beneath me. How dare you act so brazenly before me now? Li Pingyan's brow furrowed slightly. Bai Shaoqi was utterly dumbfounded. Taiping Gong, what was he talking about? Who was he truly? Li Pingyan seemed to have anticipated this revelation. Indeed, his true form was not complex. He was the true mountain god of the Great Green Mountain. Bai Shaoqi gasped in astonishment. What? He is truly the mountain god? But why has he become like this? Li Pingyan replied calmly. If my conjectures are correct, you were once the mountain god of 1,000 miles around, revered by countless beings, including humans, demons, spirits, and creatures alike. You held supreme authority, regarded as a guardian deity. Alas, the heavenly order collapsed, and divine paths withered. You lost all your followers, leading to the destruction of your divinity and a precipitous decline in your powers. Dissolution was merely a matter of time. Yet you refused to fade away. Thus, you fell from the rightful path of the divine to become a demon. Bai Shaoqi felt a jolt in her heart, and the other demons and monsters stood agape, utterly stunned. So, he truly was the mountain god. Yet, he had fallen to become a demon. At last, everyone comprehended the true identity and origin of the mountain god. The mountain god laughed heartily. Taiping Gong, you have come to understand, albeit late. However, you are mistaken about one thing. I am not a demon, but still a god. A demon god. Li Pingyan calmly replied, that is not for you to decide. With the collapse of heavenly order and the decline of the divine, your celestial decrees have long since faded. The so-called divinity you claim is merely nominal. To survive, you have willingly descended into demonhood, clinging to existence. I see through your schemes, since humanity no longer worships you. You have coerced all demons, creatures, and beings into becoming your devout followers. Yet, they resist your faith, and in your madness, you resort to violence to compel all living beings to worship you, to serve your will. Little do you realize, this act completely contravenes the divine path, leading you to another extreme of demonic doctrine. Only demons would employ such tyranny to manipulate souls and force others to believe in them. You are neither a god nor a demon god. You are merely a demon. The mountain god instantly erupted in fury, presumptuous. You, a mere Taiping Gong, a lowly rural deity, how dare you speak so arrogantly before me? Li Pingyan replied calmly. You are indeed mad. I have just demonstrated my divine might. Alas, you seem blind to it. Since that is the case, I must thoroughly suppress and subdue you." Before Li Pingyan could make a move, the mountain god, seizing the moment, launched an offensive. "I am both god and demon. I am a demon among gods, and a god among demons. Receive my attack." The scripture of the chaos of gods and demons reversed the universe. In an instant, a tempestuous aura enveloped the heavens and earth, manifesting as two opposing energies, one black and one white, filled with a bizarre twist and frenzied power, ruthlessly cleaving through Li Pingyan's radiant golden light. As if gods and demons were tearing apart the world, striking down fiercely upon Li Pingyan. Li Pingyan nodded in appreciation. The scripture of the chaos of gods and demons. Even in his fall to demonhood, he remained a paragon among demons, capable of creating his own divine techniques. Impressive. Yet, Li Pingyan showed no signs of hesitation. With a thought, the vast golden light that filled the heavens suddenly converged, returning to his palm. Then, it condensed violently, compressed to its utmost limit, transforming into a dazzling golden spear that erupted from Li Pingyan's hand. Boom! This formidable and domineering spear cleaved through the heavens and the earth, striking the void and severing all things, delivering a sudden and powerful blow upon the essence of the divine and demonic realms in an instant. Chapter 67, The Battle of Gods and Demons. The Pinnacle Showdown. Li Pingyan's ultimate strike. Li Pingyan's magical weapon, the exorcising gold spear, has reached the zenith of its power, amplifying the might of the golden light spell to its utmost. He has seamlessly integrated his two supreme divine arts, the divine sovereign scripture and the great peace scripture, mastering the operation of divine energy, the invocation of divine techniques, and the enhancement of divine might to perfection, achieving an unparalleled peak. With a single strike, it can be described as the annihilation of gods and demons. Those who stand in his way shall be vanquished. Indeed, in the next moment, amidst the astonished gazes of Bai Xiaoqi and all the other demons and monsters, this golden spear struck fiercely against the dual auras of gods and demons. In an instant, it shattered them like dried twigs, unleashing an infinite surge of divine power. From the previously sprawling golden light, it condensed into his palm before erupting once more, resulting in a cataclysmic explosion that scattered in all directions. The black and white smoke that represented the demonic aura was completely swept away, and the world was once again bathed in resplendent golden light, as if to proclaim a new dawn. Li Pingyan's divine power has now reached a level of consummate mastery, a pinnacle of excellence. With just one move, he completely dismantled the chaotic techniques of the opposing gods and demons. The mountain god was taken aback, exclaiming in disbelief, "What?" The mere clash of this strike rendered all demons and monsters trembling in fear, their souls nearly fleeing their bodies. Yet, Li Pingyan was not satisfied. He shook his head and sighed softly. This was not within his dominion, and thus he could not unleash his full divine might. Otherwise, that very strike would have obliterated his opponent. Moreover, this was the mountain god's territory. Although he had lost his divine status recognized by the heavenly way, he was once a mountain deity, now transformed into a demon, retaining formidable power, unmatched and tyrannical. He was a being who had gone mad, yet was even more terrifying. Li Pingyan understood that the original rank of this mountain god was above that of a county deity, being a sixth-grade divine entity, the rightful god of the Great Qing Mountain. Under his command, he had once ruled over numerous subordinate mountain gods, various land deities, numerous cave masters, and countless spirits. In terms of authority, status, and power, he surpassed even the county deity. After all, the county deity of Qingyang County was merely a guardian of a single county, while this mountain god protected the entire Great Qing Mountain, surrounded by the three cities of Qingyang, Baiyang, and Qiang, along with countless towns and villages, boasting innumerable followers and a flourishing incense offering. Though he had fallen into demonhood, his foundations were still exceedingly rich. Even as a demon, he was not to be compared with ordinary fiends. Demons, like gods, ghosts, spirits, and martial practitioners, are also categorized into 9 ranks, with the lower tier referred to as demon creatures. The 9th rank is minor demons, the 8th rank major demons, the 7th rank demon spirits, and the 6th rank is known as the Yiksha King. This mountain god, when he was a deity, held the 6th grade divine rank. Now, as a demon, he remained at the 6th grade Yiksha King level. Moreover, he was not an ordinary Yiksha King, but a fusion of god and demon, making him even more terrifying. If this were Li Pingyan's own territory, he would have full confidence to crush him utterly. However, this place was beyond his domain and firmly within the mountain god's stronghold. Nevertheless, Li Pingyan's divine status was the foundation of all things, unwavering even against the god-demon fusion. After all, the mountain god's divine essence was a relic of the past, while his demonic aspect was restrained by the rightful deities. Not to mention, Li Pingyan possessed numerous powers far exceeding those of an ordinary divine being, along with countless divine techniques. At this moment, Li Pingyan's divine power was at most 70 to 80% of its peak. Yet, he was determined to give it his all. With a furious roar, the mountain god unleashed his second strike. Little Great Peace Lord, receive my second move. The chaotic scriptures of gods and demons, reverse yin and yang. In an instant, a frenzied surge of divine and demonic energy erupted once more, transforming into a black and white duality. This time, however, it was not a violent onslaught but descended like a colossal yin-yang grinding disc, imposing and oppressive. From afar, it resembled a grand Taiji diagram, appearing magnificent and sacred. Yet upon closer inspection, one would find it filled with bizarre, twisted runes and seals, grotesque and terrifying, suffused with a malevolent aura. Wherever this black and white yin-yang grinding disc passed, everything was crushed to dust, black turning to white and white transforming into black. Indeed, it was a manifestation of the chaotic realm of gods and demons, reversing the yin and yang. Faced with this strike, Li Pingyan and Amp, Apos, S expression shifted slightly. Good, he marveled. And with a thought, he summoned forth his other two divine techniques. Summon the wind. Call the rain. Suddenly, the wind arrived. The rain fell. With a thunderous clap, a tempest brewed, as if in the blink of an eye, the heavens transformed, crashing down towards the mountain god's yin-yang grinding disc. The two forces collided with a thunderous roar, as if gods and demons were clashing, their ferocious might tearing the sky asunder. Wind and rain, yin and yang. Gods and demons, black and white, crazily scribbled across the celestial canvas. Bai Shaoqi and all the demons and monsters gazed in awe at this scene, unable to comprehend the magnitude of such a battle. It transcended mere combat. In this clash, the two were evenly matched, neither yielding to the other. The mountain god laughed maniacally. Great Peace Lord, no matter how you proclaim yourself as a rightful deity, you are ultimately but this. After all, this is my domain, not yours. Ha 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 ha. Bai Shaoqi perceived that the Great Peace Lord's strike seemed somewhat diminished compared to the previous one, and her concern grew. Great Peace Lord. However, Li Pingyan remained unfazed. The techniques of summoning wind and rain, when not within his domain, would naturally be affected. Otherwise, if one were a rightful deity, could they not flaunt their power anywhere? Moreover, summoning wind and rain was merely an auxiliary divine technique for him, not his true offensive prowess. His most formidable offensive techniques remained those two. Golden Light, Divine Thunder. At this moment, Li Pingyan was no longer prepared to hold back. Merging these two divine techniques through the Divine Sovereign Scripture and the Great Peace Scripture, unleashing them as one, concurrently erupting forth. This strike would be Li Pingyan's most powerful blow, infused with boundless divine energy. Golden Thunder. Chapter 68. The Golden Thunder Spear. The doom of the mountain god approaches. In this moment, Li Pingyan resolved to unleash his full power without reservation, elevating himself to the pinnacle of strength and delivering a truly formidable strike. Merging the radiant golden light with the supreme technique of thunder control. A dazzling beam of golden light erupted from his left palm, while a torrent of thunder, potent enough to obliterate all in its path, surged from his right palm. In an instant, the two forces fused into one, manifesting in Li Pingyan's hands as a colossal golden thunder spear. Though it appeared to be a mere 8 feet in length, it concealed unfathomable, terrifying divine power within. Li Pingyan infused this strike with a staggering 3,000 points of divine strength. What does this signify? It is essential to recognize that at this moment, 3,000 points was the very limit of his divine power. In essence, he expended all of it in a single blow. Of course, with over 10,000 incense points at his disposal, he could convert them into divine power whenever needed, but this merely underscores the overwhelming might of this attack. 4. Despite the abundance of incense points, his divine power cap remained at 3,000, meaning that was the maximum he could summon at once, no more. Previously, even when vanquishing the county goddess spirit or defeating Hua Tianlang, the divine power expended was no more than 100 points. Yet now, he poured a full 3,000 points into this single strike. This blow pierced through the stars. As the mountain god beheld the golden thunder spear in Li Pingyan's hands, an expression of profound dread washed over him. Among the myriad of black phantoms, faces paled in horror, and many figures retreated in a frenzy, desperate to escape, to break free. Clearly, they sensed the true terror of this technique. Although those demons and monsters were not as formidable as the mountain god, they too sensed the convergence of celestial energies coalescing within the golden thunder spear clasped in Li Ping'an's palm. Once unleashed, it would bring about cataclysmic destruction, annihilating all in its wake. In that moment, all demons and monsters trembled in fear, their spirits shattered. Bai Shaoqi, standing beside Li Ping'an, was equally astounded. That golden thunder spear could vanquish thousands of her kind. What immense divine strength was this? What terrifying majesty! At this moment, Bai Shaoqi found herself utterly in awe of Taiping Gong, even confident that the mountain god could never withstand such a blow. The mountain god, seething with rage, roared fiercely, employing the will of both god and demon to forcefully subdue the multitude of faces within him, restoring a semblance of calm as all power coalesced into a singular core, transforming into a dense black sphere, compressed to its utmost potential. Very well, Taiping Gong, you are indeed no ordinary being. It appears you have transcended your fate, no longer the mundane wild god. Although I know not how you achieved this, you have become a unique entity in this world, and I acknowledge your power. Yet, to expect me to concede is utterly impossible, even at the cost of everything. I shall defeat you completely. In that fleeting moment, the mountain god gathered all his strength into a massive black sphere, intensely compressed, coalescing into a dense, dark projectile pulsing with chaotic, frenzied energy. Bai Shaoqi furrowed her brow, that is. The mountain god bellowed, seizing the initiative. Behold my ultimate technique from the realm of chaos, the supreme killing strike. Reincarnation of life and death. In an instant. Boom. This was undoubtedly the mountain god's most powerful attack. Li Ping'an remained silent, resolutely launching the golden thunder spear from his grasp. Thus, the void was torn asunder. The golden thunder, akin to the primordial axe of Panga cleaving through chaos, descended like a catastrophic calamity, colliding fiercely with the dark projectile of life and death. In that moment, the heavens and earth trembled. The sun and moon lost their light. The entire expanse of the great green mountain transformed into a dazzling brilliance, filling the skies, engulfing the landscape, overwhelming all sight and sound. Every demon, beast, and creature was rendered blind and deaf, as if their senses had been stripped away. The world fell into a profound silence. Time passed, perhaps an instant, or perhaps an eternity. And by Shaoqi's gaze, the scene slowly began to materialize once more. The dust had yet to settle. Yet she could already sense the mountain god's unwilling roar, filled with despair. No, this cannot be. In the next moment, Bai Shaoqi witnessed the conclusion. The mountain god, with his myriad faces, dark as ink, ethereal and ever-changing, was pierced through by the golden thunder spear. No matter how he struggled, retreated, evaded, countered, defended, or attempted to escape, it was all in vain. The golden thunder spear seemed to have locked on to his very essence, sealing his fate within the void, rendering him powerless to escape. Li Ping'an took a deep breath. Battling in foreign territory was fraught with peril. This strike was indeed his strongest. At last, he had subdued this mountain god completely. The mountain god roared and bellowed, frantically struggling against his fate. Yet all could see, he had lost, been defeated, and was finished. The demons and monsters, sensing the end was nigh, shrieked in panic, fleeing in every direction. Aware that this was their final moment, their best opportunity, they were not merely afraid of being killed by Taiping Gong after the mountain god's demise. They feared the mountain god himself. Previously, they had been coerced into servitude, enduring unspeakable suffering. Otherwise, creatures like the Black Wolf and Bai Shaoqi would not have risked their lives to rebel. Now, witnessing the mountain god's downfall, all these demons and monsters seized the opportunity to escape. The mountain god, seeing this unfold, was consumed by rage. You wish to flee. You are merely my slaves and sustenance. If I cannot survive, neither shall you. He roared with all his might, unexpectedly imprisoning these monstrous fiends, transforming them into mere offerings, fervently replenishing his own strength. In that fleeting moment, countless demons were sacrificed, entirely becoming his sustenance, allowing him to regain his vigor. Li Ping'an observed this scene, a sardonic smile escaping his lips. Although Bai Shaoqi harbored no compassion for these entities, witnessing this spectacle stirred within her a sense of sorrow for the fallen, amplifying her loathing for the mountain deity. She was acutely aware that had she not escaped and encountered Taiping Gong, she too would have been among those sacrificed demons. In that instant, Li Ping'an resolutely acted, an overwhelming golden light once again suffusing the cosmos. He utterly severed the mountain deity's power, completely disrupting his continued sacrifices of other demons. Instantly, all the surviving fiends gazed blankly at the divine silhouette within the golden radiance, as if they had beheld a true savior. Chapter 69. The Complete Surrender of the Mountain Deity. The Truth Revealed. At this moment, the mountain deity appeared utterly deranged. Resorting to the frenzied sacrifice of demons and monsters in a desperate attempt to free himself from Li Ping'an's golden thunder spear. Instantly, all living beings fled in panic. Terrified of the impending doom, yet none could escape the clutches of the mountain deity. However, at that critical juncture, Li Ping'an unleashed a radiant golden light, halting the deity's assault and safeguarding the very demons and monsters that were meant to be sacrificed. In their eyes, the mountain deity transformed into a harbinger of death, while Taiping Gong emerged as their savior. Bai Shaoqi smiled faintly in that moment. The demons and monsters would finally discern who the true god was and who the genuine fiend had become. Of course, Li Ping'an did not act solely out of compassion for these creatures. While he believed in the principle of karmic retribution and understood that most of these demons were coerced by the mountain deity, he was not a saint. His interruption of the deity's sacrificial rites was primarily to prevent the deity from regaining power and eluding his offensive once more. As the mountain deity's final struggles were thoroughly quelled, despair and fury consumed him, leading to a series of frenzied roars. Yet, at this moment, Li Ping'an ceased his lengthy discourse. In an instant, he propelled himself forward, left hand bearing the Wyoming Tower, right hand wielding the yin-yang sword, executing a powerful suppression followed by a decisive strike. Boom, boom, bang. With resounding echoes, the mountain deity's corporeal form, a fusion of divinity and demonhood, was utterly subdued and cleaved in twain. Amidst the anguished cries, the countless faces that remained scattered in flight, only to be forcibly repressed by the Wyoming Tower. Li Ping'an understood that these myriad faces represented the very foundation of the mountain deity, born from the faith of innumerable followers, as he had previously recognized. The path to divinity through incense and devotion is fraught with peril. If one does not uphold the righteous path, it is all too easy to be ensnared by the desires of followers, morphing into the deity they wish to see. Those myriad faces embody the will of countless believers. In times of divine prosperity, a greater number of followers signified a flourishing faith. However, as the divine order crumbled, the mountain deity descended into malevolence, becoming ensnared by the very wills of his former followers. It was akin to his soul fracturing into thousands, leading to utter disintegration and distortion. Stripped of self-awareness, he was inevitably torn apart by the multitude of wills of his believers, severed by Li Ping'an's yin-yang sword and suppressed by the Wyoming Tower. The mountain deity's thoughts of divinity and demonhood gradually revealed his true form, a frail and emaciated shadow. He fell to his knees, pleading for mercy. "Great God, spare my life. Great God, please have mercy." Li Ping'an responded with indifference. "What right do you have to beseech my mercy?" The mountain deity wept bitterly. "Great God, you must understand, I was once the rightful deity of this great green mountain, bestowed with the heavenly decree, sanctioned by the court to protect the land and safeguard all living beings. My domain extended for miles, and in those days, I served diligently, benefiting countless lives. My incense offerings were abundant, as if it were just yesterday. I can assure you, during that time, I committed no evil and devoted myself to fulfilling the wishes and hopes of my followers, ensuring harmony and prosperity for all." Li Ping'an opposed and remained expressionless. Yet he acknowledged the mountain deity's truth. Otherwise, he would not have ascended to the 6th rank of divinity. Unlike the various land deities, while all may be referred to as mountain deities, their ranks differ vastly. Even as one overseeing a region of 1,000 miles, to Li Ping'an, this was akin to a county's land deity, merely a 7th rank. Yet this mountain deity held a 6th rank, indicating that he had indeed once enjoyed a flourishing incense offering and immense merit. The mountain deity continued to lament, "Alas, the heavenly order collapsed, and divinity withered. In an instant, I faced annihilation, losing the majority of my divine power, and my position disintegrated into fragments. Oh, how cruel is fate! I have never committed evil. Why must the heavenly order be so unjust, allowing me to perish first?" In that moment of weakness, I strayed into the path of darkness, compelled to utilize my remaining divine power to coerce all demons, beasts, and creatures into becoming my followers. Thus, while I managed to cling to existence, I spiraled deeper into madness, unable to extricate myself from the path of depravity. In truth, the struggle between my divine and demonic thoughts has persisted. But with the collapse of the divine order, even if I wished to uphold my true nature, it became increasingly impossible, resulting in the rampant rise of my demonic thoughts and the ensuing calamity. Bai Shaoqi retorted coldly, "Isn't all of this merely your own doing? What more is there to discuss?" The mountain deity forced a bitter smile. "Indeed, I am to blame, yet I am also powerless. All beings cherish life and fear death. I once saved countless souls and safeguarded many lives. Why must I be the first to perish, to vanish from this realm? Is the heavenly order truly just? Bai Shaoqi found herself momentarily speechless. What he articulated did seem profoundly unjust. It was akin to a benevolent official, devoted to the welfare of the people, facing demise alongside a corrupt regime. Is that fair? Certainly not. Thus, this official succumbs to darkness, effectively rebelling against the system, becoming a bandit, a rogue, or a traitor. In truth, amidst this chaos, such actions could hardly be deemed sinful. Bai Shaoqi turned her gaze toward Taiping Gong, refraining from further words, silently awaiting his judgment. Li Pingyan replied coolly, "What you speak is indeed the truth. Yet it cannot alter the fact that you have committed numerous heinous acts." The mountain deity hastily prostrated himself. "I am willing to atone for my sins, to do anything. I implore the great God to spare my life." Bai Shaoqi could not help but curl her lip. Taiping Gong, he truly fears for his life. The mountain deity glanced at her. You are that little white fox from before." Bai Shaoqi puffed up with pride. "Ahem. I am now the demon-slaying envoy under Taiping Gong's command, not someone like you, a mere fiend, who can be compared. Indeed, times have changed." As she concluded her statement, she suddenly realized how much she sounded like Feng Zishan and instinctively spat a few times. The mountain deity hastily pleaded. "For the sake of our past, I ask the fox immortal to speak a few kind words on my behalf." Bai Shaoqi erupted in fury. "How cruelly you tormented me back then. How could I possibly advocate for you?" The mountain deity countered, "That was the result of my demonic thoughts acting out. Now, with those thoughts severed by the great God, I have regained clarity and cannot be equated to those days." Bai Shaoqi inquired, "Is what he says true?" "Taiping Gong?" Li Pingyan replied evenly, "It is true, yet it is also not true." "Oh? Then what exactly is he?" Chapter 70, Complete Subjugation. The power surge 100-fold. Li Pingyan remarked, "Indeed, I have separated his divine essence from his demonic form, yet he cannot fully restore his divine status. Presently, he remains a blend of divine and demonic, or rather, predominantly demonic." Bai Shaoqi interjected, hands on her hips. "I almost fell for your deception." Li Pingyan replied, however, "His words are not entirely false. He was indeed affected by the collapse of the heavenly path and the decline of divine order, which led to his fall into darkness. The same applies to the spirit of the county god." Bai Shaoqi recalled the spirit of the county god, which had also succumbed to madness, long lost to reason, failing to protect the very people it was meant to safeguard, harboring deep animosity only towards those it perceived as threats, akin to the mountain deity. Yet, the county god had truly fallen, leaving only a fragmented spirit, while this mountain deity had merely descended into demonic existence. Li Pingyan had already made his decision. He could easily dispatch the mountain deity, but doing so would throw the entire Taiping into chaos, making it even harder to control. Moreover, the mountain deity had once been a legitimate god, a force for good, and thus, Li Ping and oppose, and resolved to grant him a chance for redemption. "I shall offer you an opportunity to atone for your sins, mountain deity." The mountain deity was overjoyed. "Thank you, great deity." Li Ping and oppose, and continued, however, "You are no longer a mountain deity, but a demon. There is no need for you to shy away from your true nature. In this world, where the divine order has shattered, being a demon is not a disgrace. Under my command, I have fox spirits, ghosts, and various creatures. Your presence as a demon is hardly surprising." Bai Shaoqi smiled slightly and nodded. Li Pingyan then proclaimed, "I hereby appoint you as the 8th-rank demon subjugator and allow you to continue your role as the mountain deity of Taiping. However, should you harbor any treachery, I will ensure your soul is shattered and your body obliterated." The mountain deity bowed deeply. "Thank you for your grace, great deity. I, the small demon, shall never entertain any thoughts of betrayal." Li Pingyan nodded, channeling divine power into the mountain deity, who was now fully under his command as an 8th-rank demon subjugator. From then on, he would be at Li Pingyan's disposal. Despite being a demon, his cultivation had reached the 6th rank as a Yiksha king. Yet he remained utterly unable to defy Li Pingyan. Li Pingyan then turned to the other demons and creatures, addressing them calmly. "What are your intentions?" Instantly, all the demons and creatures knelt before him. Even the birds and beasts, overwhelmed by the might of the great deity, dared not resist or flee, humbly prostrating themselves on the ground. "We shall serve you, great deity, with unwavering loyalty, never daring to betray." They recognized that if the great deity could forgive even the mountain deity, their past transgressions were trivial by comparison. Furthermore, the great deity clearly embodied compassion and justice. Compared to the mountain deity, he was a realm apart, and thus everyone was wholeheartedly submissive. Not to mention, It was the great deity who had intervened to save them from the mountain deity and Apos' sacrificial offering, leaving them filled with gratitude. Li Ping and Apos nodded. Proceeding to subdue all the demons and creatures, the mountain deity respectfully presented a scroll containing information about all the demons under his command. Li Ping perused it briefly. The mountain deity reported, "Great deity, I command a total of 13 7th-rank demon generals, though one has been slain by the demon subjugator, leaving 12. There are 33 8th-rank demons and over 129th-rank lesser demons. Additionally, there are hundreds of spirits from trees and extraordinary flowers that have attained sentience, with several of them at the 7th rank, over 10 at the 8th rank, and 70 to 80 at the 9th rank. Moreover, among the corrupted beings, there are 3 7th-rank demonic spirits, over 20 great demons, and 50 to 60 lesser demons." Li Pingyan felt a jolt of astonishment. The mountain deity's forces were indeed formidable. Had he not directly captured the leader, he would have been unable to contend with such strength. This was only natural, as the mountain deity had amassed power in this region for perhaps over a millennium. In a land where demons and spirits thrived, it would be unfathomable for his accumulated power over a millennium to be surpassed by Li Ping and Apos' mere year of effort. Yet now all of this belonged to him. Henceforth, Li Ping and Apos' influence surged tenfold, 100-fold. Of course, managing these newly acquired forces would pose challenges, and Li Pingyan would devise various means to suppress and subdue them. He planned to distribute this power, assigning them to the 4 subjugators to govern. Each demon and creature would belong to its respective faction. However, that was a matter for another time. Li Ping and Apos stated, "Demon subjugator, lead me to your mountain deity temple." "Understood, great deity." Li Ping and Apos followed him to the mountain deity temple, which had undergone a complete transformation. Though its scale remained grand, surpassing that of the county god and Apos' temple, it was now dilapidated and exuded not divine authority, but demonic energy. Li Ping and Apos cast a glance at the shattered statue of the mountain deity and felt a twinge of emotion, sighing softly. The mountain deity, too, gazed at the statue with a heart full of sentiments. Li Ping and Apos did not linger but casually summoned the broken 6th-rank heavenly decree of the mountain deity, which fell into his hands. Though it could no longer be utilized, repairing it would yield benefits equivalent to purchasing it in the divine marketplace, saving considerable incense value. Aside from that, there was little of merit remaining here. The mountain deity sighed. Time flows on, and all things change. Everything has vanished and transformed. Even the heavenly path can collapse, let alone a trivial existence such as myself. Li Ping and Apos was suddenly struck by a thought. Unlike the county god, the mountain deity had survived until now and was not merely a remnant spirit. This meant he must have experienced the moment of the heavenly path and Apos' collapse. What had transpired then remained the greatest enigma of this world. Thus, he inquired, "Do you recall how it was when the heavenly path collapsed?" The mountain deity hesitated for a long while. "Great deity, it must have been in an instant. It felt as if this realm, which we once stood upon, suddenly lost its anchor, and everything changed, as if we had switched to another world." Li Ping and Apos furrowed his brow slightly. A new world? That was certainly impossible. It must have been the collapse of the heavenly path that altered the world and Apos' rules, leading to such a perception. Of course, he could not grasp the full extent of the situation. After all, a 6th-rank divine position was a true sovereign in this realm, that before the heavenly path, it was as insignificant as an ant. At that moment, Li Ping and Apos subdued the 4th subjugator and finally received a notification from the system. "Congratulations to the host for subjugating the 4th subjugator, completing the system task. Congratulations to the host for receiving rewards." Chapter 71. A New Divine Art. Divine Protection. Collective Strength. A prompt from the system resonated. "Congratulations, host, on achieving an increase of 30,000 cultivation points. Congratulations, host, on acquiring the divine art. Divine Protection. Congratulations, host, on acquiring the divine art. Collective Strength." A spark ignited within Li Ping and Apos' heart. The task was finally accomplished. Not only had he gained 30,000 points in cultivation, but he was also on the cusp of attaining the 7th grade divine rank. More importantly, the delightful surprise package had bestowed upon him 2 divine arts. He glanced briefly at the details and couldn't and Apos' help but inhale sharply. Divine art, divine protection. It radiates one and Apos' divine power to the faithful, temporarily doubling their strength. Divine art, collective strength. It allows one to temporarily absorb a portion of the believer's and Apo's power, significantly enhancing one and Apo's own divine strength, also up to a doubling effect. What does this signify? This means Li Ping and Apo's and could effortlessly interchange the power between himself and his followers. By activating divine protection, he could bestow divine might upon his followers, causing their strength to surge by a factor of 2. When invoking collective strength, he could draw upon the collective faith of his followers, similarly amplifying his own power twofold. Thus, regardless of whether Li Ping and Apo's was present or absent, the faithful within his domain could be regarded as secure and untroubled. When facing formidable and terrifying foes alone, he could effortlessly harness the faith of the masses, resulting in an instantaneous surge of power. Li Ping and Apo's was ecstatic. This surprise truly exceeded all expectations. Such divine arts were undeniably brimming with boundless potential. This alone was enough to fill him with joy. Of course, more importantly, he had finally resolved a pressing concern that had long weighed on his mind. The mountain deity deep within the great Qing mountain had threatened him since his arrival in this world, but now, that chapter had finally come to a close. Upon returning to Qing Mountain Hollow, his temple stronghold, Feng Zishan informed him of the intelligence regarding the Great Black Heaven stronghold. He had also brought along the third deputy, Xiang Tianchong. Hearing of the miraculous deeds of the Taiping Duke, Xiang Tianchong was immensely respectful, promptly approaching with incense to pay homage, hands clasped in reverence. Li Ping and Apo's nodded slightly. He had long understood that Huang Shaoying was inconsequential and not worth his concern. The true threat lay with the Great Black Heaven stronghold. However, he was astonished to learn of the righteousness exhibited by the stronghold and Apo's leader, the third deputy, and individuals like Lin Hanyu, all embodying noble virtues and altruism, which led Li Ping and Apo's to reevaluate his perspective. Yet, another grand thought emerged in Li Ping and Apo's mind. If he could recruit the entire Great Black Heaven stronghold, it might become the true starting point for his ambitions to dominate the realm and quell the chaos. In this Qing Mountain region, and even across the entire Qingyang County, while his followers were indeed increasing, the vast majority were the elderly, weak, and women, with few capable of genuine combat. Conversely, the Great Black Heaven stronghold consisted of robust warriors, seasoned in battle, and, more notably, each possessed the will to resist the turmoil of the world, robbing the rich to aid the poor, accumulating immeasurable merit. This exemplified the very image of the righteous army he had envisioned. Of course, that was a matter for another time. It would not be so simple to bring them under his banner. As Li Ping and Apo's contemplated this, his true form began to manifest, radiating golden brilliance that illuminated the heavens. The third deputy of the Great Black Heaven stronghold, Xiang Tianchong, was left utterly astonished and hastily fell to his knees. I pay my respects to the Taiping Duke, Li Ping and Apo's, and declared, the assistance of the Great Black Heaven stronghold has not gone unnoticed. I, in my grand aspiration, seek to bring peace to this realm, ensuring that good is rewarded and evil punished. Therefore, those who have shown kindness to me shall not go unrewarded. With a gentle wave of his hand, streams of divine power transformed into golden light, infusing the bodies of all who had come from the Great Black Heaven stronghold. From the third deputy, Xiang Tianchong, to Lin Hanyu and their comrades, each felt an immediate surge of strength, their cultivation advancing in an instant. Notably, Xiang Tianchong shattered the long-standing bottleneck that had plagued him, directly breaking through to the 6th grade master realm. In an instant, Xiang Tianchong was overwhelmed with joy, trembling with excitement as he reverently bowed. Thank you, Taiping Duke, to have broken through the 6th grade master realm. This was a bottleneck that had haunted him for many years. Lin Hanyu and the others also experienced significant improvements, bowing in gratitude, expressing their sincerest thanks. Li Ping and Apo's instructed, third deputy, upon your return to the Great Black Heaven stronghold, convey my intentions. Xiang Tianchong promptly assured, rest assured, Taiping Duke, I shall certainly relay your message to the leader and the other brothers, spreading the word of your miraculous deeds and kindness, never daring to forget. Li Ping and Apo's nodded. Choosing not to speak further, Xiang Tianchong, filled with emotion, clasped his fists towards everyone. Esteemed comrades, I must take my leave for now, but we shall surely reunite in the future. In the name of the Taiping Duke, Feng Zishan, village chief Li Sifeng, Li Xiuxiu, and others smiled and returned the gesture. In the name of the Taiping Duke, Thus, Xiang Tianchong led Lin Hanyu and others down the mountain, heading back to the great Black Heaven stronghold. Yet Li Ping and opposed, and knew that he had ignited a spark. One day, perhaps in the near future, it would surely ignite into a blazing inferno. On another front, Li Ping and opposed, and brought the mountain deity back to his temple. Bai Xiaoqi recounted the battle with the mountain deity to the others. Upon hearing this, everyone was astonished, left speechless by the terrifying divine power of the Taiping Duke. The once feared mountain deity now stood humbly, becoming a part of the Taiping Duke and Apos, as following. He trembled in trepidation, not daring to display even a hint of arrogance. As the crowd learned that this mountain deity was indeed the deity of the Great Qing Mountain, they were filled with astonishment. Previously, they had believed him to be a malevolent spirit, occupying the mountain temple and wreaking havoc, but the truth was far more complex. Leaving everyone in a state of reflection, village chief Li Sifang sighed deeply. The elders of the village had often recounted tales of the Great Qing Mountain's deity, who was once truly effective. Prayers were answered, providing protection to the entire region, ensuring good harvests and the prosperity of its people. Alas, with the onset of chaos, the mountain deity had gradually been forgotten, and who would have thought? Who would have thought? The crowd was enveloped in sentiment. The mountain deity expressed his remorse. It was I who forgot my original intentions, falling into darkness. I am filled with shame. The feelings the crowd harbored towards him were deeply complex. On one hand, they recognized his past merits and felt sorrow for his current state. On the other, he had indeed committed numerous transgressions. Fortunately, in the end, he had not brought significant harm to the village. With only the traitorous Black Wolf demon leading some creatures to invade, all of which had been repelled under the Taiping Duke's protection, the mountain deity earnestly addressed the crowd. Since I have now returned to the fold of the Taiping Duke, I shall certainly rectify my ways and atone for my sins, ensuring that I will never again commit even the slightest misdeed. I invite all of you to witness. Should I transgress, may heaven and man alike condemn me. The crowd nodded in agreement. Chapter 72, Promotion to the 7th Rank City God Position. Collective Elevation. Surge of Power. At this moment, a sudden realization struck Li Ping. Ding. Congratulations to the host for elevating cultivation to 100,000 points, successfully breaking through to the 7th rank divine position. Li Ping exhaled deeply. He had finally achieved a breakthrough. Attaining 100,000 cultivation points was indeed no easy feat. This included not only his personal cultivation, but also the merits gained from slaying demons and performing good deeds. More importantly, it encompassed the rewards received from completing system tasks. At this moment, everything had come to fruition, and the merits were complete. In an instant, the entire temple erupted in a magnificent golden light. A violent yet sacred energy burst forth, and the statue radiated a dazzling brilliance. Everyone was awestruck, overwhelmed by an unimaginable aura of authority, left speechless and captivated. Feng Zishan and Bai Xiaoqi exchanged glances, instantly understanding the gravity of the situation, and promptly knelt down. Congratulations, Lord Taiping, on your divine elevation. The crowd soon followed suit. Filled with joy, and one by one, they prostrated themselves on the ground. Congratulations, Lord Taiping. Your merits are boundless, your divine rank elevated. And you shall continue to protect the people, ushering in an era of peace. The mountain god also knelt. Recognizing that although Lord Taiping had merely ascended to the 7th rank, he was now far more formidable than he had been in his prime as a 6th rank mountain god. Is this the true might of the only righteous deity in the world today? At this moment, he was utterly convinced and filled with reverence. With each breath, Li Ping felt as if he were one with the universe, embodying the Tao, seamlessly integrating with the natural order, truly reaching a state of communion between divine and heavenly principles. This was only fitting. In the era of flourishing deities, the 7th rank divine position represented the true beginning of a connection with the heavenly path. The 7th rank county god was the legitimate great deity. Those below the 7th rank could only be considered local spirits, akin to the gentry governing their own territories in a realm where imperial authority did not extend. At this moment, Li Ping genuinely grasped the essence of vast divine powers and boundless magical abilities, not only in the temple of Qingshan Ao, but simultaneously. The mountain god temple deep within the Qingshan, Lu Family Village, Li Family Village, the 3 villages along the Baishui River, Peishui Town, Baisher Town, and even the loyal citizens and soldiers of Qingyang County who worshipped Li Ping, all sensed the profound impact of Lord Taiping's elevation. All devotees prostrated themselves in fervent worship. This overwhelming power reverberated throughout Taqingshan, Qingyang County, and the surrounding 1,000-mile radius, soaring into the sky and persisting endlessly. Li Pingyan smiled gently, a satisfied expression gracing his features. He had finally broken through to the 7th-rank divine position. Without hesitation, he retrieved the fragmented decree of the 7th-rank heavenly path from the Qingyang County God Temple, expending several thousand incense points to restore it, transforming it into a genuine heavenly decree, thus earning the recognition of the heavenly path. If he had purchased it directly, it would have cost tens of thousands or even over 100,000 incense points. Now, he had saved all those resources. In an instant, Li Pingyan received the acknowledgement of the heavenly decree, officially becoming a true righteous deity of heaven and earth. He also restored the heavenly decree of the 6th-rank mountain god, integrating it within himself. Though he could not fully digest its power, he gained a portion of its authority. Everyone immediately sensed the surge in Lord Taiping's divine power. His aura of divine might escalating dramatically. Naturally, they all fell to the ground in even greater reverence. After completing this, Li Pingyan nodded and proclaimed, "I have ascended to the position of 7th-rank righteous deity. You shall also experience elevation." Feng Zishan, present. "I hereby appoint you as the 7th-rank ghost judge." Feng Zishan was overjoyed. "Thank you, Lord Taiping." By Xiaoqi, present. "I appoint you as the 7th-rank demon slayer judge." "Thank you, Lord Taiping." Mountain God, as you now tread the path of darkness, you shall be given a new name. Henceforth, you shall be known as Qingshan Demon. "I appoint you as the 7th-rank demon suppression judge." The mountain god, now reborn as Qingshan Demon, humbly knelt and expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, Lord Taiping." Although he had once been a 6th-rank mountain god, he was now a 6th-rank demonic entity. Nonetheless, this status paled in comparison to the divine rank conferred by Lord Taiping. The former 6th-rank mountain god's authority had crumbled, akin to a fallen official in a ruined dynasty, utterly meaningless, not to mention being a despised demon. However, Lord Taiping was the true righteous deity recognized by the new heavenly path. The divine rank he conferred was genuinely significant. What did this equate to? It signified the mountain god's rebirth, returning to righteousness. He felt no resentment about his rank being lower than before. Rather, he was filled with joy and immense gratitude. At this moment, the old Huai tree spirit, alongside the land deities of Baisher Town and Heishui Town, had long since gathered, awaiting Lord Taiping's decree. "I bestow upon you a name, taking the great surname He of the Two Towns and the name Huai. From now on, you shall be known as Hisan Huai. And I appoint you as the 7th-rank monster exterminator judge, while you continue to serve as the 8th-rank land deity of Baisher Town and Heishui Town. Hisan Huai." The old Huai tree spirit was overwhelmed with gratitude, prostrating himself. "Thank you, Lord Taiping, for your great kindness." In addition, Li Ping and Amp, Oppos, and also rewarded his 4 followers. "Li Xiuxiu, I grant you the 8th-rank magical artifact, the Tiangang ruler, and bestow upon you divine power to help you rise to the 7th-rank great mage." As Li Pingyan infused divine power, Li Xiuxiu, already on the brink, instantly made a significant leap, breaking through to the 8th-rank great mage level. Moreover, she received an 8th-rank magical artifact, the Tiangang ruler. She joyfully exclaimed, "Thank you, Lord Taiping, Lin Xiufeng, Lu Da Li Dahai. I grant each of you a breakthrough in your realms." With a touch of divine energy, all 3 ascended to the 7th-rank great warrior level. Li Ping and Amp, Oppos, and also bestowed upon them each an 8th-rank magical artifact. Lin Xiufeng received the Thunderclap Finger Tiger. Lu Da received a lethal blade. Li Dahai received a full set of crescent bows and meteor arrows. Furthermore, all the faithful in Qingshan Township, Baisher Town, and Heishui Town, especially the devout, sensed an elevation in their powers, all thanks to Lord Taiping and Amp, Oppos' divine energy. As for the newly acquired factions of Taqingshan, Li Ping and Amp, Oppos, and did not immediately reward them. After all, rescuing them from their previous plight was a significant act of grace, especially since they had once committed wrongdoings and required observation. Nevertheless, they were immensely grateful. The divine position of the mountain god of Taqingshan was now personally assumed by Li Pingyan. After completing the appointments, everyone expressed their utmost respect and gratitude. Li Pingyan, in silence, reflected on his current attributes. Chapter 73, The True Sovereign of One Side. The beginning of the struggle for supremacy. Current attributes. Name, Li Ping and Amp, Oppos, and title, Duke of Peace divine position, County City God. Cultivation, 7th rank, True God, 102,355,500,000. Concurrently serving as 6th rank mountain god of Great Qing Mountain, pseudo, territory, a radius of 500 miles around Qingshan Ao. A radius of 1,000 miles around Great Qing Mountain. Divine power, 511-5000. Incense value, 15486. Divine techniques, night walk. Qi observation, golden light. Dream entry, day walk. Divine descent, wind calling. Rain summoning, thunder control. Divine protection, collective heart. Divine arts, true sutra of divine control, supreme mastery. Sutra of peace, supreme mastery. Number of followers, 7,547. Devout followers, 4535, among them. Human followers, 3521. Devout followers, 3114. Other demonic followers, 4026. Devout followers, 1421. Number of subordinates, 8 subordinate divine officials. 7th rank judge, 44. Ghost judge Feng Zishan. 7th rank ghost realm. Demon judge by Xiaoqi. 7th rank demon spirit realm. Demon suppression judge Qing Shan Mo. 6th rank Yaksha King realm. Monster exorcism judge He San Huai. 7th rank spirit monster realm. Subordinates, Li Xiuxiu. 7th rank grand mage realm. Li Dahai. 7th rank grand martial artist realm. Lu Da. 7th rank grand martial artist realm. Lin Xiufeng. 7th rank grand martial artist realm. Magical artifacts. Decree of the mountain god of Great Qing Mountain. 6th rank. Incomplete version. Netherworld Tower. 7th rank. Yin-Yang Sword. 7th rank. County City God Seal. 7th rank. Flame-slaying Demon Sword. 7th rank. Bestowed to Demon Judge by Xiaoqi. Crimson Flame Demon Whip. 8th rank. Bestowed to Demon Judge by Xiaoqi. Evil Repelling Sword. 8th rank. Bestowed to Ghost Judge Feng Zishan. Peachwood Sword. 9th rank. Bestowed to Land Judge Old Huai Tree Spirit. Heavenly Gang Measuring Ruler. 8th rank. Bestowed to subordinate Li Xiuxiu. Wind Thunder Tiger Claw. 8th rank. Bestowed to subordinate Lin Xiufeng. Killing Blade. 8th rank. Bestowed to subordinate Luda. Full Moon Bow. Meteor Arrows. 8th rank. Bestowed to subordinate Li Dahai. Reward and Punishment Flag. Special Magical Artifact. No rank. Temporarily borrowed from Village Chief Li Sifong. Current tasks. None task rewards. None task progress. None. Li Ping and Amp. Oppose. And could not help but nod with satisfaction. His current divine position is that of a 7th rank county city god, recognized by the heavenly Tao, while also concurrently holding the 6th rank mountain god position of Great Qing Mountain, albeit assuming it forcefully without the Tao and Amp, Oppose, as acknowledgement. To genuinely ascend to the 6th rank, he requires a staggering 500,000 cultivation points. He has just surpassed 100,000, leaving him with an arduous journey of 400,000 points ahead. The jurisdiction has expanded from a radius of 300 miles around Qingshan Ao to 500 miles, alongside the encompassing area of 1,000 miles around Great Qing Mountain. The upper limit of his divine power has increased from 300 to 500 points. Additionally, he has acquired 2 new divine techniques, divine protection and collective heart. The number of followers has surged dramatically from less than 3,000 to over 7,000. Naturally, the majority of this increase consists of demonic and monstrous followers, primarily those subdued from the Qingshan Mo, who have returned to Shi and Amp, Oppose, and, while their numbers are impressive, the count of devout followers pales in comparison to that of humanity. Nevertheless, all can be gradually brought under control. The number of subordinates has risen to 8. The most powerful among them is Qingshan Mo, at the 6th rank of the demonic path, followed by Feng Zishan, by Xiaoqi, and He San Huai, all at the 7th rank. Their divine positions have also ascended from 8th rank officials to 7th rank judges. In the flourishing realm of deities, the position of judge is a powerful existence, assisting the county city god in adjudicating good and evil, discerning cause and effect, and governing the region. Moreover, the 4 subordinates, including Li Xiuxiu, have also advanced to the 7th rank Grand Mage level, while Lu Da, Li Dahai, and Lin Xiufeng have attained the 7th rank Grand Martial Artist level. Beyond these, there exists a formidable force deep within Great Qing Mountain. The Demon Clan includes 12 powerful spirits at the Demon Spirit Realm, 33 formidable demons at the 8th rank, and over 100 lesser demons at the 9th rank. The Demon Clan comprises 3 7th rank demon spirits, over 20 great demons, and 50 to 60 lesser demons. The spirit monsters consist of 5 at the 7th rank, over 10 at the 8th rank, and 70 to 80 at the 9th rank. Li Ping and Appos, and has distributed them according to their respective races. Demon Judge by Xiaoqi commands the Demon Clan, leading the largest faction of demons. Demon Suppression Judge Qing Shan Mo oversees the demon forces. Monster Exorcism Judge He Sanhuai governs the Spirit Monster Clan. As for Ghost Judge Feng Zishan, while he appears to lack new forces, he is, in fact, the one with the most substantial power. The Duke of Peace's Netherworld Tower can be temporarily entrusted to him, and he commands the most formidable 6th-rank Ghost General, Hua Tianlang, along with countless 7th-rank vengeful ghosts, 8th-rank malevolent spirits, and 9th-rank souls. Li Ping's current power can be deemed as that of an absolute sovereign. This force stands united as one, powerful enough to rival an entire human army. In this chaotic era, it is more than sufficient to dominate the realm and vie for supremacy. The only deficiency lies in the strength of the human faction. The 4 subordinates, combined with the residents of Qingshan Ao, Lu Family Village, Li Family Village, by Shui River, He Shui Town, by Shi Town, and the scattered followers in Qingyang County, amount to merely over 3,000. Among them, those capable of forming a structured combat force barely number 2 to 300. Compared to the forces of demons and monsters, this is indeed a vast disparity. Thus, the next step would be to subdue He Tianjai, which would significantly enhance the human faction's strength, allowing Li Ping to fully mobilize all his forces and embark on his grand ambition to conquer the world, eradicate chaos, and unify the 8 desolations. Of course, this is no simple task. Having just ascended, Li Ping and Appos, and intends to take some time to recuperate, ensuring that all factions stabilize before furthering his own cultivation, particularly in suppressing the demons and monsters deep within Great Qing Mountain. Fortunately, having brought these beings under his command, it is not an insurmountable challenge for the 4 judges to govern and tame them, as the Duke of Peace governs his territory of 1,500 miles, flourishing and advancing rapidly. On the other side, the 3rd chief of He Tianjai, Xiang Tianchong, along with Lin Hanyu and others, returned to He Tianjai. Their recent venture to Qingshan Township, originally a mere coincidence, had unexpectedly allowed Xiang Tianchong to break through to the master martial artist realm, a delightful surprise. Reflecting on the grace and divine power of the Duke of Peace, he felt an indescribable shock within. Brother Hanyu, would you accompany me to meet the leader of the Zhai? Lin Hanyu promptly replied, yes, 3rd chief. He hesitated. Did the 3rd chief summon me to discuss the Duke of Peace? If it were merely Huang Xiaoying, the matter would have passed, and there would be no need for him to report anything. The 3rd chief and Appos' word would suffice. Xiang Tianchong smiled. Indeed. He sighed. Though the Duke of Peace is a deity, he is fair and righteous, possessing unparalleled benevolence and righteousness, akin to the greatest hero of the mortal realm. How could such a figure not command immense respect? Brother, I mean, the leader of the Zhai, is equally grand and bold. If he were to learn of the existence of the Duke of Peace, he would undoubtedly hold him in the highest regard. Additionally, there is another reason. Lin Hanyu inquired curiously, oh, what is it? He cast a glance towards the sky and said, Brother Hanyu, you have been by my side for quite some time now, and you may be considered a confidant. It is no trouble to confide in you. I have long conveyed to our elder brother that while his gallantry and sense of brotherhood are commendable, they alone are insufficient to sustain an entire stronghold, let alone to cultivate its growth amidst the chaos of this tumultuous era. To truly ensure a boundless future for our stronghold, we require not only strength, but, more importantly, a guiding principle. Chapter 74. The Master of the Great Black Heaven Stronghold, Hong Tiando, Lin Hanyu and Appos. As expression shifted, are you implying what I think you are? Xiang Tianchong sighed. Throughout history, heroes emerge in times of turmoil, yet how many of them ultimately prevail? A mere glance at history reveals that most bandit factions and righteous armies ultimately meet with defeat. Can you fathom why? Lin Hanyu scratched his head, chuckling foolishly. 3rd Master, I am but a simpleton, unlike you who possess both martial prowess and scholarly wisdom. How could I comprehend such profound truths? Is it not merely a matter of lacking strength? Xiang Tianchong shook his head. While insufficient strength is indeed a factor, often, during the waning days of a dynasty, insurrections may amass millions, even surpassing the imperial court in power, yet the successful few remain a rarity. They lack a guiding principle. The so-called principle is not overly complex. At times, it is merely a directive, a program, or a collective spirit. Such disjointed forces, though numerous, remain akin to scattered sand. A chaotic throng incapable of uniting as one. Take our great Black Heaven stronghold, for instance. Our leader is a man of great benevolence, always ready to aid those in peril. This has indeed fostered rapid growth, yet it has also resulted in a lack of cohesion, with various factions vying for power, ultimately hindering our expansion. Consider Huang Xiaoying. He should never have been taken in. His connections and substantial donations rendered our leader reluctant to refuse. Yet he has since gathered a faction that now threatens innocent villagers. This is not the outcome we desire, and our leader harbors regret. Lin Hanyu nodded. Our leader's generosity is commendable, yet his overly compassionate nature leads him to see the best in others, inviting exploitation. You speak wisely. But this is also a testament to my elder brother's strength. There are pros and cons, as with all things. However, while the stronghold appears stable, it is fraught with peril. The conflict between the Marquis of Wuwei and the Marquis of Chongping has temporarily ceased, yet hostilities may reignite at any moment. Both parties have issued ultimatums, demanding our allegiance, lest they send troops to eradicate us. While they have not yet resorted to force, it could happen at any time. What should we do then? Lin Hanyu pondered. In that case, we shall fight to the bitter end. Xiang Tianchong grimaced. You speak with such ease. Yet this concerns the lives of thousands of brothers. Acting rashly would mean sacrificing lives in vain. What do you propose, Third Master? Should we truly ally with the Marquis of Chongping or the Marquis of Wuwei? Neither of them are virtuous. Yet, without an alliance, our stronghold cannot withstand the onslaught of these regular armies. You finally comprehend, Xiang Tianchong replied. Lin Hanyu scratched his head again. I understand the crisis facing our stronghold, but what does this have to do with Taiping Gong? And about that principle you mentioned? Do you wish to remain a mountain bandit for life? Lin Hanyu considered this, then chuckled. There's nothing inherently wrong with that. Xiang Tianchong sighed, shaking his head. I know many brothers share your sentiment, but it is not feasible. In times of chaos, how could one expect to maintain such a lifestyle? Once these armies set their sights on you, you have but two choices: surrender or face annihilation, an inescapable reality. To survive, aside from surrendering, there is but one path. To become the leader. Lin Hanyu and Appos, heart jolted. Are you suggesting we should rebel? That one day our leader might ascend to the throne. What a marvelous thought. Indeed, that would be splendid, but the problem lies in our current meager strength. Longping and Wu Wei could easily extinguish us as one would squash an ant. To grow and thrive, a shared program is essential. Yet lofty ideals cannot unify the common folk who have become bandits. However, a divine figure could. Why have so many historical uprisings often adopted a religious guise? Because the common people are more inclined to believe and understand that following a divine figure leads to a better life. If you speak of carrying out heavenly justice or the grand trends of the world, they simply cannot grasp it. Lin Hanyu contemplated this insight. I see now. Third Master suggests that to survive, we must grow, and to grow, we need a clear focal point to unite the masses, to forge a collective spirit, and the simplest, most direct embodiment of this is a deity. Xiang Tianchong appeared somewhat surprised, smiling slightly. You are quite astute. You grasp it swiftly. Many uprisings have invoked divine names, and we have witnessed firsthand the profound benevolence of Taiping Gong. If we can instill this understanding in the brothers of the stronghold, they will naturally come to venerate Taiping Gong, creating a united front. Moreover, the followers of Taiping Gong will only continue to multiply, becoming our brothers. Lin Hanyu envisioned a future where the flames of rebellion consumed the chaos, uniting countless villagers, brothers, and sisters under the banner of Taiping Gong, fighting together. And he could not help but feel a surge of passion. Well said. In that case, let us promptly inform our leader. Xiang Tianchong laughed. It is not so simple. Neither my elder brother nor the other brothers will easily embrace Taiping Gong. What we must do is leave them a glimmer of hope, a realization that in their darkest hour, Taiping Gong remains a refuge. Guidance is always far more effective than coercion. Lin Hanyu listened, half comprehending. All right, I shall follow your lead. Third Master, as long as it benefits the stronghold and Taiping Gong, I shall spare no effort. Xiang Tianchong patted his shoulder with a smile. Good brother. Xiang Tianchong, though not the strongest in martial prowess among the leaders, stood out as a rare figure adept in both martial and scholarly arts. Thus he deeply contemplated these matters. His dialogue with Lin Hanyu articulated his concerns for the present and future of the stronghold, serving as a guiding star. Having concluded their conversation, Xiang Tianchong and Lin Hanyu finally entered the heart of the stronghold. Nestled deep within the Great Black Mountain, the stronghold is situated against the mountain. Surrounded on three sides by water, with the main hall at its center where the leader and other heads convene. As they entered, Xiang Tianchong faced the other leaders and the leader himself, cupping his hands in greeting. Brothers, elder brother, we have returned. The leader of the Great Black Heaven stronghold appeared remarkably youthful, seemingly not much older than 27 or 28, ruggedly handsome, with long, unkempt hair and a robust physique. His eyes sparkled with sharp brilliance, instilling awe in all the brothers of the stronghold. This is none other than the leader of the Great Black Heaven stronghold, the paramount figure among the 3,000 brothers, Hong Tiando. Chapter 75, The Realm of a Fifth-Rank Martial Grandmaster. The predicament of the Great Black Heaven stronghold. Hong Tiando was reveling with his fellow leaders, indulging in hearty feasting and drinking, when he caught sight of Xiang Tianchong returning. He burst into boisterous laughter, casually tossing his wine bowl onto the table. Third brother has returned. How did the task go? Although he held the title of chief, Xiang Tianchong still addressed him as big brother, while reciprocating the endearment of third brother due to their minor age difference. Xiang Tianchong let out a sigh. He had previously advised Hong Tiando against his stubbornness, yet Hong Tiando remained resolute in his ways. With a wry smile, he replied, Chief, the matter has been resolved. Huang Xiaoying has met his demise in Qingshan Ao. Moreover, I did not lay a hand on him. He fell at the hands of the villagers there. Oh. Hong Tiando and the other leaders exchanged incredulous glances, astonished. How could the impoverished inhabitants of a remote village like Qingshan Ao possibly have overpowered Huang Xiaoying? What was the true story? Thus, Xiang Tianchong recounted the events, embellishing the tale with vivid details of the benevolent deeds of Taiping Gong. He naturally included his own breakthrough into the realm of a sixth-rank master. Upon hearing this, Hong Tiando and the other leaders were left speechless. Such extraordinary occurrences truly existed in this world. Divine beings manifesting in such a manner, protecting the villagers, imparting wisdom, and teaching literacy and martial skills. What boundless merit that was. Hong Tiando then slapped his thigh in excitement. Indeed, Taiping Gong embodies great righteousness and unparalleled virtue. If only he were immortal, I would surely seek his companionship. Laughter erupted among the group. Chief, do you believe we could forge bonds with a divine being like him? Hong Tiando chuckled heartily. I would relish such fortune. But alas, what if he deems us unworthy? More laughter ensued. Xiang Tianchong chimed in, not entirely. Although Taiping Gong is indeed a deity, he is unlike any other. He too emerged from humble beginnings. Originally a waning local deity of Qingshan Ao, and has now risen against all odds to become increasingly formidable. In essence, his path is not much different from ours. Hong Tiando pondered for a moment. That is indeed a valid point. Alas, it is a pity we have yet to meet him. It would be a tremendous blessing. At that moment, Wu Tianyi, the second in command of the Great Black Heaven stronghold, remarked, if only Taiping Gong were present in every corner. Why would we need to dwell in the Great Black Mountain? The impoverished would have sustenance, and the world would flourish in peace. Hong Tiando thumped his thigh, exclaiming, Indeed. Second brother, ultimately, it is our lack of divine protection that has led us to congregate here. Everyone fell into contemplative silence. Xiang Tianchong smiled softly. For this was the effect he desired, not immediate acceptance of Taiping Gong, but merely planting a seed of thought within them, igniting a spark. Curiously observing the merry gathering, Xiang Tianchong inquired, Chief, brothers, from whence comes this bounty of wine and meat? Hong Tiando laughed heartily. This is no ordinary feast. It was personally sent by the Duke of Wuwei. Laughter erupted once more, but Xiang Tianchong and Appo's expression shifted slightly. Oh, the Duke of Wuwei has sent another envoy? Hong Tiando, understanding his concerns, downed a bowl of wine and slammed the cup onto the table. Third brother, I am well aware of your worries. This stronghold is neither large nor small. Raiding supplies from the county has never been a significant feat, however. When compared to the Duke of Wuwei and the Marquis of Chongping, we are but ants against an elephant, utterly insignificant. Our choices, however, are limited. The group fell silent at his words. Wu Tianyi sighed, the issue lies in our size. If our stronghold were any smaller, the Marquis and Duke would overlook us entirely. If we were larger, we could raise an army to contend for power. Xiang Tianchong nodded in agreement. What are your thoughts, big brother? Hong Tiando shook his head, uncertain. None of us desire to surrender. The Marquis of Chongping and the Duke of Wuwei are merely two sides of the same coin, equally corrupt. Yet to oppose them head-on would be akin to striking a stone with an egg, leading to our own destruction. The Great Black Heaven stronghold boasted 13 leaders, with the most pivotal being the first three. It was a fortuitous coincidence that each of their names contained the character 4 and amp, Apos, heaven and amp, Apos, Hong Tiando, Wu Tianyi, and Xiang Tianchong. Thus, when they gathered at the Great Black Mountain to rally their brothers, Xiang Tiancheng proposed naming the stronghold Great Black Heaven Stronghold. Originally, Hong Tiando had intended to call it Great Black Mountain Stronghold. Henceforth, all newly appointed leaders would bear a name containing heaven. Among them, Hong Tiando was the most skilled, having already ascended to the realm of a 5th-rank grandmaster at a young age, possessing unparalleled talent. Such individuals were considered formidable generals even within the ranks of the Duke of Wuwei and the Marquis of Chongping. In times of peace, he would have been a general safeguarding a territory. The significance of the Great Black Heaven stronghold to the Duke of Wuwei and the Marquis of Chongping was not only due to its substantial size and the 3,000 brothers it commanded, but primarily because of Hong Tiando and Amp, Apos' status as a grandmaster. Wu Tianyi, the second in command, stood at the pinnacle of the 6th-rank master realm and was the eldest among the leaders, his experience and steadiness making him the backbone of the stronghold. Xiang Tianchong, who had just entered the master realm, owed his advancement to the divine power of Taiping Gong. However, he was exceptionally talented in both intellect and martial prowess, serving as a pivotal strategist within the stronghold. At this moment, Hong Tiando, Wu Tianyi, and the other leaders turned their attention to Xiang Tianchong. "Third brother, what do you think we should do?" Hong Tiando gazed at him earnestly. Xiang Tianchong had already made up his mind, but feigned deep contemplation before finally sighing. "This matter is indeed complex. A misstep could lead to the ruin of our entire stronghold. I have an idea, but I wonder how the chief and the rest feel about it." Hong Tiando eagerly responded, "Oh, what does third brother propose?" Chapter 76. Forming an alliance with the Grand Peace Lord. Hong Tiando's determination. Xiang Tianchong unfurled a rudimentary map he had sketched and affixed it to the central wall of the main hall, ensuring all the heads of the factions could see it. "Brothers," he began, "this is a topographical representation of the regions of Manzhou and Huangzhou. Manzhou serves as the stronghold of the Marquis of Wuwei, while Huangzhou is the dominion of the Marquis of Chongping. Our territory, the entirety of Qingming Prefecture, although classified under Huangzhou, lies precisely at the confluence of Manzhou and Huangzhou. This geographical position has plunged us into chaos, with both factions embroiled in relentless conflict. In terms of military might, it is evident that the Marquis of Wuwei holds the upper hand, which allows him to maintain an offensive stance, whereas the Marquis of Chongping is predominantly defensive. Although both factions have temporarily ceased hostilities, the previous brutal confrontation saw the forces of the Marquis of Wuwei penetrate deeply into Qingming Prefecture, nearly seizing the entire state. While the Marquis of Chongping gradually regained control, the devastation left in Qingming Prefecture is profound, with the populace suffering immensely. To illustrate, the Daqingshan and Dahishan mountain ranges extend gracefully across the landscape. Daqingshan, more expansive, stretches for miles and encompasses the counties of Qingyang, Baiyang, and Qiang. Conversely, Dahishan, though vast, is characterized by an open circular expanse, with Qingyang County to the northwest, Linquan County to the south, and Qingming Prefecture 1,000 miles to the east. In essence, the vicinity of Daqingshan offers a more concealed and defensible position, while the area surrounding Dahishan, apart from the mountain itself, consists of fertile plains. Should a large army advance unimpeded, we would find ourselves utterly defenseless. The assembly nodded in agreement, and Hong Tiando exchanged a meaningful glance with the second-in-command, Wu Tianyi, both sighing deeply. "So, what is third brother suggesting?" Hong Tiando inquired. Xiang Tianchong continued, "Previously, the Marquis of Wuwei captured Qingyang City and perpetrated a massacre. However, he was subsequently struck down by divine retribution from the Grand Peace Lord. The general guarding the city, Hua Tianlang, was killed by a lightning bolt. Seizing the opportunity, the Marquis of Chongping reclaimed Qingyang City. This indicates that our surroundings remain firmly within the influence of the Marquis of Chongping. The Marquis of Wuwei seeks to draw us in as a pawn within the territory of the Marquis of Chongping, ensuring that the latter's rear remains unsettled. The Marquis of Chongping, fully aware of this, also desires to win our allegiance. Given that the Marquis of Chongping's power is inferior to that of the Marquis of Wuwei, and having endured previous battles, he is unlikely to mobilize forces in the immediate future. Thus, If he were to gain our allegiance, we would become part of his defensive line against the Marquis of Wu, leading to a predictable outcome. Hong Tiando nodded, furrowing his brow. If we submit to the Marquis of Wu, we shall become adversaries of the Marquis of Chongping, a thorn in his side that he will undoubtedly strive to eliminate. Conversely, if we yield to the Marquis of Chongping, we would merely serve as a shield against the Marquis of Wu, ultimately facing the same grim fate. Xiang Tianchong affirmed. The chief and Appo's analysis is astute. The other leaders exchanged glances, murmuring in confusion. Third brother, does this not leave us in a perilous predicament? Every path seems fraught with death. Xiang Tianchong proposed. Thus, my suggestion is to temporarily acquiesce to one side, feigning compliance, before making a final decision. Hong Tiando furrowed his brow. Which side do you believe we should placate first? The Marquis of Chongping, Xiang Tianchong responded. Oh, Xiang Tianchong elaborated. This region remains under the auspices of the Marquis of Chongping. By pretending to pledge allegiance to him, we can assuage his concerns, while the Marquis of Wu, seeking retribution, would face challenges due to the Taiping range and the existing ceasefire with the Marquis of Chongping, hindering any direct assault on our base. As for future engagements, should the Marquis of Chongping wish to deploy us against the Marquis of Wu, we can address that when the time comes. It is not an immediate concern. Hong Tiando and the others nodded in agreement. Third brother makes a valid point, yet this may not be a sustainable strategy, one remarked. Xiang Tianchong replied, thus, we shall engage in pretense, agreeing to align with him to safeguard our stronghold. My next thought is to unite with the forces of Taiping. The forces of Taiping? Are you referring to the cities of Qingyang, Baiyang, and Qiyang? Someone queried. Xiang Tianchong shook his head with a smile. Certainly not. Those cities fall under the dominion of the Marquis of Chongping. I am speaking of the Grand Peace Lord. A hush fell over the hall, followed by a flurry of discussion among the leaders. Hong Tiando exchanged a glance with Wu Qianni. The Grand Peace Lord? While he possesses immense power, we are but bandits. How could we possibly forge an alliance with a divine being? Xiang Tianchong countered. This is precisely what the chief meant by forging connections. The Grand Peace Lord is indeed extraordinary, yet he may share our aspirations. His grand vision is to bring peace to the world, ensuring that virtue is rewarded and vice punished. How noble! Moreover, our desires are not dissimilar, albeit on a grander scale. If we can ally with the Grand Peace Lord, what is there to fear in achieving great endeavors? Silence enveloped the hall as the leaders pondered deeply. Hong Tiando remained contemplative, lost in thought. Third brother, do you mean to suggest that we should have our brethren pledge allegiance to the Grand Peace Lord? Xiang Tianchong shook his head. Chief, that would be ideal. But it may not be feasible in the short term. Whether to follow the Grand Peace Lord is not for us to decide. It will depend on whether our brethren genuinely accept him. However, for now, we can seek cooperation. The expanse of Taiping, along with the surrounding areas of Qingshan Township, Haishi Town, and Baishui Stronghold, is teeming with followers of the Grand Peace Lord, who commands a considerable number of disciples and boasts formidable influence. Should we unite with him, our combined strength would certainly give the Marques's pause before attempting to strike at us. After a moment and Appo's reflection, Hong Tiando nodded. Third brother makes a compelling case. What do you all think? Wu Qianni, the second in command, chimed in. Third brother and Appo's words ring true. In the short term, an alliance with the Grand Peace Lord and Appo's forces could empower us against both the Marquis of Chongping and the Marquis of Wu. In the long run, if we can rally more support under the banner of the Grand Peace Lord, our Taiping stronghold may not be without the possibility of contending for supremacy. In times of chaos, righteous forces have always invoked divine names as a foundation, especially when the Grand Peace Lord embodies true benevolence. Xiang Tianchong expressed his satisfaction. Second brother indeed possesses foresight, aligning with third brother and Appo's sentiments perfectly. Hong Tiando declared, since both second brother and third brother advocate for this course, let it be resolved. I hold deep admiration for the Grand Peace Lord. I shall personally visit him alongside third brother. As for the Marquis of Chongping, I must ask second brother to placate him temporarily and feign acceptance of his overtures. Wu Qianni promptly responded, yes, chief. I shall take care of this matter. Hong Tiando nodded, confident in his brother and Appo's steadiness. As for myself, third brother, shall we go and meet the Grand Peace Lord? Indeed, chief. Chapter 77. The Assassination of the Marquis of Wu. The Resolution of Hong Tiandao. In the Temple of Taiping, Li Ping and Appo's and had been diligently consolidating his divine powers and position. He had now mastered all divine abilities and powers to their utmost limits, possessing a strength unparalleled in the world today. Additionally, he focused on reorganizing the forces under his command, particularly within the depths of the Great Qing Mountain. The various demons and spirits he had recently subdued constituted his most substantial, yet chaotic force. However, under the influence of the Taiping Duke and Apos, S authority, Li Ping and Apos, and managed to categorize them into 4 distinct groups: demons, spirits, ghosts, and monsters, each entrusted to the supervision of Bai Xiaoqi, the demon slayer, Qing Shan Mo, the spirit tamer, Feng Zishan, the ghost exorcist, and He San Huai, the monster eliminator. Gradually, they began to walk the righteous path. Li Ping and Apos' grand aspiration was to establish peace across the realm, ensuring that good and evil were justly rewarded. He upheld a fair and strict code for the demons and spirits, rewarding those who could repent and contribute positively to the region, regardless of their origins, while meting out severe punishment to those who engaged in wrongdoing. Under the Taiping Duke and Apos' influence, the 4 factions of demons and spirits became organized and transformed into a formidable force capable of contending for dominance in the world. In contrast, the human factions were notably weaker. While the 4 major followers each possessed unique strengths, the number of truly capable warriors among them was scant, as the majority were elderly. Women and children, those selected, represented only about 10% of the total. Li Ping and Apos, and recognized that to genuinely contend for supremacy over the realm, the might of these demons and spirits, albeit formidable, ultimately required the strength of humanity. After all, this world remained the dominion of humankind, both in terms of legitimacy and population. Although humans lacked the innate magical capabilities of demons and spirits, they had always been the protagonists of this realm, while the latter merely served as embellishments. In this context, Li Pingyan's primary objective was the Great Black Mountain stronghold. If he could bring it under his command, it would signify the establishment of his first significant force in the quest for supremacy, enabling him to actively engage in the larger conflicts of the realm. Such a feat was not beyond his capabilities. On the night of Huang Xiaoying's return for vengeance, he had already laid the groundwork. Both Lin Hanyu and Xiang Tianchong would disseminate the miracles and merits of the Taiping Duke throughout the Great Black Mountain stronghold, akin to planting a seed that would eventually take root in the hearts of the inhabitants, igniting a fervor across the entire region. On one particular day, as Li Pingyan was immersed in his training, he suddenly sensed a shift in energy. His domain now extended a full 1,500 miles, and even beyond its borders. He maintained a degree of perceptive power. As an 8th-grade wandering spirit, he could transcend his territorial limits, let alone as a 7th-grade city god. Was that the force from the Great Black Mountain stronghold? The nascent aura of a master, undoubtedly Xiang Tianchong, was accompanied by a powerful and imposing presence, akin to that of a 5th-grade grandmaster. This must be the leader of the Great Black Mountain stronghold, Hong Tiandao. At this moment, Hong Tiandao and his entourage had not yet set foot within the realm of the Taiping Duke. They were merely approaching, yet Li Ping and Apos, and could already sense their presence, a testament to the formidable divine power he possessed after ascending to the rank of 7th-grade city god. However, Li Ping and Apos, and suddenly detected another presence. This aura did not belong to the Great Black Mountain stronghold, and was entirely distinct from their martial energy. Rather, it emanated from a true military force. Li Pingyan had previously encountered this energy in a confrontation with Hua Tianlang, a subordinate general under the Marquis of Wuwei, and was well acquainted with it. The troops of the Marquis of Wuwei? A jolt of realization struck Li Pingyan as he pieced together the implications. Xiang Tianchong and Hong Tiandao's visit was undoubtedly aimed at forming an alliance, the optimal choice given the current situation of the Great Black Mountain stronghold. However, before proceeding, they would have to feign allegiance to either the Marquis of Chongping or the Marquis of Wuwei to stabilize their position temporarily. It appeared they had chosen to align with the Marquis of Chongping. Understandably so, as although the Marquis of Chongping was weaker than the Marquis of Wuwei, he was still an influential local figure, ensuring at least temporary safety. Yet, it seemed the troops of the Marquis of Wuwei were preparing to ambush the arriving Hong Tiandao. Clearly, they did not wish to facilitate an alliance between him and me. The swift discovery of this plot and the initiation of an assassination operation indicated, without a doubt, that there was a spy from the Marquis of Wuwei within the decision-making body of the Great Black Mountain stronghold. Li Pingyan, contemplating the situation, swiftly deduced the underlying reasons. With a cold smile, he vanished from his location, appearing instantaneously atop a nearby statue. With his followers spread across a radius of 1,000 miles, although there were few temples, the number of his statues had proliferated. Even amidst the remote villages near the Great Black Mountain, the statue of the Taiping Duke could be found, with the common folk burning incense and paying homage. By utilizing divine techniques, he could arrive in an instant. He then soared towards the direction of Hong Tiandao and his group. Within his domain, Li Ping and Apos' speed was unmatched. Even without invoking divine techniques, he swiftly closed the distance to Hong Tiandao's party. Simultaneously, the army dispatched by the Marquis of Wuwei had surrounded Hong Tiandao and his companions from all directions. Hong Tiandao was traveling towards Qingshan Ao with Xiang Tianchong and a dozen trusted brothers when he suddenly halted. "What's wrong, master?" one asked. "There are enemies nearby." Hong Tiandao replied gravely, "And their numbers are considerable." Xiang Tianchong, too, sensed something amiss. Since receiving the blessings of the Taiping Duke and entering the martial arts master realm, his perceptive abilities had greatly enhanced, though still far from that of the Grand Master. Hong Tiandao. A Grand Master possesses a unique intuition. Just before encountering a crisis, they can suddenly sense a warning, allowing them to evade danger, sometimes even inadvertently avoiding calamity. This level of perception is ineffable. Xiang Tianchong and Apos' heart trembled. "Master, could it be?" Before he could finish, countless soldiers surged forth from all directions, making no effort to conceal their identities. Clad in heavy black armor and wielding large black blades, they were unmistakably subordinates of the Marquis of Wuwei. Xiang Tianchong was taken aback. "It's the army of the Marquis of Wuwei. How is this possible? We just agreed to temporarily ally with the Marquis of Chomping and join forces with the Taiping Duke. And the troops of the Marquis of Wuwei have already laid an ambush to eliminate us?" Although Hong Tiandao appeared rough, he possessed an astute nature, often striking to the heart of matters with an astonishingly precise intuition. With a cold laugh, he declared, "Third brother, no need for further words. Among our brothers, there is certainly a spy from the Marquis of Wuwei." Tianchong and Apos' expression changed dramatically. "What? This is impossible." Despite his remarkable talents in both literature and martial arts, coupled with his strategic foresight, he harbored a fatal flaw, an excessive trust in his brothers, which left him blind to this possibility. Conversely, Hong Tiandao was indeed a formidable figure. In the blink of an eye, he had made the most astute judgment. "Humph. We will deal with the traitor later. First, we must break through this encirclement." With a roar, Hong Tiandao unleashed a tempestuous aura befitting a grandmaster of martial arts, surging forth like an unstoppable tide, overwhelming and magnificent, instilling fear and reverence in both his comrades and adversaries alike. His intent was singular: to kill. Chapter 78, The Savior in Desperation. The divine manifestation of the Great Peace Duke. Hong Tiandao's style was characterized by decisiveness and a relentless approach. Upon realizing the truth, he showed no mercy and hesitated not for a moment. With a swift motion, he unleashed the ferocious battle prowess of a grandmaster of martial arts and charged towards the army of Marquis Wuwei. Xiang Tianchong and the other brothers exchanged glances, and with a roar of fury, they followed Hong Tiandao into the fray. The assassins sent by Marquis Wuwei to eliminate Hong Tiandao were not any of his generals, but rather an assassination unit solely accountable to him. The Bloodkill Army, led by the formidable Qiu Qisha. His cultivation was also at the 5th rank of Grandmaster of Martial Arts. The soldiers under his command were experts in the art of killing, each strike aimed for the heart, ruthless and unparalleled, akin to a machine of slaughter. Yet, even Qiu Qisha was unprepared for Hong Tiandao's decisive assault, which exhibited no hesitation as he took the initiative to attack. This was a first for him. With a cold laugh, Qiu Qisha, though surprised, remained unflustered. He met Hong Tiandao's fierce martial will head-on, releasing his own will and aura in response. Boom! The ground trembled. If Hong Tiandao's martial intent was as swift as the wind and fierce as fire, Qiu Qisha's aura resembled a glinting dagger, a blood-red lightning bolt piercing through all. The two grandmasters of martial arts had yet to engage directly, yet their violent auras collided, intertwined, and erupted with tremendous force. The earth around them cracked instantly. Even their respective subordinates were blown away by this overwhelming pressure, retreating in fear, daring not to intervene. Even Xiang Tianchong was powerless to act. The distinction between a martial arts master and a grandmaster might seem trivial, but it represented an insurmountable chasm. If a martial arts master was akin to a roaring lion or tiger, their roar capable of shaking valleys and sweeping through forests, then a grand master was truly a colossal beast of the primordial wilderness. With every movement, they could shake the heavens and the earth. A single punch could fracture the ground and divert rivers, capable of sweeping away an entire army with unstoppable force. A martial arts master could face 100 foes alone. Yet, a grand master could indeed stand against 1,000. At such a level, although one could rely on an army to wear down the opponent, the cost of such a strategy had to be weighed carefully. For a 1,000-man unit, even Marquis Wu Wei and Marquis Chongping had to meticulously assess whether they could bear the costs. Though many armies boasted hundreds of thousands, or even millions, most of these were mere illusions. A truly elite force of 1,000 was exceedingly rare, especially in these chaotic times, where lives were as mere grass. 1,000 elite soldiers constituted a significant power. Thus, within the realm of martial cultivation and among armies, an unwritten rule persisted. Only a Grand Master could contend with another Grand Master. This meant that on the battlefield, 2 Grand Masters would engage in a true duel, while other soldiers could fight separately without interference. However, martial arts masters lacked such privilege. They too were mere mortals leading soldiers into battle. At this moment, the confrontation between the 2 Grand Masters was one-on-one, a fierce clash where no one else had the right to intervene. Qiu Qisha sneered, wielding a seemingly unremarkable short blade. Yet, under his ghostly movements and lightning speed, the blade appeared as if it were the scythe of death, capable of reaping lives at any moment. Hong Tiandao and Appo's approach was grand and sweeping, as if he were perpetually igniting his own spirit. Each had their strengths, making it difficult to determine a clear victor. But then, Hong Tiandao smiled slightly and suddenly withdrew, breaking free from the intense battle with Qiu Qisha and instead charging towards the soldiers of the Bloodkill army. What? Qiu Qisha was taken aback. Amidst their fierce combat, Hong Tiandao had the audacity to withdraw, maneuvering with such ease. In other words, his power was likely superior to his. What was the concept of a Grand Master facing someone of a lower realm? Instant annihilation. In an instant. Bang, bang, bang. Bang, bang, bang. Fists fell like meteors, crashing down upon the soldiers of the Bloodkill army before they could even react, swiftly eliminating 7 or 8 of them. These were the elite among the elite, the assassination talents painstakingly cultivated by Marquis Wu Wei and Qiu Qisha. In this manner, they perished at Hong Tiandao's hands. Qiu Qisha was infuriated. Hong Tiandao, you dare disregard the rules, using your status as a Grand Master to avoid a one-on-one duel and instead slaughter my soldiers. Hong Tiandao laughed heartily. Rules? Those are your army's rules. I am but a bandit. Why should I adhere to your ridiculous rules? Besides, you brought so many to ambush me, and you still have the face to speak of rules? His sudden assault, eliminating 7 or 8 soldiers, significantly alleviated the pressure on Xiang Tianchong and the others. Yet, Qiu Qisha quickly reacted, determined to return the favor, targeting Xiang Tianchong and his remaining comrades. Hong Tiandao could not allow this to happen. He charged forward once more, intercepting Qiu Qisha's advance. The two clashed fiercely once again. Although 7 or 8 soldiers had fallen, they still faced 2 or 3 dozen elite troops. Leaving Xiang Tianchong and his men with only 7 or 8, they were no match. Soon, the crew from Dakishan stronghold found themselves at a disadvantage. While Hong Tiandao was confident he would not lose to Qiu Qisha, escaping again proved increasingly difficult. At this moment, witnessing his brothers fall one by one to the Bloodkill army was more painful and despairing than death itself. Marquis Wu Wei, I shall not rest until you are vanquished. Qiu Qisha sneered repeatedly. Had I known this day would come, why did I not act differently from the start? Hong Tiandao, from the moment you made your choice, you should have anticipated this outcome. Hong Tiandao roared with fury. Even if I die, I shall take you all with me. I will avenge my fallen brothers. Xiang Tianchong, though fighting desperately, faced a formidable opponent, a vice-commander of the Bloodkill army, whose prowess was no less than his own. As he found himself in a dire situation, watching his brothers fall one after another, he too was consumed by grief and outrage. In this moment of utter despair, a sudden blaze of golden light illuminated the heavens. The brilliance illuminated the world, casting its radiance upon all. Xiang Tianchong stood stunned, then was overwhelmed with joy. That glow, it was the divine manifestation of the great Peace Duke. Chapter 79. From this moment on, Hong Tiandao will heed only the command of Taiping Gong. Between heaven and earth, a golden light radiated magnificently. Suddenly, it was as if thunder had erupted from a serene landscape. leaving both the Bloodkill army under the command of Marquis Wu and the group from the Great Black Heaven stronghold completely stunned, their expressions frozen in disbelief. Hong Tiando was equally astonished. That is. Xiang Tianchong had already witnessed the miracles of Taiping Gong and instantly recognized it, filled with immense joy. It is indeed Taiping Gong manifesting his divine presence. Beside him, Lin Hanyu, despite being gravely injured, could not contain his exhilaration and burst into laughter. Taiping Gong. He has come to save us. However, Qiu Qisha's countenance changed dramatically. Taiping Gong. The so-called deity who allegedly killed Hua Tianlang. He truly. Li Ping and Appos, an S voice emerged coldly from within the resplendent golden light. What brings you, the followers of Marquis Wu here? Although Hong Tiando was shocked, witnessing the divine manifestation of Taiping Gong was an immense delight. Especially since Taiping Gong had previously shown favor to the Great Black Heaven stronghold and held enmity against the forces of Marquis Wu. Even if he did not seek an alliance, he would undoubtedly lean towards Hong Tiando and Appos' side. He laughed heartily, proclaiming, I pay my respects to Taiping Gong. I am Hong Tiando, the leader of the Great Black Heaven stronghold. I have long heard of your miraculous deeds from my brother San and Lin Hanyu. How you have brought blessings to the land and achieved boundless merit. We wish to ally with you, and I had intended to personally pay my respects. Yet here I find myself before your divine presence. What an incredible stroke of fate. Li Ping'an merely nodded indifferently. And you, what is your purpose here? Qiu Qisha hesitated momentarily. The balance of power between him and Hong Tiando was nearly equal, with perhaps a slight advantage on his end due to the Bloodkill army's superiority in numbers. As long as the Bloodkill army emerged victorious, they could decimate the mountain bandits and secure their position. Yet at this juncture, the unexpected arrival of Taiping Gong threw everything into disarray. Rumors in Xinjiang County suggested that it was Taiping Gong who had slain Hua Tianlang, allowing the forces of Marquis Chongping to reclaim the city and establish a temporary truce. However, many remained skeptical. Even Marquis Wu, despite his fury, found it hard to believe that an obscure so-called deity was responsible, attributing Hua Tianlang and Appos' death to the actions of Marquis Chongping and Appos' men. But upon witnessing this, it seemed that Taiping Gong was indeed the murderer. This could very well become a dire threat to the entire wilderness of the two states, perhaps even more so than to Marquis Chongping. He was reluctant to leave any incriminating evidence and did not wish to feign politeness with Taiping Gong. Yet if he adopted a hostile stance, confronting Hong Tiando alone was already daunting, let alone facing a deity like Taiping Gong. The fate of himself and all his subordinates would surely be sealed. Just as he wavered, one of his lieutenants coldly interjected, wherever the forces of Marquis Wu tread, all yield in submission. The Great Black Heaven stronghold dares to resist and has chosen to side with Marquis Wu. This is a path to self-destruction. When the army of Marquis Wu arrives, not even your so-called Taiping Gong, nor the King of Heaven himself, could prevail. As his words fell, Qiu Qisha sensed the looming peril. Li Ping and Appos, and could not help but let out a faint, cold laugh. The voice of Taiping Gong resonated throughout the heavens and the earth. Very well. You trespass upon my domain without cause and speak insolently. You truly seek your own demise. With a mere thought, he acted without hesitation. In an instant, amidst the golden light, a thunderous bolt erupted, striking down upon the earth with an overwhelming force. The onlookers were utterly unprepared as it crashed down upon them. The speed of the lightning was beyond the blink of an eye. Qiu Qisha barely managed a warning. Be careful. Yet it was far too late. As soon as his words left his mouth, the lieutenant, a master of martial arts, was reduced to mere ashes, charred remnants of what once was. In that fleeting moment, both the Bloodkill army and the group from the Great Black Heaven stood frozen, utterly astonished. The annihilation of a martial arts master in the blink of an eye. What terrifying prowess was this? Was this truly the power of a deity? It was known that even Qiu Qisha and Hong Tiando, both fifth-tier martial grandmasters, possessed strength beyond ordinary comprehension. Yet to slay a sixth-tier master was no trivial feat. At the very least, a master could put up some resistance. However, now, in the hands of Taiping Gong, they could not even react. In this moment, Qiu Qisha felt his heart plummet, his spirit shattered. Meanwhile, Hong Tiando was filled with profound admiration. More importantly, he felt an overwhelming sense of gratitude. Had Taiping Gong not descended miraculously, his brothers would surely have perished at the hands of the Bloodkill army. The thought of that was more painful than his own demise. At this moment, Hong Tiando had entirely submitted to Taiping Gong. Qiu Qisha struggled to swallow hard. Taiping Gong, You, even as a deity, do you truly wish to oppose Marquis Wu Wei? You have slain Hua Tianlang, and now you have killed a lieutenant of my blood-kill army. Do you intend to irreparably sever ties with Marquis Wu Wei and declare outright war? Li Ping and opposed, and answered calmly, those I have slain are all deserving of their fates. Hua Tianlang butchered entire cities and mercilessly extinguished countless innocent lives. It is only just that he met his end by divine retribution. As for your blood-kill army, having invaded my territory and ambushed guests of mine, do you not deserve to face punishment? His words were not overly harsh or cruel. Yet every syllable struck Qiu Qisha's heart like a hammer, sending the remaining members of the blood-kill army into a state of despair. Hong Tiando laughed heartily. Excellent, excellent. Truly. You are Taiping Gong. I had long admired you from the tales my brothers shared, and to finally witness your divine presence fills me with awe. Not to mention, Taiping Gong has saved so many of my brothers. This is far more important than my own life. From this day forth, my life belongs to Taiping Gong. As for how to deal with these individuals, I humbly request your guidance. Li Ping'an, should he wish to eliminate them, could do so effortlessly. Yet he had no intention of slaughtering them all. Capturing them might yield valuable intelligence regarding Marquis Wu Wei. Hong Tiando promptly declared, indeed. He turned to Qiu Qisha, his voice grave. Do you wish to live or die? Qiu Qisha, engulfed in despair, suddenly burst into a loud, mocking laughter. Ha ha ha. Taiping Gong, Hong Tiando, you underestimate me. Qiu Qisha, favored by Marquis Wu Wei, I, an orphan from a young age, have risen to this point. I am but a shadow, devoid of self. And I do not require one. I am a pawn in the hands of Marquis Wu Wei, a hidden weapon, a blade that strikes in the darkness. I take pride in this and hold it dear. You may kill me or imprison me. But to expect me to surrender or betray Marquis Wu Wei is nothing but a delusion. Blood-kill army. To kill is permissible, but to insult is intolerable. As soon as the words left his lips, he suddenly spewed forth copious amounts of blood, which astonishingly was a deep, dark purple, a sight both shocking and gruesome, clearly indicating that he had long ingested a lethal poison. Hong Tiando was taken aback. Even Li Ping'an could not help but shake his head slightly. Chapter 80. The Death of Qiu Qisha. The boundary between good and evil. The act of Qiu Qisha poisoning himself was not a spontaneous decision. It was likely that the moment he witnessed his deputy being struck down by heavenly wrath, he resolved to end his own life. He understood that survival was not an option. Should he live, it would only be to face capture by Taiping Gong or Hong Tiando, leading to relentless torture and coercion to divulge vital intelligence about the Marquis of Wu Wei. This was something he would rather die than betray. Thus, in that instant, while feigning terror and despair, he had already made up his mind and swallowed the poison. Amidst his maniacal laughter, blood gushed forth like a dark red rainbow. And soon his skin began to decay, his internal organs utterly failing. His body resembled rusted iron, collapsing completely. Thud. He fell to the ground like a tattered sack, his form reduced to a bloody pulp, leaving no trace behind. Hong Tiando stood in silent contemplation. Behind him, Xiang Tianchong and Lin Han could not help but sigh. Despite being foes, Qiu Qisha was indeed a man of valor. Indeed, Hong Tiando remarked, he was truly a courageous man. However, he showed no hesitation and swiftly turned his attention to the remaining members of the blood-killing army. Like a gust of wind, he dispatched them one by one, sealing their meridians and denying them the chance to take their own lives. Such was Hong Tiando. Despite his admiration for Qiu Qisha, he would show no mercy to the remaining enemies still alive. Justice is justice, and personal feelings are personal feelings. He was both magnanimous and decisively ruthless. Xiang Tianchong and Lin Han were taken aback, but their respect for their leader grew immensely. Only through such decisive means could one earn the title of a hero in these chaotic times. Xiang Tianchong contemplated his own capabilities. While he excelled in long-term planning and strategy within the stronghold, when it came to slaying enemies on the battlefield with decisiveness and adaptability, he felt he fell far short of Hong Tiando. Li Ping'an observed the scene, nodding slightly. Though he spoke of the law of retribution, many in this world could not be easily categorized as good or evil. As for Qiu Qisha, he had aided tyranny, fully obeying the Marquis of Wu Wei and Oppos as commands, engaging in countless dark, bloody, and unspeakable deeds. Yet, in the eyes of the Marquis and those around him, he might have appeared as a valiant figure. What constitutes good? And what constitutes evil? After some reflection, Li Ping'an arrived at a singular conclusion: to follow one's true heart. As for Hong Tiando, he left a strong impression on Li Ping'an. He was indeed worthy of being called a warlord. Generous and noble, He would even risk his life for his brothers. Yet, he also possessed a ruthless side, unbound by so-called unwritten rules, willing to act decisively when necessary. Such a person truly deserved the title of a hero. Hong Tian-do clasped his hands in respect, addressing Taiping Gong. Indeed, Qiu Qisha was a formidable character. He likely poisoned himself upon witnessing the deputy's demise. He deceived me, leading to my oversight. However, the remaining 6 or 7 members of the blood-killing army should still yield some valuable intelligence. Li Ping nodded calmly. Very well. At this moment, with the dust settling, Hong Tian-do, Xiang Tian-chong, Lin Hanyu, and the others knelt before the divine statue bathed in golden light. We thank Taiping Gong for saving our lives. Without your divine intervention today, we surely would have met our end. Such great kindness is beyond words. Li Ping replied with composure, since you have come sincerely, how could this deity stand idly by and not save you? Moreover, I had warned against the attack from Huang Shaoing. Hong Tian-do felt a pang of guilt. Regarding Huang Shaoing, I am deeply ashamed. When he sought refuge, he was not a man worthy of acceptance in our stronghold. However, due to his connections and the wealth he brought, I reluctantly took him in during our time of need. Little did I know he had ulterior motives, rallying many within the stronghold and seeking vengeance against you, Taiping Gong. Fortunately, your divine power thwarted his plans, leading to his demise, which he deserved. Yet, the memory of my initial mistake still weighs heavily on my heart. Li Ping said, everything has its cause and effect. Since it is in the past, there is no need to dwell on it. However, those who have connections with Huang Shaoing or those who have leaked confidential information must be among the upper echelons of the Dahe-Tian stronghold. This matter is of utmost importance. Hong Tian-do's heart trembled. He silently acknowledged the wisdom of Taiping Gong, who had discerned such critical details. He resolutely stated, your words are true. I shall do everything in my power to ensure justice for my fallen brothers, though they had triumphed due to Taiping Gong's divine intervention. 3 or 4 of Hong Tian-do and Appo's closest allies had still perished. How could he not feel profound sorrow? Li Ping nodded, this matter is pressing. The alliance is merely a formality. You must return to the stronghold promptly to address the aftermath. As for the alliance with me, you may construct a statue of me to place within your stronghold, allowing me to descend and confer whenever necessary. Hong Tian-do was filled with admiration. Firstly, Taiping Gong demonstrated remarkable decisiveness, swiftly prioritizing the urgent matters at hand while urging him to return to the stronghold to deal with the traitors. Secondly, the ability to descend at any time with just a statue was indeed a divine power. He immediately bowed and declared, yes, I take my leave. The group did not head directly to the stronghold, but split into 2 paths. Hong Tian-do led a contingent back with the bodies of their fallen brothers, while Xiang Tian-chong and Lin Hanyu proceeded to a nearby village to forge a new statue akin to that of Taiping Gong to bring back to the stronghold. The bodies of the blood-killing army and the captives were left in the hands of Li Ping and for disposal. Li Ping disposed of the bodies of the blood-killing army directly into the divine path mall of the system, subsequently exchanging them for tangible rewards. Among these, the most formidable reward naturally derived from the corpse of Qiu Qisha himself, for he was a grandmaster of martial arts of the 5th rank. In terms of rank, he and Hong Tian-do were the highest individuals Li Ping had encountered. Even the Qingshan demon, who had initially been a 6th-rank mountain god, now a 6th-rank demon king, did not compare to these two. Of course, this was merely a matter of rank, not an absolute measure of combat prowess. Li Ping silently anticipated the rewards that might be derived from this grandmaster of martial arts. Chapter 81. A Bountiful Reward. The Strategies of Hong Tian-do. The most formidable corpse naturally belonged to Qiu Qisha, a 5th-tier martial arts grandmaster. From him, a 5th-tier grandmaster pill was directly exchanged. Once one attains the pinnacle of the grandmaster realm and consumes this pill, a breakthrough to the true martial arts grandmaster level is assured. This is akin to soaring to the heavens, sparing one from perhaps decades of arduous training. For the vast majority of martial practitioners, this is not merely a matter of years. It represents a profound realm that may never be reached in a lifetime. In addition, Qiu Qisha also exchanged for 2 potent martial arts manuscripts, the Earth-level body technique Phantom Flowing Cloud Step and the Earth-level sword technique Purgatory of Yellow Springs. These are precisely Qiu Qisha's 2 signature skills, which he would not typically carry on him. Without the divine path mall, obtaining them would have been utterly impossible. Furthermore, Qiu Qisha possessed a 6th-tier divine weapon, named the Blade of Death. The wealth of elixirs, manuscripts, and divine weapons he procured alone is extraordinarily generous. Moreover, a deputy commander also exchanged for a Grandmaster pill, alongside 2 7th-tier artifacts, the Flowing Wind Sword and the Sorrow Cloud Armor, one for offense and the other for defense. The Bloodkill army yielded 3 Grandmaster pills and 7 or 8 Master pills, as well as several Bloodkill swords and Bloodfiend armors. It is worth noting that these elixirs, manuscripts, armors, and divine weapons, if given time, could cultivate a truly elite force. Such power is genuinely formidable across the world. And now, without lifting a finger, all of this has fallen into Li Ping's hands. Of course, Li Ping and Appos, and would also employ the dream infiltration technique to probe the memories of the captives, extracting more information and secrets about Marquis Wu Wei from their minds. This expedition not only yielded such bountiful rewards, but also caused the leader of the Great Black Heaven Stronghold, Hong Tiando, to completely submit to him. Thus, it would merely be a matter of time before the entire Great Black Heaven Stronghold reveres the Peaceful Lord. Li Ping and Appos, and smiled faintly, his figure vanishing from the spot. A flash of golden light that quickly dissipated. Li Ping returned to the Peaceful Lord Temple in Qingshan Ao. Meanwhile, a group from the Great Black Heaven Stronghold was also making their way back. Hong Tiando remained silent alongside Xiang Tianchong, both deep in thought. After a long while, Xiang Tianchong could no longer contain himself. Leader, what are your thoughts on this matter? Hong Tiando replied calmly. On that day in the main hall, there were a total of 14 people, 13 leaders, and Lin Hanyu. The spy of Marquis Wu Wei must be among us. Xiang Tianchong couldn't help but admire Hong Tiando's cool-headedness. To suspect his brothers, especially those with whom he had shared life and death, was something he found difficult to fathom. Yet he also understood that Hong Tiando spoke the truth. However, you need not say much. Both Lin Hanyu and I were on the assassination list and should be ruled out. Hong Tiando glanced at him, a smile flickering at the corners of his mouth. Third brother, do not take offense at my words. Even so, you both cannot be entirely exonerated. For if you were the spies, you would surely have left a contingency, in case the assassination failed, to ensure your escape. Xiang Tianchong was taken aback, realizing the implication. And Kuden and Appos, TL but let out a bitter laugh. What the leader says holds merit. Lin Hanyu interjected. Leader, third brother, I am absolutely not a spy. If I were, I would not hesitate to kill. Hong Tiando chuckled, patting his shoulder. Rest assured, I will soon uncover the true spy. As the leader, I will not wrong an innocent, nor will I spare a traitor who seeks to harm his brothers. Xiang Tianchong and Lin Hanyu nodded heavily. Hong Tiando and Appos, as emotions were complex. On one hand, he had witnessed the divine miracle of the Peaceful Lord and was immensely grateful for the salvation of his life and that of his brothers, willing to serve him wholeheartedly from henceforth. This further validated third brother Xiang Tianchong and Appos' decision, and he would resolutely carry out this resolution that pertained to the future of the entire stronghold. Yet on the other hand, to encounter an ambush immediately upon descending the mountain was undoubtedly indicative of a spy among the 13 leaders. This weighed heavily on his heart. Others admired his decisive judgment, believing he would not lose his rationality due to emotions. Yet in truth, human hearts are tender. Moreover, Hong Tiando was not an old man, at barely 30. He was still in the prime of youth, an age where one is not fully mature. Nonetheless, he had to force himself to remain calm and rational. This internal turmoil was a burden only he could comprehend. For instance, regarding the current predicament, he found it hard to believe that any of his brothers, with whom he had shared life and death, could be the root cause of betrayal. Yet reason dictated otherwise. The intense pain felt as if it would split his mind. Yet he must continue to maintain his composure. Amidst the anguish, Hong Tiando devised a method to unearth the spy. He possessed a significant advantage. The spy was unaware he had survived, while the Bloodkill army had been entirely annihilated. This was a miracle born from the sudden arrival of the Peaceful Lord. Thus, upon reaching the foot of the mountain, Hong Tiando spoke in a low voice. Lin Hanyu, brother, here. The swift identification of the spy now rested upon your shoulders. Lin Hanyu was taken aback. Leader, I fear I may not be up to the task. The weight of such a responsibility made Lin Hanyu break into a cold sweat. Hong Tiando patted his shoulder once more. If you act as I instruct, you will surely unearth him. Do you wish to avenge our fallen brothers? Do you wish to expose this treacherous scoundrel who has betrayed the entire stronghold? Lin Hanyu clenched his fists tightly. Leader, I shall follow your orders. Hong Tiando nodded. lifting his gaze toward the familiar yet somewhat unfamiliar Great Black Mountain. At this moment, atop Great Black Mountain, in the hall of the Great Black Heaven stronghold, Lin Hanyu, drenched in blood and barely recognizable, staggered forward, accompanied by two similarly wounded brothers, as they approached the mountain gate. Is that Lin Hanyu? Did you not accompany the leader down the mountain? What transpired? The two disciples guarding the gate were taken aback, rushing forward to assist the trio. Lin Hanyu barely managed to exhale a breath, then coughed up copious amounts of blood, speaking weakly, "Quick, carry us to the hall to pay respects to the leaders. If we delay, it may be too late." Chapter 82. Who is the true traitor? Lin Hanyu and the other two were supported and brought into the hall, where the remaining leaders were left utterly astonished, their faces paling in shock. Lin Hanyu, how could you be so gravely injured? Where is the elder brother? At this moment, in the hall, the chief leader, Hong Tiando, and the third leader, Xiang Tianchong, had descended the mountain to pay a visit to Taiping Gong, while the second leader had gone to contact the Chongping Marquis, feigning allegiance to his command for the time being, with the three leaders absent. The current authority lay with the fourth leader, Ren Tianxing. He cast a glance and was overwhelmed by a profound sense of foreboding. Lin Hanyu, what on earth transpired? Speak swiftly. Lin Hanyu wept bitterly, despair evident in his wounded frame as he pounded the ground. Esteemed leaders, I accompanied the chieftain and the third leader to visit Taiping Gong, but on the way, we were unexpectedly ambushed by the Bloodkill army under the command of Marquis Wu Wei. Their leader, Qiu Qisha, along with the deputy leader and 30 elite soldiers, launched an attack. The chieftain and the third leader fought valiantly, but despite their efforts, they were outnumbered. The third leader was killed, and the chieftain. The leaders sprang to their feet, trembling, their faces ashen. What do you mean? The third brother, has he already? Ren Tianxing clenched his fists, knowing he must maintain composure amidst this crisis, waiting for the second brother's return to take charge. What became of the chieftain? Lin Hanyu cried out. He was defeated by Qiu Qisha while covering our escape, captured alive. Bang! One leader, in a daze, collapsed onto the ground. A cold sweat broke out on Ren Tianxing's brow. The third brother was slain, the chieftain captured. Could it be that fate sought to annihilate us? In that instant, the hall resounded with the wails of these so-called mountain bandits, each one mourning aloud. Though Ren Tianxing was equally filled with rage and sorrow, he roared, "No more tears. I command you all to cease your weeping. Fourth brother, how can we not weep when the third brother is gone, and the chieftain's fate is uncertain?" Ren Tianxing held back his own tears, speaking solemnly. In the face of despair, we must remain calm. Have you forgotten the elder brother's teachings? Moreover, he is not dead yet. The leaders exchanged glances, momentarily at a loss. Fourth brother, what shall we do? Ren Tianxing forced himself to regain his composure. The priority was to avoid chaos. We must dispatch a team to notify the second brother to return swiftly and assume command. Another team will be sent to gather intelligence from Marquis Wu Wei. If they have not killed the chieftain on the spot, it suggests they may still wish to use him for something. Therefore, the chieftain may yet have a chance of survival, albeit at great cost. Both teams require skilled hands. Who among you is willing to go? Instantly, many leaders volunteered. Among them, the fifth leader spoke firmly, "Fourth brother, the village requires your leadership until the second brother returns. Allow me to inform him." The sixth leader added, "In that case, let me scout for news from Marquis Wu Wei." Ren Tianxing nodded. In times of crisis, your contributions are invaluable. Fifth brother, sixth brother, take care. Yes, fourth brother. The two immediately took their leave. While the remaining leaders were left in disarray, Ren Tianxing then declared, "Do not panic. Each of your respective divisions requires your steady leadership. Return at once and ensure order." Yes, fourth brother. The leaders departed, their minds heavy with mixed emotions. In the hall, only Ren Tianxing and Lin Hanyu remained. He then spoke gravely. "Now, Lin Hanyu, it is time for the truth to be revealed. What instructions did the chieftain give?" Lin Hanyu was taken aback. "Fourth leader, what do you mean?" Ren Tianxing chuckled knowingly. "The chieftain's intent is clear. He wishes to draw out the traitor among us. Surely, I'm not so naive as to overlook that. What comes next?" Lin Hanyu, astonished, recalled the chieftain's prior words. If he spoke and acted in this manner, Ren Tianxing would undoubtedly grasp the underlying meaning. At this moment, one could only marvel at the chieftain's cunning or the depths of Ren Tianxing's insight. Lin Hanyu hurriedly stated, "The chieftain instructed that you immediately assign someone to monitor all leaders, particularly those who volunteered to descend the mountain, to see if they exhibit any unusual behavior. Most importantly, whether they have contacted outsiders. Ren Tianqing nodded, promptly ordering his trusted subordinates to execute this task. In terms of execution, no one in the village could rival Ren Tianqing's efficiency. Observing his meticulous approach and composed demeanor, Lin Hanyu couldn't help but feel immense admiration. Once the arrangements were complete, curiosity got the better of him. Fourth leader, how did you discern that I was lying? And how did you know this was the chieftain's strategy? Ren Tianqing smiled gently. It is quite simple. You and the chieftain descended the mountain only to be ambushed by the Bloodkill army. Even if Marquis Wu Wei possesses extraordinary capabilities, how could he have acted so swiftly? The only conclusion is that there is a traitor within the village. Yet, you made no mention of such a blatant fact. Surely the chieftain, who risked everything to protect your escape, would have foreseen this and informed you to be on guard. Such a glaring inconsistency reveals your deception. You could not orchestrate such a grand scheme alone. The only possibility is that the chieftain is the mastermind, aiming to unearth the true traitor. Understanding this, I naturally chose to play along with the chieftain and Appo's plan. Lin Hanyu and Appo's admiration deepened. Indeed, fourth leader, you are as the chieftain described, meticulous, quick-witted, and decisive. No wonder he entrusted you with guarding the village. Ren Tianqing chuckled. It is merely a matter of long-standing understanding. Besides, his unwavering trust in me, without suspicion of treachery, fills me with gratitude. Lin Hanyu's expression turned peculiar as he coughed lightly. Actually, the chieftain mentioned that even you, fourth leader, should not be entirely trusted. He instructed me to observe, for if there were any anomalies, he has further strategies to address them. Ren Tianqing was momentarily taken aback before bursting into laughter. Ah, that is truly in keeping with the chieftain's style. At that moment, a trusted informant rushed in with news. Fourth leader, I just witnessed with my own eyes that the sixth leader released a carrier pigeon as he prepared to descend the mountain. It is unclear to whom he was sending a message. Both Ren Tianqing and Lin Hanyu's expressions shifted in alarm. Go. Chapter 83, A Scheme Within a Scheme. The unfathomable strategies of Hong Tiando. Ren Tianqing felt a jolt in his heart. Although he was reluctant to doubt any of his brothers, he could not help but exert every ounce of effort to uncover the traitor among them. Regardless of who it was, the pain was equally profound. Without a moment in Appo's hesitation, he immediately set off with his trusted confidants and Lin Hanyu towards the branch of the sixth chief. At this moment, he had already arranged a team of elite soldiers to encircle the sixth chief's stronghold from all directions. As soon as he arrived, these men promptly obeyed his commands and moved forward to tighten the encirclement. Meanwhile, the sixth chief had made his preparations and was about to lead his brothers down the mountain when suddenly, Ren Tianqing and Appo's men surrounded him completely. The sixth chief was taken aback. Fourth brother, what is the meaning of this? Ren Tianqing replied sternly. Who were you sending messages to with the carrier pigeon just now? The sixth chief froze, his eyes widening in shock. Fourth brother, you suspect me. Ren Tianqing stated, in this time of crisis, I cannot afford to be unguarded. The sixth chief and Appo's face turned pale, and he sighed deeply, a bitter smile crossing his lips. Though my origins are humble, I have fought valiantly since joining the gang, never falling behind. I never imagined I would be suspected of treachery by my fourth brother at this moment. If that is the case, I have no choice but to die to prove my innocence. In a swift motion, he drew a dagger and aimed it at his own heart. At that moment, several other chiefs, having heard the commotion, rushed over and were stunned by the scene. Sixth brother, stop. Sixth brother, don't. In an instant, they all cried out in alarm, and numerous concealed weapons were fired to knock the dagger from his grasp. Clang. The chaos erupted, and the entire Taiping gang was thrown into disarray. Amidst this turmoil, suddenly, a shadow descended like a celestial being, bursting into the encircled area with a tremendous force that shattered the dagger in the sixth chief and Appo's hand while sending the incoming projectiles flying, all landing with precision embedded deep into the mountain rocks. The arrival was none other than the stalwart leader of the Taiping gang, the supreme chief, the commander of 3,000 brothers, Hong Tiando. In an instant, the gang erupted into a profound silence, which was soon broken by thunderous cheers. It is the leader, elder brother. You're unharmed? That is truly wonderful. The entire gang rejoiced, with many leaders breaking into tears. Simultaneously, the third chief, Xiang Tianchong, stealthily emerged and swiftly subdued one of the individuals, catching him off guard and completely overpowering him. Third brother, what are you doing? The crowd turned to see that the subdued individual was none other than the fifth chief of the Taiping gang, Zhao Tianqing. Xiang Tiansheng coldly replied to Zhao Tianqing's inquiries. You treacherous scoundrel who betrays loyalty for personal gain. Silence. The crowd fell into stunned silence. Even Ren Tianqing was momentarily at a loss. Leader, third brother, what is happening here? Hong Tiando's expression was equally filled with anger and confusion. Yet he maintained his composure. He recounted the preceding events, and as he described the perils, everyone felt a chill run down their spines. When he spoke of the miraculous arrival of the celestial being, all expressed their profound gratitude and worship. Of utmost importance was Hong Tiando's strategy to unveil the traitor. Ren Tianqing asked, since the leader has devised a plan and trusts that I will comprehend and execute it, why did the sixth brother use a carrier pigeon? Yet the leader suspects old five as the traitor. Hong Tiando shook his head. Fourth brother, I believe you can grasp my arrangements, however. Can the traitor not comprehend them as well? He has been scheming within our Taiping gang for so long, not a simple-minded individual but one with deep cunning, calculating each move meticulously before acting. If you discern the flaw in brother Lin Hanyu, he would certainly recognize it too, understanding that this was likely a ploy to draw out the traitor. If you were the traitor, what would you do? The crowd fell silent, each lost in thought. Ren Tianqing pondered, if I know the leader is testing me, I would likely realize that I am exposed and would attempt to escape. Perhaps volunteering to descend the mountain like old 5 and old 6. Hong Tiando responded, but doing so would only increase the risk of suspicion. Indeed, Hong Tiando cast a cold glance at Zhao Tianqing. In terms of understanding and execution, fourth brother, you are undoubtedly exceptional. However, in the realm of deceit and subterfuge, you cannot compare to such a treacherous character. Yet, if I were in his position, I would deduce his potential actions. The best course would be to find a scapegoat. A scapegoat, you mean? Precisely, Hong Tiando affirmed. I would first clarify everything, then play the part, volunteering to descend the mountain. At that time, there would be another person descending with me, none other than the sixth brother. I would devise a means for him to send messages via carrier pigeon, naturally directing all suspicion towards him, allowing him to bear the brunt of the blame. The sixth chief, Sun Tianliang, nodded thoughtfully, a look of shock crossing his face. Yes, elder brother, indeed it was old 5 who suggested to inquire about news from the Marquis of Wuwei, advising that it would be best to inform our brothers at home in advance to prepare for any eventualities. Because my hometown lies at the border of Manzhou and Huangzhou, where many old friends reside. All the brothers are aware of this, so I found old 5 and Appo's suggestion reasonable. And thus, Hong Tiando nodded. You did not suspect anything, so you complied, unaware that fourth brother had already dispatched someone to watch over you, naturally raising suspicions of your collusion with the enemy. Sun Tianliang and Appo's expression turned complex. True, but why would the leader be so certain it was old 5? Why choose me as the scapegoat? Hong Tiando explained. That is because everyone knows that you, sixth brother, have a fiery temperament, prone to impulsiveness and unable to bear provocation, making it difficult for you to endure being wronged. Thus, once you are suspected, you would immediately resort to self-harm. Unaware that this is precisely what Zhao Tianqing desires, to have you die, thus drawing suspicion of suicide due to guilt, allowing him to evade all blame. Of course, the other brothers would not permit you to die so passively. Among those concealed weapons just now, all aimed to disarm you. Yet one was directed at the end of your dagger, intending to reverse it and pierce your heart. That projectile was indeed launched by Zhao Tianqing. At this moment, Hong Tiando and Appo's entire scheme was laid bare. Not only had he anticipated that Ren Tianqing could see through everything, but he also executed his plans with meticulous care. He foresaw that the true culprit would exploit Sun Tianliang and orchestrate events to turn him into a scapegoat. All of this transpired in the blink of an eye. Upon witnessing the trajectory of that hidden weapon, Hong Tiando acted without hesitation. Everyone could not help but admire this formidable leader with utmost reverence. Such stratagems truly revealed an understanding of human nature, deftly maneuvering in the shadows, while securing victory from afar. In that instant, all eyes converged upon Zhao Tianqing. Fifth brother. What? Why would you? Elder brother, is what the boss says true? You truly betrayed the entire village and all your brothers. Chapter 84. A glimmer of light amidst chaos. Hong Tiando seemed to have anticipated everything, rendering Zhao Tianqing, the traitor, utterly exposed. Confronted with the crowd and Appo's accusations, he found himself unable to escape the constraints imposed by Xiang Tiansheng, the third elder. Deep down, He recognized the inevitability of his downfall. In fact, he had no opportunity even to take poison and escape. Xiang Tianchong was no fool, having witnessed Qiu Qisha and Amp, Oppos, demised by poison. He would not grant Zhao Tianqing any chance to evade justice. Hong Tiando silenced the cacophony of anger and shouts among the crowd with a calm inquiry. Why? He merely sought to understand the rationale behind the betrayal. Zhao Tianqing paused for a moment before erupting into maniacal laughter. Ha! Hong Tiando, you ask me why? In this wretched world, what is there to explain? Why should those in power trample upon us, while we are condemned to a life of misery and degradation? Why must we endure humiliation and live a life worse than death? Come, tell me why. The crowd stared at Zhao Tianqing, who seemed to have lost his sanity, momentarily taken aback. Yet, Hong Tiando maintained his composure. The heavens are inherently unjust. Thus, mankind must strive to conquer fate. This has nothing to do with your treachery. Zhao Tianqing sneered. Spare me your platitudes. Do you truly believe you can turn the tides? Hong Tiando, do you think you are something special? You are merely a beggar who stumbled upon luck to become the leader of a pitiful bandit stronghold. You believe you have risen to greatness? Just a mere bandit, and you fancy yourself a hero? I disdain your hypocritical facade. When the army of Marquis Wu arrives, this so-called stronghold will crumble, along with the surrounding counties and even the entire province. He continued, what makes you think you can stand against Marquis Wu? How does he differ from Marquis Chongping, who was also defeated and humiliated, unable to defend Qingyang City as Marquis Wu unleashed his wrath and slaughtered the city? Marquis Wu is the true hero. Xiang Tianchong could no longer contain his fury. You regard a butcher who slaughters cities as a hero? You must realize that you are also of common birth, yet you choose to admire a madman who massacres innocent lives instead of sympathizing with those who suffer. Zhao Tianqing retorted coldly, in times of chaos, the strong dominate and the weak perish. The common folk are but cattle and sheep in a world ruled by wolves. What can they do other than be slaughtered and consumed? It is precisely because I understand this that I refuse to live as livestock. I would rather be a reviled wolf, devouring others than being devoured myself. The crowd was taken aback and filled with both shock and anger upon hearing his twisted reasoning. Is this why you betray your brothers in life and death? Fourth Elder Ren Tianqing seethed. Zhao Tianqing dismissed him with disdain. Brothers in life and death. It and amp, oppos, as merely survival when disaster strikes. Within this stronghold, we scarcely have enough to eat or wear. When food is finally seized, Hong Tiando pretends to share it with the poor while allowing his own brothers to starve. Is that not hypocrisy? Indeed. The best time for this stronghold was just these past few days when Marquis Wu sent an abundance of fine meats and wines. Sixth Elder Sun Tianyang could no longer hold back and slapped Zhao Tianqing across the face with a resounding crack. How dare you? Zhao Tianqing, you fool. The reason the leader distributes food to the poor is that we ourselves are impoverished. Look at these brothers. Who among them did not climb the mountain out of desperation? Who among them does not come from a humble background? Who among them is not a righteous man who detests evil? Your twisted logic merely conceals your avarice. You are nothing but a good dog. As long as Marquis Wu feeds you bones, you forget who you are, believing you can bask in his wealth and glory. Zhao Tianqing, unfazed by the slap, spat dismissively, say what you will. Now that my identity is exposed, do as you please. I have long accepted this fate. Xiang Tianchong coldly replied, you ought to channel that acceptance toward the right path. Indeed, in this chaotic world, lives are as worthless as grass, morals have decayed, and feral beasts roam freely. Yet, it is precisely because of this that our leader and amp, Oppos, virtues shine all the more brightly, distinguishing our great black heaven stronghold from the rest. You speak the truth. This world is indeed a wretched place. But it is precisely because we have leaders like him and deities like Taiping Gong that there exists a glimmer of light, a fragment of hope amidst the darkness. Yet you, in your desire to become a dog that eats bones, have sold your soul and chosen to descend into such depravity. Oh, fifth brother. I call you one last time. I can only feel pity for you. As Xiang Tianchong's words hung in the air, Zhao Tianqing found himself momentarily speechless, unsure of how to respond. The crowd's anger began to fade, and silence enveloped the surroundings once more. The mountain breeze swept through, leaving an air of profound melancholy in every heart. After the tirade, who among them was not filled with a multitude of emotions? This fifth elder, Zhao Tianqing, had once been a brave brother with whom they shared life and death. Hong Tiando, however, hesitated not. With the second elder in charge of punishment absent, The task fell to the third and fourth elders to pass judgment. They would first shatter his limbs, incapacitate his martial prowess, and then imprison him, awaiting his fate. The third elder Xiang Tianchong and fourth elder Ren Tianqing clasped their fists in agreement. Yes, leader. The others, watching Zhao Tianqing being led away, felt a mix of trepidation and complex emotions. Sixth elder Sun Tianyang wept bitterly. Leader, big brother. It is all my fault for being reckless and almost falling prey to Zhao Tianqing and Appo's schemes. My life is not worth lamenting, but if he succeeds, he would only continue to harm all our brothers. Hong Tiando patted his shoulder. Sixth brother, I know your fiery spirit. I must apologize for utilizing your fierceness to unmask this traitor. Sun Tianliang gasped in shock. Big brother, please do not say that. I am deeply ashamed. Hong Tiando gazed toward the sky, where the crimson sun began its descent beyond the horizon. His heart was heavy with sorrow. Yet he merely shook his head and sighed, then decisively proclaimed, from this moment forth, Zhao Tianqing is to be expelled from our ranks. Sixth brother, you shall be the fifth elder of the Great Black Heaven Stronghold from now on. Fourth brother, the interrogation of Zhao Tianqing will be entrusted to you. Third brother, arrange for the immediate casting of the idol of Taiping Gong. We must swiftly inform Taiping Gong of these events and convene to discuss the matter of our alliance. Everyone stood in solemnity, clasping their hands in unison and exclaiming, Yes, chieftain. Chapter 85. The Divine Descent of the Great Dark Heaven Stronghold. Although the traitor was exposed, Hong Tiandao and Appo's mood remained heavy and burdened. He increasingly realized that maintaining a stronghold was far more challenging than he had ever imagined. Indeed, he possessed extraordinary talents in martial arts, strategy, and decision-making, seemingly born to lead. Yet, what good was that? It still could not ensure that those under his command would not betray him, nor could he guarantee that everyone would share a common purpose. With a deep sigh, Hong Tiandao pondered. He treated others with benevolence and righteousness, displayed deep loyalty to his brothers, and did his utmost to assist the impoverished. Yet, he still found it impossible to win the hearts of all. One Zhao Tianqing had fallen. Who could say whether more would arise? The stronghold appeared united. Yet beneath the surface, currents swirled ominously. Externally, powerful enemies like the Marquis of Chongping and the Marquis of Wuwei loomed, while internally, unity remained elusive. If this persisted, the future seemed bleak. At that moment, he recalled the words of his third brother, Xiang Tianchong. He increasingly recognized that for the long-term development of the stronghold, cooperation with the Taiping Gong was indeed essential. This was not merely a matter of tactics or strategy, it was a choice of path. While it was possible to prioritize loyalty, absolute assurance was unattainable. However, if everyone sincerely worshipped the same deity, it could guarantee that they at least walked the same path. After all, they were merely common folk. It was no easy feat to instill the principles of chivalry or the strict discipline of an army. Yet, if they believed in a divine presence and understood the simple truth that good is rewarded while evil is punished, it would be straightforward. To believe in the deity meant to receive protection. To forsake the deity invited divine retribution. Kindness would yield kindness, while malevolence would bring about recompense. It was as simple as that. Reflecting on this, Hong Tianda gained a deeper appreciation for his brother and Appo's good intentions. Thus, he sought out Xiang Tianchong to discuss the matter further. Xiang Tianchong was busy arranging the crafting of the statue of Taiping Gong. Previously, he had sketched the likeness of the deity in the villages under Taiping Gong and Appo's jurisdiction. And now he was commissioning skilled artisans from the stronghold to create a true golden statue. Upon seeing Hong Tiandao's arrival, Xiang Tianchong quickly inquired, Leader, what brings you here? With a sigh, Hong Tiandao gazed at the partially completed statue of Taiping Gong. Brother, after today and Appo's events, I understand more profoundly the significance of your earlier words. Xiang Tianchong was intrigued. Leader, are you referring to the alliance with Taiping Gong? Not merely that. Hong Tiandao shook his head. Your foresight is unmatched. What you proposed was not simply an alliance. The true long-term strategy is to establish Taiping Gong as the common faith of all brothers within the stronghold. To act in the name of Taiping Gong, to uphold righteousness, and to spread divine grace. This is your true plan, ISN and Appo's, Tiet? Xiang Tianchong could not help but admire his leader and Appo's keen insight. Indeed, but this cannot be achieved overnight. That is why I suggested a temporary alliance. As for spreading faith and promoting grace so that Taiping Gong becomes the deity of all our brothers, that is a matter for the future. Hong Tiandao replied, the future. Indeed. Yet, I fear we may not have the luxury of time to gradually strategize and grow stronger. Are you suggesting? Hong Tiandao spoke solemnly. We must act immediately as you advised. Once the statue is completed, we shall lead the way in venerating Taiping Gong, sincerely inviting the deity to manifest. If divine miracles can be demonstrated, it would be even better. Xiang Tianchong clasped his hands respectfully. Yes, leader. I shall ensure the statue is completed within 2 days. Thank you, brother. On the 3rd day, the statue of Taiping Gong was finished. Hong Tiandao personally led the various leaders and brothers from the stronghold to offer incense and worship. At that moment, the second-in-command, Wu Tianyi, hearing of the upheaval, hurried back and coincidentally encountered the worship ceremony. Hong Tiandao recounted the previous events, and Wu Tianyi was taken aback. Such a thing has occurred. My 5th brother. No, that scoundrel Zhao Tianqing. How dare he act thus? Wu Tianyi, who oversaw punishments within the stronghold, though composed and loyal, harbored a deep loathing for treachery. Upon hearing this news, he could not contain his fury. Hong Tiandao sighed. Had it not been for Taiping Gong and Amp, Appo's divine intervention, my 3rd brother, along with our brothers, would likely have perished at the hands of the blood killers. The stronghold remained oblivious, and had Zhao Tianqing plotted further, it would have spelled calamity for us all. Upon hearing this, Wu Tianyi, standing before the statue of Taiping Gong, felt a wave of dread wash over him, beads of sweat forming. He fell to his knees. I thank Taiping Gong for your great grace. Had it not been for your divine manifestation, the leader, my brother, and all the brothers in the stronghold would have faced imminent peril. Such grace cannot be repaid. As Wu Tianyi prostrated, Hong Tiandao, Xiang Tianchong, the 4th-in-command Ren Tianqing, the newly appointed 5th-in-command Sun Tianliang, and all the other leaders respectfully knelt in reverence. The brothers from the other strongholds also engaged in sincere worship. Although most of them held feelings of gratitude rather than devout faith at that moment, it marked a significant beginning. At that instant, a brilliant golden light erupted from the statue of Taiping Gong, soaring into the heavens and illuminating the entire Great Dark Heaven stronghold. Even the typically gloomy Great Dark Mountain and its endless clouds and mists were swept away, revealing a clarity of the heavens and earth. In that moment, all the brothers were struck with awe, realizing they were worshipping a true divine being, not merely a statue. Hong Tiandao quickly proclaimed, "We humbly invite Taiping Gong to manifest." The crowd immediately echoed, "We humbly invite Taiping Gong to manifest." In an instant, amidst the dazzling golden light, a radiant beam transformed into the true divine form, sacred, vast, majestic, and solemn, emanating an unimaginable divine power that awed all beings, stirring their very souls. At that moment, every individual in the Great Dark Heaven stronghold was utterly convinced, bowing in sincere reverence, not daring to show any sign of negligence. Li Ping and Amp, Oppos, and sensed the emergence of the statue in the Great Dark Heaven stronghold. He promptly employed divine techniques to manifest himself, knowing that to win the hearts of the people, he must reveal divine signs and wonders. Without hesitation, he unleashed boundless golden light, displaying infinite phenomena and an overwhelming divine presence. Indeed, in that instant, the entire Great Dark Heaven stronghold trembled in reverence, anxiously welcoming the descent of the divine. Li Ping and Amp, Oppos, and two experienced a profound awakening to the true essence of the Great Dark Heaven stronghold, and he could not help but be moved by the overwhelming aura. Before this, the followers he had gathered were predominantly the elderly, the weak, women, and children. Yet, within the Great Black Mountain stronghold, there resided passionate young men, true exemplars of vigor, precisely the force he required for his quest to dominate the realm. Thus, Li Ping and Amp, Oppos, and spoke solemnly, "Praise my name, and peace shall reign across the land. The heavens have their constancy, and virtue is rewarded while vice is punished." In that moment, every heart among the crowd resonated with an innate sense of righteousness, harmoniously aligning with the grand aspiration of the Duke of Peace. The will of the heavens echoes the will of the people. The heart of the divine mirrors the heart of the populace. In this present age, few possess the ability to truly heed the sentiments of the common folk, let alone the ethereal deities. If there is one, it can only be the Duke of Peace, the sole divine figure among humanity. Chapter 86. The Great Black Heaven Stronghold and Amp, Apos, S devotion to the peaceful Lord, in the hearts of the numerous leaders and brothers of the stronghold. There resonated a silent invocation of the peaceful Lord's divine edict, proclaim my name, and the world shall know tranquility. The celestial laws are immutable. Good and evil will be rewarded accordingly. These simple yet profound 16 characters seem to embody the peaceful Lord's compassion and mercy, bestowing blessings upon the world. It was akin to a refreshing stream amid chaos, a ray of light in darkness, a flicker of flame amidst ashes. In that moment, an understanding dawned upon everyone, and a sense of reverence and awe blossomed within them. Though labeled as bandits, these individuals were, in truth, of impoverished origins. Not unlike the villagers of Qingshan, they were merely pushed into a life of crime. Deep within, they too yearned for a deity to uphold justice, to govern the world fairly, ensuring that the virtuous are rewarded and the wicked are punished. Ultimately, their transgressions as bandits stemmed from a desire to rob the rich and aid the poor, acting as instruments of divine will. Leaders such as Hong Tiando silently recited the peaceful Lord's edict, each lost in contemplation, shaken by the moment. The divine presence of the peaceful Lord was an unparalleled honor for our great Black Heaven stronghold. I, Hong Tiando, wish to report matters to the peaceful Lord. Li Ping'an remained silent, indicating his tacit approval. Hong Tiando then recounted the events that had transpired, including the swift and decisive actions taken upon his return to root out the traitor, as well as the temporary negotiations with the Marquis of Taiping. Of course, the latter was relayed by Wu Tianyi. I did not meet the Marquis personally. To him, we were mere insignificant bandits, unworthy of his attention. Only a minor clerk accompanied him, yet he remained dissatisfied, believing that if we were to surrender, it should be done by the stronghold leader in person, rather than by me, the second in command. Upon hearing this, the other leaders were filled with indignation. Although we sought peace with the Marquis, he had the audacity to send merely a clerk for a meeting, displaying blatant arrogance as if he deemed us beneath notice. Hong Tiando silenced the others. Second brother, please continue. Wu Tianyi nodded, exhaling a deep sigh. In summary, the Marquis of Taiping showed no significant response to our stronghold's surrender, merely uttering hollow phrases about abandoning darkness for light and aligning with the will of heaven. As for our future treatment, the clerk only stated that the Marquis himself would decide, granting the stronghold leader a token of a vice-general, subordinate to the right general, with a mandate to comply with his orders. As he spoke, he produced the vice-general and Apos, S token and handed it to the stronghold leader, Hong Tiando. Upon receiving it, Hong Tiando observed the Marquis and Apos, S insignia and the prominent character for vice. The leaders erupted in curses. Our stronghold, while not large, is not insignificant either. If they wish to recruit us, why this condescension? The fourth in command, Ren Tianxing, frowned and remarked, I have heard that the right general under the Marquis is likely not as skilled as our stronghold leader. Yet he expects our leader to bow to him. Such humiliation is intolerable. Hong Tiando smiled slightly. This is of little consequence. In the eyes of the Marquis, we are merely bandits without any notable achievements. Thus, he has no reason to treat us with respect. To him, even a vice-general's token is a tremendous favor. The others continued to voice their anger. Hong Tiando laughed. We are merely playing a part in this charade. Why should we concern ourselves with such matters? He chuckled, tucking the token into his pocket. Li Ping'an observed this scene, nodding in agreement. From Hong Tiando's decisive action against the traitor to his current composure, it was evident that he was no ordinary individual. A small stronghold like the Great Black Heaven could not confine such a person. After Wu Tianyi finished speaking, Hong Tiando continued his reverence before the statue of the Peaceful Lord. Peaceful Lord, from my perspective, the Marquis of Taiping is short-sighted and lacks ambition. Merely clinging to his territory and retreating at every turn, he shall inevitably be vanquished by the Marquis of Wuwei. However, for the time being, he serves as a temporary shield against the storm. Our true enemy remains the Marquis of Wuwei. Having suffered a loss of the blood-killing army, he will not rest until he seeks vengeance, inevitably holding the Great Black Heaven stronghold accountable for this. It is known that the blood-killing army was slaughtered by the Peaceful Lord. This is a truth we acknowledge. Yet, the Marquis of Wuwei perceives their mission as an attempt to eliminate the Great Black Heaven stronghold, and with the entire army lost, the blame will inevitably fall upon us. Li Ping'an understood Hong Tiando's implications. He spoke calmly. In these chaotic times, ultimately, no one can escape unscathed. Even if this deity vows for peace and justice, he can only protect his own devotees. Hong Tiando and the others grasped the urgency of the situation. It was clear that while the Great Black Heaven stronghold nominally surrendered to the Marquis of Chongping, it had irrevocably offended the Marquis of Wuwei. The Marquis of Chongping, being cowardly, merely wished to guard his modest territory as a petty king, lacking ambition and far weaker than the Marquis of Wuwei. In this scenario, the Marquis of Wuwei would undoubtedly seek revenge, placing the Great Black Heaven stronghold at the forefront of his wrath. Therefore, I humbly beseech the peaceful Lord for protection, willing to stand with the Great Black Heaven stronghold, sharing life and death together. All the leaders, along with the brothers from various camps, comprehended the gravity of the situation. Upon hearing Hong Tiando's words, it became evident to all. The Great Black Heaven stronghold had ostensibly allied with the Marquis of Chongping, yet had made an enemy of the Marquis of Wuwei. Hong Tiando raised his voice. Peaceful Lord above, from this day forth, I shall sincerely venerate the peaceful Lord, offering incense daily and maintaining constant prayers in my heart. I shall not dare to show any sign of negligence or defiance. Only wishing for the peaceful Lord to bless my brothers of the Great Black Heaven stronghold with safety and prosperity, free from illness or disaster. Upon hearing this, all the prominent leaders behind him followed suit. Xiang Tianshong, being the initiator of this endeavor, acted without hesitation. Wu Tianyi, Ren Tianxing, Sun Tianliang, and others recognized the peaceful Lord's grace toward leader Hong Tiando and the third-in-command Xiang Tianshong, who had saved the entire stronghold, and thus they were all in agreement. We are all willing to sincerely devote ourselves to the peaceful Lord. Should any disobedience arise, may the heavens strike us with thunder. The brothers from various camps also bowed in unison. At that moment, the entire Great Black Heaven stronghold officially pledged allegiance to the peaceful Lord. However, Li Pingyan was acutely aware that this was merely superficial. The majority remained hesitant and unconvinced. His own system panel revealed the truth. This declaration had indeed garnered an increase of 1,000 devotees. Among them, approximately 700 to 800 were earnest. Yet the Great Black Heaven stronghold comprised a total of 3,000 individuals. The remaining 2,000 were still ambivalent, caught in a state of observation. However, for Li Pingyan, this could be considered exceedingly smooth sailing. The current number of followers stands at 639, among which 103 are devout believers. A system task requires the number of followers to exceed 10,000, promising a remarkable enhancement of 100,000 points in cultivation, along with other generous rewards. Li Pingyan felt a stirring in his heart. With over 8,000 followers, the new system task had finally been activated. To surpass 10,000 followers? If he could subdue the remaining 2,000 individuals from the Dahe-Tian stronghold, it would serve a dual purpose, propelling his influence to unprecedented heights and establishing a formidable presence in the realm. Chapter 87. The Unrivaled Blazing Fire Technique. The Wrath of Marquis Wuwei. To subdue the entire Great Black Heaven stronghold would not only fulfill the system's mission, leading to a formal breakthrough of over 10,000 followers, but also yield 100,000 points of cultivation and other generous rewards. More importantly, Li Pingyan would have thoroughly disseminated the faith of Taiping Gong, thereby transforming the entire territory within a radius of 1 to 2,000 li, encircling the regions around the Great Green Mountain and the Great Black Mountain, into his dominion. Moreover, with over 3,000 robust men as soldiers, combined with his own followers, the forces of the Great Green Mountain, and the diverse powers commanded by the four great deities, he would truly possess a force formidable enough to rival Marquis Chongping and Marquis Wuwei. At the very least, this marked the beginning of something significant. Of course, this endeavor was not without its challenges. For Li Ping and Apos, and managing to have Hong Tiando and all the leaders, along with 1/3 of the disciples from the Great Black Heaven stronghold, professed their loyalty was already an unexpected and delightful start. Indeed, it was now time to vie for supremacy across the realm. Even if he wished otherwise, under the combined pressure of Marquis Wuwei and Marquis Chongping, it was only a matter of time before he faced such a fate. Otherwise, he would be left struggling for survival. After extensive discussions with Hong Tiando, they decided to establish a boundary at Pinggu village, situated between the Great Green Mountain and the Great Black Mountain. Both sides would deploy personnel to occupy this territory for mutual support, thus intertwining their forces into a unified front, ready for both offense and defense. As for the Great Black Heaven stronghold, they would propagate the miraculous deeds and benevolence of Taiping Gong, ensuring that all would come to worship and venerate Li Ping and Apos, and two, was generous, exchanging for the most suitable military training techniques from the Divine Path market and presenting them to Hong Tiando and all the leaders. This technique was known as the Blazing Fire Technique. This martial art possessed a low entry threshold yet a high ceiling, making it ideal for the masses to cultivate. It encompassed a plethora of practices, allowing nearly everyone to find the most suitable techniques for themselves. For instance, it included both internal and external martial arts, which could be practiced separately or advanced progressively. Within external martial arts, there were distinctions among fists, kicks, and various weaponry, with methods for training with 18 different types of arms, such as swords, spears, and staffs. Those skilled in swordplay could continue to refine their skills in the Blazing Fire Sword Technique. Those adept in spear techniques could pursue the Blazing Fire Spear Technique. Most importantly, when all members united in cultivating the Blazing Fire Technique, they could form formations during battle, each person acting as a spark of fire, collectively enhancing their might. With defenses as solid as iron walls and attacks as fierce as thunder and flames, unstoppable, Hong Tiando and the leaders were left in awe and elation at the sight of such a formidable technique. Had they possessed this earlier, the Great Black Heaven Stronghold would not have been a mere assembly of scattered warriors, but rather a force comparable to a regular army, nay, one that far surpassed a regular army. Not only the leaders, but also the ordinary brothers of the stronghold were filled with immense joy. Previously, they had little access to any quality martial arts for training. Even if they did, most were of inferior quality. Yet, the rewards bestowed by Taiping Gong were not only shared among all, but were also exquisitely crafted, suitable for everyone's cultivation. Whether one could rise above the rest, whether one could stand out, would depend solely on their diligence and effort. From this moment on, the entire Great Black Heaven Stronghold was united in faith and gratitude towards Taiping Gong, holding him in the highest regard. Li Ping and Appos, and also imparted the Blazing Fire Technique to the followers around the Great Green Mountain. Though they could not match the number of robust individuals at the Great Black Heaven Stronghold, making it difficult to fully unleash its formidable power. Thus, Li Ping and Appos, and had successfully subdued nearly all territories within a radius of 1,500 li around the Great Green Mountain and 1,000 li around the Great Black Mountain, with the number of followers soon to surpass 10,000. All those under his command, including deities, followers, and believers, diligently cultivated, propelling the entire force to unprecedented heights, advancing by leaps and bounds. On the other side, in the southern frontier of the Manzhou province, lay the stronghold of Marquis Wu-wei. Here, in the southwestern reaches of the Dajing dynasty, Marquis Wu-wei was a local tyrant in control of his domain. Even during the height of the Dajing dynasty, when it was not yet in disarray, he was untouchable. In these chaotic times, his power was even more unassailable. Marquis Wu-wei, known as Shintaguang, had originally been a general sent by the Dajing dynasty to guard the southwest. Amidst the turmoil, he declared himself a marquis, firmly seizing control over the entirety of Manzhou. The officials of Manzhou had become his vassals, and he vowed one day to dominate the central plains, competing with the other warlords. However, he understood that his current forces were insufficient to contend with the warlords of the Central Plains. Thus, his first step was to annex the territory of Marquis Chongping in Huangzhou. Once he united the forces of Manzhou and Huangzhou under his command, the southwestern frontier would be firmly within his grasp, granting him the true strength to advance northward. Yet, although Marquis Chongping was weak and ineffectual, he was unwilling to relinquish his territory. Despite winning many battles, completely defeating him and forcing his surrender was no simple task. After numerous campaigns, life in Manzhou had become unbearable for the common people, and he found himself lacking in resources. He had no choice but to heed the counsel of his strategist and temporarily cease hostilities with Marquis Chongping, waiting for a more opportune moment. At this juncture, the border between the two provinces became critical. Originally, he had ordered the massacre of the city of Qingyang, but the commanding general, Hua Tianlang, suddenly died. Seizing the opportunity, Marquis Chongping reclaimed the city, inciting the wrath of Marquis Wu-wei. When he sought to retaliate, his advisors urged caution, forcing him to swallow his anger. However, recently, a small mountain stronghold had intervened in the conflict with Marquis Chongping, the Great Black Heaven Stronghold. Initially, Marquis Wu-wei dismissed them as insignificant, but his chief strategist, Wen Zongheng, cautioned that the Great Black Heaven Stronghold should not be underestimated. With around 3,000 troops and a young leader, Hong Tiando, who was a 5th-grade grandmaster, he was indeed a prodigy among men. If Marquis Wu could recruit this force, he would not only gain a talented general but also an additional 3,000 soldiers. Furthermore, this force was located within the territory of Marquis Chongping, effectively embedding a ticking time bomb within his domain. Thus, Guang heeded Wen Zongheng and Apos' advice, dispatching envoys to woo them and secretly bribing Zhao Tiancheng, the fifth captain of the stronghold, to act as his informant. What was initially thought to flow seamlessly took an unexpected turn when Hong Tiando, following the counsel of Xiong Tianchong, defected to the side of Marquis Chongping, seeking cooperation with Taiping Gong. Enraged, Marquis Wu immediately dispatched the blood-killing army, led by Qiu Qisha, to ambush and assassinate Hong Tiando. However, Qiu Qisha and the blood-killing army vanished without a trace. 10 days to half a month later, Guang had come to believe that Qiu Qisha and the blood-killing army had likely perished in battle. How could he possibly endure this? In the grand hall of the Marquis' residence, Guang roared in fury, smashing the wooden table before him into splinters with a single punch. A mere great black heaven stronghold dared to oppose him, and had killed his trusted blood-killing army. It was intolerable. Summon the troops at once. I shall annihilate the entire great black heaven stronghold. For Qiu Qisha and the blood-killing army, I will exact vengeance. Chapter 88. The Devious Scheme of Wen Zongheng. The chaotic path of Zhao Taixian. Amidst the furious roar of the Marquis of Wu Guang, he sought to mobilize his forces to annihilate the great black heaven stronghold, driven by a desire for vengeance for his trusted subordinate, Qiu Qisha, and the blood-killing army. However, at that moment, the strategist Wen Zongheng hastily interjected, "My lord, please calm your anger. The great black heaven stronghold certainly deserves punishment. Yet this matter requires careful deliberation. It has come to my attention that the great black heaven stronghold has already allied with the Marquis of Chongping. Though their allegiance may be insincere, they are nonetheless situated within the territory of the Marquis. Should we rashly launch a full-scale attack, the Marquis, despite his cowardice, would not remain idle, leading to renewed fierce battles." Guang scoffed. "What of it? Am I to fear him?" Wen Zongheng sighed. "In terms of strength, we certainly do not fear the Marquis of Chongping, yet the barbarian state is located on the frontier, vast yet sparsely populated, with limited provisions, making prolonged warfare untenable. Otherwise, we would not have temporarily ceased hostilities with the Marquis. Although the region of Huangzhou bears a name suggesting desolation, it possesses ample arable land, and even amidst chaos, it is ultimately more prosperous than our own barbarian state. Moreover, engaging in combat on the Marquis and Apos' territory is decidedly disadvantageous." Guang retorted angrily, "Then what do you propose? Shall we allow Qiu Qisha and his men to die in vain?" Wen Zongheng replied, "This matter may not be as straightforward as it appears. When Qiu Qisha set out for the ambush, our informants reported that only Hong Tiando and a third in command, Xiong Tianchong, were present. With Qiu Qisha, an aide, and 20 to 30 soldiers from the blood-killing army, victory should have been assured. Yet, the entire army was annihilated. Their destination was near the Great Green Mountain, where the so-called Taiping Gong was rumored to be engaging in negotiations with a deity. Coupled with the previous death of General Hua Tianlang and the rumors circulating in Qingyang City regarding the Taiping Gong manifesting divinity, I surmise that the true instigator behind these events is not the Great Black Heaven Stronghold, but rather this so-called deity. Taiping Gong." Guang furrowed his brow. "What? Wen Zongheng, you cannot be suggesting that some deity is behind this. In these times, who still believes in such nonsense? From the imperial family to the common folk, who still worships these ridiculous deities?" Wen Zongheng asserted, "I too was reluctant to believe. But the soldiers and citizens of Qingyang City widely proclaim that General Hua Tianlang perished due to divine retribution, with some claiming to have witnessed a celestial light in the city god and Apos' temple. Moreover, Qiu Qisha and Apos' demise occurred precisely while Hong Tiando was en route to the domain of Taiping Gong. It was a seemingly secure ambush that ended with his death on the battlefield, leading to the complete destruction of the blood-killing army, which raises significant suspicion." Guang began to calm himself. "So, you suggest that both Hua Tianlang and Qiu Qisha fell to this so-called Taiping Gong?" Wen Zongheng replied. "Even if that is not the case, he is undoubtedly involved." Guang clenched his fists tightly. "Very well. A mere wild god dares to oppose this Marquis. If that is the case, I shall first eliminate this wild god, and then deal with those bandits of the great Black Heaven Stronghold." Wen Zongheng cautioned, "My lord speaks wisely, but how shall we proceed with this extermination?" A full-scale assault would follow the same reasoning. We would have to pass through the cities of Qingyang, which the Marquis of Taiping would never permit. It is not as if the blood-killing army could discreetly bypass them unnoticed. Should we opt for a smaller-scale assault? Even if we manage to slay General Hua Tianlang and Xiu Qisha, Taiping Gong and Apos, S power is likely formidable. Shinta Guang seethed. Then what do you propose? When Zongheng replied, whether we dispatch someone to eliminate Taiping Gong or to kill Hong Tiando, the choice of individual must be made with great care. Given that Xiu Qisha is a 5th-grade grandmaster, Shinta Guang fell into contemplation. Indeed, in terms of combat prowess, Xiu Qisha was among the very best, surpassed only by the 4 great generals. However, the 4 generals were each stationed at crucial locations and were always on call, unable to confront these wild god bandits. When Zongheng smiled slightly, I happen to have an excellent candidate in mind. Oh? Who is it? Zhao Taixian. Shinta Guang was taken aback. Zhao Taixian. Are you referring to that sorcerer? When Zongheng chuckled, indeed. Zhao Taixian claims to be the reincarnation of a celestial being, having established the Taixian sect, with tens of thousands of followers across several prefectures, once suppressing the might of the imperial army. However, he was later expelled by a coalition of prefectures. His influence significantly diminished. Now, he has gradually spread to the barbaric regions, inciting the populace and gathering disciples. If left unchecked, he will undoubtedly become a great calamity. The Taixian sect is a considerable threat, and so too are Taiping Gong and the Great Black Heaven Stronghold. Why not let them engage in mutual destruction? In due time, the Marquis of Wuwei shall reap the benefits. Shintu Guang burst into hearty laughter. Excellent. When Zongheng, you truly are my strategist. If this plan comes to fruition, it will be a stroke of genius. However, how can we instigate them to turn against each other? When Zongheng grinned. I have already discovered that Zhao Taixian has a disciple named Zhang Tianzheng. Though he lacks talent, he possesses an exceptional knack for flattery and has earned Zhao Taixian's trust. Yet, he is avaricious and licentious, seeking pleasure, and has clandestinely ventured into Huangzhou, performing tricks and deceiving the populace. Eventually, he met his demise at the hands of Taiping Gong. If we spread this tale, Zhao Taixian will surely become an enemy of Taiping Gong. I will further incite discord between them, ensuring they engage in a bitter struggle to the death. Shintu Guang praised, excellent. Strategist, I entrust this matter to you. If successful, it will be a remarkable achievement. Yes, my lord. As time passed, after the descent of the deity Taiping Gong upon the Great Black Heaven Stronghold, the 2 factions merged into one, experiencing rapid growth and flourishing at an astonishing pace. With the widespread adoption of the fire-spreading technique, the Great Black Heaven Stronghold gained the unwavering loyalty of its followers, who held Taiping Gong in utmost reverence. Gradually, an increasing number of disciples from the Great Black Heaven Stronghold became devout adherents of Taiping Gong. On the other hand, Hong Tiando dispatched individuals to investigate the movements of the Marquis of Wuwei. Yet to his surprise, he uncovered nothing. It was as if the Marquis had swallowed his pride. For even the deaths of Xiu Qisha and the blood-killing army had not incited him to retaliate, which left Hong Tiando somewhat astonished. Nevertheless, he was acutely aware that the Marquis harbored a vengeful spirit and would not let this transgression go unpunished. He must be plotting something more insidious. One day, Sun Tianliang, the newly appointed 5th commander, returned from Linquan County, located south of the Great Black Mountain, breathless and bearing wounds, shocking all the leaders present. Hong Tiando's expression shifted, and he quickly ushered him into the hall. Once Sun Tianliang had calmed his breath, Hong Tiando eagerly inquired about the events that had transpired. As soon as Sun Tianliang ceased his panting, he uttered 3 words. Taishan Sect. Chapter 89, Swift Resolution. Capture the leader first. Upon hearing those 3 words, Hong Tiando's expression changed slightly. The Taishan sect? Xiang Tianchong also frowned and remarked, I have heard that the Taishan sect originally created chaos in several surrounding states. The so-called leader, Zhao Taixian, claims to be the earthly incarnation of the heavenly Taishan Star Lord, self-styled as the Taishan True Man. Through intimidation and deception, he has amassed tens of thousands of followers, causing unrest in those states, to the point where even the imperial army could do nothing but unite to expel him. Recently, it has been said that his influence has gradually infiltrated our 2 wild states. It appears to be true, however. I had heard that he was developing his power discreetly to avoid past mistakes. Why would he suddenly clash with our brothers from the Great Black Sky Stronghold? Sun Tianyang shook his head. I do not know. I was ordered by the stronghold leader to go to Linquan County to both spread the faith of the peaceful Lord and investigate news regarding the Marquis of Chopping and the Marquis of Wuwei. I happened to encounter two factions clashing in the streets. Upon closer inspection, one group consisted of our brothers who were followers of the peaceful Lord, coming from Qingyang County to promote the Lord's miraculous deeds, while the other, needless to say, were the followers of the Taoism sect. We had previously maintained a non-aggression policy with them. I believe the stronghold leader had instructed us not to provoke trouble given the current instability and the looming threat from the Marquis of Wuwei. I intended merely to mediate. But unexpectedly, upon learning that the other side was comprised of followers of the peaceful Lord, the Taoism sect members immediately resorted to violence. And their methods were particularly vicious. Naturally, I could not stand idly by and join the fray. To my surprise, while others backed down, the leading sorcerer adept in demonic arts, realizing I was no match, unleashed a torrent of sorcery, obscuring the skies with chaos and unleashing countless flying daggers and hidden arrows upon us. I was caught off guard and sustained injuries. But I fought desperately to protect my brothers as we retreated. Upon hearing this, everyone was filled with outrage. What is the Taoism sect but a malevolent cult? They masquerade as divine beings and incite the masses. And now they dare to bully us at the Great Black Sky stronghold, showing such disrespect towards the peaceful Lord. This is utterly intolerable. Stronghold leader, as long as you give the command, we shall immediately head to Linquan County and eradicate those demonic cultists. However, Hong Qindo stopped the crowd, pondering for a moment before addressing Wu Tianyi and Xiang Tianchong. Elder brother, younger brother, what are your thoughts on this matter? The two exchanged glances, and Xiang Tianchong replied, this is likely connected to the Marquis of Wuwei. Wu Tianyi added, younger brother is right. There must be instigation from the Marquis behind this. However, compared to the Great Black Sky stronghold, the Taoism sect harbors deep-seated hatred towards the peaceful Lord. There must be a reason for this. The Taoism sect is immensely powerful, once boasting tens of thousands of followers at its peak. Though it has declined, it should not be underestimated. The Marquis of Wuwei likely seeks to leverage the Taoism sect against us, hoping to benefit from our conflict. Xiang Tianchong remarked, elder brother's deduction is astute. This matter is grave. Stronghold leader, why not consult the peaceful Lord? Hong Tiando nodded in agreement. At this moment, the Great Black Sky stronghold had already constructed a temple dedicated to the peaceful Lord, which was more than just a statue. Day and night, countless disciples came to sincerely pray and offer incense. When Hong Tiando and the other leaders arrived, the temple was still bustling with activity. Peaceful Lord above, I am Hong Tiando, accompanied by my brothers, here to pay homage. If the peaceful Lord can hear us, we humbly beseech for divine revelation concerning urgent matters. As Hong Tiando spoke, he led the other leaders in burning incense and kneeling in prayer. In an instant, radiant golden light surged, illuminating the entire temple. Subsequently, the statue of the peaceful Lord suddenly opened its eyes. The peaceful Lord manifested before them. The crowd hurriedly intensified their fervent worship. Peaceful Lord, we thank you, peaceful Lord. The disciples of the Great Black Sky stronghold, under the protection of the peaceful Lord, felt as though they were truly divinely aided. Not to mention the various calamities and ailments they faced. As long as they sincerely worshipped the peaceful Lord, miracles would manifest. Even in their daily practice, they continually remembered the peaceful Lord's grace. After all, if it were not for the peaceful Lord bestowing the blazing inferno technique, not many in the stronghold would have achieved success in their cultivation. Hong Tiando quickly added, we welcome the peaceful Lord. Li Ping and Oppos, and calmly inquired, what has transpired? Hong Tiando promptly recounted the earlier events. Upon hearing this, Li Pingyan felt a stirring in his heart. He had sensed that the Taoism sect was gradually shifting its influence into the two wild states. While the Marquis of Wuwei's territory was too distant, the faction encroaching into the wilderness was increasingly approaching his jurisdiction. In Qingyang, Qiyang, and Baiyang counties, including Linquan County in the Great Black Mountain, numerous disciples of the Taoism sect were spreading their beliefs. However, they had yet to truly clash with his forces. Yet now, it seemed they were unwilling to relent, especially upon hearing that the disciples of the Taoism sect harbored deep resentment towards him. He quickly understood the underlying reasons. There was a sorcerer in the Taoism sect named Zhang Tianzhong, who had once deceived countless citizens in Heishui Town and Baishe Town, causing immeasurable suffering, and was ultimately slain by the peaceful Lord. This Zhang Tianzhong was a direct disciple of the sect's leader. Hong Tiando suddenly enlightened. So that is why. No wonder the disciples of the Taoisean sect harbor such hatred upon hearing the peaceful Lord's name. Humph. These wicked beings have committed countless atrocities and now dare to come to our territory to wreak havoc. However, the Marquis of Wu must be behind this, attempting to incite a conflict between us and the Taoisean sect, hoping to reap the benefits. Li Ping and Apo's, and understood this as well. Unlike the Marquis of Wu and Apo's army, the disciples of the Taoisean sect were scattered among the populace, making them difficult to identify, and large-scale warfare would not easily eradicate them. This was indeed a troublesome predicament. However, such matters have historically not been insurmountable. The adage "capture the leader first" rings true. Regardless of how tangled the situation may be, if we eliminate the Taoisean sect and Apo's leader, Zhao Taoxian, everything will naturally fall into place. Li Ping and Apo's, and, though aware of this being the best course of action, still asked, "Hong Tiando, what do you think we should do?" Hong Tiando replied swiftly, "In my view, engaging in large-scale combat with these demonic beings mixed among the common folk is neither wise nor easy. The best approach is to cut off the head of the snake and capture the leader first." Li Ping and Apo's, and smiled slightly. "Very well." Hong Tiando sighed with a wry smile. "However, we know nothing about the leader of the Taoisean sect." Xiang Tianqing interjected. "The leader of the Taoisean sect is named Zhao Taoxian. While we do not know his specific cultivation level, it is clear that he has been able to act with such impunity in other states and retreat unscathed, indicating he is certainly not easy to deal with." Wu Tianyi nodded in agreement. "Indeed, especially since the Marquis of Wu is aware of our strength in slaying Qiu Qisha, yet still seeks to use the Taoisean sect to counterbalance us, suggesting that this sect is indeed formidable." Li Ping and Apo's, and stated, "In that case, I have taken note of this matter and will keep a watchful eye. However, each of you must exert your utmost effort. Should you succeed in vanquishing Zhao Taoxian and eradicating the Taoisean sect, I shall bestow upon you generous rewards." Upon hearing this, the crowd was filled with astonishment and joy. The Prince of Taiping himself promised a reward, an unprecedented occurrence. One can only imagine the invaluable and bountiful rewards that await.